In the morning, the road in the middle of the city was clogged with loudly honking cars. People on public transport crowded and pushed each other due to lack of space. The bus pulled up to the stop. People in the crowd were angry due to the pandemonium and even shouted at each other as they tried to get inside. There were few people and only 2 cars near the tall white building. The bus braked and the wheels squeaked loudly as the door opened. A huge number of people got out of the vehicle, and they all headed in one direction. The young man with a green backpack on his chest was breathing heavily, wiping his sweaty face and saying that the road to the university was hell in its purest form. The young man frowned as he tried to remember how he got here in his first year, and then concluded that he either had to drop out or move closer. The young man flinched when someone behind him said that this was strange to hear from a retired Special Forces sergeant. The young man in the brown sweater told Sunwoo with a smile that 2 hours of training would have squeezed all the juice out of him so much that he would not return there. Hanho pursed his lips displeasantly when Sunwoo hinted that it was high time for him to join the army. Hanho clenched his hand into a fist, frowned and replied that the national unification would win in any case. Seongwoo looked at Hanho with bewilderment and said that it was time for him to stop doing nonsense and delaying joining the army because of Mion, the girl he broke up with a long time ago. Hanho lowered his head, asking the main character not to mention Mion, and Seongwoo recalled that back in his first year, he said not to date anyone in university. 2 girls were coming down the stairs, to the left of which there was a parking lot. The young men climbed up the steps. Hanho fell behind Wonwoo, and the main character's face showed confusion. Suddenly Sunwoo stopped. The young man looked at his friend with a grin and asked if he was crying. Hanho, pointing his finger upward, told the main character to look at the sky, and he sarcastically asked if Hanho saw Mion's face there. High in the sky, the pale number 99% was faintly visible. Hanho thought they were letters and began to panic, while Sunwoo narrowed his eyes, peering carefully at the sky. The main character asked with a smile if Hanho missed his ex-girlfriend that much, and the young man angrily yelled that something was written in the sky about downloading monsters. Hanho pointed his finger at the sky above the library, but there were no longer any letters or numbers there. The young men silently looked at the sky, which had become completely ordinary and unremarkable. Seongwoo grabbed Hanho and started screaming that his friend had been playing too many games and now he saw monsters in the sky. The main character said that Hanho was imagining things and he needed to drink less, and the young man, rubbing his neck, did not argue with this. Hanho then hit himself hard on the cheeks with his palms. The young man suggested taking coffee to cheer himself up, but Sunwoo replied that there was no time, because Professor Kim always arrives on time. Hanho said with a smile that the main character will have time to do everything, because he is in Special Forces, and Sunwoo clearly did not appreciate this. Hanho, who almost fell down the stairs, said that he really saw those letters, and the main character told his friend to stop. Sunwoo walked up to the elevator, where several people had already gathered. He headed to room 404. Professor Kim, a man with blonde hair and a suit, was giving a presentation to the students. Sunwoo, whose eyes were closing from sleepiness, thought that he still needed to drink coffee. The main character no longer saw the professor so clearly and thought that he needed to hold out a little longer. Suddenly the young man saw a bright table above him, on which was written a question about what type of activity would be best useful in a destroyed world. The main character looked at the table in bewilderment. He carefully read what was written there. The system also informed that the choice must be made right now. Sunwoo rubbed his eyes with his hands, thinking he was imagining this. Suddenly, the spotlight hanging in the audience began to sparkle with loud sounds. The main character froze as the entire class plunged into pitch darkness. The students got scared and began to shout, vying with each other, getting up from their seats, and someone even shouted that it was an eclipse. Seongwoo, whose face was covered in sweat, thought hard that in a situation where all the light disappeared in the middle of the day, it definitely couldn't be an eclipse. The guy with white hair picked up the phone and screamed in horror that his gadget wasn't working. The girl with brown hair looked up with fear in her eyes and asked her classmates if they saw the same thing as her. A neon hologram with the same inscription appeared in the air in front of each student. The main character was shocked when he realized that absolutely everyone in the audience now sees this message. Suddenly the inscription changed, and now the students could read that they had 15 seconds left. Sunwoo closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands, trying to hide from the blinding light emanating from the mysterious tables. When the young man looked up, he saw playing cards materialize in the air. These cards depicted magicians and knights. Some also depicted priestesses and witches, and each card had a certain number of stars drawn on it. The students, seeing this, panicked and immediately decided that they would not touch the cards because it could be dangerous. However, Seongwoo, whose thick black eyebrows moved towards the bridge of his nose, came to the conclusion that not touching these cards was even more dangerous, because something was going to happen in 15 seconds. While the system was saying that there were 10 seconds left, the main character was thinking about what exactly he needed to do now. Sunwoo suggested that it could be something like poker, but the young man could not make such an important decision so quickly. The sign on the table changed again, indicating that there were 8 seconds left. The main character panicked, but did not take any action. Meanwhile, there were already 7 seconds left. Sunwoo turned around and saw that one of the cards began to shine much brighter than the others. A sword fell out of thin air, and the students who were close began screaming in fear and dodging the weapon. The guy with round glasses looked puzzled at the sword in his hands. Sunwoo suddenly remembered one of the cards that showed an identical weapon. When 5 seconds remained, the main character clenched his teeth and remembered what was written in that table. Sunwoo noticed that each card had a different number of stars. The young man still did not understand what was happening, but he firmly decided to take the card that had the most stars. As soon as Sunwoo grabbed the card, the text on the table changed once again. The system informed that the main character took a 5-star necromancer class card. Xiangwu looked at the card in his hands, which glowed with bright blue fire, in confusion. The system informed that the first class selection was over, and those who did not select a card would have to wait for the next time. The main character flinched in surprise, and the other students screamed as the holograms and cards disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Someone's hand was carefully holding the sword by the hilt. The guy with round glasses picked up the weapon that fell to him. While the guy looked at the sword with his mouth open in amazement, other students asked him many questions about what had happened. The guy explained that he chose the warrior card, and after that the sword appeared. Hearing this, Xiangwu wondered why he had not been given anything yet, since he had become a necromancer. Suddenly, the door to the office was knocked down with a deafening roar. A young man in a white bloody shirt screamed heart-rendingly while a certain creature was sitting on his shoulder with a dagger in his hand. The stranger loudly begged for help while a monster with bright yellow eyes bloodthirstily cut him with a knife. The next second the guy fell to the floor, splashing his blood. The monster stabbed the young man again and again, and he screamed heartbreakingly from hellish pain. The stranger extended his blood-stained hand, again asking for help. All the students hid at a distance, and Sunwoo stood closest to the guy with panic on his face. Then the guy's hand fell weakly to the floor. The monster, clutching a dagger in his small hand, laughed victoriously and looked predatorily at the main character. The creature stuck out its long tongue and began to lick the blood from the dead guy. The students were frightened by what they saw and began to run away. Sunwoo was left alone in the audience with the corpse and the monster. The main character did not know what to do, because he understood that if he twitched, the monster would immediately attack him. Suddenly the creature screamed deafeningly, revealing its fanged mouth. Some students asked Minsu to use the sword that fell to him, but the guy looked too scared. Minsu wanted to find an excuse for himself, but the students did not listen to him and pushed him closer to the monster. Sunwoo turned around and asked with a smile if Minsu wanted to help him. Minsu yelled fiercely, asking what his classmates wanted from him. The main character, seeing such a reaction, realized that he was finished. The monster pushed off the ground and ran away. Swinging his dagger, he screamed loudly, preparing to strike. Xiangwu began to run away from the monster, thinking that he should have run away earlier. The young man did not dare turn away from the monster, because he thought that this would put him in a vulnerable position. Sunwoo stopped abruptly and turned around. He kicked the monster, and it let out a strangled gasp and flew back. The monster stuck the dagger into the floor, and this prevented him from crashing into the wall. The main character shouted to the other students not to be afraid, because this monster weighs no more than 15 kilograms. Sunwoo grabbed a chair. He then ran towards the monster, intending to kill it. However, the young man stopped because the chair got stuck, caught in the pile of furniture. The monster saw this and grinned contentedly. Taking advantage of the fact that Sunwoo was fiddling with the chair, the monster ran towards him with a loud cry. The main character clenched his teeth and frowned, cursing out loud. Some chairs flew into the air. Sunwoo dealt a crushing blow to the monster and it fell to the floor. The back of the chair sank into the monster's neck, a pool of fresh blood flowing from its open mouth. Sunwoo, holding the chair in his hands, breathed heavily, and the rest of the students watched silently. The system reported that the main character received 10 gold pieces for killing the goblin. The young man wiped his sweaty face with his hand and looked at the hologram in bewilderment. Minsu clutched his sword to his chest and looked at Sunwoo with fear in his eyes. The other students were whispering. The main character could not understand what they were talking about, and what kind of goblins and gold there could be if this was the real world and not a fantasy game. The inscription on the table changed, and the young man read that the dead were now under his control. The system reported that the goblin skeletons would now become Xiangwu's subordinates. The main character pointed his finger at the table and widened his eyes, not understanding what he had just read. Suddenly, the crowd screamed when they saw the blue fire behind Sunwoo. The neon flames were getting bigger. The main character looked at what was happening in amazement. He saw someone's skeleton forming in the blue fire. The main character widened his eyes when he saw something. Now, instead of a goblin with bright yellow eyes, a skeleton with empty eye sockets was looking at Sunwoo. Neon flames came out of the holes in the skull. The main character realized that this is his ability, which is called necromancy. The skeleton sat silent and motionless while fire came out of its orbits. Suddenly, 2 more goblins ran into the office, shouting aggressively. Little monsters with huge eyes laughed, clutching a dagger in their hands. The students screamed in horror when they saw new monsters come running. Sunwoo froze in horror as he looked at the laughing goblins. The system informed the main character that his undead were waiting for orders. The young man clenched his jaw and brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, mentally ordering his subordinate to kill the goblins. The next second, the skeleton rose from the ground, and its eye sockets shone brightly. The goblins looked at the undead in shock, falling silent in fear. The skeleton then placed a bony hand on the head of one of the monsters and plunged a knife into it. The goblin pushed the undead away from him with a deft movement. Then the 2 monsters attacked the skeleton. However, he did not give up and dealt with 2 enemies at the same time. Suddenly, one of the goblins cut the undead's humerus. The skeleton opened its mouth as if in pain. Xiangwu, watching the fight, came to the conclusion that he would have to fight them alone if nothing was done. The main character thought that goblins were easy opponents, but he did not have any good weapons. Sunwoo turned around and extended his hand towards Minsu, asking him to hand over the sword. Minsu, clutching the weapon to his chest, did not understand why, and the main character shouted that he was going to kill the monsters. Minsu shouted fiercely that the sword belonged to him, since it fell to him. Xiangwu frowned, pointed his finger at the goblins and said that in this case the young man should kill them himself. The goblins, meanwhile, became furious and fought with even greater effort. Minsu saw this and screamed in fear. Sunwoo took a chair and said that his classmate was only peeling potatoes with such zeal. The main character, holding a chair in his hands, ran towards the goblins, shouting loudly. Xiangwu then threw a chair at the monsters, making his undead's job easier. The skeleton, holding a dagger in one hand, immediately rushed towards the enemies. He slashed at the goblins with his knife non-stop as they let out heavy, painful groans. Sunwoo watched the situation intently and wiped the sweat from his face, and the system informed him that he had received 20 gold for killing monsters. Fresh scarlet blood of enemies flowed from the tip of the dagger. The skeleton with one surviving arm silently looked at its owner. He then slowly walked towards Xiangwu on his bony short legs. The undead looked at the main character with their huge empty eye sockets, in which fire was blazing. The young man looked at his subordinate in horror. The skeleton still didn't move, not taking his eyes off Xiangwu. Then the young man asked his subordinate to turn away because he was uncomfortable looking at him. The main character saw that the skeleton was drooping and thought that he was upset. Sunwoo again saw the inscription that the dead were now under his control. The system prompted you to touch the table screen to get detailed information. Professor Kim, standing behind a barricade of chairs, asked what was going on, and Sunwoo replied that he didn't know. Suddenly, from somewhere I heard someone screaming loudly, asking for help. The girl in the red sweater, with worry on her face, told the professor that she couldn't get through to the police. The main character looked at the professor warily when he said that attacks were happening all over campus. Sunwoo looked at the black curtains and saw a bright light shining from the gap between them. The young man opened the curtains, looking out the window. The main character saw how the entire city was plunged into fire, and came to the conclusion that this was happening throughout the country. Other students also ran to the window and watched in horror the explosions and fires. Xiangwu frowned and thought with panic that these attacks could even be happening all over the world. The office was plunged into darkness again, and the corpse of the guy killed by the goblins still lay on the floor. Suddenly, a man in a white shirt opened the door and yelled that he couldn't stay here. Even the sky above the city turned red from the large amount of fire. A student in a purple sweater invited everyone to go to the parking lot. People stopped when they saw goblins in the corridor. The monsters held bloody daggers in their hands and grinned predatorily as they looked at their potential victims. The goblins prepared to attack, and the students ran away in fear. A girl with long blonde hair, tears streaming down her cheeks, extended her arm forward as a monster flew towards her from behind. The skeletons fought the goblins mercilessly. Sunwoo stood and silently watched the fight. The young man turned around and shouted that he was going to hold off the goblins so the others could escape. Sunwoo pointed his finger at the undead, clarifying that they would be the ones to detain the monsters. The students quickly ran to the exit, screaming in wild fear. Sunwoo wanted to tell everyone to stick together, but no one listened to him anymore. Then the young man thought that he was not in charge here, so they could do what they wanted. The main character came to the conclusion that nothing is clear about the rules of this game, but at least the general ones need to be followed. Xiangwu was glad that he was given class, and with it, power, because there were hostile monsters roaming around. The young man clenched his hand into a fist, frowned, and thought that the more he fought, the more chances he had to survive. Sunwoo looked at the fight between monsters and undead and thought that the main thing now is that they are fighting for him. One of the goblins elbowed the skeleton in the skull. Then the goblin, grinning furiously, began to attack the other skeleton. The monster continued to strike the undead. Then the goblin swung his dagger and screamed savagely. In one motion, the goblin cut off the skull of one of the skeletons, and its head flew into the air. This skull fell on the main character's leg. Xiangwu's face showed despair when the system said that one of his subordinates had gone to eternal death. The young man frowned, mentally cursed, and thought that he needed to win. The goblins were wounded, but still stood firmly on their feet and glared aggressively at the undead. Then the yellow-eyed monsters rushed into battle with a loud roar. The skeletons also screamed, preparing to fight off the attack. The four small creatures collided with a deafening roar. Sunwoo clenched his fists in victory and smiled as he received 20 gold pieces for killing his enemies. The skeletons looked at the main character, and he scratched the back of his head and praised them. The young man was surprised when he saw that he had reached the second level. Sunwoo put his finger on his chin and wondered if there were any characteristics besides levels. The young man saw his dossier, where one could find out about his level and abilities. The main character suggested that the points should increase as the level increases. Suddenly, 5 huge cards appeared in front of the main character, and the system told him to choose one of them to move to the next level. The young man turned pale because he realized that this choice would be completely random. Sunwoo frowned in concentration, saying that this is usually the most important thing in games. The main character took one of the offered cards. The system reported that the limit of subordinates had been increased, and the young man turned sharply, looking at the skeletons blazing with blue fire. The young man looked at his 4 subordinates while the system informed him that he did not have enough mana points. Sunwoo looked at the holographic table with a puzzled expression. The skeletons looked at the young man with satisfaction when he said that they were not very expensive. Xiangwu then said that he was sick of looking at his subordinates, and the skeletons immediately fell down. The gray room was illuminated by a wide window. Sunwoo sat on the floor surrounded by his 4 subordinates. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and said that he would slowly pump up. The main thing was to gather his thoughts, and so far everything was going well. The main character clenched his jaw and added that his goal is survival, and this goal should become everything to him. Sunwoo got up from the floor, telling himself that he would definitely get out of here. Meanwhile, on the street, goblins attacked people in droves, screaming in pain and fear. The main character saw this and came to the conclusion that it was even worse outside. but it was also impossible to sit inside. The young man turned away from the window, saying that then he would certainly not survive. Sunwoo decided that the skeletons would go ahead, and he would follow them. As a creature in boots with bony legs descended the steps, stomping echoed. The young man, gritting his teeth from tension and breathing heavily, quickly ran up the stairs with a dagger at his chest. Suddenly, a skeleton with fangs and a blue glow from empty eye sockets collided with the frightened Hanho, looking straight at him, and both did not make a sound. The next moment, realizing the horror of the situation, the guy began to scream hysterically with his mouth wide open, and tears flowed from his eyes. Having closed his eyes and clenched one hand into a fist, Hanho pointed his other hand with a dagger with a furious scream at the creature's bare skull, and after such a powerful blow a flash appeared. Sunwoo, gritting his teeth, watched his friend's reaction in shock, standing next to the short undead. Hearing the guy's voice, Hanho, holding the trembling blade, looked up at him with tear-stained eyes, from which tears were still flowing, and curled his mouth in horror. When Hanho, pointing a dagger at 3 small skeletons, furiously asked what was happening, the necromancer approached the young man in a good mood, gesturing with his hands and explaining that the creatures were his bodyguards. Standing on the steps surrounded by the undead, Sunwoo snapped his fingers and asked if the other person had chosen a class card, and he replied that he had become a rogue. Twisting his mouth with dissatisfaction, the main character raised his hand to his forehead and clarified how many stars Hanho had on the map, and he only looked up at him with a bewildered look. Suddenly it dawned on the young man, and with an inspired smile he raised his index finger, announcing that he had 1 star, like the major, and suggesting that this was good. Doubting this theory, Seongwoo took on a puzzled look, and all the small skeletons surrounding him followed suit. Now both guys, in the company of short undead, were descending a dark flight of stairs, and the necromancer declared that they were looking for a safe place, after which he asked his friend not to be afraid of the resurrected creatures with glowing eye sockets. A blue system window popped up in front of Sunwoo, informing him that there was a synergy effect when playing in a team, which greatly puzzled the guy. Another notice details the list of synergies, among which was the robber's dagger. While Hanho read the tablet with his mouth open in amazement, the necromancer cast a thoughtful look at it, putting his hand to his chin. A picture of 4 armed skeletons and a perplexed Hanho behind them appeared in Seongwoo's head as he began to think about how he could get a buff by collecting multiple weapons of the same class. The pixelated undead skull with glowing eye sockets increased in scale after the guy concluded that the effect extended to resurrected creatures. Sunwoo continued to hold his hand to his chin and, looking sideways with curiosity, happily concluded that this was an excellent prospect. The guy in black sneakers carefully stepped from step to the sound of cracking bones. The 3 skeletons paused on the landing, noticing the enemies in the unlit corner, and preparing their blades to attack. Evil, snarling goblins with fangs and glowing yellow eyes emerged from the darkness towards the undead, and behind them stood their menacing leader of colossal size. The largest monster in a helmet with long protruding fangs cast a furious look at the opponents, making eerie sounds. Hanho, standing behind the puzzled Seongwoo, pointed his finger at the monster and loudly clarified in fear whether it was really the leader of the goblin squad. The small monsters retreated back in fear as a blue glow began to emanate from the undead, and system notifications popped up to inform them that the goblin group stats had been reduced due to the smell of death ability. Small monsters with yellow eyes opened their fanged mouths and were covered in cold sweat from fear, and one even hid behind the tall leader. Gritting his teeth from tension, the main character frowned and wrinkled his nose, after which he concluded that they were lucky. The enraged skeletons, engulfed in a magical glow, at that moment furiously rushed at their opponents, screaming. The attacked goblins fell to the floor and in fear reached out to the leader, hoping for salvation, and the dark corridor was illuminated by the flash from the attack. The skeletons mercilessly attacked the yellow-eyed monsters with small daggers and knocked them to the ground, inflicting knife wounds that sent splashes of blood flying in all directions. Seongwoo turned with a grin on the inspired Hanho, who was watching the fight and, waving his arms with weapons, exclaimed joyfully. The leader at this time cast an evil glance at the guys, sparkling with his big yellow eyes. Suddenly, the thug raised his massive fist, wanting to deliver a powerful blow and avenge his wounded and killed subordinates. A bright orange glow formed around the monster's strong wrist, and the hand was now passing through the magic circle. When the entire area above the heads of the group of goblins was illuminated with a bright glow, the system sent a blue notification warning that the leader with a fierce look had activated the Wild Fury technique. It was also reported that the goblins became stronger under control, and one yellow-eyed creature fearlessly began to attack the skeleton, after which orange energy sparkled in its eye sockets. Now the goblins fought furiously against the undead, breaking off bony limbs and striking with daggers. Hanho turned upward and, watching the fight with concern, asked Sunwoo if it was time to leave this place, and he, without moving, with a puzzled look, said that it was still early. Worried about the undead squad, the main character began to sweat and concluded that now it was necessary to better study the enemy. Carefully watching the fiercely fighting crypts, the necromancer pondered what to do if his subordinates were ready to carry out any of his orders. The goblin leader at this time grinned gloatingly with his fangs protruding, holding a raised fist while a magic circle was drawn above his head in orange mana. A blue flash flashed sharply in Seongwoo's eyes as he exclaimed that he had come up with a plan, and a more powerful glow appeared in the skeleton's eye sockets. The undead crossed blades with goblins. Flashes from powerful blows sparkled on the battlefield. Someone flew into the air. The skeleton jumped high, raising a dagger above his head and preparing to attack, rushing towards the goblin leader with a menacing look, while red-eyed creatures watched him from the ground. the undead flew through the air towards the enemy, their empty eye sockets shining brightly. The goblin leader looked up in shock at the approaching enemy. The next moment, the thug's hand with the orange bracelet fell to the floor with a crash. The massive leader of the monsters angrily, with tears appearing in his eyes from pain, looked at the place where the palm had been a second ago, and now only blood was oozing, and let out a furious growl. The skeleton that flew up to the goblin leader softly landed on the ground with a determined look. The ferocious thug swung his arm furiously and threw his opponent aside with a powerful blow. At this time, the yellow-eyed goblins continued to attack the undead with a fierce look, piercing them with daggers. One of the skeletons in the skull intensified the blue mana, and the glow began to burst out not only from the eye sockets, but also from the wide-open mouth. The undead, with increasing strength, rose up and began to mercilessly deal with the goblins with weapons, and for each kill the system awarded 10 gold coins. As the number of yellow-eyed monsters decreased, more and more bloody splashes rose into the air, and many blue notifications popped up, informing about the next reward. The enraged goblin leader furiously swung his weapon and growled as he fought the undead. Now, simultaneously, 3 skeletons with a bright glow in their eye sockets were preparing to strike back, tightly gripping their daggers and grinning angrily. While the goblin leader furiously raised his spear, 3 of the necromancer's resurrected subordinates inflicted cuts on him with daggers, from which blood sprayed. Lowering his head and clutching his open wounds, the thug growled tiredly. One of the skeletons carefully watched as the goblin leader fell dead to the floor, after which the system notified that he had received as much as 50 coins for killing the leader of the squad. Hanho, standing behind Xiangwu, watched with delight as the undead dealt with the goblins, his eyes wide. Both guys climbed down the stairs and were now walking across the battlefield through the lifeless bodies of yellow-eyed monsters. When they stopped, surrounding the dead goblin leader, Hanho pointed his finger at the glowing spear and the monster's severed hand, informing his friend that objects had fallen from the opponents. Xiangwu looked at his wrist with an uncertain look, putting on the bracelet of the leader of the monsters. In his other hand, the guy tightly clutched the weapon. A blue tablet floated up next to the tip of the spear, providing detailed information about the item received, its name, class, type, and effect. A similar notification appeared near the wrist, describing the Wild Madness bracelet. The skeletons moved quickly around the dark room when the system notified that their attack speed had been increased. A large sign also appeared containing information about the Wild Madness ability, which increases the attack and cooldown of goblin mercenaries. Looking at the bracelet on his hand in amazement, Sunwoo concluded that he had acquired a good ability with the artifact. The skeleton opposite looked attentively at its owner with glowing eye sockets, lowering the dagger. Then the necromancer with a smile laid his head on the bony head of the tattered cap, sincerely praising the bodyguard for the work done. After that, the resurrected goblin opened his mouth, fangs flashing, and blue mana began to disappear from his eye sockets. Sunwoo bared his teeth in displeasure and put his hand out in front of him, asking him not to do that again, while Hanho nearby was horrified, putting his hands to his face. While the main character was looking around in the dark, a friend behind him, extending his finger to his chin, puzzledly clarified where they would go, to which he received the answer that they first need to get out of the battlefield, and then think. Frightened people crowded and chattered in the building until only an orange glow was visible behind the glass doors. Walking forward along a dark corridor, surrounded by skeleton assistants, Sunwoo was stunned to realize that there were people ahead. After that, the necromancer pointed to an open door to the side, ordering the undead to hide there so as not to scare anyone. And Hanho at that time closed his eyes and, crossing his arms, nodded his head. The entire crowd looked with open mouths at the guy who came out with a bracelet on his hand, while the young man in a bomber jacket in front of him waved his hands, trying to calm people down. The student council member placed his hand on his chest with a smug look, loudly announcing that they had already contacted the police and were also working to determine the cause of the incident. One of the students, hearing this, furiously screamed at the guy, demanding to open the doors, near which there was an armed guard. The proud student council guy shook his head and raised his palm, firmly declaring that the doors would remain closed no matter what. The girl screamed in a fit of rage, continuing to point at the passage, and the interlocutor, holding out his hand to her, demanded to calm down and listen to him. Xiangwu, with a spear in his hands, walked out from behind the member of the student council, not taking his curious gaze off him, while Hanho, meanwhile, looked at his friend in bewilderment. The main character concluded that the proud Casanova Chongsok's reputation comes first. Looking at his new weapon, Sunwoo wondered in bewilderment how such a guy was even accepted into the student council. Suddenly, Jongseok became enraged, shouting furiously that he shouldn't go near the passage because it was dangerous. The main character and his friend, reaching for the door handles, turned around in shock when they heard a scream addressed to them. The student council member, after an inadequate reaction, exhaled, covered in perspiration. He suddenly assumed a friendly look and, extending his hand to the guys, apologized for being a little nervous. Sunwoo looked at the guy with slight concern, feeling that he would become a hindrance, and Hanho frowned deeply. Chongsok, holding a black shield in one hand and placing the other on his hip, curiously asked whether the main character had drawn a card. He answered in the affirmative, and then pointed to his friend, who bowed in greeting. The student council member scratched the back of his head with a frown, remembering the young man presented and declaring that he rarely attends classes. 2 guys with weapons looked carefully at Chongsok, who, reporting that things were bad, invited them to join. Slyly squinting, the long-haired student clarified what class Sunwoo was in. The necromancer, holding the spear tightly, turned a questioning glance to the weapon when Jongseok confidently decided that he was a warrior. The student council member then held up his shield with a mischievous smile, showing off the 2-star defender warrior card and declaring that he had already caught goblins. After that, he pointed his thumb behind his back, inviting the puzzled guys to hide behind him if something happened. The conversation was interrupted by the bespectacled Minsu rushing towards Jongseok, who, in a panic, loudly announced that he had heard goblins from the direction of the stairs. The self-proclaimed leader pointed to the cafeteria door, demanding the crowd to shut up and go inside. As the students with frightened faces headed inside the cafe, Jongseok slammed his fist on the shield, proudly declaring that he and the other warriors would protect the entrance. Pointing to the side, Seongwoo called Hanho over with a concentrated look. Now the two friends stood at the glass doors, behind which bright orange mana was spreading. Illuminated by the warm glow, the guys looked up in puzzlement, noticing something shocking. There was a chain with a lock on the doors, under which hung a sign informing that the entrance was sealed with magic, and it could only be opened by defeating the monster boss within the allotted time. Sunwoo began to furiously pull the door handle, concluding with dissatisfaction that it didn't even move slightly due to his efforts. Looking sideways with alarm, Hanho broke out in a cold sweat and asked whether they would die if they failed to complete the quest. The necromancer with a spear in his hand turned around and displeasedly concluded that it was better to follow the instructions while his friend stood half-sided, waiting for him. The main character clenched his teeth furiously, mentally concluding that everyone who could not take what was happening seriously would be killed. Jongseok, pointing to the plump Minsu, called out to Sunwoo with a satisfied smile and asked if they were the same age. Turning away, the guy in glasses and a tracksuit confirmed the assumption with contempt. After that, Jongseok brazenly threw his hands on both guys' shoulders and with a sly look offered to protect everyone, which they were not particularly happy with. The shaggy student cast a questioning glance at Sunwoo, clarifying what the problem was in uniting and the three of us saving the others. Then the main character, pointing to the door, asked if Jongseok had seen a message on the door, and he scratched his head in thought and replied that he was going to wait for the army. Hearing this, Sunwoo grabbed his interlocutor by the shoulder and began to shout furiously that they could not escape like that. Jongseok raised an eyebrow and asked with displeasure whether the guy really did not serve, but he denied this assumption. Then the long-haired member of the student council spread his arms to the sides, pompously pushing out laudatory speeches about the Korean army. Sunwoo cast a worried look at the guy and, gritting his teeth, mentally called his interlocutor a fool, because if the whole world is in a dangerous situation, then the soldiers will not care about the students. After this, the main character began to walk away with an irritated look in the company of Hanho, while Jongseok turned around and angrily shouted at him. The shaggy student stayed with the plump one, shouting for the guys to go to the others and not get in the way. Suddenly, Minsu screamed in horror, noticed the goblins, and the panic was suddenly transmitted to Jongseok. Seongwoo and Hanho stood at the top of the stairs, watching as a squad of ferocious monsters with yellow eyes descended. The students in the cafeteria watched in fear through the glass doors, and the shaggy student, having prepared a shield, decided to protect the others. The young man with a bow in his hand pointed in horror towards the corridor, shouting that goblins were climbing out of there. In a dark passage stood a squad of skeletons with weapons and glowing eye sockets. Seeing them, Jongseok screamed loudly in horror and raised his shield. Seongwoo appeared in front of him, menacingly holding out a spear and demanding not to touch his assistants. The necromancer began to move forward, waving his weapon and explaining that the leader should not act rashly. Jongseok looked at the guy in bewilderment, furiously asking what class he was. Looking back at him with glowing blue eyes, Sunwoo announced that he had the best class. The smell of death was activated, after which much more mana began to ooze from the skeletons. The weakened goblins watched in horror as the blue glow approached. They started to run in panic when creepy skulls with fangs began to appear in the mana. Seongwoo, who had powerful streams of energy coming out of his eyes, cast a furious glance at his opponents from under his brows. Meanwhile, people in the cafeteria were panicking and making noise as they watched what was happening through the windows. A group of guys looked through the glass in shock, seeing the goblins approaching. Jongseok opened his mouth in horror and cursed, not understanding what was happening. In a narrow corridor, the goblins engaged in a furious battle with the skeletons, both sides armed with daggers. One of the yellow-eyed fang creatures, sitting on the floor after the blow, was clutching his sore head. In some places, the attacks caused bright flashes, in which goblins screamed furiously. Seongwoo grimly held the spear in front of him with both hands, preparing to attack. Two bony resurrected creatures were now fighting back the goblins, who were flying back from the powerful blows. The necromancer sharply began to swing his spear, cutting down the short opponents who were trying to flee in panic. Jongseok, covering himself with a shield, watched the fight in horror, while the frightened Minsu hid behind him, covering his mouth. The two goblins opened their yellow eyes wide, shaking in fear of the man. Sunwoo, lowering his fist to the floor, shouted furiously so that the monsters would not be allowed to leave, and asked to block the stairs. Two combat skeleton assistants with daggers immediately appeared in the air, blocking the retreat of the opponents, and flashes sparkled under their feet from the high speed. Seeing this, the necromancer clenched his hand into a fist and shouted joyfully. After that, the guy, gritting his teeth, glanced back with concern, thinking that if someone found out about his ability, they would rely on him to save him. A picture of armed heroes confronting the monster surfaced in the main character's head when he decided that he would team up with the guys and defeat the boss. While the skeleton was furiously stabbing the goblin with his dagger, a system window popped up indicating that a robber's dagger had been used. When Sunwoo activated the bracelet, creating a magic circle and an orange glow, a notification announced the essence of the artifact. Now the guy watched his skeletons with orange energy fought goblins without much difficulty, mentally concluding that there must be worse opponents in this game. The students watched the necromancer in bewilderment, realizing that he could control the undead. One shocked girl widened her eyes and asked which faculty the necromancer was from, to which she was told that he was from writing. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, skeletons crawled on the floor while one of the goblins attacked them and tried to escape. Noticing this, Xiangwu swung his spear furiously and gritted his teeth. He hit the tip of the weapon directly in the lower back of the short monster, lifting him into the air and piercing him through, having defeated the goblin. The guy looked up and exhaled with relief, realizing that he had succeeded. The crowd, watching from the sidelines, rejoiced and encouraged the hero. Two happy guys were happily discussing Sunwoo, and everyone else was calm while the necromancer was nearby. The corpses of monsters lay on the tiles, around which blood spread in puddles. Descending the stairs, Xiangwu looked around in bewilderment and did not find any objects, and his skeleton assistant stood nearby. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of the main character, informing him of a reward for killings in the form of a lottery ticket with an unlimited rating. The necromancer cast a blank look at the tablet, because he could not use the gift due to lack of inventory. While Sunwoo was putting the ticket in his pocket, skeletons and Hanho began to approach him from both sides, and the guy praised his squad for the work they had done. Suddenly, the resurrected creatures began to terribly click their fangs in chorus, and the main character, greatly frightened, asked them not to do that. Two guys, surrounded by skeletons, calmly descended from the stairs where four guys were standing. Raising an eyebrow and slinging the spear over his shoulder, Xiangwu concluded with a grin that it was useful. Chongsok, hearing this, looked at the guy in shame, twisting his mouth and breaking out in a cold sweat. The guys headed to the cafeteria doors. Now, in addition to the crowd of frightened students and defenders, there was a squad of curious skeletons inside. Xiangwu spoke seriously to the crowd of people, mentioning the message on the door, and everyone began to panic and ask what they should do. Pointing to the burning sign, the main character stated that the solution was on it, and said that the boss of the monsters was located somewhere. The crowd began to look at each other in panic, not wanting to do anything. Sunwoo held out two fingers, indicating that they had approximately that many hours left to defeat the main monster. A skeleton assistant stood in front of the necromancer while he gave an inspiring speech to motivate the guys to action. One guy from the crowd of students raised his hand with a scared look, saying that he had seen the boss of the monsters. He recalled how he went out to smoke on the roof, and a huge shaggy monster appeared there and mercilessly killed their professor. Then Sunwoo raised his head and firmly decided that their goal was now the roof. Orange mana continued to burn behind the doors, and the main character clarified that no one else would go with him. The guys all hesitated and lowered their eyes, then the necromancer turned to the defenders, but they also did not show any determination, coughing and turning away in shame. Sunwoo calmly concluded that he was in vain hoping for help from others, and Hanho put his hand to his mouth, calling out to his comrade in a whisper. Laughing awkwardly and scratching the back of his head, the partner admitted that he also wanted to stay here, to which the main character answered negatively with a smile. Then Hanho was horrified, pitifully holding out his dagger, but Xiangwu frowned and waved away such a proposal. The two guys turned around sharply when a question came from behind them about further actions after the monster was defeated from an armed girl. Looking around, the brunette with a hand on her hip concluded that they could try to reach the roof through the corridors. After this, the tiger hunter Jisoo looked closely at the main character, remembering that he had skeletons, and deciding that in this case there was no point in taking cowards with him. The girl turned around with a fierce look, her red eyes blazing as the guys looked at her in shock. Sunwoo calmly glanced at Jisoo, thinking that it was better to recruit more guys, because they didn't know the boss's powers. The necromancer turned to Jeongseok in bewilderment, asking if he would join, and he opened his mouth in shock. Panicking and covered in cold sweat, the student began to justify why he should stay. Then Sunwoo glanced displeasedly at the coward, who had been trying to appear cool all this time. A detachment of 3 guys decided to move out onto the dark passages, because the journey could take a lot of time. The trio, surrounded by skeletons, looked up warily as they climbed the steps. Holding the railing, Jisoo glanced down while the necromancer calmed Hanho. A pair of angry goblins, sparkling yellow eyes in the darkness, rushed towards the guys from below, which the girl warned her partners about with a scream. Xiangwu and the skeletons took fighting positions, and the same short monsters began to emerge from above. The main character screamed in panic, asking his 2 partners to cover him. Jisoo swung her katana furiously, leaving red streaks in the air, and confidently rushed towards one of the goblins. With one swing, the girl cut through the enemy's body, and drops of blood rose into the air. Another goblin, noticing Jisoo, began to run so as not to die from her attack. While flying, the girl looked back, noticing the fleeing monster. In the next instant, she stabbed right through the goblin, lifting him into the air as he screamed in pain. The monster, struck by the attack, flew back sharply while thick blood flowed from its through wound. Jisoo, frozen with her katana lowered, looked menacingly in front of her and took a breath. Standing behind her, Hanho widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock, clutching the hilt of the dagger with both hands. After that, he turned to Sunwoo with a smile, joyfully concluding that his new partner was very cool. The guy abruptly pulled out the tip of a spear from the goblin's corpse, along which a trickle of blood ran. The necromancer, surrounded by skeletons and corpses of opponents, turned around in bewilderment at the sounds. The undead, wandering among the lifeless bodies of goblins, suddenly froze with daggers in their bony hands. When Sunwoo looked at Hanho put his finger to his lips and concluded in panic that Sungshin's words were true. The necromancer, breathing out a sigh of relief, offered to move on with a smile. Hanho and Jisoo now walked one after another up the unlit steps of the long staircase. When the main character got up, he was horrified to find Professor H. Wang's body against the wall in a pool of blood. Sunwoo hurried to call out to the dying man, and he recognized the young man's voice. The guy opened his mouth in panic, asking how the teacher was feeling, but he could barely speak, coughing up blood. Professor H. Wang lowered his head and sobbed bitterly, admitting that the students died because of him. Sunwoo looked at his interlocutor in horror and asked him to calm down, and he, trembling violently, remembered how he and the guys went to the laboratory. The professor concluded that they could not stay there for long, so he suggested going up to the roof. They had a contingency briefing, so they headed up without fear. Then Sunwoo widened his eyes and clenched his teeth in tension, wondering what happened next. The professor said that a terrible monster appeared on the roof and attacked the guys. Three partners, standing in the dark surrounded by skeletons, began to look around. Spitting blood through his teeth, H. Wang asked Sunwoo to never go up to the roof. The man grabbed the shocked guy by the jacket, demanding that he survive. After these words, Professor H. Wang lowered his head and died, and the trio looked at him sadly. The necromancer tightly grasped the spear in his hand, engulfed in a blue glow. Blue mana sparkled above the gloomy hero's bowed head. A system window popped up in front of the young man, notifying him of an exclusive task to avenge the death of the professor. Reading the description, Sunwoo decided that fate was a turning point that could change his entire life. The necromancer clenched his teeth from tension and cast a sad glance at the man, loudly asking why all this had to happen to them. After that, Xiangwu resolutely headed up the stairs along with the skeletons, and Hanho below asked with bewilderment whether they would really go to the roof. The resurrected goblins turned questioningly to the guy, waiting for him to start moving. Sunwoo cast a menacing glance upward, frowning deeply. The armed trio, accompanied by skeletons, decisively burst into the boss's room, ready to fight the monster. The orange sky burned against the background of the roof, and a column of smoke rose to the left. At the top, a makeshift camp was built with huts and a fire, filled with ferocious yellow-eyed goblins. The monsters carefully examined the corpses of students lying everywhere on the roof. Watching the outrages of the monsters, Xiangwu grinned angrily and frowned. Behind him, Hanho was pointing at something above in a panic, his eyes widening and his mouth opening in horror. In the distance lay the body of the guy's classmate, which the goblin was greedily biting, raising his hand in a red jacket. Jisoo cast a contemptuous look at the vile creatures, tightly gripping the hilt of her katana and preparing to attack. Hanho looked in bewilderment at Sunwoo, who sharply raised his hand with the bracelet, clenched into a fist, wondering why such terrible things were happening to them. The thought arose in my head that this was due to weakness. Waving his hand, the necromancer walked forward with concentration and called his partners to follow him, concluding that they must become stronger. Hearing the stomping, one of the goblins turned around in bewilderment with wide eyes. He hurried to the other two relatives, revealing their equipment with daggers, and in his own way warned of the approaching people. The goblins stopped running, abandoning all their important matters. All the monsters gathered in one place, surrounding an armed trio of students who arrived on the roof in the company of skeletons. While Xiangwu looked intently at the opponents, Hanho asked with a frightened look whether it would be better for them to just run away now. At that time, the skeletons stood nearby, preparing for battle, and the necromancer mentally concluded that the atrocities needed to be stopped. Moving his hand to the side, the main character clenched his fist, and the bracelet on his wrist began to sparkle in an orange glow. After that, a magic circle appeared around the hand, activating a strong ability. A system window popped up indicating that wild madness had been used, increasing damage and attack speed for 10 minutes, and the eerie skeletons began to emit a powerful orange glow. The goblins screamed furiously, rushing towards their opponents with a menacing look. However, the skeletons, creating a barrier of themselves, did not let the ferocious monsters through. One goblin attacked the skeleton with a dagger, but he put out his bony hand in front of him, and the blade got stuck in the space between the radius and ulna. A sudden bright flash illuminated the space, spreading out into orange streams. Shrouded in a bright glow, the goblin now screamed in agony as his body was cut in several places. A fierce battle was fought between the skeletons and the yellow-eyed monsters, and both sides attacked the enemy mercilessly. Watching the fight, Sunwoo furiously shouted for his teammates to use the skeletons as a shield. While the resurrected creature covered the necromancer, he furiously pierced the goblins with a spear. Jisoo's eyes glowed red fiercely as she mercilessly cut through the bodies of short opponents. Only one Hanho stood behind the fighting guys, idle, clutching the hilt of his dagger in fear and displeasedly asking why he chose the robber class. The young man began to sob bitterly, shouting offendedly that at first he thought the chosen class was cool, but in fact it turned out to be useless. After a little hysteria, Hanho reached behind his back with his hand, taking out a dagger from his belt. Taking out a compact weapon, the guy closed his eyes and, throwing it forward, screamed furiously. The goblin, his yellow eyes bulging, watched in horror as the blade clearly hit the head of his fellow nearby. Having opened his eyes slightly, Hanho, with snot and tears, began to be perplexed at such unexpected accuracy. The goblins crowded around the monster's corpse, with a dagger sticking out of its head and blood flowing. The young man immediately remembered that he was a master at throwing, and a picture from the university popped up in his head, where he was throwing cutlery out the window with a smile. Noticing the approaching goblin, Hanho confidently struck him with his hand, so that the short creature flew back. One of the monsters watched in horror as another of his relatives nearby was pierced by a dagger. Hanho spreads his left palm, examining it carefully. Taking on a serious look, the young man, who had noticeably gained weight, concluded that this was his talent. 3 goblins against the background of the orange sky at this time looked at each other in panic, holding daggers at the ready. A system window popped up notifying that the smell of death had been activated, reducing the characteristics of opponents, and the skeletons began to exude powerful blue mana, extending far beyond their bony bodies. Creepy skulls with fangs appeared in the air, overtaking the goblins, who were fleeing in horror. A bright flash appeared among the things on the roof. Then the yellow-eyed monsters turned their shocked gazes to the source of the explosion, opening their fanged mouths in fear. Against the backdrop of mountains of things, a fierce, furry creature of colossal size appeared, eyes sparkling and holding a massive club on his shoulder. The goblins abruptly dropped their daggers and fell to their knees, respectfully bowing before the strongest of them. Xiangwu and Hanho looked in panic at the leader who had appeared, holding out their weapons in front of them, and the skeleton assistant followed suit. As the eerie figure of the monster boss appeared in front of the trio of students against the backdrop of the bright orange sky, a system window popped up announcing that the great centurion had appeared. The goblins began to raise their daggers, yellow eyes blazing, and join their ferocious leader, snarling and ready to tear apart their opponents. Xiangwu, gritting his teeth, sharply swung his spear and quickly rushed towards the monsters. At this time, several goblins flew towards him, putting out their arms in an attempt to reach him. Frowning, the necromancer angrily ordered a squad of skeletons and his partners to kill all the monsters. A fierce battle began, and the sound of metal could be heard in the air as opponents fiercely crossed blades. One of the skeletons mercilessly knocked the goblin to the ground and, immobilizing him, raised his dagger to strike. A powerful energy flow was activated from the side, demolishing the undead. Raising his club above his head, the boss of the monsters growled fiercely and flashed his eyes. Seeing this, Sunwoo shouted furiously, warning the guys to dodge. The great centurion delivered powerful blows with his club, smashing the skeletons into pieces in one fell swoop, and fragments of bones rose into the air. The necromancer frowned around the battlefield as several system notifications reported that the undead were now under his control, and a powerful blue glow began to emanate from the skeletons. One of the assistants watched in bewilderment as the enemy rushed towards him. The monster boss angrily swung his massive club, scattering a squad of undead and staring with yellow eyes at the skeleton retreating back. At this time, Xiangwu, clenching his teeth tightly from tension, quickly flew towards the centurion attacking his assistants. The guy stopped in front of the monster boss, wanting to save his fighter, and suddenly the system reported a strong reduction in mana, after which the main character concluded that he could not constantly resurrect skeletons. After this, a bright flash from a powerful blow appeared in the sky. Many daggers flew at high speed at once into the great centurion's muscular arm. The weapon-throwing Hanho stood with his hand outstretched and with a malicious smile asked if he could help restrain the boss of the monsters. Bloody daggers began to fall down as the great centurion, with a fierce look, began to sharply raise his fist to strike and emit a warlike growl. Now Hanho looked at him in panic, not understanding why the monster was angry, and Xiangwu, looking at his partner with bewilderment, said that he had hit him. When the great centurion rushed towards the well-aimed guy, he ran away with loud cries and pleas for mercy. The skeletons with red and blue mana stopped, watching in bewilderment what was happening. Hanho, continuing to run away, rejoiced and thanked the guys. The ferocious boss of monsters at once swept away all the undead that blocked his path, and fragments of bones flew into the air. At this time, a skeleton was flying furiously from behind towards the great centurion, raising a dagger in the air to attack. He sharply thrust the blade into the flesh of the colossal monster, and it immediately bared its teeth menacingly, becoming even more ferocious. Turning around, the boss of the monsters kicked the skeletons attacking him with all his might, and he flew back sharply. As he flew, his bones began to crumble, and remnants of orange mana came out of his eye sockets. The great centurion let out a warlike roar and flashed his eyes as Jisoo began to raise her katana behind him. The girl swung her blade sharply, striking the monster boss with a powerful blow, and the blade left a long bright streak in the air. Clutching his chest, the great centurion growled angrily as Jisoo stood waiting behind him. She stood proudly over the defeated colossal goblin, katana lowered. Streaks of blood were visible on the girl's face when she said with a menacing look that she would like to kill the great centurion in one blow. Watching Jisoo's attacks, Sunwoo concluded with shock that all her movements were refined and meaningful, not like those of an ordinary person. Glancing at the undead army in the blue glow, the guy gloomily decided that he, too, needed to think about a strategy. The boss of the monsters was now sitting on his knees as opponents were approaching him from all sides, among whom were skeletons and the furious Jisoo. One of the necromancer's assistants began to attack the colossal goblin from behind, and the others also suddenly attacked him, drawing daggers. Xiangwu, quickly raising his spear, gritted his teeth with a fierce attitude and flew towards the great centurion. A bright flash appeared around the giant goblin's body from numerous enemy attacks. During a spear strike, a piece of his ear flew off. Growling ferociously, the monster boss grabbed his head, and blood gushed out from his fingers, which the skeleton watched closely. He began to sharply attack the great centurion, who began to cover himself with his hand. Xiangwu, standing behind the skeletons, looked unhappy when the system reported a sharp decrease in mana. The monster boss bared his teeth and, uttering a growl, pointed his finger forward. The monster pointed at the skeleton in front of him, the rest of the undead slumped. Then the great centurion grinned maliciously, realizing that the undead were running out of mana. Sunwoo, gritting his teeth, looked at his opponent with anger and shouted that he had not won yet. Then the boss of the monsters began to furiously swing his massive club, smashing everything in front of him. The pieces of equipment flew straight at the necromancer, who, covering himself with his hands, flew to the side. The great centurion screamed furiously as he raised his club above his head to attack again. Xiangwu watched him in a panic, not understanding what to do next, and afraid that they would all die. Suddenly he looked to the side, discovering a blade protruding from a mountain of things. The monster boss continued to destroy the area. With rage on his face, he destroyed the skeletons one by one. Jisoo, who tried to attack him, was thrown away from the block by the centurion's club. The main character was angry at what was happening. He watched the monster's actions, standing near the destroyed table and shelves. He watched two skeletons running around the monster boss. The protagonist ordered them to stay close to the centurion. Having changed their trajectory, the skeletons, with glowing blue eyes, headed towards him from different directions. With unwavering fury, the centurion launched a circular attack with his hand, destroying two skeletons in an instant. At the same moment, the boss of the monsters noticed an unusual turquoise silhouette flying towards him. A blade glowing turquoise flew over the head of the uncomprehending monster. A skeleton suddenly appeared above the centurion's head and grabbed the flying sword. The skeleton flew over the head of the monster watching this. In an instant, the skeleton, with the strength of his entire body, sent a sword strike towards the head of the monster boss. The centurion managed to react and blocked the attack with his club. The skeleton, having received a strong blow to the sword, flew several meters away. The surprised protagonist looked at the information window that appeared. It said that when playing in a team, there is a synergy effect. Pointing to Xiangwu and Jisoo's swords, the window showed a list of synergies. It stated that a first-level warrior gains weapon synergy if he has 3 swords. The effect of this buff is to increase attack speed by 10% and reduce weapon weight by 50%. Looking at the sword-fighting skeleton who had only one arm, the information panel identified him as a one-armed warrior. He received the individual synergy class, which can be obtained if a one-armed sword is obtained. The effect is an 88% chance to block a strike. Turquoise energy appeared near the mouth of the grinning skeleton. Looking at the slightly tired centurion, the main character noted with a little doubt that with synergy and weapons, he could win. The main character, extending his hand behind his body, abruptly grabs a chair and begins to run towards the monster. Sunwoo shouts that he will let him taste the killer taste of this couple. With pure rage and glowing red eyes, Jisoo begins to run towards the monster boss. On the other hand, a skeleton jumps out at the centurion. With glowing blue eyes, he is preparing to attack with a sword. The monster boss looks around, deciding where to make the first attack. From the blind spot, a chair flies into the monster, and the protagonist flies towards it slightly to the left. Quickly turning around, slightly taken aback, he does not have time to react to several attacks from Jisoo, and misses a couple of attacks with his sword. On the other hand, the skeleton also attacks the monster's back. The skeleton looks at the sharply turning centurion. With increased rage, the monster boss strikes the area near the skeleton with his club. At this moment, a blade flies towards the distracted monster. Hanko celebrates the precise blow of his blade into the hand of the monster boss. Growling with anger, with a slightly furious look, he pulls the blade out of his hand through the pain. Sunwoo's eyes light up as he gives commands to the skeletons. The skeleton receives a command. She demands to sacrifice himself. He begins to run towards Centurion, who is taking the sword out of his hand. The main character, looking at the enemy, a skeleton, jumping towards the enemy with a little sadness, thanks him and says goodbye to him. Remembering parts of the skeleton's battle, he thinks that he served him faithfully during this difficult time. The monster begins to wave its arm, looking at the approaching skeleton. Sunwoo thinks that the time has come for the skeleton to die for the sake of a great victory. Squeezing his eyes slightly as he watches the skeleton strike, he screams. Slipping over the centurion's hand, the skeleton points its blade towards the monster. The main character looks in surprise at the exchange of blows. The skeleton's attack hits the shocked monster's neck. As he flies past the centurion, he separates his head from his body. Sunwoo looks at the blocking effect in amazement. Jisoo and the protagonist look at the skeleton with its head bowed. A few meters away from them lies the dead body of a monster with a severed head. The protagonist receives 255 gold for killing the monster boss. Surprised, Hanko asks the main character what their friend, the skeleton, was doing before his death. Sunwoo gets level 3. Looking at the skeleton, he replies that it seems that this skeleton used to be a simple goblin. A turquoise glowing seal appears on the darkened face of the skeleton. An information window appears above him, notifying him that he has become stronger by absorbing the magic of the monster boss. His defensive power increased sharply and he received the characteristic of commander. There was also additional information at the bottom of the window that stated that depending on the number of team members, he could receive organized synergy. Pointing a finger at the seal on the skeleton's forehead, the protagonist asks what it is. Looking at the skeleton, who tries to look and touch the mark, he states that the mark has appeared. Sunwoo opened an information window called Subordinate List. It contained information about a level 2 elite skeleton goblin. His weapon, namely a saber, a goblin species, and a category that stated that he was both an undead and a level 1 commander. Imagining the army of skeletons, the protagonist thought that thanks to the organized synergy based on the characteristics of the commander, he would be able to create squads, groups, and platoons just like in the army. He decides that he needs to quickly increase the number of subordinates. Looking at their information windows, Jisoo and Hanko observe their new level gained. For the girl, this is the 3rd level. Looking back at the main character, she asks what's up with Sunwoo's level. He states that his level has also risen. Looking at the cards that appeared on the board, Jisoo stated that when moving to the 2nd level, she did not pay attention to them at all. Turning to the main character, she asked which card she should choose. The protagonist replied that they are random and you should rely on luck. The protagonist's friend also examined the cards. Looking at his, Sunwoo told him to choose one. Looking at the board, the title of which said to choose a card to move to a new level, and under it there were 5 cards with random characteristics. The protagonist recalled that at the 2nd level he chose a skill that gave him more subordinates. With a slight hesitation on his face, he picked up a random card and obtained the basic bone weapon skill. He revealed the skill information. It was an active class skill that required 10 mana. The brief information stated that Sunwoo could create weapons from bones. The possible weapon types to create were sword, heavy weapon, spear, and arrow. Also at the bottom of the information window there was information that the final result may vary depending on the type and quality of the material. Also, as soon as the skill level increases, the main character will create better weapons. Looking a little surprised at the window, holding a sword in his hands, the protagonist affirmed that he could make weapons. Looking up, he noticed that the information window for the exclusive task, Revenge for the Professor, began to disappear. An exclusive skill was obtained for this task. Also, additional information stated that the fate of the protagonist was changing imperceptibly. Slightly closing his eyes in sadness, he remembered his bloody, crying professor. Covering the skeletons with turquoise energy, he clarified that he could now take 5 skeletons for himself, because his limit had now been increased. He also thought that it was not at all clear what impact events had on his fate. He concluded that he should be more careful in the elections. Looking back at the sound, Hanko noticed a cloak approaching him from the sky. Examining it in his hands, he concluded that it was a robber's cloak. Pointing to Hanko, who was putting on his cloak, the protagonist asked why he needed it. The protagonist's friend replied that it increases the chance of hiding from monsters by 50%. Making an absolutely serious face, he thought that he was ideal for escaping. Without changing his courageous and serious face, he said that he would never run away again, because from now on his path was battle. Jisoo picked up a small rectangular red stone. Hanko asked what kind of stone it was. She replied that it was a kindling stone. Looking at the stone brought to his face, the protagonist's friend asked if it was for starting a fire. The girl replied no. Imagining a scene with a burning sword, she replied that if you sharpen a sword on this stone, it will ignite when attacked. Looking at the girl putting the stone in a special case, Hanko said that this was very cool. Standing with the skeletons, Sunwoo, pointing to the exit, suggested that they try out the items later and now return to the others. Several people with weapons and other war items stood near a small cafe. Approaching Jongseok, Minsu called out to him. Looking back at the few people standing behind him, he asked if they really needed to guard them. Jongseok, listening to Minska, clenched his teeth in anger. At this point, the second guy continued. He asked if it would have been better for them to go help Sunwoo defeat the monster. He stated that they should have listened to him. The guy with glasses cut off his words and Jongseok grabbed him by the shoulder. With uncontained anger, he shouted that for their sake, he was risking his life, demanding that they stop talking nonsense. He turned around and walked towards several people they were guarding. They looked back at him questioningly. Standing next to the stunned Minsu, he, holding a shield in his hands, shouted out what they needed from him, why they were all so unhappy. With an angry look, he points to the entrance and shouts that if they no longer want to live, then why should he suffer for their sake? Outraged people asked what he was talking about and where they should go. With his eyes even more wide open with anger, he declared that all dissatisfied people should run to the roof to help the protagonist. People asked who he even was. He replied that he was protecting them. They answered him a little impudently that it was not he who was protecting them, but those who went to the roof. Blushing with anger, he said that since high school he had tried to hold back for the sake of others. One of the standing guys, slightly annoyed, demanded to repeat it. An angry Jongseok pointed at him and told him to speak up. He said that since they were protected by that cretin from the roof, then let him go to him and the monster would kill them all. With inhuman fury, he declares that although he has already been dealt with in any way. People looked at him in surprise, spreading his arms to the sides, smiling hysterically. He asked why they were silent. Were they really afraid to face the truth? People asked who had been decided. Jongseok squirmed in anger, remembering the skeletons of the main character. He screamed with hatred. Looking at the fallen Jongseok, one guy from the crowd said that he wished him dead. He remembered the magically sealed door. He, in the company of those fighting on the roof, approached her. The protagonist opened the seal. The fallen Jongseok looked worriedly towards the rest of the company. Sunwoo turned to him and said that he was starting to get in the way. The entire company of 3 people and skeletons looked back towards the despondent Jongseok. The main character asked if he wanted to say something. A little embarrassed, he made a face and doubted the answer. Behind his back, he heard words that he was pretending to be a great commander, but he remained a loser. People whispered that he was only pretending to be strong and brave. brave. The main character, Hanko and Jisoo, went inside with the skeletons. They looked around and concluded that the room was clean. One of the guys saw the passage and called everyone to follow him. They climbed to the roof, where there were many bloody corpses, as well as several types of weapons. All the people were dead, their heads were broken. A group of people began to inspect the area. After examining the corpses, the protagonist concluded that they were killed by goblins. He wondered if they were hiding somewhere on campus. Hanko looked around and pointed with a smile at the people sitting nearby. Sunwoo and the rest of the company approached the armed people who noticed them. One of their company, raising his sword, greeted them joyfully. Looking at the bloody weapons in the hands of people, the protagonist concluded that these were survivors of the battle. Pushing people aside, Jongseok smiled and greeted one of those present, Park, by name. A guy with ashen hair and a sword on his back greeted him with a smile. Looking at the pumped-up guy with a black tie and a windbreaker thrown over the rest of his clothes, Jongseok said that he was glad to see him today. Looking at their friendly greeting, with a stern look, Jisoo stated that this guy was the student council president. With an evil look looking at the company of the main character, Jongseok whispered something to Park. Jisoo and Hanko stated that they were whispering about Sunwoo. The protagonist looked at this with some indifference and a slight grin. The president of the student council, having talked to Jongseok, who was standing behind him and smiling slyly, he approached the company of the main character's people and introduced himself. Continuing to smile, he said that today they had all suffered enough and had to fight and survive. Listening to him, one girl immediately began to feel embarrassed. He also added that if they unite, I will be safe. Pointing to the skeletons, he asked what kind of creatures they were. The protagonist replied that it is easy to guess that they are the result of choosing a class card. With a little disdain, the student council president asked that he chose creatures that kill people. The thought flashed through the main character's head that Puck wanted to show everyone that the protagonist was dangerous. Looking at the skeletons, the student council president stated that if he plans to join NTI, he will need to get rid of them. Slightly impudently, the protagonist asked what would happen if he refused. Raising his hands to the side, he shouted that the main character would prefer them over people. He also asked if he wanted them to live near the carrion. A little annoyed, Hanko asked why it was carrion, but after looking at the skeletons, he agreed. Continuing to look at them, Hanko said that they were cute despite this, and told them to show everyone their cute faces. The skeletons smiled slightly. The protagonist told them all to calm down. Looking at his sword, Sunwoo said that the skeletons will remain in any case, because this is his class. If he kills them, he will lose his weapon. He also said that it is impossible to survive in the new world without protection. Smirking, Puck said that they were his protection. Continuing to smile maliciously, he said that he was giving them one last chance. All he had to do was kill them and he would be with them. Aggressive steps were heard. Jisoo asked why this stupid proposal. Holding her sword forward, she said that they had not expressed any desire to go with them. She also said that being on the student council didn't make him a big deal. Frowning slightly, he asked if she was from the Department of Social and Physical Education. Looking sternly at Puck, smiling slightly, she replied that he was wrong. She also said that since the university was destroyed, it doesn't matter where she comes from. Gesturing towards himself, he told her to calm down and move on to them, otherwise she would regret it. Angry, Jisoo said to stop pretending to be saviors, because she knows that they spent the student fees by forging checks at the festival. She said that she personally published a post on the university website. Pak remembered an anonymous post on the site. Annoyed, with an evil smile, the man with white hair said that no one was persuading them and they could go fight the monsters alone. He shouted after the departing members of the protagonist's team that they would regret it, because the synergy effect is the key to victory. He also said that they could not cope alone and would die. They passed a location with a large number of corpses. The main character looked at Jisoo, who was actively leaving. He asked her if she had any conflicts with him. She replied that no, and that these types of people just infuriate her. Remembering the faces of the humiliated and upset junior students, she said that Park played around and abandoned many girls from the first year. He came to the university to pick up and take advantage of girls. Even though he is the president, he is a very rotten person. Hanko said that the student council president is a scoundrel. Walking towards the exit, she stated that their main goal now was to get out of campus. Turning her head towards Sunwoo, she said that it was better for them to avoid crowds because monsters like to attack groups. Holding his chin, the main character fell into thought. Pointing towards the exit, he suggested going through the central exit, because this way they would still get to the gate, but they would meet fewer people. The protagonist's team climbed a long wooden staircase. Surrounded by skeletons, they looked around. Hanko noted the fact that this place was surprisingly quiet. Throwing his hand back, the protagonist ordered the rest of the team to freeze. Hanko asked in surprise what happened. The protagonist, who quickly turned around, indicated with a gesture that he needed to shut up. Looking back at the end of the stairs, they noticed a monster. Under the monster lay several fresh, bloody corpses. In his hands he held an axe battered from battles. He picked him up from the ground after the murder. He actively examined it after the new victim. Raising his head, he looked forward with burning eyes. Frightened, Hanko raised his hands to his face and declared that this monster was bigger than the goblin boss. Jisoo and Sunwoo were assessing their new enemy. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the main character said that in front of them was an orc. Suddenly, the orc, throwing his axe up, growled angrily. There was a sharp blow to the floor. A moment later, the orc jumped onto the stairs and, with burning eyes, rushed towards the protagonist's team. Smiling and radiating confidence, the main character said that with his help he would create new skeletons for himself. Looking at the approaching monster, Seongwoo once again happily repeated that this is an excellent material for skeletons. Showing off his huge fangs, the orc roared loudly. Out of surprise, the main character was a little scared. With a quick jerk, jerk, the monster began to destroy the crowd of skeletons. The protagonist shouted to the slightly frightened team to dodge. Hanko, who jumped back into the bushes, indignantly asked why such thugs even exist. The furious orc of the moment turned his gaze towards Jisoo. Slightly awkward, she thrust her sword forward at the flying monster. The blow of the huge axe fell on the sword that was barely restraining it. The orc swung for a second downward strike, and Jisoo quickly tried to block with her blade. One of the skeletons exposed himself to the attack. Scattered from the impact, he saved the girl. The monster began to destroy everything around in a rage. The main character, slightly frightened, shouted for the skeletons to stop him. Turquoise energy began to appear in the mouth of the skeleton commander. Looking at the orc, without a drop of fear, he threw his hand with the sword forward. Swinging his axe, the monster wheezed with rage. The skeleton rushed towards him. Thanks to the skill of dodging the first attack of the one-armed warrior, the skeleton dodged the attack with an axe and wounded the orc in the shoulder with a quick attack. The enraged monster began to destroy the skeletons. Seongwoo, who climbed the stairs, told Jisoo to get up, because for a normal battle they need to go out onto level ground. Holding his other hand, Jisoo thinks with frustration about how the orc so easily dodges all their attacks. When both team members went upstairs, the protagonist told them not to approach the monster. He said that he was worth fighting just like the boss. Covering the bloody wound on his chest, a large monster with burning eyes stepped from the last step. The main character's team moved away slightly and hid behind the trees. Noticing the people and skeletons watching him, the orc, growling, rushed towards them. Turning towards Jisoo, the main character stated that the skeletons must be sacrificed first. Looking at the many corpses, he thought that they needed to monitor their mana. The orc slowly made his way through the trees. The protagonist, observing this, noted that in the forest there is no point in mindless destructive attacks. The orc looked at the skeletons surrounding him, shouting the command to start Tataki. Hanko threw a dagger towards the monster. From all directions, 5 skeletons did the same. Several daggers stabbed into the not very maneuverable orc. In an instant, 2 skeletons jumped on the snarling monster. Having time to react, he immediately launched several attacks at them with both hands. Feeling something, the orc was distracted by his hands. 2 skeletons had already climbed onto them, attacking him from his blind spot. Without allowing the monster to react, Jisoo and the protagonist jumped towards it, holding swords in their hands. With the skeleton still hanging from his arms, the orc tried to hit the quickly approaching girl. In an instant from the attack, she was able to evade by slipping under his hand. With a dash, she was able to attack the knee area with her sword. The monster fell to one knee and immediately received a blow to his right hand. She was instantly cut off by the protagonist. The orc could not control himself because of the pain. He growled. The goblin commander, who flew up from above, plunged a dagger straight into the monster's neck. Seongwoo read the information window, which said that he would receive 110 gold pieces for killing the orc leader. Wiping sweat from his lips, the protagonist was surprised that in front of them was the head of the orcs. Jisoo also noted that he was much weaker than the boss. Approaching the orc, the main character said that perhaps it was their coordinated work. An information window appeared in front of him, on which there was information that this dead person did not respond to his call, because Seongwoo's level was not enough to summon medium-level monsters. Taking his hand away from the head of the orcs, he said that he could not summon him yet. Summoning several skeletons, the protagonist asked the girl which card she chose. Recalling the gray card that showed a man in a tiger suit, she stated that she had chosen the tiger hunter. She said that she liked the drawing, but it turned out that the card had 3 stars. Sighing sadly, Hanko said that he was the only one who came across a card with 1 star. Looking at his hand, shrouded in energy, the protagonist declared that he had finally accumulated mana and it was time to try out a new skill. With a menacing face, he brought his hands closer to the skeletons. He decided to try creating weapons from bones. Using this skill, he obtained a sword, a blunt weapon, a spear, and an arrow of the lowest level. Each of the weapons could be exchanged for bags of gold. Clicking on the window item, he said that he decided to create a blunt weapon because it was higher in level. Glowing with a turquoise light, the bones lying on the ground began to assemble into weapons. Raising an axe made of bones, the main character declared that it was very light. Holding the second weapon, Jisoo stated that this was indeed the case. The name of this weapon is Orc Axe. It is a normal level and its class is a blunt weapon. Throwing this weapon to the skeleton, he declared that he would give each one one. Looking at the skeletons trying out their new weapons, the main character received new information in the window. The skill Wild Madness, category Weapon of Synergy, was obtained. The condition for obtaining it was 5 or more pieces of bone weapons. His buff is plus 30 damage when attacking if you are wounded. A skill was also received with the same category and condition, but with a buff of plus 5% to stun and plus 10% for medium-sized monsters. Sunwoo extended his hand towards the sword. He threw it to Hanko, who caught it carelessly and was delighted with the new sword. The protagonist asked to hold it. With a little disbelief, the main character says that he will need to be returned as soon as he says, stating that the one-armed synergy works very cool, so he said to be careful. Having collected themselves, Sunwoo's team began to descend back. The protagonist told them to remain vigilant as they descended. Surprised, Hanko pointed ahead and asked what was ahead above the cars. Ahead they saw a sealed purple entrance, on which it was written that they needed to defeat the monster boss in 8 minutes and or all monsters would receive a double boost. Looking at the sealed entrance, Seongwoo was indignant that this was the second time they found themselves in such a situation. They looked at the current time on the board. In front of the protagonist's surprised team, a board appeared with information that the orc squads were starting a hunt, and they should find a suitable place to meet them. Below there was information that orcs are guided by the smell of hunters and really like to hunt large groups. Frightened, Hanko asked if they were really hunting them. Jisoo turned around, scanning the area for enemies, and said that if they were interested in large groups, they would soon come to them. She thought that teamwork, on the contrary, was not the best idea in such a situation. The monster was approaching a group of hunters. A huge monster with huge fangs and an axe in his hands was growling. The frightened team, led by the student council president, looked back at the sound. The protagonist's team noticed a scream coming from a nearby 3-story building. Jisoo thought that the student council group was there. Hanko noted that it was good that they did not agree to be with them. The main character concluded that being in a group is not always good. Looking towards the skeletons, the whole group thought that it was all about synergy. The first wave, consisting of 5 orcs, has begun. Looking at the information board, a little doubtful, Hanko said that he thought they could handle it. The protagonist's friend shook when he heard the roar of monsters behind him. The 5 orcs looked around. Hanko, looking at the monsters, fearfully noted that they were following them. The protagonist looked towards the cars. Smiling, he stated that he had an idea. Slightly narrowing his eyes and pulling his hood over himself, Hanko asked what idea they were talking about. In his head, he sincerely hoped that the idea was to get out as quickly as possible. Jisoo looked at the protagonist's friend with disbelief. Sunwoo suggested making a trap. Pointing to the skeletons standing next to the cars, the main character stated that they would take advantage of the terrain and the skeletons themselves. The orc raised his axe with which he had just killed the skeleton. A group of 5 orcs walked along the road, carefully examining the surroundings. The road in front of them was blocked by many cars. One of the red-skinned orcs sighed, his eyes glowing brightly as he frowned at the entire surrounding area. Suddenly, the orcs paid attention to the scream of a man in the plaza, standing on one of the cars. Hanho, holding a katana in front of him, shouted, calling the orcs pigs. The orc breathed copious amounts of hot air from his nose and raised his axe. He was angry. Hanho became numb. He leaned back out of fear and began to tremble. His whole body turned white, losing its natural color. The orcs, growling, rushed straight at Hanho, wanting to kill him. Suddenly, in front of the running orc, the door of one of the cars was sharply kicked open. 2 pigs with fangs running ahead crashed into car doors. One of them completely fell off his feet and began to fall. Sunwoo and Jisoo suddenly jumped out of the cars. Jisoo picked up a katana, and Sunwoo ordered his skeletons, who had previously pretended to be dead, to attack the orcs. They immediately grabbed their weapons and jumped on the monsters. One of the orcs was able to notice the glowing attack coming towards him. The skeletons attacked with bone hammers directly at the heads of the orcs, who screamed and fell to the ground in pain. The monsters began to fall, losing consciousness from the blows of the skeletons. Sunwoo and Jisoo grabbed their blades from their sheaths and decided to take advantage of the orcs' moment of weakness by rushing at them. A moment later, system notifications appeared, one after another, notifying about the gold received in the killing of the orc. Seongwoo, Jisoo and Hanho, along with one of the goblins, stood near the corpses of the orcs looking at them. At that moment, the system notified them that they had received a reward for defeating the first wave of opponents. As a reward, they were given 100 gold. And their level increased. Seongwoo raised his head and looked at the system notification notifying him that the number of his wards had increased by 2. The card in his hand began to dissipate. Seongwoo wondered if he could gain the ability. Seongwoo lowered his gaze, thinking, although his wards were now 7, there were still 50 mana points. The protagonist drew attention to Hanho, who brought his dagger to his face, beginning to admire the skill he had acquired. Hanho began to attack the air in front of him with his dagger, while simultaneously calling the skill he had acquired: high-speed slicing. The protagonist turned his head to Jisoo and was about to ask her about her reward when he saw Jisoo's fist engulfed in flames. Jisoo raised her hands and clenched her palms into fists. The aura around her body exuded a faint flame as she told Sunwoo about her choice. It turned out that she chose strength, after which her strength increased by 2 points, but at the same time she got a feeling as if her whole body warmed up. Seongwoo turned his head and addressed Hanho, simultaneously raising his hand and summoning 2 skeletons. Hanho covered his mouth, starting to fake cry and tremble after his friend told him to give up the sword, because he would have to use the dagger to develop further. Hanho handed the sword to the skeleton, who extended his hand. Parts of the city were burning, and plumes of flame mixed with smoke rose in some areas of the city. Seongwoo's group walked through the streets of the city, accompanied by several armed skeletons. The protagonist suddenly raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and worriedly shouted to everyone to stop. Ahead, a group of orcs with axes attacked the bus, trying to destroy it. Jisoo, Sunwoo, and Hanho looked out from behind a tree looking at a group of 7 orcs. The protagonist assumed that there were people on the bus. Suddenly, a spear flew out of the back window of the bus and hit the orc's head. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek. He, placing his fist on the tree, said that inside the bus only one person defended himself using a spear through the window. Jisoo watched nervously as the 2 orcs swung their axes for another blow. She suggested that Sunwoo help the people on the bus. Jisoo imagined a plan of action in her head. She suggested going around the bus and attacking from both sides. Sunwoo asked her if the plan was too easy. Hanho looked at his friend, who raised his hand and, stroking his jaw, thought. Sunwoo removed his hand from his face and then asked Jisoo if she was sure that the people on the bus would come to help, and then reminded her that in their situation it was difficult for them to rely on strangers. The orc struck the back of the bus, sparks flying away from his impact. Jisoo turned her head as Sunwoo said that they couldn't rely on frightened people. But then the protagonist sharply turned his head and smiled, pointing his finger at the orcs, after which he offered to show the orcs what civilization is. Jisoo and Hanho looked puzzled in the direction their comrade pointed. Another blow from the orc's axe broke the glass of the bus. The blonde-haired guy holding a sword and shield in his hand shouted at the brown-haired guy holding a spear. He scolded him for his inability to hit the orcs. Kyungsoo ate, holding back his tears, and shouted, saying that if he wanted it that way, then let him do it himself, because he has both a shield and a sword. People on the bus were trembling. Some clutched their heads and cried like children, saying that it was too early for them to die. Suddenly the orcs stopped hitting the bus and looked around. The orcs got excited and turned around when they saw a car moving towards them. The most alarming thing was that there were 7 skeletons in the back of the car. The bodies of 2 orcs were thrown into the air by a car traveling at full speed. Kyungsoo and the blonde guy had their mouths wide open in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The skeletons jumped off the back and attacked the orcs. A man in a red cloak and a black hat jumped up and began waving his arms, screaming in fear and misunderstanding. He did not understand why these monsters appeared here. Kyungsoo, holding his spear, looked at the curly-haired guy, who assumed that everyone had left. He assumed this because of the silence that followed. Unexpectedly, when Kyungsoo approached the window, the skeleton appeared right in the window upside down, its empty eye sockets glowing brightly. Kyungsoo dropped his spear in fright and fell to the floor, screaming at the skeleton outside the window to disappear. Hanho's fist knocked on the door and then his voice was heard asking him to open the door. The scared man in the hat saw Hanho and Jisoo looking at him, but he was too scared by the skeleton, which made him tremble and couldn't open the door, even if Hanho said they were human. Soon all the orcs were killed, their bodies lay on the ground behind the car. The bus door was open. The man in the hat was unconscious, he was lying on the floor of the bus. 2 guys at the end of the transport were crying with happiness, hugging each other. Hanho swung his hand with the bone hammer. A moment later, Hanho hit the hammer directly on the vending machine, on top of which sat a skeleton. Sunwoo turned his head, noticing Hanho wiping his sweat, and asked what he was doing. He smiled and raised his hand with a wink, saying that he had no cash, but he wanted a soda, so he was trying to break the vending machine. The blonde guy who was recently rescued by Sunwoo's group walked up to the vending machine and just wanted to buy a Coke for Hanho, but the machine was broken, causing the guy to turn his head and yell at Hanho, who only awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sunwoo scratched the back of his head and addressed the group of people gathered, asking if they were going to continue. Kyungsoo smiled and then agreed with Sunwoo. The protagonist pointed his finger at the object and then asked Kyungsoo if that thing gave objects. Kyungsoo extended his finger and responded by saying that they tried it themselves, but there was little gold and they only had enough for one time. After that, Kyungsoo looked at the old TV, which had a sticker attached to it with the inscription, "Use whoever you need." Kyungsoo told Sunwoo that if you followed the instructions, you could get the item. Hanho walked up to Seongwoo and gave him a can of soda while still looking at the TV, assuming that it was some kind of store. The TV screen lights up. The inscription on the screen welcomed everyone to the E-Class store. Sunwoo pressed the TV screen to clear out the store. The protagonist was nervous, a bead of sweat running down his face as he carefully looked at the screen. The store offered to try their luck, offering 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. E-Class stores sold items up to the rank of gold. Hanho and Jisoo stood behind Sunwoo holding a bottle of soda in their hand. Hanho asked if an object could really appear from here. Jisoo answered him by reminding him of a sword that fell from the sky. Sunwoo stroked his face with his finger, saying that they would know when they tried. The protagonist carefully peered at the screen with the proposed reward levels. Jisoo opened the lid of the soda, saying that she had 584 gold. Hanho, who was standing next to her, decided to also say the number of his gold. He had 360, which was just enough for bronze. He asked his friend about the number of his gold. Sunwoo brought up the system window in front of him, looking at the amount of his gold. Hanho opened his mouth wide, screaming in shock, when Sunwoo, in front of whose face there was a system window, said that he had 1552 gold. Only Jisoo was not surprised and calmly drank her soda. A system notification appeared in front of Seongwoo, notifying him that he had 1 ticket to test his luck. Sunwoo looked at the system window at the same time, remembering how he and his skeletons killed goblins. Now he was happy about the successful hunt, because now he had a great chance to take advantage of his savings. When the protagonist extended his finger towards the screen, his friend standing behind him asked what he was doing. The roulette wheel with various awards on the screen began to spin, words replacing each other in less than a second. A second later, the roulette wheel began to speed up, the letters blurred and became completely illegible. Sunwoo sipped his soda while Hanho opened his mouth wide in shock. The roulette wheel began to slow down, showing possible prizes. Prizes included 1st and 3rd place or failure. Hanho opened his mouth wide in surprise. Jisoo leaned over a little, looking at the screen with the guys. Soon the roulette stopped spinning, stopping at the award for 1st place. At that moment, Seongwoo realized that luck was indeed the most important thing for survival. A dark blue sphere appeared in Sunwoo's palm, which was slightly illuminated. A system window with information about the item appeared in the air. This was a tear of the sea spirit. Had a legendary level. The effects of the item gave an increase in mana by 300 points and accelerated the recovery of mana by 200%. Hanho clenched his hand into a fist, rejoicing at the 1st place in the golden roulette from Seongwoo, who was standing next to him. Sunwoo, holding the artifact, looked at Hanho and said that it was cool. On the street of an empty city, 2 blue buses were parked on the side of the road. Hanho's voice was heard offering to try the silver level, but the protagonist refused him. After some time, the protagonist's comrades and Sunwoo himself played roulette again. Sunwoo received a huge standard bearer's shield, and Jisoo received a punitive sword, which she immediately began to sharpen with the help of her kindling stone. The system notified them of the awards received for second places, and as soon as Hanho stood with a box of elixirs, the system notified him that he had received Class C elixirs. When Hanho became depressed and started to walk away, Seongwoo looked at him and tried to cheer him up by calling his items good. After finishing sharpening her sword, Jisoo sheathed the sword on her back and asked her companions if they would help others on the site. Hanho and the protagonist looked at the site. Hanho picked up his cloak and grumbled a little. The protagonist glanced at the car behind him, telling his friends that this time they would take something else. On the site, the orcs chased people and killed them. They screamed in fear trying to run away. The sword pierced through one of the orcs. Disung took out his great sword from the orc's body and shouted to all his comrades who were standing next to him. He tried to cheer them up by saying that only together they could make their way to the exit. Disung clenched his teeth as the blonde boy with claws as weapons called out to him for help. The girl and the guy tried to escape from the orcs chasing them. One of the guys left behind was killed by a swing of the orc's axe. Disung turned his head and said to ignore them since they didn't have time to worry about others. The head of the student council raised his hand, ordering Jinsok and Hyunmin to go forward. One of the orcs turned around, noticing the bright glow of the headlights of an approaching bus. The bus drove onto the site, knocking down all the orcs on its way. Some were simply thrown back, others were crushed, and a few were thrown into the air. The bus made a circle, knocking down all the orcs around a group of people. Hyungsu smiled like a madman, turning the steering wheel of the bus. He laughed terribly while the system notified him about the death of the orcs and the gold received. Several daggers struck the foreheads and other parts of the orcs' bodies, killing them. Hanho stood near the window and kept shooting daggers at the orcs. Skeletons helped him, some brought daggers, and one even threw with him. Sunwoo leaned out of the bus door, shouting and ordering everyone to get on the bus. A couple of lovers standing at the bus stop remembered Sunwoo, regretting that they did not go with him. The red-skinned monster rushed straight at the people. Jisoo stood in the way of the monster, taking out her blade. The orc growled as he struck with his axe, which Jisoo blocked with her sword. The two murder weapons rubbed against each other, causing sparks. Jisoo's lips curled into a smile as she saw fire begin to appear on her blade. Now it would be more difficult for the monsters to defeat her. A moment later, flames were released from Jisoo's sword and began to envelop the orc. At that moment, Jisoo stabbed with her burning blade. She passed by the orc, causing his entire body to burn. Joyful Jisoo immediately turned around before the flames from the swing of her blade had yet to dissipate. But after what she saw, Jisoo stopped smiling. Seongwoo stood in front of an orc whose body was stuffed with daggers, and his skeleton fought with the monster behind him. One of the skeletons threw another dagger at the orc. Blood sprayed from the orc's mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, the skeletons began to pull out their daggers from the orc's body. When the skeletons had already pulled out all the blades, one of the monsters appeared in front of the body of his relative, throwing the skeletons to the side. Without wasting time, the skeletons immediately began to attack the arriving orc, and 3 daggers instantly pierced his back. 4 more daggers stabbed into different parts of the orc's body, causing him to fall onto his back. Jisoo watched as one of the skeletons, led by Right, carried daggers, while the second one pulled the daggers out of the orcs' bodies. Jisoo opened her mouth in amazement, realizing that Sunwoo's plan had worked. He kept his distance, but did not stop attacking. The orcs could not keep up with the skeletons due to proper distribution. Jisoo tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, realizing her stupidity earlier when she relied only on her strength. Jisoo glanced at Sunwoo, who, thanks to the skeletons throwing daggers at the orc, approached the orc and pierced his throat with his sword, while simultaneously pushing him with his shield. Disung's legs were shaking as he walked towards Seongwoo. The tired Disung group approached Seongwoo, next to whom Right was walking. The protagonist asked if they had a problem. Disung's group gritted their teeth when Seongwoo reminded them how they said they didn't even want to stand next to his monsters. Disung smiled nervously, saying that taking revenge at such a moment was too much. Seongwoo, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, reminded Disung of how he threw others in an attempt to save his life. The guy next to Disung bit his bottom lip and spat to the side when Disung raised his hand, saying that he would definitely come back and everything else was part of the plan. Sunwoo looked at the wounded people on the bus. Some were bleeding from their foreheads, some were crying, unable to contain themselves. The protagonist asked Disung if the people on the bus were aware. Disung bit his bottom lip in anger, but a moment later, a system window appeared in the air above them, signaling that the defeat had angered the orc boss. Sunwoo opened his eyes wide, sensing the boss's aura, even being far away. He created the feeling that his red head full of fangs was behind Sunwoo. The entire Disung group began looking around excitedly. Sunwoo got on the bus, saying that if they wanted to follow him, they could find a seat for them too. Disung clenched his jaw in anger, his hand clenching into a fist as the guy standing behind him with the shield asked what they would do. Sunwoo put his hand to his face and shouted to remove the chainmail from his bodies. Disung could not stand it and, putting his hand to his chest, shouted, asking the reason for such a decision. Because the chainmail protected his body. The protagonist connected the tips of his index finger and the big guy and winked, saying that this was the price for being under his protection. Because they were not a student charity aid group. The system sent a notification that the level had been raised to 5. The system reported that Sunwoo could now subdue a medium-sized monster. The guy looked enthusiastically at a row of blue cards with some inscriptions in front of him and pointed his index finger at one of them. A bus was rushing along the road in the sunset rays. A system alert could be seen above its roof that the number of monsters under its control had increased. Seongwoo was glad that now 9 monsters were under his control. The guy's attention was caught by some movement behind him. He turned around and saw one of the skeletons in a fluffy robe and red slippers. The undead was carrying a katana behind his back. Sunwoo asked his subordinate why he dressed like that if it interfered with movement. He remembered all the past battles and decided that this skeleton was more trustworthy than all the others. Seongwoo thought that despite all the expectations, his investment in this creature had paid off. Sunwoo sighed heavily and looked at the skeleton, whom he called right because he only had his right hand. The necromancer ordered the skeleton to undress. The creature looked at its owner in despair. While Sunwoo was putting on the rag he had taken from right over a white t-shirt under the sad gaze of a skeleton, Hanho approached him. Hanho waved his finger behind him, pointing at the crowd of people and said that it seemed they would need another bus. The bus continued to drive through the streets of the city, bathed in the rays of the setting sun. Hanho asked if they were going to continue rescuing the students. Sunwoo put on a cardigan over a rag and a t-shirt and said that they wouldn't move around like that anymore. The main character decisively approached the crowd of people. Behind Sunwoo stood Jisoo and Hanho. The main character was holding the handrail while maintaining his balance in the moving bus. He looked at the people crowded in front of him and said that they needed to fight the orcs. A system window appeared. It said that the orc boss had announced an operation called Global Destruction. The monsters would pursue the survivors until they exterminated everyone. Sunwoo looked at the crowd with hopeful eyes and said that according to the rules of the game, they cannot avoid the orcs forever. They need to defeat the boss in order to leave. A guy in a tracksuit with bandaged fingers raised his hand and said he saw orcs in the gym. The news that there were about 100 orcs in the gym horrified people. The system sent an alert that a penalty effect was imposed on them due to incomplete team play. People reacted differently. Some were sobbing, some were grinding their teeth with rage and clenching their weapons. Others were screaming desperately. 3 more system alerts appeared. The first one said that at least 10 people had a level below the 5th. So the speed of movement and the attack speed will be reduced. The second notification reported that at least 10 people have not killed a single monster, so the attack power and gold accumulation will be reduced. The third message stated that due to the reluctance of the vast majority, the likelihood of a state of confusion has increased. Sunwoo sighed heavily. He thought that in battle they could defeat the majority in the orc army. Now everything became clear to him. People in the crowd looked at the main character in surprise when he said that he himself would fight the orcs. He thought that if you have a weapon, but don't know how to use it, it won't be of any use. Jisoo and Hanho shouted at the leader indignantly. Sunwoo pointed his thumb at his chest and repeated that he would fight the orcs himself. People in the crowd looked at Sunwoo with eyes full of not understanding. Someone thought that he had misunderstood everything. A woman with glasses suggested that the guy had gone crazy. A man with a bandaged head was anxiously thinking about how he couldn't rely on anyone. Seated imposingly behind the crowd, Jongseok grinned at Seongwoo's statement. The student council members grinned as they talked about how they now had a great chance to get rid of Sunwoo. Jongseok looked out the window. He called the main character a fool and decided that he would die soon. Jisoo swore at Sunwoo, waving her arms. She tried to explain to the guy that it was better to fight all together. They stood opposite each other. A sword was visible behind Jisoo's back. Sunwoo reminded her that when they were on the first floor and wanted to catch the boss, the girl said that there was no point in sticking together. Now the guy believed that skeletons were much more useful than people. The girl looked up at the guy in confusion. Sunwoo allowed her to help. A belt with a sword was visible from under Sunwoo's cardigan. The guy patted the girl on the head and explained that, in his opinion, they were in great danger and he made this decision after analyzing all the options. Jisoo watched thoughtfully as Seongwoo reached out his hand to the angry Hanho with a smile. She thought that the protagonist's strategies were always win-win. But this time the stakes were much higher. The windows of the university shone golden due to the sunset. Skeletons with weapons in their hands walked with their tiny feet along the running track at the stadium. Seongwoo carried a huge shield on his back as he stood behind his undead army, the sun shining on his back, creating a sort of glowing halo around his figure. Sunwoo looked around thoughtfully. The university building was visible behind him. From the window of the bus, amazed people watched Sunwoo leave. They could not believe that the guy alone decided to fight an army of monsters. The bus was left behind. At such a distance it was impossible to distinguish the people on the bus. Seongwoo walked away with a shield on his shoulders. Jisoo and Hanho watched the main character. The guy pressed his palm against the glass. He was horrified by his friend's action. The bus driver said that he was ready to press the gas at any moment and leave. Seongwoo froze in the middle of the field. The dark figures of enemies could be seen at the top of the stands. The orcs descended onto the field and, with a menacing roar, approached the necromancer, surrounded by skeletons. The orcs' eyes glowed. One of them bared his teeth and rushed into battle with a roar. Sunwoo looked thoughtfully at the orcs and assumed that the large red monster was their leader. The yellow eyes of the red orc narrowed. He was breathing quickly. Sunwoo was surprised by the lack of system messages and decided that this was a mid-level boss. The red orc pointed his axe at the main character and growled. Sunwoo placed his foot on the steps of the stands and turned around. He told his undead to move forward. The shield creaked disgustingly when the guy lowered it to the ground. Sunwoo and Right stood next to the football goal. Looking thoughtfully ahead, the necromancer decided to stay in this place. The main character looked around intently. He knew that he shouldn't expect an attack from the stairs, because at this position they were like in a small gorge. Sunwoo stood at the top of the narrow stairs. Right stood next to the sword behind his back. The rest of the skeletons stood below, blocking the way up. The necromancer said that he had fun with the undead and asked them not to forget him when they become dust. The orcs roared towards the stairs. The skeletons standing on the steps raised their daggers and prepared to attack. The system sent a notification that Wild Madness was activated, which meant that the strength and attack of monsters were increased. A magic circle of intricate symbols appeared around the main character's bracelet, and the necromancer ordered the undead to kill the enemies. Daggers flew whistling towards the enemies. The daggers hit the orcs, and part of the enemy army was withdrawn from the battle. The snarling orcs continued to approach the skeletons on the stairs despite the bodies of the fallen blocking the way. The daggers flew towards the boss. He reflected their axes and growled menacingly. Sun Wu thought in horror that the throwing attack was blocked and ordered his undead to run. The skeletons' eye sockets glowed with flames. They jumped and rushed forward. Sun Wu realized that they were about to launch a powerful attack from a high point. The huge palm of the red orc landed on the skull of one of the main character's skeletons. The orc growled menacingly, looking at his victim with yellow eyes without pupils. From the orc's blow, skeletons broke, bones flew in different directions. Xiang Wu realized that the maneuver of the undead under his control was suicide. Red streams of mana appeared in the air. Mana came from the right one. A symbol glowed red on his forehead. Flames burned in his eye sockets. The skeleton froze at the owner's feet and resolutely reached for the sword. The necromancer put his hand on Right's skull and ordered him to wait. Sun Wu's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and he explained to the skeleton that his turn had not yet come. The orcs turned the bodies of the remaining skeletons into dust. Blood flowed from the orc's mouth and he rushed into battle. The orcs recoiled in horror from something. Tongues of blue flame could be seen behind them. The blue flame took the form of an orc. He extended bony fingers towards his opponents. The red orc looked at the undead orc with confusion and growled menacingly. The system sent a notification that the undead were subordinate to Xiang Wu. The guy's eyes glowed the same color as the flame from which the undead orcs appeared. The system sent a notification that the team game activated the first stage synergy effect. Xiang Wu had access to weapons synergy. This required 5 or more axes. Thanks to this effect, the attack power in the first 10 seconds of the battle increased, and the attack speed increased. However, reloading took 10 minutes. One of the orcs realized the axe with which he had just broken the skulls of the skeletons. Blue mana was released from the cracks. The second orc looked back in horror at the undead necromancer and screamed. The necromancer was visible through the streams of mana. He ordered his undead squad to kill the orcs. His subordinates growled and rushed into battle. Axes flashed. In the glow of mana, the face of the middle boss was especially ominous. Sun Wu thought that the undead would fight to the end. The orc dealt a strong blow. The cracking of bones was heard. Fragments flew in different directions, and a skull shrouded in mana flew to the ground. The bodies of the orcs were covered with sweat. They were breathing heavily. Unlike them, the undead necromancer did not know fatigue. There were many undead orcs, their bodies releasing streams of mana. Xiang Wu chuckled as he looked at his subordinates who were born of death. The main character was still standing at the top of the stairs leaning on his shield. Right stood nearby, his eye sockets glowing scarlet. They watched as the army of undead orcs crushed ordinary orcs. The figure of a man dressed in white appeared in the audience window. There were people behind the blonde man with his head wrapped in bandages, a red-haired girl, and a man with curly hair stood next to the window. He said that he no longer believed that they could be saved. They watched as the army of the undead under the leadership of the necromancer dealt with the monsters and tried to understand what was happening. The silhouette of a parked bus could be seen behind the frightened monster. Jisoo, Hanho, and the driver watched the battle intently. The guy was delighted with his friend's actions. He did not know that Sun Wu had developed his skills so well. Jisoo's eyes widened in surprise. She remembered her last conversation with Sun Wu and realized that he had predicted everything. The main character looked at the system alert, where the mana level was indicated, and was happy that it was increasing. Xiang Wu remembered an artifact called the Tear of the Sea Spirit. The system message about it said that the item increased the amount of mana and the speed of its recovery, and decided that the current increase in mana was the effect of the legendary artifact. Enveloped in green light, mana skulls floated above the field. The system sent a notification that the orcs were weakened by the smell of death. Their characteristics were reduced by 30%. And the frightened monsters retreated. The leader of the orcs roared deafeningly. A system alert appeared that morale had risen. The drop in characteristics had been halved. With a cry, the orcs rushed to attack the undead necromancer. The undead orcs raised their axes to meet the blow of their opponents. Dressed like a ninja, Right climbed up the mesh onto the fence above the main character's head and crawled towards his comrades. The skeleton with fire in its eye sockets rushed towards the enemy. He put his hand behind his back to get his sword. His turn came. The skeleton flew over the heads of the fighting orcs and undead, clothes fluttering in the wind. His hand clenched on the hilt of his sword. He landed in the very center of events, forcefully pulled the sword out of its sheath. There was a red glow at his feet, and next to the hole of the empty sheath there was a green one. The right sword emitted mana. Red sparks were visible in the air. Flashes of mana and silhouettes of red orcs could be seen all around. The monsters fought furiously. One of them bared its teeth, striking with an axe. Turquoise-colored mana shone behind the backs of the two orcs. One of them turned around in fear and looked back. The other, whom Sun Wu took to be a mid-level boss, raised his axe for a new blow and roared. The one on the right stood surrounded by undead orcs. An otherworldly flame burned in their eyes. The skeleton moved his hand with the sword to the side in preparation for an attack. A shadow fell on Sun Wu's face. One eye was normal, and the other was glowing. Green green sparks were flying from it. He ordered the right to finish off the enemies. The monsters roared in horror. The undead necromancers surrounded them. Mana was visible everywhere. Sunwoo sat down on the steps and sighed heavily. A system window appeared in front of him. It said that for killing 100 monsters, the main character receives a lottery ticket. The note said that this achievement increases the player's level to unlimited, and he became the 21st person in stories who received this achievement. Sunwoo looked ahead thoughtfully, a drop of sweat running down his face. He thought that if he became the 21st player to receive a lottery ticket, then there were 20 more before him. He assumed that similar incidents could have happened in the past. The guy heard the roar of the engine and became wary. The bus was driving over the stands of the stadium. The necromancer did not understand who was driving it. The bus and the cars closest to it rose into the air, and a shimmering pink wall appeared ahead. Sunwoo spat. He thought with irritation that the bus passengers were trying to escape at such a crucial moment. Inside the bus, a fight broke out between the orcs and the student council members, indicating that the monsters intended to kidnap the young people. A squad of orcs dragged the resisting student council members towards the university building. The guys stretched out their hands to the remaining ones and begged them to be saved. Sunwoo facepalmed. He was angry that other people had disobeyed his order, making the situation more difficult. The main character froze in front of the dark university building against the backdrop of sunset. Jisoo and Hanho walked next to Sunwoo. The guy turned around and looked at the people walking behind with weapons in their hands. They also wanted to fight. They planned not to interfere with the main character, but to protect people. Flashes of mana were visible. The company approached the doors. Sunwoo placed his palm on the edge of the shield. He turned his head to the crowd and asked people not to get in the way of the skeletons. He thought about how he liked fighting alone. The main character entered a dark hall. He was holding a shield in his hands, and behind him could be seen the dark silhouettes of undead orcs. The dim light coming from the street was not enough. The room was in twilight. The bodies of defeated goblins hung from the ceiling. Hanho looked around with disgust and joked about the gloominess of the interior. The group stopped. A glow appeared in the clouds of smoke ahead, and a silhouette with glowing eyes was visible. Sunwoo clutched the artifact Tear of the Sea Spirit in his hand. Blue sparks flew from the object into the air. The necromancer looked ahead and thought about what kind of creature stood in their way. In front stood an orc in a dark cloak. His head was hidden by a hood. Behind him sat captive members of the student council on their knees. Behind them stood orcs. One of them grabbed the hostage by the hair and prepared an axe to strike. Sunwoo pointed in that direction with the hand in which he was holding a glowing blue sphere. The guy ordered everyone to gather. The fight with the boss began. People and undead ran in the indicated direction, taking out weapons as they ran. The orc hostages were badly beaten, their faces covered in blood and bruises. Some had their teeth knocked out. One man was unconscious, another was crying. Sunwoo clenched his teeth from tension. He was relieved to think that all the people were alive and did not understand how the orcs could be so advanced as to take hostages. One of the hostages saw Sunwoo surrounded by the undead and asked for help, blood flowing from the guy's mouth. The guy's hands were tied behind his back. He was on his knees, crying and begging for help. Another guy couldn't open one eye because of a tumor. One tooth was knocked out. His face was covered with bruises. He cried and asked to save them. Sunwoo cut off their pleas with a cry. The necromancer looked angrily at the hostages. Hanho and Jisoo stood behind him. The guy told the hostages that they found themselves in such a situation due to their own stupidity and should have been prepared for a similar outcome. He squeezed the sphere harder. The artifact glowed. Mana appeared like flames. Seongwoo said that he could not promise that everyone present would survive, because he was not a god. Squeezing their weapons tighter in their hands, the people and undead attacked, screaming. Seongwoo planned to save the hostages while the orcs were confused by the surprise attack. A swing of the axe separated the student council president's head from his body. The screams of the remaining hostages were heard. Blood sprayed. The orc boss continued to sit with his head down. A necklace of skulls could be seen on his neck. Purple smoke hid the outlines of the monster's body. At the sight of the massacre, people stopped, their faces contorted in disgust. Hanho vomited. Jisoo put her hand forward, as if wanting to defend herself. Sunwoo and Jisoo gritted their teeth in anger, their faces determined to avenge the dead. Through the smoke, the outlines of orcs were visible. They froze in anticipation in the same poses, holding axes with both hands. The darkness hid their faces. Only eyes and fangs stood out on their ugly heads. Sunwoo did not know what to do now. The orc leader with the ring in his nose bared his fangs, his muzzle covered in blood. The boss soared from the ceiling. Streams of mana came out of his chest, which fell like a waterfall on the people. The necromancer realized that he had lost control of his powers. The bodies were lying on the floor. Jisoo was wheezing and trying to crawl. Sweat was running down her face from tension. The system sent several messages that she had fallen into a state of confusion due to the breath of the abyss. Mana continued to be depleted. The orc leader was huge. He clutched a flail in his hand, and a system alert popped up above the monster's head that a reinforced boss monster, a low-level mage, had appeared. Trembling hands squeezed the bottle and tried to open it. An emerald-colored liquid was visible inside the vessel. Hanho winced and drank the contents of the bottle, wiped the residue from his face and coughed. The liquid tasted disgusting. Hanho squeezed the vessel in his hand and raised it. He shouted to Seongwoo that he had an elixir with an antidote. The main character walked forward. His mana neutralized the magical energy of the orc leader. The guy clutched a sword in his hand. He told Hanho to leave the elixir for Jisoo. Seongwoo grinned and inhaled streams of dark mana. He thought that dark magical energy was very refreshing. Against the background of the radiance of the main character's magical energy, a system alert appeared, where it was said that the breath of the abyss had significantly increased the amount of mana. The necromancer's mana reserve was now more than 4,000. The guy understood why he felt so confident. The system reported that due to the accumulation of abyssal breath, the effect of primary awakening was temporarily activated. The hero's characteristics increased significantly, and the number of monsters available for summoning temporarily increased. Xiangwu walked forward. His figure was illuminated only by the glow of mana. The otherworldly light gave him a frightening appearance. Streams of black mana stretched towards his body without causing harm. A detachment of undead and the faithful right one walked nearby. The guy told the orc leader to explain what happened. The enemy roared in confusion. He looked at the necromancer with his mouth open. The guy realized that the orc leader also did not expect such a turn of events. Hanho and Jisoo came to their senses. Lowering their katana, the girl ran after the necromancer. The guy raised his daggers to throw and suggested that the three of them attack, like on the roof. Sunwoo's lips stretched into a creepy smile. His body seemed to glow from the overflowing mana. He said that from now on nothing would be the same. The undead soared into the air. Hanho followed them with a surprised look. The system sent an alert that the undead were again subservient to Xiangwu. The ghost orcs surrounded the orc boss and began to attack. The necromancer thought that everything had changed thanks to this monster. The system sent an alert that the synergy effect was activated for a group of players. A list of synergies appeared in the air. It contained a list of participants: a samurai, a one-armed warrior, a barbarian warrior, an orc hunter who returned to life, an organized squad, as well as a list of conditions and possible effects. Hanho looked in shock at the horde of undead obeying Xiangwu. He didn't understand why there were so many of them. Jisoo froze in shock, the otherworldly light of Sunwoo's mana reflecting in her eyes. Streams of mana surrounded the entire body of the protagonist. He squinted menacingly. The necromancer was about to demonstrate the real power of death. The creature hit Xiangwu's subordinate, breaking his bones. The monster continued to attack with a piercing roar. The monster turned around and noticed someone appearing behind him. The system notified that the orc skeleton was successfully revived. The monster, continuing to look back, noticed how the revived undead began to attack him. The orc leader, hitting the revived skeleton, broke his body into many pieces. The monster, looking at the skeleton being assembled piece by piece, was very surprised by this, after which the system reported that the orc skeleton had been revived. The orc leader, enraged and uttering a piercing roar, held back the crowd of the living dead. Xiangwu, looking at the surprised monster, wondered if he understood who he was fighting against, after which the system reported that the orc skeleton had been revived again. Xiangwu, enveloped in turquoise flames, said that no matter how hard he tried, only one end awaited him. The main character, with a menacing expression on his face, continued his thought and said that only death awaits him. The monster, hearing Sunwoo's words, was incredibly scared. The orc leader turned around and began to run as fast as he could. Xiangwu, looking at the stopped skeletons of the monster, said in his thoughts that he was a fool. Xiangwu, looking at the orc leader who turned around and holding out his hand, ordered the skeletons to attack him. The main character, clenching his fist, said in his thoughts that death does not bypass anyone. The monster, observing the situation, was frightened and let out a loud roar. The orc leader, looking up, was about to fight the undead heading towards him. The skeletons surrounded the monster and grabbed him. The orc leader, holding out his hand, watched as more and more undead surrounded him. Sunwoo watched the monster as he asked for help. The main character, having given the order, noticed how his subordinate took off with lightning speed. Xiangwu's subordinate ran at full speed towards the orc chieftain. Xiangwu, looking at how his subordinate ended up on the monster's head, declared that he should finish with him. The skeleton, having heard the order, hacked the monster to death. The system notified that 1,055 gold pieces had been received for defeating an enhanced boss monster, a low-class black mage, an orc leader. The skeleton, holding a sword, stood on the heads of his comrades, after which the system reported that the power of the skeleton goblin elite was increased by absorbing the power of the orc leader. The system also noted that the skeleton goblin's armor and command skills have been improved. Xiangwu, taking his human form, looked at the system window, after which he said that he thought that the skeleton goblins would also advance after defeating the boss, noting that he needed a list of subordinates. The system, having opened the list of subordinates, reported that the goblin veterans were of the 3rd level, noting that the goblins were armed with katanas, and their characteristics were that they were undead and 2nd level commanders. Hanho, looking at Sunwoo with a surprised expression on his face, wondered if he saw something in the boss's mouth. The main character, holding out his hand, wondered in his thoughts if this was really the object. Xiangwu, only half transformed into a human, was reaching for the glowing object, after which a system window popped up warning that this item gives its owner the demon attribute, noting that he would have to sacrifice a lot to get rid of it. Xiangwu, imagining the appearance of a demon, said that he was not far from the necromancer. The main character, shrouded in turquoise flames, picked up a fiery ball, after which the system reported that the demon attribute was received. The system also provided a summary that the demon heliotrope item has a legendary level, and belongs to the sphere class. The system further noted that the demon's heliotrope has the effect of increasing mana by 2% during an attack at the expense of the opponent's mana, and if the mana runs out, it will be possible to take away the opponent's power. The main character, watching his skeletons being blown to pieces, heard the system report that the breath of the abyss had been used, noting that the primary awakening had ended. The narrative moves to one of the buildings. Sunwoo, entering the building with Jisoo and Hanho, noticed how everyone excitedly announced that they had defeated the boss. The overweight guy, raising his fist, said that he did not want to interfere, but next time he would definitely help. Afterwards, one of the guys standing nearby said that Sunwoo was their hero. The main character, standing next to his friend, who was proud of him and watching what was happening, said in his thoughts that he didn't need anyone, noting that this was despite the fact that he didn't know who was out there. Seongwoo also stated in his thoughts that it is better to move in small groups, just in case. The guys, looking at the system window that appeared on the purple wall, heard it say that the exit was sealed with magic, and in order to open it, they needed to defeat the monster boss within the allotted time. Otherwise, the monsters would become stronger. The system also notified that they had 2 hours and 29 minutes left. Those present noticed how the system window disappeared from the wall. As one of the participants watched, they wondered if they could leave already, to which he was told that they could do this since it no longer made sense to stay here. The guys stood and watched the city illuminated by the last rays of the sun. Seongwoo, surrounding himself and the people with him with skeletons, observed the situation. The girl, looking at the protagonist's back, wondered where he was going, to which the man, in turn, said that it was safer to be with him than to be by himself. Hanho, looking at the phone with surprise on his face, said that the same thing was happening all over the world, noting that the phone still did not work. Hanho also said that he hopes that his relatives are okay. The main character stood still, lowered his head with a saddened expression on his face. Seongwoo, standing next to his friend who was looking at the phone, turned and paid attention to one of the soldiers. One of the guys, driving up and sticking his elbow out of the window, said that the main character and his friend should get on the bus, since it was better to ride it than to walk on foot at such a time. The guy also offered to go together, since he could give them a ride to the nearest military base. The main character, closing his eyes, smiling and raising his hand, said that his house was nearby, so he would get there somehow on his own. Seongwoo also said in his thoughts that what he said was a lie, to which the guy sitting on the bus stated that he understood everything. The guy, looking at the guys present, said that whoever was traveling with them should already get on the bus, since they were leaving soon. Kyungsoo, looking out of the bus and seeing Sunwoo waving, wished him luck, to which the main character wished him the same. Seongwoo stood surrounded by soldiers and watched the departing buses. Hanho turned to Jisoo and wondered where she would go now. He also wondered where her house was. Jisoo said with a small smile and shyness on her face that she lives in a dorm, to which Hanho said that he understood her. Jisoo turned to the main character with a little nervousness and wondered if she could go with him. She also noted that she was not sure that she would be useful, but she would try to do her best. Sunwoo raised his hands with a smile on his face and said that it would certainly come in handy, to which Jisoo thanked him, after which, in turn, Hanho wondered how things were going about his stay with Seongwoo. He also wondered if it was true that this was not being discussed. The main character, turning with an angry expression on his face at his stunned friend, said that he could make him another one-armed warrior, noting that this would be an incredible synergy. Jisoo jumped on the guys and grabbed them, telling them to hide. Looking up, the guys noticed the wing of an unknown creature. Hanho, with a dumbfounded expression on his face and surrounded by guys, wondered what it could be. Kyungsoo, also seeing the unknown creature, pressed the brake to the floor. The guy, looking out the window with surprise on his face, wondered what it was. The guy also stated that it was moving towards them, noting that Kyungsoo should press on the gas, to which Kyungsoo said that if they move, they will be noticed. Kyungsoo, looking up, stated that most likely these creatures react to movement. Seongwoo, looking at the creatures, wondered if this was just a case of dragons. The dragon, flying up to the bus, extended its paw with claws to the roof, after which the system notified that the local boss Vaeon Alphamal had appeared. Vaeon grabbed the bus and lifted it into the air, to which the main character said in his thoughts that things had taken a bad turn. Seongwoo, watching the dragons devour the bus with people, stated in his thoughts that he was not yet strong enough to defeat them. Seongwoo, looking at the sky and gritting his teeth, declared in his thoughts that he could become stronger. The main character, standing with his back to the stunned Jisoo, invited her to go hunt monsters, noting that they still couldn't hide from them, to which Jisoo wondered if she heard his words correctly. The main character, standing in front of the guys surprised by the situation, said that one cannot simply adapt to the situation, noting that each time one needs to raise one's level and take on more and more difficult goals. Seongwoo, looking at Hanho and Jisoo, said in his thoughts that humanity rules the earth. Next, the main character, clenching his fist and continuing the thought in his head, said that therefore they should always overcome increasingly difficult obstacles on their way, and not adapt to them. Seongwoo began to advance forward, leading his friends behind him. The main character, having gathered his army, looked at his opponents, after which the system notified that the training was completed. The plot moves deeper into the city. One of the monsters ran around the city laughing. The goblin, stopping at one of the buildings, extended his hand, as if asking for help. The monster, looking at the clothes, under which the glowing eyes of goblins with knives stood out. The goblin, frozen in place, felt one of the protagonist's minions approach him from behind to strike him. One of the goblins sitting under the clothes watched as the monster standing in front of him was cut down. The skeleton warrior looked towards the remaining goblins. The goblin closed the door while one of his comrades ran into the house with horror on his face. The monster, looking at the man in front of him, did not have time to come to his senses before he was pierced by a sword. Seongwoo, entering one of the houses, looked at the goblin shaking with fear, and then said that this was very predictable, after which the system noted that 10 gold coins were received for killing goblins. The goblins, surrounded by Xiangwu and his minions, froze in place in horror. Xiangwu, attacking the monsters, cut them down, after which he heard the system report that gold had been received for killing the goblins. Hanho, entering the house and looking at Xiangwu who turned up at him, said that he again did not have time, after which the system notified that the main character had received the 6th level. Hanho, holding a sword and bending slightly in front of the main character, said that he received everything alone again, to which Sunwoo, in turn, said that there was nothing to gain here. Xiangwu, standing near a pile of monster corpses, said that there was no point in hunting goblins. The main character, holding out his hand to the system window, chose to increase his strength. Then he stated that it was better to choose an increase in strength by 3 points. Sunwoo clenched his fists and looked at the golden aura surrounding him, after which the system gave a summary of the main character's characteristics, which included 8 points of strength, 5 points of agility, and the same amount of endurance. Sunwoo, looking at his fist, observed a golden aura in it, after which he noted that he felt different. The main character, leaving the building to join his soldiers, heard the system report that he had received 38 gold coins for killing goblins. Jisoo turned back and looked at Sunwoo and announced that he had finally arrived. Jisoo wiped her sword while surrounded by soldiers before revealing that there were 9 goblins, noting that she had defeated them all. The main character, turning to his friend, said that Jisoo was doing well, after which he noted that he leaves the daggers to Hanho. Hanho, having collected all the daggers, put them in a bag from under the ice. One of the warriors, going up to the bag with daggers, took one while no one was looking. Xiangwu, putting on his briefcase and turning towards the guys, said that now they will go forward, ignoring all the goblins, to which Hanho wondered why they should do this. Jisoo, holding the sword that was behind her, wondered what they would do in order to leave strength to catch stronger monsters. The main character, raising his finger, said that everything was exactly like that, because for defeating an orc they give 80 gold pieces, and only 10 for a goblin. After which he also noted that this means that they will give even more for other monsters. The main character with the guys and his army headed further into the city. Hanho, walking behind Xiangwu, said that it felt like they were in a movie about the Walking Dead. Imagining a hand to his forehead and looking around, Hanho wondered if he was seeing military vehicles now. After Hanho's words, the guys approached the destroyed military equipment, where the corpses of the military were located. Xiangwu, approaching one of the corpses, wondered if they really fought with monsters and died. Turning towards one of the cars, the main character noticed a silhouette. The military man, armed with a hoe, was horrified and wondered if they were really people. The soldier also wondered what was behind them. Xiangwu, putting his sword in its sheath, told the military man to be calm, because they are people. The military man, turning towards the standing car, told Sergeant Kim that there were people here, to which the sergeant replied that he could see it himself. The main character, approaching, was horrified by what he saw outside the car window. Sergeant Kim, raising his bandaged leg on the dashboard of the car and sighing heavily, and also looking at the guys, said that, as they could notice, he could not come out and greet them. Sunwoo, looking at the wounded Kim, wondered if the goblin accidentally left such a wound. The sergeant, gritting his teeth and remembering the image of the goblins, said that it was them, noting that they were defeated by creatures the size of a first grader. The main character, with a puzzled look on his face, wondered how they were able to defeat them. Xiangwu also wondered where all their weapons were then. Kim, recalling the machine guns, said all their firearms were broken. The sergeant, recalling how they were surrounded by a crowd of monsters, said that they still did not understand why they had to fight with knives and shovels. The main character heard Hanho call him, after which he turned around. Hanho, taking out a jar with bright red contents, said that he had an elixir that could help. Kim, looking at the elixir and holding the car door, said that he had seen the same one from another player. Then he wondered if he could take it. Xiangwu covered his mouth with his hand and said that he himself should understand that in their situation it is difficult to share things that may be useful for survival. Kim, with his face close to the car window and looking at the thoughtful Sunwoo, wondered what if he gave them information in exchange for the elixir, to which the main character wondered what information we were talking about. The sergeant, sticking his hand out of the car window, said that he would tell them what he knew, to which Sunwoo, in turn, said that they should first listen to him and then decide what to do. The sergeant, recalling the huge wolves, stated that they saw wolves the size of a huge bull, noting that they could not catch a single one, because they simply ran away. Kim, also recalling the QR code, wondered if the guys had seen it, noting that it was blue. The guys, standing behind the main character, looked at each other in bewilderment. Kim, recalling the road with abandoned cars, continued his story and said that he had already seen 2 of them, noting that they can be found at bus stops, parking spaces, and on the subway. The sergeant, taking out his phone, stated that he scanned them with his phone and went to some application. Kim, showing a phone with an app launching, said that when no means of communication work, all they have left is the community app. Xiangwu, giving the jar of elixir to Kim for the information, noted in his thoughts that he was seeing the Survivor community application for the first time. Kim, turning to the window and looking at the guys, opening the elixir at the same time, wondered where they were going now, noting that they were about to return to base. Xiangwu, looking around, wondered if they thought it was dangerous there now. Kim, after drinking an elixir that instantly healed his injury and removing bandages from his leg, reported that when the first players appeared, the senior officers said that they could cope without weapons, and they were ordered to fight with shovels, noting that now everything had taken a different turn. Sunwoo, looking at the sergeant through the window, stated that he thought they would go their own way, to which Kim, in turn, said that then he wishes them good luck. The main character, raising his finger up, told them to carefully monitor the sky, to which Kim wondered why they should do this. Seongwoo, looking at the stunned soldiers, said that huge monsters were flying there, after which Kim thanked him for the important information. The main character, standing in place with his guys, looked after the departing soldiers. After seeing the soldiers off, everyone headed on their way. The main character, noticing the QR code that the sergeant was talking about, headed in his direction. Approaching a stop with a QR code, Sunwoo turned to the guys and said that this was the same code. Taking out his phone with the application open, the main character heard Hanho wondering if there was some kind of virus in this application, to which Sunwoo wondered what the difference was, noting that phones were of no use anyway. The main character, looking at the screen, clicked on the application. Opening the application, the main character noticed the Important Topics tab, which contained a lot of information. Seongwoo clicked on the Getting Started Guide tab and waited for it to load. Seongwoo, looking at the information that opened, in which it was written on behalf of the administrator that today the service officially began. And in the first round, almost 3 million people chose a class card, noting that now there are only 1,300,000 left and the class selection will take place in 3 days. The message also said that they strongly recommend that everyone choose the card right now. After reading this, Sunwoo wondered in his thoughts who could be behind what was happening. Continuing to look at the phone, the main character with an annoyed expression on his face noticed a pop-up window stating that there were no more new topics. Jisoo, standing next to the stunned Hanho and looking at the phone in surprise, noted that you can write a post only if you pay 1,000 gold coins. After which Hanho said that then they would have to defeat 100 goblins in one message. The main character, looking at his phone, noticed how he received a notification from another person. Sunwoo, looking at the phone, saw the man wondering if anyone was alive, noting that they should respond in that case. The message also said that they were on the 8th floor and had gathered in a group in Gyeonggi-do, Hwasong City, apartment, into which the main character wrote to the user asking whether they were really there and whether they should come to them. Then the first one answered that they should go to the park, which is nearby, and they will pick them up from there, noting that the answers require a lot of gold, and he will not be able to answer often. Hanho, looking at the phone, said that his apartment was there, to which the main character wondered if they would go there. Seongwoo continued to look at the messages and wondered in his mind if they could spend 1,000 gold to write advertisements. The main character also said that he raised the 6th level with great difficulty, wondering how much they needed to do for the 8th. Seongwoo, looking at the phone and lost in thought, said that he sensed something was wrong here and it was better for them to unite with a strong group. After thinking, the guys hit the road. The main character, looking at the phone, noticed how this topic was deleted by the author. Sunwoo wrote the message and wondered why the thread was deleted, noting that there wasn't important information there. Sunwoo, looking at his interlocutor's message, read that one person had clicked the wrong button, and the unknown person also noted that everything was fine and it would be better if they came here. A huge man, sitting on a chair in a cramped room, looked at the phone. The man with long fangs continued to look at the messages on his phone. A landscape with bright light is visible. Growling, the monster swings. The creature is hit in the face. The man waves his bat worriedly. He tells the monsters to get out of here. With his mouth wide open, he shouts out requests for help. People look out the window while a man asks if anyone is there. They close the curtains, and the man in trouble asks them to save at least his daughter. Monsters rush into battle. A knife flies at one of them. The creatures are stunned. The man knelt down, shielding his daughter. He gets scared when someone comes up behind him and tells him not to worry. Smiling, Sunwoo extends his hand to him and tells him that they will walk him home. The man reports that his house is very close. Covering his daughter with his arms, he admits that they lost all the food. Taking canned goods out of his bag, Sunwoo says that he can share his supplies, although they are few. The monsters get scared when the young people show them the knife. They start to run away. The rescuers' legs are visible, and one of them suggests that the creatures fled out of fear. Looking at the icon that appears, Hanho asks if it represents a dungeon and invites his friend to go in and destroy everything there. The man puts his hand forward, stopping them. He thinks it's not worth going down there. He looks worriedly, saying that his friend owns this karaoke and he heard that something worse than green monsters lives in it. Turning around, Sunwoo thanks him for the useful information. The system notifies that he has entered a unique dungeon, the sacred land of ancient slime. The young people run away screaming. When Hanho reminds his friend that he thanked the man for the information, Sunwoo angrily tells him to keep quiet and run. Noticing something, the young man immediately stopped his friend. There are monsters covered in slime. The guy reports that everything is fine, because this mucus is small in size. A creature is depicted whose body glows blue. The system reports twice that 140 gold coins have been received for killing small slime. Holding the knife in his hands, Hanho notices the unpleasant smell. He tells his friends to imagine what would happen if the slime touched the skin, since they can even dissolve metal. He says he's relieved that he didn't have to test it out for himself. Sunwoo awkwardly states that it's a good thing that slime can't dissolve bones, which means skeletons are their main enemies. The guy looks away in surprise when he notices something strange. In fear, he points his finger at what he saw, and asks his friend whether his enemies can do this. A huge creature is formed, and the system reports that a boss monster has appeared, an ancient slime. The slime gets rid of Xiangwu's subordinates while the system notifies them that they have gone to eternal death. He notices in surprise that the mucus could not absorb them, so it simply gnawed them and tore them into pieces. He looks worried and remembers that the viscosity makes the skeleton's attacks useless. However, he believes that there is a way out. The slime is pierced and the system reports the creation of a base-level bone weapon. Creatures with blue elements of appearance appear when people say to use bones around, because with their help it is not possible to summon skeletons. But it is possible to make weapons. Jisoo attacks the skeleton. She tosses it to Sunwoo and tells him to catch it. Slime is depicted, and the guy clenches his hand into a fist. The system again reports the creation of base-level bone weapons. Sunwoo notices the slime moving towards him. Hanho pulls him away from the slime that is eating the skeleton. It can be seen inside the creature. The remains of the absorbed man are shown, and the system notifies that the guy's subordinates have gone to eternal death. He looks ahead resolutely, declaring that it was in vain and that there were many bones in his bag that he could turn into weapons. Something sparkles inside the slime, and once again a bone weapon is created. These weapons are visible. They cut the mucus when they are told to cut it until it can no longer be regenerated. A small skeleton is depicted. A notification comes that 2,225 gold coins have been received for killing the ancient slime. The skeletons are holding bottles as Xiangwu, waving his hand, tells them to put all the slime into the empty bottles. Plots of mucus are visible. There are thoughts that mucus is a fairly strong substance and it may be useful. A sparkling ball is depicted. It becomes known that this is the core of an ancient slime. It is covered with a protective shell, but the liquid inside is capable of melting any material or can be used to create something else. The guy looks in surprise at the core he took from the ground and talks about the unification material. Hanho picks up the phone, telling him to look at the comments. It becomes known that comments are deleted for some reason, and because of this, questions arise. Sunwoo looks at his phone thoughtfully when his friend asks if it's suspicious. He frowns, thinking about how that group of people spent 1,000 gold coins to help the others, but the comments are deleted. He removes his hand from his face, concluding that this is strange. A dark sky with a bright moon is depicted. An underground passage is visible. Someone doesn't understand something. There are several men near the car. The question is why people kill monsters. The smoking man reports that for killing an ordinary person they give 500 gold coins, and for a player 1,000. Another replies that it is very easy to catch them. The man with the piercing says it's more fun. There is another person sitting in the car. One man bites his nails when another asks who the boss is. He grabs his head. The name of the red professor is called. The man's eyes widen when someone standing next to him asks if this is a known killer. His eyes are already red. Bodies are depicted. A man with blood gushing out screams. A man with a dirty face talks about monsters. They walk towards him, talking about how the world is mired in chaos. A man is depicted with red, sparkling eyes, and he claims to have realized that he needs help. Sunwoo calls out to a surprised Hanho. He turns around, wondering if he can kill the man. A building is depicted with blood on the windows. The system reports becoming a member of the Vampire Rod group and changing class to a lower class vampire. The question is why everything turned out this way. The man trembles with fear, asking what is wrong with his friend. Someone remembers that they only went into the store to steal the necessary materials. A monster is seen ready to attack, and a man asks for help. The red professor is shown thinking that he needs more blood. People are falling. The killer praises the one who killed the man, calling him his child. The monster thinks blood is sweet. He is reflected in the glasses of the professor, who tells him that he must grow up well before their next meeting. Blood seems incredibly sweet to him. The man is surprised when his name is called. A man standing next to him worriedly asks what's wrong with him, to which he asks how things are going there. Showing something on the phone, the fair-haired man tells him that they are coming. Notices are visible, and he states that with person number 157 there will be 2 more people and they are in the park. The man sharply presses the gas pedal. The car speeds off and word gets out that their 17th bags of blood have arrived. The man smiles, thinking that there is open space near the houses, but for some reason it is easy to lure them there. People look out of the windows, and he understands that the local residents are afraid for their lives, which means they will behave quietly. There are bodies lying in the car, and the statement is that people have no idea that when their bags of blood run out, they will be next in line. The muscular man states that their target is there. 3 people in robes are standing on the road. You can feel the fresh blood. The driver is told to drive as quickly as possible. The car is approaching people. The passengers are amazed. They see blue fire and notice a skeleton. Bones are visible and the system reports the creation of a base-level bone weapon. Everything behind the car sparkles. The man grabs his neck. A fist breaks through a car window. The creature is grabbed by the collar. It falls onto its side, wondering what's going on here. They show him the phone, calling him his nickname. Sunwoo points his sword at him, asking if it's him. The weapon stops at the man's forehead. The comments are shown again, and the guy thinks that he just made an assumption based on the deleted comments. The man looks at his phone, and Sunwoo wonders why he would spend so much money on them and then delete them, and if it was possible that someone was trying to prevent something terrible from happening. Standing with his back turned, the guy claims that it seems to him that this is the only right decision. His friends realize that such people really exist and the world is full of horrors. The car is on fire, and a statement is made that they were given bait, but Sunwoo didn't even think that they would decide to run over them with a car so stupidly. The man clenches his jaw, questioning what he said and what he even knows. The guy kicks him. His partner, who is being held, is worried. Sunwoo has a dark face and asks how many there are. He declares that if they don't answer him, he will blow their heads off. Blood flows from the creature's mouth. He reaches out his hand to the guy and asks if he has ever killed people and how dare he play with him. A small skeleton jumps at him, brandishing a weapon. The man looks surprised. He screams when he notices that his hand has been cut off. His partner seems to feel his pain. Sunwoo has a serious expression on his face and claims that even in such a world, he is not ready to kill a person. An axe is depicted, and the guy states that his guys are different. The skeleton swings, preparing to strike. Sunwoo looks on in shock, thinking that the man passed out from the pain. He turns to the other, asking what about him. The frightened man is held by the hands and asked whether to start by cutting off a leg or an arm. Sobbing, he claims that he will say everything and there are 8 more people there. He is hit and blood gushes out. The guy's friends are horrified and wonder how the man could kill his partner. It turns out that his hand is now in the shape of a knife. The creature begins to drink the blood of the deceased. Its shadow is visible and it declares that blood tastes incredible. Sunwoo screams with his mouth wide open and calls him crazy. The creature is covered in blood, and the system reports that its health is restored by consuming blood and its stats are increased by consuming more blood. It states that there used to be a ninja, and a corresponding card is shown. The evil monster card is then shown and the creature says that when the boss bit him, everything changed. It becomes known that he is now a lesser vampire. Blood drips from his hand and he admits that when becoming a vampire there is no way to go beyond the first level, but this is not a problem. The creature licks the blood from his hand and says that if you drink the blood of people, not monsters, it is possible to gain experience. It becomes huge. The system reports that in rage mode all of its characteristics increase. Putting a shield in front of him, Sunwoo comes to the conclusion that there are classes more terrible than him. His friends are tense and he tells them to hide behind him so that if anything happens, he won't be able to kill them all at once. The guy's eyes sparkle and he's ready to attack. Skeletons rush forward. The creature also rushes and evokes thoughts that he is too fast. In defense, Sunwoo orders his subordinates to surround him. The monster grabs the skeleton's skull. He destroys it mercilessly. He attacks the next skeleton, swinging. The guy looks extremely dumbfounded. The skeletons point their weapons forward. The creature's pointed hand stops next to Seongwoo's face and it calls him the leader of these people. When hit, the guy protects himself with a shield. The monster has his back turned, but senses something from behind. He is suddenly hit by Jisoo. Smiling, the creature states that it thought she was a simple girl, but it turns out that she looks like a lioness. Jisoo clenches her jaw. Lines of light from the blows are visible, and the monster claims that he will taste the girl's blood first. Something sparkles behind him. They attack him by striking him, holding several daggers in his hand. Hanho declares that he should not have forgotten about him. The young man continues to strike when the line about Gatling daggers is heard. The creature looks displeased, asking how Hanho dares to act like this. It aggressively goes into battle. The young man dodges in shock, calling him a quick psycho. The skeleton jumps and the system reports a transfusion. He flies over the monster. He immediately stabs him. Finding himself behind the creature, Seongwoo declares that he has caught it. It looks away. The guy protects himself with a shield from the blow when the system notifies about the destruction of the object, and a statement is made that the blow was rather weak. He swings and is told he is moving slowly. The creature and the guy fight each other, and it tells him to stop getting in the way, because they are no match for him. Jisoo swings at him with a sparkling eye. Fire appears from the blow. The monster just laughs, stating that it was obvious. A skeleton flies overhead. He strikes the creature. It screams, clutching its severed arm. Sunwoo extends his hand forward, telling his subordinates to attack. He turns around, noticing people running and shouting that they are here. The monster grows an arm and laughs, saying that they are on time. His partners are scared and ask what's wrong with him. The creature looks at its hand, from which blood is gushing. It turns out that Jisoo cut off his hand again. The blow hits him. The hand falls away. A skeleton with a weapon approaches the monster. He grabs him by the bony neck. His head is cut off, holding his weapon forward. Sunwoo states that the creature's body regeneration was actually impressive. He states with a serious expression that the head regeneration is worth checking out. The monster falls to the ground, and the system reports that 1,000 gold coins were received for killing the player. The man is stunned and he thinks about the gold for killing the player. He understands why they needed all this. The creature's accomplices look scared. Sunwoo's friends look in surprise and fear inside the car where the bodies lie. New arrivals become defensive when called crazy. The guy has a dark face and asks if they are from the 8th level group. They answer in the affirmative. His look is wild and he orders the weapon to be placed on the ground. The man trembles in fear as Sunwoo declares that otherwise he will beat everyone. The weapons fall to the floor. A car is shown being impaled when the boss is called. Bowing down, the man claims that they didn't know what happened to him. They just promised to follow him, but they didn't expect things to turn out like this. Sunwoo stands there with a dark face, wondering if the boss made this monster, if he is human, and what his class is. A card with a spark is shown, and the guy is guessing that he has 5 stars or more. He thinks that at least now it is clear to him that the strong are simply playing with the rest. When he asks how many people they killed in total, the man tensely tells him that it was 21 or 22 people. Sunwoo's eyes light up. People are attacked by skeletons with weapons, but they ask why they are doing this to them and claim that they were forced. The system reports that 500 gold coins were received for killing an ordinary resident. Blood flows, and more notifications are received about receiving gold coins for murder. Jisoo and Hanho look at their friend in shock. He stands with his back to them, talking about what will happen if he doesn't kill them now. The corpses are depicted, and the guy believes that they will definitely start killing others again. Exhaling, the girl claims that she understands him. The building is shown. Notifications are visible. A person wonders whether in such a situation people really still kill each other. A man in military uniform looks at his phone and realizes that there are many psychos on Earth, and even surviving together is a difficult matter. He admits that he no longer knows what will happen to this world. A message appears indicating that one of the players has just killed assassins using skeletons. Smiling, the man remembers his 3 friends and calls them amazing. His worried colleague runs in, informing him of an urgent meeting, but he asks him to wait. The notifications are visible again and the sergeant states that he is checking on how the saviors are doing. A large building is shown. Holding the phone in his hands, the man declares that it was an amazing performance. He remembers the guy, saying that he is glad that there are altruists like him left in the world. He stands at the open door, suggesting that it's time for them to get down to business. The city and cars are visible, one of which is overturned. Hanho holds the phone in his hands and, surprised, tells Sunwoo that a new article has appeared. It turns out that a notice has arrived from Prosecutor Yindungpo, which raises the problem that many cannot create a topic because of the price of 1,000 gold coins. The guy notices that there really was an opportunity to do this. He admits that he did not think that anyone would dare to spend 1,000 gold coins for a good cause. All 3 of them are already holding their phones in their hands, and Jisoo draws attention to the fact that in the comments many are looking for their family. Sunwoo finds a lot of new information. For example, about wolves that can jump 2 stories high thanks to the synergy effect. Hanho looks at him slyly, suggesting that he is offended that everyone who praised him so much has now switched to comments under the prosecutor's post. The guy denies this. An orange sunset is visible. The guy stopped and told Hanho that they had arrived. Sunwoo points to the building and says that this is the boy's house. Hanho is worried and he wonders if his parents are okay. A small group of people stood next to a building with broken windows and looked up. Jisoo carefully stepped over the corpses of the orcs lying on the stairs, and Hanho trembled with fear and prayed that everything would be fine. The young man pressed his clasped hands to his face and closed his eyes, turning to various gods. They approached door number 202, on which there was a mark, as if from attempts to knock it down. Hanho screamed deafeningly, telling his parents that he had arrived. The cut door suddenly opened. Hanho's father and mother, their eyes wet with tears, screamed loudly when they saw their son. The elevator in the multi-story building was broken, and she fell from one of its doors onto another. Hanho, holding chopsticks, shouted in surprise when he learned that his parents didn't choose the cards. Minho said offendedly that he didn't even have time to touch the cards, and Rinho refused this, although she really loves playing cards. There were many plates with different dishes and snacks on the table. The main character, who was holding a spoon of rice in his hand, asked Minho and Rinho how they defended themselves from the orcs, and Hanho immediately became interested. Sunwoo said that all the other apartments in the building were completely destroyed, and only this apartment was spared by the monsters. Minho announced that they used the F-killer and all the students let out a surprised exclamation at the same time. The man smiled smugly when Rinho said that he sprayed the orcs with some kind of spray and ran away. Hanho choked on his water in surprise and Seongwoo opened his mouth, thinking that this was a very original idea. There was a lot of dishes piled up in the sink after everyone had eaten. Rinho held a tray of mugs in her hands and thanked Jisoo and Sunwoo for bringing her son home with a warm smile, and then offered her green tea. The girl waved her hands, about to refuse, but the main character had already picked up the tray with gratitude. Hanho shouted with resentment in his voice that he, in fact, also tried and learned to throw daggers, but Rinho didn't care about that. The woman told the guests that the boiler was not working and there was only cold water, but they could still wash and rest. In the apartment building, the light was on only from one room. Strangers with pale skin and lifeless faces watched this with predatory smiles. Drops of water clattered on the tiles in the bathroom. Sunwoo and Hanho looked at Jisoo in shock when she announced that she had finished her shower. The girl blushed with embarrassment and thanked Rinmo for lending her pajamas. The woman also blushed and propped her hand on her palm, saying how hard it was for such a fragile girl. And Hanho sadly said that Jisoo was actually 30 times stronger than him. Water started flowing in the shower stall. Sunwoo touched the faucet with his wet hand and thought that he had not washed in such peace for a long time. The young man brushed his hair away from his face, feeling relieved that everything was fine with Hanho's parents. The main character looked at his friend, who was rubbing the skull of a skeleton with a brush, and thought that they were lucky that orcs did not react to human smell. Sunwoo imagined a whole crowd of orcs attacking Minho and Rinho. The young man wiped his wet face with a white towel, thinking about life with his family in such a world. Meanwhile, Hanho shouted at the skeleton with a brush in his hands that he didn't need help taking a shower. The washing machine hummed monotonously. The main character changed into black clothes and silently wiped his sword, while his bony subordinate looked at him. Jisoo, closing one eye, carefully looked at her weapon in order to sharpen it as sharp as possible. Hanho asked Sunwoo if they should stay here. The young man sheathed his sword and replied that they needed to move towards the goal. He added that they might have seen orc patrollers along the way, and they might attack in a group if they spotted them. The main character frowned, thinking about where exactly he should go, because the goal still had not been determined. Suddenly Hanho yelled, showing his phone screen to his friend, and Seongwoo sighed and said that he was addicted to social media even in this world. The young man with blonde hair arched his eyebrows and said that prosecutor Yindungpo had written a new post. Hanho showed a publication in which the prosecutor said that he was inviting survivors to a safe hut. Jisoo, looking at the phone with eyes narrowed in suspicion, not knowing whether these people can be trusted now, and Hanho replied that this prosecutor seems quite good. Seongwoo said with a straight face that he understood why they wrote that post yesterday. Jisoo and Hanho looked at the main character in bewilderment. The young man suggested that this certain reformer actually has the ability to defend his territory, because it is unknown how many classes there are. However, Seongwoo looked at the post again and said that spending 1,000 gold for others was a stupid decision, and they would not do such a thing. Jisoo and Hanho showed excitement on their faces when the main character told them to look at the answers. Two commentators wrote that they would definitely come to a safe place, and the third asked the prosecutor who he really was. Jisoo concluded that there were a lot of comments, and Hanho added that they were all positive. Seongwoo said that they tried to create a good impression of themselves in advance by talking about a strong leader, a safe place, and mutual help. The main character was sure that they were doing this to increase their strength, and were probably secretly earning gold and elixirs. Hanho, who was pushing the skeleton away with his hand, sadly asked if no one was ready to help others just like that. Seongwoo put his hand on his mouth and replied that this was just his opinion, and they were very far from Yonggyungpo, so there was no point in it. Hanho saw a post from an older man who wrote that he could provide a safe place for a young woman, and the young man immediately realized that this option was not suitable for them. Then he saw another ad and showed the phone screen to his comrades. A user named Chief Gu wrote that he was also a 3-star reformer and could offer a safe place in the city of Suwon. The main character didn't want to pay, but was interested in learning about these safe zones, so he asked about the location of Suwon, and Hanho replied that it took 20 minutes to get there by bus. When Sunwoo suggested going there, Hanho ran out of the room, shouting that he would ask his parents' permission and come back. The sky with white clouds was illuminated by a bright dawn. The trio got dressed and took with them everything they needed for the journey. Sunwoo apologized to his friend's parents for having to go with them, but Minho and Rinho didn't mind. Minho said with a smile that they would go because their son was still alive thanks to the main character, and Rinho said that in their area, in addition to orcs, there are also thieves. Sunwoo, Jisoo, and Hanho simultaneously widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing their mother's words. The man frowned his thin eyebrows with displeasure and explained that the high school students were robbing all the survivors. The main character turned away and thought with a sigh that even such boys continue to do their dirty deeds. The wheels of the motorcycle creaked along the road. Teenagers rode in a large group with loud squeals. They then stopped right next to Jisoo, Seongwoo, and Hanho. A girl with purple hair, blowing gum, greeted the trio impolitely, and the young man with a band-aid on his face grinned disgustingly. Jisoo, Hanho, and Sunwoo were dumbfounded that these high school students called them old men. A teenager with dark hair said that they heard the main character and his friends laughing at night, and joy should be shared with others. A high school student with bandages on his hands and feet pulled out a bat, saying that they had a lot of weapons and hard workers on the team. Sunwoo responded to these words with a slight smile, and the door behind him began to blaze with blue fire. In the darkness, the outlines of the skeleton's eyes, noses, and jaws appeared. The teenagers were scared when they saw this. The next moment, they began to ride away on their motorcycles. Jisoo, Sunwoo, and Hanho watched this in silence. They didn't understand why the high school students left so suddenly, as if they were terribly afraid of something. Suddenly, we heard someone approaching. Some animal ran furiously, throwing cars towards it. The trio looked at the dangerous creature with fear. A wolf with bright yellow eyes grinned and growled aggressively. A whole pack of wolves found themselves in front of the main character and his comrades. Seongwoo noticed that the animals were not attacking and ordered the others to move very slowly. The young man looked at the fanged predators and thought that fighting the beast hand to hand was dangerous, and their fangs were sharp, and their claws were definitely more powerful than weapons. Sunwoo looked at the tense Jisoo and Minho and came to the conclusion that the bodies of wolves are more stable, since they are parallel to the ground, unlike a person. The main character began to come up with strategies and thought that if they fall, it will take time to rise and stand steadily, and if the wolves attack at such a moment, he will be the last. Hanho, who was wearing a helmet, asked if it was safe inside, and Seongwoo answered no. The young man added that with their strength, the wolves would easily attack them, and Hanho screamed in panic. The animals reacted to the exclamation and ran forward, growling loudly. Suddenly, an object flew at one of the wolves. The glass bottle shattered, hitting the beast's head, and bright green liquid splashed around. Hanho was shocked by what Seongwoo did. The wolf screamed shrilly, as if he was in hellish pain, and his fellow tribesmen watched in horror. The main character turned around and shouted that now was the time to act. Many spears flew towards the wolf pack. Sunwoo thought that there were several ways to defeat the animals and ordered his subordinates to attack. The wolves flew back with loud cries. Seongwoo rushed forward, giving the same order to the undead. The huge skeleton jumped into the air and headed straight towards the wolf, who froze with his mouth open. The beast closed its mouth and the bones broke with a loud crack. The wolf widened his yellow eyes as a thick green mist emerged from his mouth. The main character, holding a bottle in his hand, asked with a smile whether wolves were taught not to take food from strangers, and explained that there was mucus inside. While the beast was choking and trying to cough up poison, another subordinate of the necromancer flew towards him from above. The undead stabbed the dagger into the beast's body, and Xiangwu immediately received 240 gold pieces for killing the huge wolf. The beast, coughing heavily, looked with hatred at the skeleton in the cloak. Fear appeared on his furry muzzle when he saw the undead burning with blue flames. The huge wolf hung lifelessly on several spears, and the main character again received gold, and also increased his level to 7th. Xiangwu continued to receive rewards for killing wolves. Jisoo lowered her head and sadly said that she and Hanho were of no use, and the main character replied that in fact the reason was because of the difficult opponents. The young man looked at the girl and came to the conclusion that she, a tiger hunter, would advance if she developed physically. Xiangwu then looked at Hanho, who was surrounded by his parents, and doubted that his friend was getting stronger at all. The main character touched the carcass of the defeated wolf, and the system reported that Sunwoo's level was too low to summon a huge monster. The young man said that it was time to hit the road, because there might be other opponents nearby. The sky was red-orange. The predatory beast growled loudly, its mouth open. The military helicopter quickly flew away from the winged animals. A man in camouflage uniform shouted for the pilot to fly faster, otherwise the monsters would now eat them. He was angry with Sergeant Kim for not reporting that pterosaurs lived here, and one of the pilots thought that he should not have ignored the sergeant's words. The military man gritted his teeth, saying that they needed to save people before such terrible people as Sergeant Indyungpo gained power. The system informed that a local boss named Wyvern Alpha Male had appeared, and a huge dragon appeared in front of the helicopter. The black-winged monster flapped its massive wings and struck the helicopter. The vehicle broke into separate fragments that began to fall down. Then a powerful explosion occurred. The pterosaur boss raised his head up and yelled fiercely. He stood on the roof of a burning multi-story building. Hanho, Sunwoo, and Jisoo watched the situation warily. Hanho opened his mouth and widened his eyes in horror, and the main character said that he didn't think that the military was so out of control. The huge beast lay down on the roof of the building, growling softly. Minho asked in panic if everyone there had fallen asleep, and Rinho asked what they should do, since the safe zone was very close. The main character replied that it was better not to interfere, because the boss of the pterosaurs himself would leave over time, and for now they would rest. But when night fell and the full moon appeared in the sky, the predatory beast was still lying on the roof of the tall building. The group covered themselves with blankets, but only Minho slept. Sunwoo jumped when he heard something behind him. He saw a holographic table with the same question that the system asked on the very first day of its appearance in this world. Hanho shouted for his parents to choose a class with a bunch of stars, and Minho replied with a grin that he had been waiting for this chance for 20 years and was not going to miss it. Jisoo and Sunwoo looked at the cards in confusion as the system told them to select an additional class card. There were 15 seconds left to choose. The main character was trying to figure out whether the additional card was related to the existing class. The young man froze in shock when one of the cards disappeared. He concluded that someone took it, which means these cards are now being shown to many people. Sunwoo watched Jisoo and Hanho. The girl looked confused, and the boy was desperately trying to find a map with more stars. The main character mentally told himself to pull himself together, because it is still unknown whether the number of stars actually affects anything. The young man decided that he would look for the most effective class that would help develop the skills of a necromancer. The next second he grabbed one of the cards. It was a 3-star Black Mage class card. Sunwoo gained a new ability thanks to his connection to his main class. While the main character was carefully reading the information about his new abilities, Hanho grabbed his head and yelled that this was a failure. Sunwoo looked at his friend in shock as he failed to take the 4-star card and ended up taking the 1-star card. The young man fell to the floor and said that his new ability only gave protection for 10 seconds after killing an enemy, and one of the skeletons of the main character patted Hanho on the back consolingly. The young man, tears flowing from his eyes, turned around when his parent asked about his card. Minho said he chose a class that creates safe zones. The man said with a smile that this class is Pioneers. Sunwoo looked at Minho with admiration and asked if that meant they didn't have to go to Suwon. The moonlight of the spruce illuminated the street where the battle had just taken place. The front of the white car was damaged. Hanho's father poked his hand over and over again, pointing his finger at his son, shouting to look at his hands. Hanho decided to ignore his father waving his arms and asked his mother, who was threateningly stroking her fist with her second hand. After his father said that he should have learned to do this a long time ago, Hanho, almost crying, asked his mother what she chose. The mother hit her chest with her fist and remembered the card with the picture of the cook that she had chosen, which Hanho reported. Hearing this, her son shouted, saying that it was necessary to choose a card with which to fight. Father and mother hugged each other and began to cry. One of the orc skeletons tried to stroke the mother to calm her down while they shouted to Hanho, who was kneeling, that they were old men who would not fight monsters, and in general they did not know that they had been raising an ungrateful son for 20 years. Jisoo looked at the card in his hand that showed a hitman with 3 stars, and when Sunwoo asked her what she chose, Jisoo told him about her choice. The hitman had a passive ability, a special sense that was activated in a dangerous fight. Xiangwu scratched his chin and looked to the side, wondering about Jisoo's ability, while she herself assessed Xiangwu's strength. She understood that he effectively used every person in the team and was good at planning while also having a good mind. Jisoo looked at Sunwoo rubbing his chin and looking to the side. She decided that no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't become that strong, but she didn't want to stay that way. Jisoo lowered her head and clenched her fist. He decided that if he couldn't become like the protagonist, he would become stronger both mentally and physically. Seongwoo extended his hand to Hanho's father and asked him to explain his skills in more detail, to which he, no longer paying attention to his crying son, agreed to Seongwoo's request. A moment later, a system window with a description of the skill appeared in the air. The skill was called Creating a Pioneer Camp, had a base level, and qualified as an active skill and had a consumption of 10 mana points in 10 minutes. The safe zone was a radius of 200 meters and a height of 10 meters, the zone surrounded by a shield that protected the zone. Sunwoo looked at the system window and thought it would be difficult for them to create a safe zone right now, and becoming like a guild that only works to mine gold was also stupid for them. The protagonist raised his hand and smiled, saying that they would only use this ability in dangerous situations, but for now they would look for a place where they could set up a safe zone. Hanho, who was sitting on the floor, raised his head and looked at Sunwoo and asked if they would go to Suwon. Hearing his friend's question, Sunwoo turned away, saying that there was no particular need for this. The protagonist walked up to the stand with smartphones and looked out the window, saying that he was sure that the leader of the group would use his influence on everyone else, and he did not want to fight with him as well. The protagonist noticed how the drake on the roof raised its head and began to move. He informed the group about this, saying that the drift had rested and was ready to fly further. Soon a group of drakes spread their wings and flew in an unknown direction. Seongwoo turned his head and asked Hanho, who was holding a smartphone, to look in the community for the location of the store. The protagonist looked at the edge of the system window, where his gold was listed. He needed to use the gold and become stronger, because no one knew who they would meet on their way. Hanho grabbed the helmet on his head, saying that there was nothing nearby. An unexpected loud sound made everyone flinch and become agitated. Seongwoo grabbed the hilt of his sword. Guys on motorcycles rode down the street, raising smoke behind them. One of them shouted, reporting the disappearance of Vavon. When the protagonist's group left the store, Hanho opened his eyes wide in surprise, saying that these were the guys they met yesterday. Sunwoo turned his head and smiled, suggesting that he ask them, because they rob people, which means they should know where the nearest store is where they can use the stolen gold. Events are transferred to another area of the city, to the mart store. Deesung walked ahead of his group, swearing at the drakes because of which they lost a lot of time sitting in the butcher shop. The guy behind him raised the bag of meat high and smiled, saying that now they have meat. A black-haired guy with freckles on his face closed his eyes and asked Deesung, who was walking in front, if he could spin the silver roulette, to which he replied by saying that he needed to pick it up a little. Deesung turned and raised his hand, clenched into a fist, saying that although he had gotten a survival package last time, he was hoping that this time he would get something cooler. Entering the room, Deesung spread his arms to the sides, informing everyone of their arrival. But looking at the empty ticket offices of the shopping center, he could not understand why it was so quiet here. The black-haired guy standing next to him became agitated. Starting to sweat, the guy was about to turn to Deesung, but he ordered him to shut up and clenched his teeth, putting on brass knuckles. The group walked slowly through the shopping center. Deesung extended his hand with brass knuckles on it to the doorknob. Opening the door, he saw people sitting in the room. They all looked exhausted. Deesung smiled nervously and asked where Eugene was. The group shuddered when one of the guys, trembling all over, said through clenched teeth that guy came, and Eugene didn't have enough money. Deesung began to run, trying to find Eugene, while asking what that man did to her. When Eugene appeared in front of him, her head covered with a white hat that she was holding, Deesung stopped and shouted excitedly, asking about her condition. Deesung opened his eyes and mouth wide when he saw Eugene's face. Eugene lifted her hat to show her tear-stained face. Tears were still flowing from her eyes. 2 vampire fangs appeared in her mouth. She asked Deesung to shut up because the human smell made her feel hungry. A trembling Eugene approached Deesung holding her hat. Deesung himself looked at the man in the room whose feet were on the table. A man with long nails, pointed ears and pale skin sat on a chair with his legs thrown back on the table. A cap was put on his head. He asked Deesung why he killed Wooseok. Deesung remembered the image of his leader smiling at him as he listened to the man tell him that Wooseok had always been too kind and righteous to be the leader of a gang of thieves. Deesung remembered how his entire hand trembled after he smashed his leader's head. His body lay in front of him, and the blood began to flow, turning the entire floor around him red. He approached the table where the man was sitting, saying that he attacked them, so he had to do it. The man, hearing his words, said that now he would have to kill Eugene. The vampire removed his legs from the table and tilted his head a little and recalled how he said that they could not restrain themselves and would constantly have to drink blood. Deesung spat and annoyedly asked if that was the reason Wooseok killed the others. The vampire frowned and looked angrily at Deesung, asking what he just said. Imagining his boss and the group of vampires, he told Deesung that they should be grateful that their boss took them into business in the first place, after which he asked Deesung how long they could live without their protection. Deesung was annoyed. He looked at Eugene and then told the vampire to leave them alone. A moment later, the vampire was behind Deesung and his hand was placed on his shoulder. The vampire's pupils shrank. He opened his jaw full of fangs, saying that without their protection, they would be the first to kill them. Deesung's legs began to tremble in fear. The vampire's hand patted Deesung on the head. He demanded 10,000 gold from him in 2 days, threatening that he would become the next victim if he did not complete the task. Bloodsucker turned around when he heard people start screaming, trying to stop someone. Sunwoo, Hanho and Jisoo holding Eugene entered the room. Sunwoo held the hilt of his sword and smiled, saying that it was somehow rude to communicate with guests like that. The vampire turned around completely, asking what the guests needed. The protagonist took the sword out of its sheath and pointed it at the vampire, demanding to give everything. The bloodsucker was shocked by Seongwoo's daring behavior. The protagonist, holding a sword in his hand, demanded to give up everything they had, after which he asked if they expected that someone else could rob them. Daesung began to get nervous. Sweat began to flow freely from his face while he, with his mouth open, looked at the laughing vampire whose mouth was full of fangs. The bloodsucker laughingly called Sunwoo and his group crazy. Looking at the teeth of the bloodsucker, Seongwoo realized that they looked more like animal fangs. The protagonist sharply turned his sword and clenched his teeth, asking the vampire if he was the boss of the building. When he heard his question, the bloodsucker stopped laughing. A moment later, the vampire's palms began to bend. Long nails turned into claws. The bloodsucker abruptly pushed himself off the floor and rushed towards Seongwoo, screaming, "Did they kill everyone?" The vampire noticed two bone hands that began to approach him. One of the bone hands grabbed the vampire's arm, which he extended, intending to wound Seongwoo. One of the bone orcs appeared behind the vampire and grabbed him by the shoulder. Daesung fell to the ground looking in shock at the bone monster in front of him. Sunwoo approached the vampire while he asked him if the monsters were summoned by him. The vampire was about to start scolding Sunwoo, but received a powerful blow to the chest, which caused him to grit his teeth in pain. Daesung opened his mouth wide in shock at the sight of blood spurting from the wound. Seongwoo in front of the vampire with his outstretched arm holding a blade that pierced the vampire's throat through. Seongwoo's eye glowed green. Blood flowed down the vampire's dangling and trembling legs. Seongwoo plunged his sword deeper, and at the same second blood spurted out from the wound. The protagonist ordered the vampire, who was lifted by his skeletons holding his hands, not to move, otherwise he would cut off his head. Sunwoo frowned and annoyedly asked the vampire if he was in charge. The bloodsucker from whose neck continued to spurt blood smiled without saying anything. Suddenly the vampire grabbed the skeleton's hand and pulled it out. With his other hand he hit the second skeleton, slamming him into the floor. A moment later, the bloodsucker struck the sword with both hands, breaking it into 3 parts. The system notified Sunwoo that his item had been destroyed. The vampire with a shard of sword in his neck jumped at Seongwoo. He opened his mouth wide and extended his hand towards him. An unexpected flash appeared on either side of the protagonist's head. A bunch of daggers were thrown at the vampire. One dagger touched the bloodsucker's forehead, knocking off the cap on his head. The other 2 daggers pierced through the vampire's hands, stopping his progress. While Jisoo suddenly moved forward, Hanho stood with his arm outstretched, smiling. He recalled how they told the vampire not to move. Jisoo instantly found herself behind the bloodsucker, her sword in her hand, the sword with which she had cut off the vampire's arm a moment earlier, causing his legs to give way in pain. The bloodsucker, controlling his blood, began to form a new arm while turning around. But a second later, the vampire's newly restored hand caught fire, and the system notified him that, thanks to the effect of the kindling stone, regeneration was not available to him. Jisoo with a burning blade attacked the bloodsucker from behind. The vampire managed to turn around and lean back, dodging Jisoo's burning blade. When the vampire struck the girl on the head, she ducked, dodging the blow, and approached the vampire himself. Jisoo tightened her grip on the hilt of the blade. With one swing of her sword, she again cut off the vampire's hand. The angry bloodsucker opened his mouth and growled, deciding to attack with his second hand. The girl blocked all the attacks and blows with the vampire's hand with her sword. Instead of another blow, the bloodsucker grabbed Jisoo's blade with his hand. The vampire tore out part of Seongwoo's blade that remained in his neck and threw it at Jisoo. The girl at the last moment tilted her head to avoid the attack. The system notified her about the activation of a special feeling. The girl was surprised by the effect of the skill. The vampire spat out blood and fell forward as 3 powerful blows were struck in his back. The bloodsucker trembled, coughing up blood, while 2 huge orc skeletons raised their arms for another blow. The system notified the protagonist of the aura of the dead that made his opponent freeze in fear, as well as that his opponent was becoming weaker due to his subordinates. Sunwoo stood behind his skeletons, who were now actively beating the vampire on the back. He remembered how they could cope with the power of vampires before, but now their abilities did everything for them. The vampire who received a blow to the face received 10 notifications from the system, notifying him that he was becoming weaker. Soon the skeleton stopped beating the bloodsucker. He sat on the ground trying to hold on with his hands so as not to fall. Blood was gushing from his shoulder as well as from his head. The vampire raised his head and shouted, crying, asking Sunwoo what he wanted. The protagonist, hearing his question, asked him if he agreed to negotiate. When Seongwoo raised his hand and the skeleton stood behind him, the vampire thought about his ability to summon skeletons. He guessed that he had a weak physical form, so he could kill him in one blow. The vampire, whose face was swollen due to his wounds, smiled. He was going to pretend that he was negotiating, and as soon as he got closer to Seongwoo, he would strike. But the bone spear that pierced his stomach made his plan impossible. Blood sprayed from his wounds on his neck and the newly formed wound on his stomach. The bloodsucker raised his arms, screaming in pain as more spears pierced the vampire's body. The vampire's body was pierced by several bone spears. He was trembling, unable to move. Seongwoo, standing in front of him, said that he had the body of a monster, so he would be able to talk even in this state, and if not, then Seongwoo would help. Seongwoo held his bone spear in his hand, his eye glowing, emitting blue mana in the form of smoke. 2 orc skeletons stood behind him. Daesung, who was hiding behind the table, opened his mouth in shock. He was scared by Seongwoo. A drop of sweat ran down Daesung's face as he looked at the protagonist in fear, wondering about his identity. The vampire opened his bloody mouth full of fangs and screamed, warning Seongwoo not to think he was stronger than all of them if he caught one. The vampire stuck out his long tongue, His mouth opened even wider, and his eyes lit up. He said that today his boss's plan will be carried out and weak people like them will die. Sunwoo clenched his teeth and looked at the bloodsucker with anger. He ordered Jisoo to finish him off. Not even a second passed before Jisoo appeared in front of the vampire and cut off his head with a swing of her sword. The system notified her that she had received 322 gold for killing the player. Disung flinched when the vampire's severed head fell in front of him. Sunwoo tried to call out to Disung, who jumped up from his seat shouting that the vampire had nothing to do with them. But still, with his face twisted from fear and irritation, Disung looked at Sunwoo. The protagonist, smiling, extended his hand, reminding him how he said to give him everything they stole. Jisoo and Hanho standing behind him looked at Disung. In the morning, the building of the shopping center was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The protagonist shook the hand of the man in the yellow jacket, after which he received a message from the system, notifying him that he had received 984 gold, followed by Seongwoo receiving 2 more notifications that he had received 431 and 891 gold. The protagonist looked at his comrades and saw how Hanho looked at his palm, realizing that he didn't get too much. He was a little annoyed by this, while Jisoo pulled her hand away and pressed it to her chest with fear, looking at the guy in front of him who was looking at her with concern, holding out hand. Jisoo looked at the vampire's body in the other room, which they covered with a white sheet. She was curious about which boss he was talking about, which she immediately asked Sunwoo about. The protagonist looked at the people standing behind him and answered Jisoo by saying that he didn't know yet. But apparently the vampires were increasing their powers, because that's what the money was for. Jisoo turned her head to Sunwoo, saying that he dealt with him quite quickly, although it is difficult to imagine that such people exist. Imagining the image of fanged and scary vampires, Jisoo said that she had the feeling that it was not the vampires who adapted to the world, but vice versa. The girl remembered the original image of the vampire they had recently defeated. Judging by his words, they had a hierarchy. Judging by this, they must have some restrictions, but vampires could spread like a virus. Sunwoo, who also realized this, looked at Hanho and Jisoo looking at their system windows. He wondered if they had the right to simply not pay attention to the vampires, because in order to kill one, there had to be at least 3 of them. The protagonist imagined himself with his comrades, who were surrounded by a crowd of bloodsuckers. He could not understand how to kill everyone if the vampires attacked in a group, and this was inevitable, because they would probably want to avenge their relative. Sunwoo is feeling fine. The protagonist called out to Disung, reminding him of how he talked about the store. Hearing his words, Disung straightened up and excitedly pointed his hands to the side, saying that he would guide them. Suddenly everyone froze, having received a red alert from the system. The system asked them what would happen to the players who did not choose a card in the second selection. Hanho and Sunwoo opened their mouths in shock when they saw the yellow windows of the system appear in front of them. The protagonist clenched his teeth. He didn't like what was happening. Suddenly, a fat guy standing behind grabbed his head, screaming. Disung turned around and tried to call out to the guy. Disung grabbed Minsik's hand and shouted angrily, asking if he had chosen the card. Frightened, Minsik pulled his hand out of Tisung's grip, shouting that he didn't like it. Minsik then pointed his finger at the guys trembling behind him, saying that they also did not choose cards. A system window with the correct answer written appeared in the air. Following this, another notification from the system appeared, telling everyone that the player who did not choose a card became a monster. Minsik cried until half of his body was already overgrown with fur and began to transform. Sunwoo looked worriedly at the guy transforming into a werewolf, not believing his eyes. Sunwoo's eyes widened in fear. The only good news was that the transformation did not happen immediately. The protagonist shouted, ordering his friends nearby to attack Minsik. When Minsik, who was transforming into a werewolf, raised his mouth and growled, the only one who rushed towards him was the small skeleton right. Minho and Rinho stood in the corridor, 2 orc skeletons guarding them, standing on either side of them. Minho turned his head towards the door, saying that Hanho and the guys were delayed. Rinho closed her eyes, asking whether it was necessary to go there at all. Minho stomped his foot on the ground and said with some frenzy that you need to think about the others, because those thieves probably killed other people. Rinho opened her eyes and looked in the direction where the group had gone. She hoped that they would do without casualties. The right one, along with other skeletons, attacked the transforming werewolves. Sunwoo gritted his teeth and frowned at what was happening. In his thoughts, he asked for forgiveness for everything he did now, but he had no other choice. One of the werewolf's attacks broke the skeleton orc's arm into pieces. The protagonist was shocked. His mouth dropped open in amazement when he saw how the werewolf broke the skeleton orc into pieces with one swing of his paw. 2 skeleton orcs led by Right attacked the werewolf together. 3 system notifications appeared in the air notifying Seongwoo of receiving 6,000 gold for killing werewolves and increasing level to 8. Seongwoo looked in disbelief at the bodies of werewolves lying in front of him. The axe and blade pulled out by the skeletons from their bodies were bloodied. The protagonist's eyes opened wide. He could not believe that for one werewolf he received 3,000 gold. Recently, when he killed a direwolf, he received only 240 gold. This frightened the protagonist, because this proved the enormous power of the monster, which he would have gained if completely would transform. An energy card appeared in Sunwoo's hand, and a system window appeared in front of him, notifying Sunwoo that he had received an attribute card for increasing his level. Then the system notified him about increasing his agility by 3 points. Jisoo sheathed the blade and looked at Sunwoo, who was holding the card, and said that since he needed to control skeletons, agility was exactly what he would need. Hanho screamed in fear, looking at the werewolf. He, shouting, asked if they would continue to fight such monsters. The protagonist tilted his head a little and barely audibly said that they had a choice. Sunwoo turned around and looked at Disung and his group. He was going to increase the number of his skeletons. He never used human corpses for their plan so as not to create a bad image for himself among the other survivors. But now he decided to do it. After all, there were people who didn't choose a class card and turned into monsters with enormous power, which meant that Seongwoo's group would also have to fight them one day. When the protagonist raised 2 werewolves in the form of skeletons, the system notified him that the dead obeyed him. Soon the protagonist stood in front of 2 huge werewolf skeletons wrapped in green energy, thanks to which they could now fight a group of vampires. Disung winced and took a step back when he saw Minsik transformed into a skeleton. Sunwoo glanced at Disung and asked the location of the store. He imagined a used car dealership, saying that this was where the store was located. Disung imagined a terrible picture of vampires laughingly enjoying the blood of people. He tried to warn Sunwoo, saying that there were always terrible people there who only took gold from them. After some time, a building with the sign used cars became visible. Seongwoo's group, along with Disung and Eugene, walked through the parking lot. 6 orc skeletons walked on either side of them, protecting them from danger, and 2 newly formed werewolf skeletons walked in front of the whole group. Sunwoo looked around the parking lot, saying that although they walked quite quietly, there was no one here, which seemed strange to him. A car whose bumper was damaged was thrown over the fence along with an office chair. Sunwoo stood behind one of the cars and raised his hand, ordering the entire group to stop. The huge bear growled and attacked the vampire. The vampire threw his body back barely, dodging the bear's paw, but the chain that appeared after the paw took the vampire by surprise. The bloodsucker screamed in pain as the chain struck his eyes. With one swing of his paw, the bear made the vampire's body fly away and crash into the car, crushing its bumper. Sunwoo looked closely at the bear's paw and saw a chain chained to his hand. This made Sunwoo's mouth open in shock as he realized that the bear had been chained before. Behind the bear, the bodies of vampires were scattered throughout the parking lot, blood slowly flowing out of them. One bear was able to kill almost all the vampires. The protagonist imagined a man transforming into a bear. He assumed that he was kidnapped as a human, but because of the chains he was unable to choose cards and became a monster. The protagonist looked at the bear raising its head up. It seemed surprising to him that the one who was kidnapped by the vampires was killed by him. The vampire, whom the bear had previously thrown away, jumped up and jumped on the bear, spitting blood, and he dealt 2 blows to the bear. One of the many blows hit the bear's eye, causing it to growl. Blood flowed from the wounds on the werewolf's body as he struck the vampire with a powerful paw. Sunwoo's mouth dropped open involuntarily. He decided that right now they had a chance. Looking at the 2 monsters standing in front of each other, the bear's one paw was hanging down due to the huge number of wounds, and the vampire fell to his knee from fatigue. This was the moment when Sunwoo could get rid of 2 enemies at once. The werewolf opened its mouth and growled. The vampire, whose eye was also damaged, also being enraged, opened his mouth and screamed. Screaming die, the vampire rushed straight at the werewolf. The bloodsucker, due to his damaged eye, was unable to notice the skeleton approaching him and striking him. The bear was shocked to see the werewolf skeleton strike the vampire and crush the vampire's head. The bear stretched out its paws trying to grab the skeleton. Sunwoo's eyes watched all the actions of the bear. He realized at that moment, wolves were not like bears, they knew how to hunt. The skeleton's paw rested on the bear's head. The werewolf skeleton swung its paw, intending to attack the bear from behind. The werewolf skeleton dealt a powerful blow to the bear's head, after which the system immediately notified Sunwoo that he had received 3,500 gold for killing the bear. The protagonist watched as the bear's paw fell to the ground. The protagonist turned his head to the 3 frightened skeleton orcs. They realized that Sunwoo wanted to summon a new werewolf, and for this it was necessary to make room. Soon a 3rd werewolf skeleton of enormous size appeared in front of the protagonist. The system notified him that the dead were subordinate to him. The protagonist was surprised by the size of the skeleton, because he had previously thought that they had a size limit. Hanho, who approached the bus, screamed, saying that this blue bus was from their university, on which Kyungsu left. Sunwoo looked at Jisoo, who opened her eyes wide when she saw the bus, confirming that it was the same bus. The protagonist assumed that they were attacked by a vampire. Sunwoo began to remember how Kyungsu, sitting behind the wheel of a bus, offered to take them to a military base, and the protagonist also remembered a lot of people on the bus. If they infected so many people, then they would have more opponents than they thought. The main character gritted his teeth and turned his head to Disung, asking for the location of the store. When Tisung looked to the side to point at the store, Eugene pulled her hand back. Eugene's fingernails began to lengthen and her hair began to turn white. Tisung tried to call her, but she did not react at all. Suddenly, a symbol of the 3rd eye appeared on Eugene's forehead. Her eyes lit up when she opened her mouth. Instead of her voice, a man's voice was heard, which, chuckling, told Tisung not to worry, because all his children are very important to him. Tisung looked in shock at Eugene, who began to approach Sunwoo, saying in a man's voice that he was wondering who was killing his children. The protagonist, next to whom was the skeleton of a werewolf bear, realized that Eugene had been possessed. He assumed that they came, sensing the death of their relatives, but he did not say this. Instead, he said that he thought that the upper members in the hierarchy were leading quieter, but he turned out to be very talkative. The possessed Eugene smiled broadly, saying that he often has to explain himself to fools, which is why he is called a professor. Tisung watched with his mouth open in shock as the professor, controlling Eugene's body, raised his hand and pointed at Sunwoo. The professor pulled his lips into a tube and began to exhale black smoke at the same time he chuckled, calling everyone weaklings. The smoke began to spread with great speed, causing Xiangwu to retreat in fear. A red system window appeared from the air, notifying him that he was under a low-class curse that required holy power to analyze and neutralize. The professor, who had smoke coming out of his mouth, shouted saying that he would eat Sunwu. All that was left was to wait. Suddenly, the smoke coming out of his mouth stopped coming out, and a drop of tears appeared on the edge of the professor's eye. The protagonist attacked the professor with a powerful kick that threw the enemy's body into the car. Hanho, who was standing next to Sunwu, widened his eyes and asked him with some wariness whether Sunwu was a human. The protagonist looked warily at his hand on the back of the palm, which had a red spot. This mark was formed from a curse, but Sunwu did not feel any changes. Hanho, who was standing next to him, extended his hand. A bishop's hat seemed to form on his head. When he said that Xiangwu exudes bad energy, Xiangwu looked at Hanho and asked if he had recently received a priest card. Hanho threw the bishop's hat to the side, closed his eyes and grabbed Xiangwu's hand and said that he felt the disrespect coming from him. His friend, hearing his words, squinted his eyes, mentally saying to himself that if the whole country depended on him, they would have already come to an end. Sunwu suddenly felt himself standing in the palm of a vampire when a red system window appeared, notifying him of the opening of the Vampire Lord's exclusive skill, Pursuit of Blood. It turned out that his location would be shown every 12 hours. Next, the system notified him about the activation of an additional task in connection with the current situation. Next, another system window appeared with a description of the additional task. The name of the task was, There is no country for the wicked. He needed to kill the killer who was following him. As a reward, he would receive 30,000 gold and a ticket for a C-class item. Xiangwu decided to attack before he became stronger. The protagonist began to approach Tisum, who was holding Eugene in his arms. He reminded him that he never said where the store was. Sunwu stopped right in front of Disum, his eyes shining brightly in the night as he asked him about the location of the vampire lair. The computer screen glowed brightly in the dark office. The system window greeted those entering the D-class store. Jisoo looked with some surprise at the computer screen, where you could select the level and quality up to platinum for a certain price. Hanho looked at the bottom of the faucet, noticing that they would need to select the balls that were standing near the cube. Sunwu sat down in a chair, deciding to try first. Soon the system notified him that he had received a ticket for any class. The protagonist, sitting in front of the screen, remembered how he received a reward for killing 100 monsters. Xiangwu looked at the screen and saw the difference. The platinum level now cost 100,000 gold. It was 10 more expensive than last time. The protagonist moved the mouse, thinking that it was better for him to take several tickets, because the price could increase next time, and right now the gold class was enough to survive. After choosing a class on the screen, the opportunity to choose prize balls for 300, 500, and 1,000 appeared. Xiangwu felt as if the creator of the game had sold his soul to the devil. Sunwu remembered the magic sphere he received last time. He decided to choose the first option. The system notified Sunwu that the first prize ball had been added. The protagonist gritted his teeth and smiled in anticipation while Hanho and Jisoo opened their mouths in horror and screamed. The system window congratulated Sunwu for taking first place. Sunwu looked in surprise at the huge scroll that began to open in the air. A system window with a description of the item appeared in front of him. The item was called a coupon for acquiring a master level skill. It had a legendary class. Next, another system window appeared with a description of the acquired skill. Death Lagoon had a construction class, qualified as an active skill, but did not consume anything in return. The skill created a resting place for subordinates in subspace from which they could be summoned at any time. The skill also had an additional skill that summons several subordinates, spreading the curse of death throughout the territory. Hanho and Jisoo's pupils shrank to the size of a pea when Sunwu smiled and said that he was lucky again, after which he looked at his friends, noticing their strangeness, and asked what was the matter. In the room with the glowing computer screen, the voices of Jisoo and Hanho were heard shouting to Sunwu to move away. The green energy of the dead swayed in space like a flame. Sunwu extended his hand, activating the skill he had acquired, and all his skeletons began to fall into the ground. When they all disappeared, Sunwu clenched his hand into a fist and smiled, mentally saying that although the number of summons was limited, it was nice to have an endless inventory. Smiling, the protagonist turned around, asking his friends what happened to them. Xiangwu turned around to see Jisoo and Hanho lying on the ground with a breastplate and a first aid kit standing next to them. He also saw system windows about Jisoo receiving a Class B survival pack and receiving Hanho's breastplate, which qualified as a regular item. At night, Hanho's cry was heard in the used car dealership, saying that next time he would be the first to play. Events take us to another part of the city with huge skyscrapers. The iron tip of the crowbar hit the ground as Kyungsoo asked himself since when did everything go wrong. Kyungsoo, holding the crowbar, fell on one knee, looking at the bodies of his dead comrades. The loud cry of the warden could be heard throughout the street. He ordered all survivors to get into the car. Kyungsoo remembered the image of Sunwu holding the staff, asking himself if it would have been better to stay with him, after which he himself confirmed his words. Kyungsoo remembered how he and the blonde guy looked in shock at the destroyed military base. They then stopped right in front of the gates of a military base blazing in flames. The blonde boy shouted, asking the nervous Kyungsoo what they would do. All the people on the bus began to get nervous. Some even shouted saying that they were finished. The poor bus driver then clenched his jaw and covered his eyes, trembling all over. Everyone asked him. Everyone wanted to know from him what they would do next. Then the guy guy in the red suit and hat shouted, picking up the phone. He asked Kyung-soo to look at him. Kyung-soo picked up the phone while looking around the safe zone in Suwon. All the people looked at the driver's cabin waiting for his answer. Kyung-soo's lips stretched out with a faint smile. Until now they had managed to bypass all the monsters. The people behind him were ready to go with him to the end. They trusted him. The bus started moving when Kyung-soo shouted saying that they were leaving. And now, lying on the ground, he understood that this decision was wrong, because they were waiting for them. Kyung-soo's whole body trembled as he looked at the human-like monsters that were killing his friends. One of the vampires kicked Kyung-soo on the back, shouting at him to be faster. The black-robed vampire smiled creepily, revealing his fangs, asking Kyung-soo if he was tired. The two vampires turned to each other and began discussing replacing slaves due to their fatigue. Kyung-soo looked in fear at the bloodsucker who opened his mouth. They could rob gold from others and kill to increase their strength. For them, their economy was amazing and magnificent. Kyung-soo remembered how those vampires killed the blonde guy and the others. He had no hope left to survive. The vampires herded people into the warehouse like cattle, standing on either side of them to prevent escape. Kyung-soo collided with a guy who stopped abruptly, who was walking in front of him and asked why he stopped. It turned out that a small skeleton appeared in front of them with a sword in his hand. Wright's eyes glowed brightly as he pointed his sword at the vampires. The two vampires stepped forward, discussing the origins of the skeleton as Kyung-soo looked at the small skeleton with wide eyes. The vampire bared his teeth and raised his hand, transforming his nails into claws, saying that the skeleton seemed to be a new type of monster. The bloodsucker sharply pushed off the ground with his foot and rushed towards the skeleton. Instantly, a bloodsucker with a grin on his face appeared in front of the right. The vampire opened his eyes wide as a bone spear pierced his arm. The two vampires began to fall as bone spears brought down their bodies in several places. One of the bloodsuckers, who was nailed to the ground with two bone spears, clenched his palm into a fist and tremblingly raised his head, looking at the huge skeleton in front of him. Huge skeletons of werewolves and orcs began to emerge out of thin air. Soon the orc skeletons landed on the ground in front of the vampires. Kyung-soo, who saw them, was delighted and shouted, pronouncing the name of the protagonist. Sunwoo walked slowly, reminding Kyung-soo how he wished them luck before leaving. Sunwoo, Jisoo and Hanho slowly walked towards right. Kyung-soo clenched his teeth as he noticed Sunwoo's increased strength. Even though they were both students, the difference between them was huge. Kyung-soo couldn't understand the reason for this. The vampires, grinning, began to rise, not paying attention to the bone spears in their bodies. The werewolf's huge bony palm appeared behind the vampire man, causing him to stop abruptly. The cut inflicted by the werewolf's spear cut one of the vampires in half. The second skeleton also did not stand aside and struck the back of the other vampire, causing blood to spurt out from his back. Kyung-soo and one of the survivors opened their mouths wide in shock and fear when they saw this. Sunwoo started clenching his palm into a fist, calling vampires monsters. After this, the protagonist raised his hand and pointed it at the vampires. A moment later, his skeletons, led by Wright, rushed towards the monsters. In the darkness, there was a metal factory with windows near the roof, above which a crane towered. Kyung-soo's eyes widened in shock, concluding that the girl had become much stronger. In the industrial zone, against the backdrop of stairs and pipes, stood Jisoo and Sunwoo with skeletons, which the guy admired. After this, the young man turned his gaze to the cowardly Hanho, who was hiding behind the back of the right one and with tears in his eyes furiously begged for protection, which showed a lack of leveling. The vampire, surrounded by two ghostly warriors with blue mana, screamed in horror, asking to be saved in exchange for information. Then Sunwoo pointed to the factory behind him in the dark, suspiciously asking how many people there were, and also asking to name all the vampires and their levels. A fang guy with blonde hair said that there is their leader, who is at the 12th level, and 12 players with a maximum level of 4. After these words, the necromancer glanced sideways at the gloomy Jisoo standing behind him and noted the honesty of the vampire whom he had no intention of saving. The night bloodsucker looked at the guy with enthusiasm, asking if he wanted to know about the presence of security, and at that moment he was struck in the throat area. Behind the vampire stood Kensu, who had pierced him with a spear, from the tip of which blood was now dripping, and the guys opposite opened their mouths in surprise at the sight of him. The young man, holding a long weapon, with a gloomy face on which a shadow fell, said that he himself knew what was happening at the plant. Large tears were now flying in the air when he mentioned that this vampire could not be left alive, because he had killed all of their friends. Kyung-soo sobbed, lowered his head, and shook violently, saying that although the guys were stupid and timid, they did not deserve such death. The guy sadly recalled how many things they planned to do together with the friends they killed. The main character put his hand on the shoulder of the grieving Kyung-soo, from whose eyes tears continued to flow, and asked not to blame himself for what happened, but to cope with it in order to survive. Sunwoo bared his teeth with displeasure, saying that the fanged monsters were now behaving this way for a reason, and suggesting that they were hiding among ordinary people. A hand with black claws reached over the shaggy head, when it was concluded that adaptation and liberation were different things. A squad of 3 guys and Kyung-soo stood among the industrial area, turned towards the factory, while tall ghostly warriors looked at the dead vampire lying in a pool of blood, and the main character concluded that while the world is being destroyed, they need to kill all the psychos. The action takes place inside an unlit factory building with a reinforced beamed ceiling and windows near the roof. Armed factory workers walked around the building, guarding cages with people, and nearby there were a bunch of goblins. One of the men raised his hand and made a questioning expression on his face, while 3 people towered behind him, watching everyone. On the balcony, surrounded by 2 subordinates, stood a brooding director turned into a vampire with a protruding fang and red eyes, holding his hands in his pockets. He watched the people behind bars wandering around the cell with worried faces, and one of the workers clarified how many people still needed to be collected. In response to this, the vampire grinned, revealing his fangs, and said contentedly that the captives were just his lunch. Streams of energy shone behind the glasses as the director reminded them that they care about their evolution, have a great philosophy that they should become the strongest species. During these words, one of the subordinates clenched his fists, and, looking enthusiastically at the chief, declared that he also wanted to become a captain, to which he replied with a smile that he would become one if he worked hard. The employee, throwing a shadow with burning eyes, turned to the man with a crowbar, who was trying to catch his breath, breaking the man's head, assuring that the director would change his life. The vampire captain froze, looking puzzled as someone pointed out that the change would come from turning into a monster. In the open passage, one could see the dark silhouette of a man in a flowing cloak, which was illuminated from the back by moonlight. Xiangwu entered and began to look around carefully, mocking the idea of evolution with a grin, because this is only an excuse for the fact that the converted workers have ceased to be people. Noticing a stranger on the territory, several men began to land on the floor from a height, while the necromancer stood next to a mountain of monster corpses, which was guarded by 2 workers. 3 men in uniform began to approach him, menacingly asking who he was. The captured young guys pressed themselves into the bars of the cage with a smile, recognizing the very student from the university who killed the goblin boss. The head vampire, hearing the uproar, barked angrily, baring his fangs and demanding to shut up. The director put his clawed hand forward and said angrily that food was not given the right to speak, frightening the prisoners with his appearance. Xiangwu looked at the workers in confusion, wondering if their boss hadn't told them who was in front of them. Then the subordinates in work uniform froze in bewilderment in front of the young man, and one pointed at him, suggesting that he had killed Mr. Park. The necromancer began to shake his head and, gesticulating with his hands, asked with condemnation whether the men were really seriously engaged in business, and discontent was heard. The director of the plant with an angry face began to approach the main character, who concluded that the guy was crazy for coming to this place alone, and asked what was going on in his head. Sunwoo grinned sarcastically as he activated blue mana, which began to flow out of his eyes, and declared that he had abilities. A purple aura hung in the air, sweeping away workers in its path, and the vampire captain, noticing it, shouted in horror what kind of dark energy this was. An orange system window popped up indicating that a great aura was rolling over the selected area. A dark energy stream began to approach the panicking director, enveloping him from all sides. Splashes of blue mana towered in the purple glow. Sunwoo stood with glowing eyes, emitting powerful energy and immersing the entire space of the plant in great mana. The uniformed workers looked in horror at the approaching enemy, covered in cold sweat and screaming. And at this time the system notified that they were under a death curse, reducing all attributes. The vampire's subordinates took out their shields and began to cover themselves. Someone dropped their weapon at the sight of huge skeletons furiously rushing towards them. The director of the plant at this time was tearing apart the rebel creatures around with his claws and angrily flashing his red eyes, demanding that the employees gather to kill the necromancer. The subordinates watched in panic as the undead rose again in a blue glow. Among the great aura filling the space, eerie fanged skulls with malicious grins could be seen, and the workers screamed in horror, seeing that the furious skeletons were coming to life. Xiangwu stood motionless in the distance with clenched fists, eyes blazing as his undead squad rushed towards the angry vampires in front of him. Suddenly, a man flying in the air rushed past the skeleton, breaking its bones with a powerful blow. Now, next to the main character in a flowing cloak, surrounded by a purple glow, stood an evil vampire with a raised clawed hand, wanting to kill the enemy. A bottle suddenly flew at the head of the Fang plant director, which on impact shattered into pieces and released a green liquid that hit the screaming man right in the eyes. The well-aimed Hanho stood near the windows with partially missing glass, inspired by the fact that he had hit the target. The vampire captain, covered in sweat, glanced angrily at the young man behind him while green fumes emanated from his hair. The Great Rose, which shocked the captured people, and Jisoo, sitting on her knee with a katana in her hand, informed Sunwoo that she had freed the prisoners. The freed guys looked in horror at the car that suddenly flew into the building, putting their hands out in front of them for protection. Sitting behind the wheel was Kyungsoo, who with a serious expression shouted furiously, asking everyone to quickly get into the car and help the wounded. While the angry vampire director was turned towards the fleeing prisoners, the one on the right rushed towards him from behind, riding a creature made of blue mana. The beast growled menacingly and, stretching its luminous paw forward, threw the blood-sucking captain into the air with one blow. A system window popped up notifying that Wild Madness had been activated, adding damage and increasing the speed of goblin mercenaries. The short, fanged skeleton was now flying directly above the vampire, preparing his dagger to attack, while the headmaster, his face bloodied, raised his head, trying to dodge the attack. The man's eyes widened in horror as blue notifications informed him that he was under an attribute-reducing death curse, and that his health was rapidly decreasing due to devil blood infection. Next, a sign appeared containing information about the legendary artifact Blood of the Devil, which steals the enemy's mana or health. Xiangwu held tightly in one hand a small sphere emitting an orange glow. In the second palm, the Wild Madness bracelet was tightly grasped, increasing the attack speed of small-sized mercenaries. The one on the right dealt a decisive blow to the enemy with his blade in flight, leaving a bright streak in the air from the blade, and the owner concluded that he could always be relied upon. Hanging on the ceiling was a man in a cloak and hat, who had lowered himself on a rope from a leaky roof and was trying to pull his leg out of a noose. At this time, Jisoo carefully examined the factory with thin walls and broken windows, concluding that there was no better place to find The main character now towered over the main vampire, who was trembling, lying on the ground in blood, and his body was surrounded on all sides by huge ghostly warriors in a blue glow, and the short one on the right stood closest. The Fang director, with a damaged face from which poisonous fumes emanated, looked at the guy with burning eyes in horror, not understanding why he was so strong. Suddenly, blood began flowing in a strong stream from the man's severed hand, and he asked the leader to take his power to destroy the necromancer. Xiangwu stood opposite, casting an angry look. Behind him stood Jimu with the same attitude, and Hanho, who was screaming in fear. A creepy vampire of enormous size now towered over the trio, stretching his clawed hand forward, wanting to avenge the director who had saved him. Suddenly, an orange notification from the system popped up in the air, informing him that the high-class vampires were getting angry. The huge bloodsucker fiercely sparkled with red eyes in the darkness and let out a growl, revealing sharp fangs. Sunwoo looked up and, hiding his concern, smiled broadly and told the monster that he had completely forgotten that he was a man. Hearing this, the giant vampire, twisting his mouth, growled and furiously rushed towards the young man, pushing off the floor with his clawed hands. Suddenly, the monster received a powerful blow from a ghostly warrior emitting blue mana, who was standing to the side. An angry squad of undead were now surrounding the bewildered bloodsucker, grinning and swinging their weapons at him as they received a loud order to kill all the monsters. The enraged vampire, without thinking twice, quickly made a retaliatory attack, and fragments of the bones of ghostly warriors began to fly into the air. Suddenly, one of the necromancer's assistants, who appeared from the rising dust, dealt a powerful blow to the vampire's head from behind. He turned with a ferocious look on his opponent and, baring his teeth, sharply raised his fist with glowing red eyes. The vampire made a powerful blow with his pumped arm, and the severed skull of the resurrected skeleton flew into the air, leaving a blue trail behind it. The giant bloodsucker began to swing at him as he ran, when a flock of ghostly beasts, shrouded in blue mana, rushed towards him in front. Emitting a warlike growl, the fanged monster began to throw opponents to the sides, striking them with powerful blows with its fists. Jisoo stood nearby, watching the flying animal skeletons and furiously trying to get closer. The girl rose into the air, pushing off the skulls of ghostly animals with her feet, and flew straight towards the creepy vampire, who opened his mouth wide. Finding herself head down behind the bloodsucker's back, the student, with a concentrated look, swung her legs and delivered a powerful blow. When the girl landed on her haunches and began to slow down, flying all the way to the curious one on the right, an angry vampire turned in her direction, growling menacingly and swearing at people. The girl grabbed the bony wrist of the short skeleton, clutching a katana with her fingerless glove. After that, the right one, clicking his bones, began to quickly move in space, furiously waving his weapon. The wounded vampire pulled a clawed hand to his chest, from which blood gushed out, while behind him two tall ghostly warriors swung their axes furiously. The bloodsucker turned around in horror as powerful blows began to fly at him, cutting his flesh, and the necromancer shouted furiously so that the enemy would not underestimate his bone companions. More powerful mana began to emanate from the skeleton squad as the system notified that the undead had been subdued, and the angry giant vampire let out an angry growl. Xiangwu frowned and concluded that nothing was working out while Hanho stood behind him, mouth agape, admiring Jisoo. The vampire furiously rushed at the opponents who surrounded him, and the main character concluded that the monster would not last long due to blood loss and wasted energy. Looking at the tall skeletons shrouded in blue mana, the necromancer was very worried that they would die earlier, and the guys would be in danger if the orc's protection did not work. As the giant vampire furiously dealt with the phantom beast, Sunwoo concluded that the main problem was that this monster was just a subordinate. The guy with a worried look stretched his hand to the side, thinking about how strong the leader of the bloodsuckers was, and a bony orc stood next to him. Xiangwu, in the blue light, suddenly looked up with alarming green eyes, covered in sweat, while the vampire fiercely towered over the skeleton, breaking it into pieces with his clawed hands. Notifications came from the system to subdue the undead and activate team play with a synergy effect. Xiangwu then grinned sarcastically, mockingly apologizing to the vampire that his powers would now be greatly increased. A ghostly creature in a blue glow stood next to the satisfied necromancer as he promised to put the ghoul's body to good use. A blue tablet appeared with the current list of synergies, which included the Guardian of Hell Cerberus, increasing speed, strength, and defense. The vampire's eyes widened in shock, noticing the skeletal dog approaching and questioning how the pile of bones became exactly that. While a blue glow rose around the bloodsucker, from which a fanged mouth emerged. Grabbing the monster by the wrist, he wished his enemy death with an enraged cry. Three ghostly beasts flew at the bloodsucker and, knocking him down, began to tear him to pieces while he growled and screamed in pain, and blood splashed in all directions. The vampire's fanged mouth opened wide when it received a powerful blow from the long weapon. Xiangwu stood in front of the monster with a gloomy look and a bone spear in his hands, his eyes blazing fiercely, and the system notified that he had received a large reward for killing a special player. While drops of blood dripped from the tip of the weapon, Sunwoo was surprised that even monsters turned into vampires were still considered human by the system. The necromancer stood at the feet of the huge, lifeless body of the defeated bloodsucker, wondering if he could make him his subordinate. The guy recalled with a gloomy look that previous vampires had to cut off their heads so that they they would not recover, and it was impossible to summon headless dead people. But with this enemy, the situation was different. Sunwoo put his palm forward, and the resurrected vampire, shrouded in a blue glow, obeyed the guy, after which he announced that the monster would henceforth be his subordinate. While the skeleton was looking at its owner with its empty eye sockets filled with mana, a notification came from the system informing that it was possible to view fragments of the subordinate's memories. The necromancer, having read this, was greatly taken aback and widened his eyes. Suddenly, pictures began to flash, the first of which had a bright flash. Next, a room appeared with corpses of people in blue light, and the main character asked what was happening. The guy watched in shock at the memory where the vampire director was, wondering if this was really part of the necromancer's abilities. After this, a vampire appeared in glasses and a hat, sitting down imposingly and holding a beer mug filled with blood. Other bloodsuckers with red eyes silently looked at each other in bewilderment, pondering the question of the meaning of the game. Then the vampire, after drinking the scarlet liquid, concluded with a smile that it's unlikely that anyone understands, because he himself doesn't have the slightest idea. After that, the long-haired bloodsucker stood up, pouring the contents from the mug onto the manager and informing him that he needed to call. Kim looked down at his interlocutor while a bloody stream flowed nearby, joyfully agreeing. The vampire philosophized about the returning god and the creatures from outer space, concluding that thanks to the creator, they had an excellent chance of getting rid of all useless species. A fanged man in a hat and glasses opened his mouth, furiously shouting that vampires are obliged to destroy humanity and become great beings. Sunwoo looked at the memories in horror, and when the leader appeared in them, he realized who the real leader was. A blue window appeared in front of the long-haired bloodsucker, and he stated that there was one quest that they could complete together. The vampires sitting at the drinking table enthusiastically accepted this information, clenching their fists. Looking at the memories with Fang's subordinates, the main character asked why they were so crazy. Among the huge horde of bloodsuckers, eyes sparkling, stood their jubilant leader in a hat, arms outstretched. He then raised his hand with a beer mug filled with blood and stated that their first target would be Hwasong. Smirking maliciously, the leader of the vampires announced that the operation would be called the Great Feast, asking to invite everyone to the party and have some fun at the end. Afterwards, the man in the hat with glowing eyes raised his mug and looked at manager Kim, putting him in charge of the food and materials for the farm. Sunwoo was horrified when the leader was shown, trying to realize that the monsters were keeping people enslaved and holding feasts. They wanted to use people by luring them out under the pretext of protection, which worked. After that, a notification from the system appeared in the air, notifying about the appearance of a new task. Sunwoo, illuminated by the blue light, looked at the tablet in bewilderment, remembering that this was the second task since the death of the professor. Then a long list appeared, describing in more detail the mission of preventing or managing genocide. The rescued people, carrying the wounded and holding weapons in their hands, looked around as they left the building. Seongwoo stood motionless with a gloomy face while Hanho ran around him, pointing his finger at his friend and anxiously trying to reach out to him. The guy in the helmet furiously tugged his motionless friend by the jacket, continuing to address him loudly, while the resurrected vampire watched from the side. Confused, Jisoo extended her hand and looked at Hanho, asking him to just wait. The young man widened his eyes in surprise when his friend's hand suddenly fell on his helmet. Seongwoo with creepy burning eyes patted the shaking Hanho on the head, mocking his words. The guy in the helmet looked in horror at the necromancer stretching his palm towards him, crossing his arms as a sign of refusal to carry out all orders, and Jisoo from the side looked at the leader with admiration, covering her mouth with her hand. Sunwoo smiled friendly, inviting the guys to go through a quest together. The action moves to the lair of vampires, where the leader, furiously squeezing his clawed hand, asked if the director of the plant had really been killed. A bloodsucker in a hat and glasses tiredly held his head, while a girl in a dress behind him, clasping herself with her arms, asked how this was possible. The man imagined a menacing necromancer surrounded by a squad of undead, but still did not understand how weak skeletons could kill the leader. The vampire leader turned irritably towards Madame Yang, who was asking if the guy would be a hindrance to their plans. Behind the man in the hat stood a mountain of corpses of various monsters, and he said with a grin that he would not allow this to happen. Madame Yang, blushing, looked at her interlocutor with absolute admiration, biting her lip and awkwardly apologizing. The long-haired, hatted vampire now extended his clawed finger towards the blue window in front of him, deciding to focus on the quest. The man decided that they would deal with the necromancer after the Great Feast, deciding to track him down with a curse later, and wondering what kind of guy he was really like. It was already light over the plant, a new day was beginning. Joyful vampires walked around the industrial zone with boxes, and inside the building the wounded were bandaged and given first aid. People, breathing out a sigh of relief and wondering how long it would take to clean up, threw cardboard boxes filled with weapons onto the floor. Hanho stood outside in the industrial area with his hand on his hip and turned to Seongwoo, who was carrying a load, asking if they really needed to do all this. Sunwoo looked in surprise as Jisoo approached with a package in her hands, who explained that something terrible would soon happen in Hwasong. The girl looked straight at Hanho and said that the chance should be taken to protect the survivors. At this time, the guy in the helmet had already pulled the phone to his face, looking at the community in shock and shouting that they were planning something there again. A post from vampires was open on the screen, who invited all survivors to the Hwasong safe zone under the pretext of protection, which greatly angered the young man. While Sunwoo was holding the phone, reading the text, Hanho approached him with the idea of also creating a topic and stopping the bloodsuckers, but the proposal was rejected. Thinking over the situation, the main character imagined a picture where frightened people were hiding, seeing terrible orcs in the windows, and concluded that even if they convinced the survivors, the problems would not go away. He recalled the feasting vampires led by the leader, coming to the conclusion that if the monsters changed plans, the advantage of the people would disappear. After offering to solve everything gradually, Sunwoo bit his lip, looked puzzledly at Jisoo opposite, and asked if she was looking for something. There were flasks with liquids of different colors on the floor, and the girl said that she found them in the office of the plant manager. Now the main character was holding the red elixir, looking at it in admiration, while Jisoo had a vial of blue contents in her hand, which she looked at with stunned attention. Hanho at this time joyfully raised a large battery above his head, loudly saying that before that he was worried about how they would manage without electricity. A system window popped up providing information about a charger found that provided energy to other devices. The hand with the phones reached towards the charger, and increasing charging percentages appeared on the screen, and the system notified that there were about 10 minutes until the end of the process. Jisoo was holding a bottle of white liquid in her hand, and when Sunwoo looked at him in surprise, she read on the label that it was a medicine that could treat and alleviate infectious conditions. Looking through the glass, the guy smiled and stated that they could use the elixir right now. The sunset sky was red above the plant, with a crane towering above it. People stood in front of the confused Seongwoo, humbly bowing to him and thanking him in chorus for saving him. Going out into the street, the fair-haired guy joyfully looked back at the people and concluded that the guy not only took them with him, but also cured them. The two girls held the medicinal elixir with a smile as the interlocutor reported that they were having a hard time surviving. Sunwoo threw a serious look at the guys, declaring that he would kill anyone who attacked them, and the blonde on the contrary, furiously clenching his fists, assured that this would not happen. The main character looked at the young man opposite with a suspicious squint, not understanding why he was staring at him like that. The brunette winked and pointed his finger at the fair-haired guy, saying that he would give him a job later. Afterwards, the necromancer turned to the short man behind, asking him to begin, and he, folding his arms on his chest, responded with a smile. Seongwoo looked at him in bewilderment as he wickedly shouted that he was finally using his hidden power. The man in the jacket raised his arms and yelled joyfully that he could create a protective camp. A system window popped up, notifying that the area is now a pioneer camp, protected by a shield and providing a fast recovery rate. The people located in the industrial zone were beaming with happiness and strength. Among the crowd, a pleasant cook stood in a cap and apron, serving food to people using a ladle, and a notification came in announcing the increase in energy due to special dishes. Jisoo, gritting her teeth, looked at the joyful people, worried about the unresolved problem, and Sunwoo watched her from the side in bewilderment. The guy with a suspicious face asked if the girl had received an additional quest, to which she began to nervously wave her hands and deny. The necromancer cast a worried glance at Jisoo, twisting his mouth and concluding that she was too worried about preventing a disaster. The guy threw a frown at his worried interlocutor, asking if she knew that stopping the massacre was not her task. Sunwoo's dilated pupil could see Jisoo's perplexed face as he asked why the girl was trying so hard, assuming it was because of justice. She bit her lip hard from tension, answering in the negative. Jima put her hand to her chest, fiercely communicating that she was fighting just to survive. Suddenly, a blue window appeared in the air in front of the interlocutors, and they looked at it with concern. The system sent a notification providing guidance for the start of the broadcast. Also, important information about the timing of the event and other details appeared in a separate message. Sunwoo pursed his lips, scratched his head in confusion, and agreed that the broadcasts were just the beginning. Jisoo clenched her fist furiously, declaring that they needed to fight to survive this crazy game. The action moves to the city, where the windows of high-rise buildings reflect a light golden sky. Hanho twisted his mouth indignantly, loudly asking the Sunbee if he thought it was too much to include him in a dangerous quest. But Jisoo didn't. Now the trio, sitting in the back of the car, was rushing along the road, and the young man in the helmet stood while his cloak fluttered in the wind. Concentratedly adjusting his sleeve, Sunwoo concluded that the girl could well survive on her own, but Hanho wouldn't be able to. While the guys passed high-rise buildings, a young man in a helmet, closing one eye, looked at his phone, reporting that comments had appeared under their posts. The main character, who decided to publish a message with a warning, read strange comments from people supporting him. Frowning, the necromancer said thoughtfully that the reaction was expected, and noticed that the prosecutor had also written a message. Terrible Yondipo wrote a post about creating a guild of survivors, tired of the impotence of the state, and there were already 59 replies. Sunwoo frowned and concluded that the prosecutor was making the comments to prove that they weren't that bad after all. The brunette continued to look at the phone screen while Hanho said indignantly that the man was incredible in his madness. Afterwards, the guy in the helmet looked questioningly at his friend, clarifying where they were going. Reclining in the back of the car and resting his hand on his knee, Sunwoo said that he needed to increase the level and asked what his friend's level was now, and he replied that it was the 5th. Suddenly the car braked, stopping the spinning wheels. Kensu leaned out of the window from the driver's cab with a smile, and notified the guys that they had arrived, and then they needed to walk. The trio began to climb out of the body, carefully descending onto the pavement slabs. While Jisoo put her katana forward, Hanho, gritting his teeth, looked ahead warily and asked Sunwoo if this was their goal, to which he received an affirmative answer. The trio stood near the parking lot of a shopping center with a bunch of abandoned cars, behind which monsters with glowing eyes were hiding. On a large building in the distance there was a large sign indicating that there was a chain store inside. A stone engulfed in flames flew quickly through the air. Approaching the guys, the shell exploded, creating a bright flash, and Hanho hastened to turn away. Two friends hid behind a broken, burning car, shocked by what was happening. Short goblins with glowing eyes emerged from their hiding places, organizing a squad, and Sunwoo concluded that the creatures were capable of using magic. Suddenly, the stunned monsters turned away and tried to leave the place when a bright flash appeared next to them. In the parking lot, the Hellhound Cerberus now towered over the short kobolds, grabbing one of the opponents by the clothes. While the little monsters fled in horror from the parking lot, the formidable Jisoo overtook them with a bloody katana, and the right one and other members of the team fought nearby. In the huge yellow eye, among the capillaries, silhouettes of a creepy girl, a guy with a spear, and a small skeleton emerged. Hanho was on his knees with a dagger, while others stood around the corpse of the kobold in a pool of blood. Seongwoo towered over his worried friend and concluded with a thoughtful look that their goal now was to raise the level of the guy in the helmet and find new ghostly subordinates. The guy watched as the skeleton werewolf carried the kobold by the clothes, coming to the conclusion that this short monster was not particularly suitable for the role of a subordinate. Behind the necromancer, Jisoo raised her head in surprise, drawing the guy's attention to the building, and he hurried to turn around. The guys stood in front of the parking lot, above which the building towered, and the girl concluded that the structure resembled her university. Seongwoo, examining the area, found a bunch of dead people among the cars and with a piercing look suggested that this was a training site. At this time, Jisoo was looking at the building with worried eyes, wondering if there were survivors there, and beads of sweat appeared on her face. Looking at the corpse lying nearby, blood dripping from his hand, Sunwoo stated that the more people, the more monsters, so it's unlikely that anyone survived. Kyungsoo looked up in confusion, his mouth open in shock, and thoughtfully raised a finger, coming to the conclusion that small settlements were safer. Hearing this, Jisoo lowered her gaze with a smile, and the necromancer looked at her, remembering that the girl's family was from the small island of Jeju. She put her hand forward and said that everything was fine, because her relationship with her relatives was not the best. Afterwards, Jisoo raised her eyebrows and looked to the side, hoping that her parents were okay. Hanho and Sunwoo looked at the girl puzzled, deciding not to ask her about the problems in the family. While the guys were standing, a werewolf skeleton in blue mana approached them. Phantom Door was the first to enter the doors of the shopping center, and the others followed him, and the system notified that the guys had entered the large dungeon citadel of the kobold wizard. Sunwoo, his mouth open in shock, looked around, not believing that this place was a dungeon, and Jisoo, standing behind him, widened her eyes in shock, observing the purple glow. The entire floor was lined with magic circles and symbols, among which the necromancer's squad was located. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the air, releasing a purple glow. A magic circle shone above the ceiling of the warehouse, where mountains of boxes were stored, arranged on the floor in shelves. Falling headfirst in the violet glow, Hanho hit his helmet on the floor and drooled. Getting up with tears in his eyes and rubbing his bruised head, the guy noticed monsters with glowing eyes peeking out from behind the boxes in the darkness. The kobolds bared their teeth angrily, holding daggers in their hands, and triumphantly concluded, heading towards their prey, that the man-trap had worked. Hanho widened his eyes in surprise and shock when he heard the creatures talking. After that, the guy grinned, taking out a throwing weapon and confidently deciding that he himself was capable of defeating the weakest monsters. The young man grimaced his face in bewilderment when a green glow appeared behind him, and the system window reported that he had only 30 seconds of life left. The kobolds with blazing eyes rushed furiously at the enemy with daggers, shouting that the game was over. When several creatures jumped on Hanho, he backed away and screamed in tears, asking for the Sundee's help. Calling the guy a leather bastard, the menacing squad of kobolds advanced and brandished their weapons. At this moment, the frightened Hanho closed his eyes, sobbing and deciding that he would die a painful death. When several daggers stabbed into the helmet, the guy calmed down and, looking at his hands, realized that he was not in pain. But the monsters surrounding him were taken aback. Hanho turned around, finding the right one behind him who had saved him, who explained what had happened. The kobolds broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to approach the young man while he stood in complete incomprehension. He, towering over the monsters with a menacing look, extended his hand to them, which made them horrified. At this time, armed Kyungsoo and Jisoo quickly rushed among the boxes, hurrying to find Hanho. The girl stopped behind the boxes with concern, seeing blood splashes and hearing terrible screams. Jisoo suddenly peered out from behind the rack, asking if her partner was okay. He towered over the corpses of the kobolds with a menacing look, holding daggers in his hands. Looking around, the girl curiously asked whether the guy himself had won, and he proudly raised his head. He then pointed at himself, furiously declaring that he becomes stronger when his opponent is very weak. The girl looked to the side, wondering where Sunwoo was, and Hanho looked at her with encouragement. A necromancer with a ghostly squad was hacking at monsters, from which blood flew in splashes, when his friend concluded that everything was definitely alright with him. There were many corpses lying in a large warehouse containing various items. The protagonist, together with the undead, examined the room. He said he hopes Hanko is with Jisoo now. The main character stated that he did not understand where the exit from this large room was. Suddenly, he noticed the corpse of a man. He walked closer to the guy in the beige coat, who had blood running down his face. He realized that the guy was alive and noticed numerous wounds on his body, as well as a pool of blood under him. Looking a little sadly at the bleeding guy, the hero said that in such a situation the power of his elixirs would not be enough to save him. Slightly opening his tortured eye, the guy raised his hand with difficulty. He pointed to the box, saying to look at what was in it. Bringing the box to the guy, Sunwoo asked if it contained an elixir that could help him. Shaking from loss of blood, the guy could not say anything. Opening the box, the main character saw an unidentified egg. In the information window, information appeared that this was an item for a dragon knight with an unidentified effect. The description also contained advice not to despise this item, because if you can protect it, something will happen to your destiny. The shocked protagonist began to talk about this subject. After spitting out blood, the guy said that he took the boss monster's sign. Bowing his head slightly, through the pain, he said that this was a sign from the owner. Looking at the dying guy, the main character tried to understand what he was talking about. Before his death, the guy said that this world is terrible. Remembering the 5-star Dragon Knight card, Seongwoo thought that he regretted his death. He assumed that this guy accidentally ended up in a dungeon and, when looking for a store, took some kind of sign from the local boss. Looking at the egg, the protagonist said that this class had very high demands and he was unlikely to be able to hold out much longer. Continuing to examine the egg, the main character stated that it was most likely a dragon. Giving it into the hand of the undead, he said that he understood why he, even on the verge of death, wanted to protect it. 4 little monsters armed with knives emerged from behind the shelves of boxes. When they saw the undead glowing turquoise, they were afraid. In an instant, several blows from the protagonist's warriors destroyed the enemies. The main character, with a serious look, looked around. The commander of the skeletons did the same. The main character said that he would try to at least avenge his death. He also noticed the fact that they needed to find out what the sign was. By cutting small kobolds, the undead Seongwoo earned 150 gold for each. New kobolds running out from around the corner continued to attack the undead. Looking at this, the hero did not understand why they continued to attack if it was obvious that they would all die. Watching the skeleton commander cut the kobold in half, the protagonist suggested that these creatures may not have consciousness. He said that they attack, die, and immediately become zombies. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the skeleton. Throwing out his burning hand, one of the kobolds declared that he was a magician. Taking a fighting stance and covering his hand with turquoise energy, Sunwoo said that this monster was strong. One of his undead said that he was much stronger and would therefore easily kill him. Covered with a magical aura, he instantly rushed towards the kobold. He flew up at speed and pierced the monster's flesh with his fingers, and at that very second, kobold, wheezing in pain, was overtaken by death. 800 gold were received for killing the kobold mage. The undead protagonist looked sternly towards the monsters, trembling with fear. One of them said that the kobolds had nowhere to run. After a couple of seconds, the surrounded kobolds were killed with a series of simple blows. For each kobold, 150 gold pieces were received. The main character's level has increased. Looking at his hand emitting energy, the protagonist said that it would be nice for him to increase the number of subordinates. He gained the ability Corpse Burst, base class, active category. Its cost is 10 mana and its main ability is to explode a corpse. A new wave of angry kobolds, holding slightly unusual knives in their hands, ran towards the protagonist. The main character blocked one of the undead representatives with his hand and told them not to approach. Collecting his fingers into a certain seal, he said with slight anticipation that he wanted to try out his new ability. The legs of one of the gifted monsters caught fire. There was a loud explosion that took the lives of several kobolds at once. One of the monsters standing nearby heard the sound of an explosion. 3 ordinary and 1 kobold mage, with a burning paw, looking at the door, decided to check what happened behind it. The Klutov commander, holding a long sword in his hand, ran towards the enemies. He cut the monsters who did not have time to react. The kobold mage who entered the room fired a fiery charge. The skeleton standing behind him, a moment before the projectiles were released, killed him with 2 cutting blows from his sword. Giving a thumbs up and a good wink, Sunwoo noted that the one on the right is always guarding his life. The slightly embarrassed skeleton happily scratched its face. Inspecting the ceiling of the room, the protagonist notices actively growing roots. He states with slight surprise that he thought that since there are so many monsters here, then important things must be hidden here. But looking at the roots, he thought that he had found only them here. A boss monster, a kobold archmage, appeared in the roots. The monster with glowing yellow eyes was surrounded by a dense shield made of tree roots. The information window indicated that this shield cannot be destroyed by attacks, and it is necessary to destroy the cores scattered throughout the dungeon in the amount of 3. Looking at the kobold archmage, Sunwoo thought that this explained the fact why he used everyone and everything to protect himself. Looking at the grinning monster, his eyes slightly narrowed. The main character realized that he wanted to stall for time. A red information window appeared in front of the protagonist's face. It warned that this kobold uses low-class death magic and players below the 10th level will die. At the bottom of the board there was information that it needed to be stopped in 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds. Remembering the members of his team, the main character, with his eyes widened in fear, noticed that they all had a level less than 10 here. Looking at the battles between the undead and the kobolds, he realized that they were all just stalling for time. Sunwoo looked at the grinning monster who declared that the main character had come to an end. He decided that first he should unite all his forces. The main character turned towards his undead. He motioned for them to come to him. Squinting his eyes, the monster with the nose piercing carefully analyzed what was happening. The protagonist's undead collected all the killed monsters into a heap. They were thrown out in front of the Cobalt Archmage. The Archmage, who did not understand the situation, looked at the actions of Xiangwu's team. Smirking, the main character, closing the door to the room, sarcastically said that the poor monster had been waiting for death for a long time and said goodbye to him. Closing the door, he used an explosion. Sticking out his tongue, the monster looked with a stunned look towards the corpses exploding in front of him. A huge explosion lit up the large room. The tree roots on the ceiling of the room were destroyed and the wall was collapsing. Smiling, the protagonist entered the room. Although the explosion was powerful, the protagonist noticed that it did not work. Looking at the Archmage covering his face with his ears, he came up with a new plan. A bright yellow flash came out of the monster's eye. Due to the threat to life, Cobalt reduced the time to complete the task to 25 minutes. Gritting his teeth, looking at the grinning monster, the protagonist angrily stated that there was little time anyway. In a room with several horizontal refrigerators that shrouded the roots, it was written on the wall that this was the meat department. Hurrying his undead, Sunwoo ran towards this room. Pointing his finger at the room, he shouted that they should quickly look for the core here. Quickly enough, the core was discovered in the roots near the ceiling. After cutting down the tree, the skeleton commander quickly took it out. A notification came that the first dungeon core had been found and 2 more needed to be found in 19 minutes and 27 seconds. Hastily looking around, the protagonist said that there were only 2 places left to check, the first floor and the roof. He talked about how they needed to hurry up and do their best. The main character created several subordinates from dead magicians. They were shrouded in gray cloaks through which their eyes and nose glowed, and their hands were covered in fire. A first-level magician synergy effect appeared, the condition for the appearance of which was the presence of 3 or more magicians. The effect was a 20% increase in spell speed. The information window informed that the main character can check the memory fragment of the deceased. With a cold gaze, he extended his hand towards the new undead. He stated that this was a good ability, being able to test the memories of the dead. After reviewing their past, he pointed to the escalator and said that he roughly knew where the next core was. He called the undead to go to the first floor. Going down to the first floor, he saw the corpse of Cobalt. Looking at him, he assumed that Jisoo killed him. Taking the core lying in the corpse of the monsters, he joyfully declared that it was definitely she who left her mark here. The hero saw a keyboard and monitor flying at the monster. Turning towards the thrower, he shouted for Jisoo to find Hanko and Kyungsoo while he took care of the remaining core. With burning eyes and an enjoying evil smile, holding a cobalt in his hands, the guy said that he was late. Together with the skeleton, the main character rubbed his eyes slightly comically while looking at this scene. Squinting his eyes slightly, he looked questioningly at the guy. Jisoo, running up to the protagonist, asked him what was happening. Pointing to the side, he declared that these were the tricks of the dungeon owner. He also asked what happened to Hanko. A tall man in a dark cloak, while destroying the monsters, said that they did not have time for stupid conversations and they needed to destroy the next core. They had 13 minutes and 27 seconds left. The whole team coordinatedly destroyed the monsters. Sunwoo stated that they don't have time and they need to find the core first. Cutting another cobalt with her sword, Jisoo pointed to the core. The actively attacking monsters said that they would not let them through. The protagonist's team has less than 11 minutes left. While fighting the kobolds, the main character noted that they give their lives to protect the core. With his hands folded, Xiangwu called out to the skeleton commander. The protagonist sat down in his arms and threw him with all his strength towards the core. The undead commander flew over a group of shocked kobolds. He, having made a small somersault, cut the core of the dungeon. The information window informed them that they had 9 minutes and 8 seconds left. The protagonist's undead squads were chasing the remnants of the monsters. The kobolds ran away in fear, not knowing what to do. The information window said that the Archmage's protective barrier was turned off. Wiping sweat from his chin, Sunwoo stated that now they only had to destroy the main magician. Looking at the disappearing shield from the roots of the tree, the Archmage opened his mouth in surprise. The main character stated that he would take revenge on him because he made him sweat a lot. The protagonist's friend, returning to his normal form, asked if they could definitely catch the boss quickly since they still had a corpse explosion. Rubbing the back of his head, Sunwoo stated that he didn't think they should repeat the tactics. Hanho replied that something else could be used for the explosion and suggested demolishing the entire building with an explosion. Running through the shelves of clothes, the main character thought that this was an option, but they didn't have any time left. The roots of the tree spread even more actively throughout the location. The protagonist has 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. Sitting in a tree open to the passage, the Cobalt Archmage asked Sunwoo how he did it. The main character stated that although there were only 2 minutes left, the monster had come to an end. One of the representatives of the undead began to create a fireball in his hand. With one precise shot, he dealt a strong blow to the Archmage, who flew away from the explosion. Gritting my teeth, Xiangwu stated that the Archmage himself was incapable of anything and would come to an end. Tree roots began to emerge from the kobold's mouth. The elastic roots of the tree began to wrap around the monster. The protagonist's team looked at the transformation of Cobalt with surprise and a little fear. The true boss monster appeared, the spirit of the fallen tree. A 3-meter wooden monster, with roots extending from the main body, rushed towards a group of people. Turning around and running in the other direction, They simultaneously thought that it was not Cobalt. Growling with anger, the spirit of the fallen tree carried away the small undead protagonist. He smiled evilly, and grains of fire came out of his eyes. With his eyes wide open in surprise, the main character, running away, noticed that a yellow-red light began to emanate from the monster. Sunwoo shouted to his team members to run. Everyone jumped away from the huge monster. Stopping, Jisoo covered her sword in fire and declared that it could defeat the monster boss. Having struck his limb, Jisoo saw how the wound was instantly healed by other parts of the roots. Standing next to the undead, the protagonist shouted at Jisoo to dodge. The monster's roots, which acted as limbs, were damaged by the fire attack. There was a large explosion in the area of the monster. Clenching his fist, Sunwoo asked if that was all. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, the protagonist's friend reminded him that there was also a resurrection spell. The molten left side of the monster, covered in green energy, was restored. Several blows of fire magic landed on the back of the monster's head, which had just recovered. With his head on fire, he turned furiously towards the undead protagonist. The magicians created more and more fireballs. Looking at Jisoo attacking from behind with her burning sword, Hanko asked how they could win if he was constantly recovering. The protagonist stated that all they could do was constantly attack. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. The information window notified that the monster's mana had run out and its physical strength was beginning to deplete. The main character took out a demon bloodstone, a legendary type that gives a demon attribute. Its main feature is that it steals 2% of the enemy's mana when attacking. He declares with a confident smile that this is his gift for the merciless use of mana and calls the monster stupid. The spirit of the fallen tree, with two huge wooden hands, attacks Seongwoo from different sides. Hanko asked with fear whether it would be possible to stop this monster completely. The roof of the room began to collapse. The main character said to retreat. All the people and undead began to run out of the room. The monster, unable to keep up with them, extended its hand in their direction. Smiling triumphantly, making a gesture with his fingers covered in energy, Sunwoo stated that not all the skeletons were with him and they prepared a gift for him on the first floor. Sunwoo orders to blow up all the monsters lying on the first floor. A huge flow of energy began an explosion passing through the monster's entire body. The fire melted his body. An information window appeared in front of the protagonist's face, which said that he received 12,840 gold coins for killing the true boss monster, the spirit of a fallen tree. His level was raised to 10. Making his way through the dust raised by the explosion, the main character said that he did not expect to get a new level. Also surprised, Seongwoo read information that when he reaches the 10th level, he is given a roulette ticket. This is the 69th achievement in history that has an unlimited level. A limit of 100 people was signed at the bottom of the window. Now the main character can add 5 more minions. Looking at the unusual turquoise item, the protagonist stated that he wished it was a good ability. He gained a base level ability, death response, active classification, and 100 mana worth. Its effect is to summon 10 wandering zombies from the abyss. The ability has no restrictions on the number of summons. Zombies disappear like dust within 10 minutes. The cooldown of the ability is 10 minutes. Introducing zombies, he stated in surprise that he could summon as many as 10 of them. Looking at the rubble of the location, he stated that he needed to somehow increase the number of minions in order to fight the vampires, and now he has the opportunity to summon 25. Looking at the sword with the red stone on the hilt, he declared that it was a sign. Throwing his sword forward, he confidently declared that it was time for him to fight the vampires. Rays of moonlight made their way into the room, which was shrouded in darkness. In Seongwoo's hands he could see a sword that had lost its owner. The system indicated that the class of this item was unknown, and the category was a two-handed sword, reporting the effects and description of the weapon. Further, the system revealed that in order to prove qualifications and obtain rights, the protagonist must preserve the egg for 5,000 days, stating that every time the sword touches the blood of a powerful enemy, the countdown of time until hatching accelerates. Grasping the sword with both hands, Seongwoo froze in one position. Frowning, he marveled at the number of days it took to hatch, noting that it was over 30 years. Jisoo thought it was some kind of penalty for choosing a class card. Kyungsoo noted that they will grow old while this happens. Looking at the main character who was clutching his back, Seongwoo suggested that if the time decreases every time the sword touches the blood of an enemy, one should simply kill more enemies. Clenching his fist in thought, the main character announced that he had received 6 strength points and a sword, adding that these were good items, and also reporting his luck. Alert, Jisoo realized that Sunwoo's phone was vibrating. Opening the message, the main character found a message from Writer A, who said that he had found a secret comment function, which is why he will now write like this. Then, he stated that he was now at Hingdon Square in Hwaseong, noting that there were a lot of people there, noting that he had not seen any vampires yet, clarifying that he would therefore wait. Writer said that secret comments cost 300 gold, thanking the protagonist for taking care of it in advance. Remembering the image of the writer and continuing to think, Sunwoo spoke of the joy of knowing that he was okay. Surrounded by many unknown people, Deesun lowered his gaze. The main character noted that all the survivors went there to see how and what was happening in the safe zones. Holding out his phone, Seongwoo said that there was a need to prevent massacres, saying that if something happened, Taesian needed to send him a message in secret comments. Encouraged, Deesun reported that he was able to spend a few days with vampires, noting that he could handle that too. Exhaling, the main character noted the strangeness of the writer, saying that now it is difficult to understand who is a vampire and who is a human. Turning his attention to his subordinates, the protagonist wondered if they had found something. His gaze fell on the room, which was covered with many tree roots. Approaching the two werewolf corpses, Sunwoo tried to find out if they had died due to fallen roots. Enveloping his hand in bright energy, the main character declared that he would now have 5 werewolves. The system informed him that the undead were under his command. Smirking, Sunwoo spoke about the werewolves, the right vampire, the orc knight and the kobold mage, saying that their total number was 15. After which, the main character declared that it was time for him to go to Suwon and show the bloodsuckers real hell. The night sky enveloped the expanses of the city. While observing a group of people, the stranger wondered if this was a safe area, asking if someone was controlling the entrance. The unknown person noted that at the moment he did not see any monsters, inviting someone to look around. Standing next to the window, the unknown person called what he saw boredom. Frowning, the man tried to find out when it was time for lunch. The guy asked if the man could see the boy, saying that he was him, noting that the blood of such people reminded him of the taste of young veal. Putting his hands in his pockets, the vampire ordered everyone to prepare to leave. After hearing this, the guy wondered if they could already have a meal. Smiling maliciously, the monster declared that this was not so, saying that they needed to deal with the worms that attacked their plant. Putting his hand to his head, the stranger wondered if they were going to catch them after the feast. The monster noticed that they should save their strength for the future. Wary, the monster reported that plans had changed, saying that they were somewhere nearby. Smirking, the stranger tried to find out if their opponents had intelligence, noting the obviousness that they were running the show here. The monster, in turn, said that he did not know this, noting that it did not matter. Further, he stated that they must be killed before the great feast. With a distraught look, the monster announced that this was the boss's order, ordering the others not to leave a single bone from their opponents. With a worried expression on his face, Disung stared at the phone screen. Near a place that was covered in fog, there was a group of people moving in an unknown direction. Looking around, one of the vampires spoke about a junior school near the square, noting that he did not think that they would be so close. The stranger suggested that he did not know that we were under a curse, which is why he was trying to pretend to be somebody. Horrified, calling out to the captain, the vampire reported what he had seen. The monster's gaze fell on the corpse of the wolf, which lay on the broken car. Turning his attention to his hand, the vampire noted that the blood was completely fresh. The guy said that the claw marks looked like those of a werewolf, adding that if they didn't eat him, then it was one of his minions. Suddenly, the vampire smelled something. Staring ahead, he declared that the wolf's blood led in that direction. Frowning, he wondered how it was possible to lose to such a simpleton, noting that he was no match for them. The captain said that other monsters would soon come running for blood. The guy noted that the boy doesn't even know the basics of hunting. Pointing his finger at the building, the vampire informed the captain that the tracks led inside. Throwing off his cloak, the captain ordered his subordinates to prevent their opponents from escaping. Then, he ordered them to kill them all at once. Rushing towards the building, the captain noted that, as the boss had said, his minions were skeletons, stating that they should only be careful with werewolf skeletons. An image of their supposed enemy appeared in the monster's head. While in his thoughts, the captain calculated that the enemy had a maximum of 5 of them, noting that they could easily deal with them themselves. A memory surfaced in the captain's thoughts, where he, against the backdrop of a sitting red professor, was squeezing the werewolf's neck in his hand. Continuing to think, he said that he was second in importance after the leader of all vampires, noting that he could easily cope with 2 werewolves at a time. Jumping, the group of vampires headed towards the room. Breaking the glass with his foot, the man screamed that it was time to pay for the strange intrusion, declaring that they would be buried here. Pointing to the guys standing nearby, the man wondered why there were so few of them, telling about the words of the boss, who said that there would be at least 10 of them. Smirking, the vampire noted that it didn't matter. The girl, turning to the main character, tried to find out if he had taken a shower today, adding that there was a lot of dirt here, because of which they would have to get dirty. With a distraught look, she announced that she loved it. The man noted that Sunwoo began to run away out of fear. Raising his hand, turning to the main character, he called him foolish, saying that the exit was in the other direction. Tapping his foot, Sunwoo froze in one position. Baring his teeth, the main character declared that this would be the place where vampires would die. From what they heard, the monsters were shocked. With a serious expression on his face, Seongwoo said that he could not calmly watch them, telling about a proverb that says that if you stretch out your hand, it will be bitten off up to the elbow. Standing behind his subordinate, the protagonist stated that there were many vampires in front of him, suggesting that they did not understand what his skill was, asking if they could only see the ones he controlled. After which, the man tried to find out if Sunwoo was talking about the bone ones that were around him, asking how many more he had hidden. Baring his teeth, the protagonist stated that they were not just bone, noting that they had enough strength to grind them all. Then, the system reported that the Great Purge had begun. Raising his hand, Seongwoo summoned many of his subordinates to rush into battle. Outraged, the captain reported the zombies, noting that they had not been warned. Sitting down on the floor, the main character declared that all vampires as one would become those whom they ultimately defeated. On the battlefield, many frightened vampires could be seen trying to evade the zombie attacks. At that moment, the system reported receiving 2,000 gold for killing a player, which was repeated twice. The main character wondered whether the vampires now understand this situation. In Seongwoo's hand was a 2-handed sword, which he raised in front of his face. The system told the main character about the formation of the detachment and about the hidden category, which was the synergy of subordinates. Next, the system indicated the commander's attribute. Its effect and strength increases with defense. With a face full of horror, the vampire declared that he could not see anything, asking his allies to stick together. Wondering what it was, the monster noted that its body was getting heavier. Staring ahead, ahead, Seongwoo reported the curse of death, the curse of weakness, and the blood demon stone, saying that all this awaits those who go against his undead. Taking off from the ground, the girl wondered what the main character was up to, noting that she could simply kill the person who called them. Suddenly, her body was covered in a variety of explosive techniques. The girl's hand became covered in bright flames. Seongwoo's subordinate pierced right through her body. The system stated that 2,000 gold were received for killing the player. Due to an unimaginably powerful blow, the protagonist's assistant was thrown to the side. With a look full of indignation, the captain wondered how the corpses dared to try to kill him. Swinging, he struck another blow at one of the zombies. Continuing to destroy Seongwoo's subordinates, the captain asked if that was all, ordering him to summon more. Suddenly, seeing something, the captain froze in one position. A group of zombies appeared behind him and began to bite his hands. Having destroyed them with the help of his equipment, the captain declared that it was time to play seriously. Turning to the main character sitting on the floor, the vampire wondered if he was controlling them. Rushing towards him, the captain declared that in this case, he would kill him first. Looking around the expanses of the room, the vampire said that it would only be enough for him to kill the main character. Taking off from the ground, he declared that Sunwoo was their boss's enemy. Pointing his finger at the captain, the protagonist wondered if he thought he was strong enough. From what he heard, the vampire bared his teeth, asking what the main character was talking about. Staring at the phone, Sunwoo said that they had to wait for the vampires. The plot tells us about the events that took place 2 hours ago. Pointing his finger forward, the protagonist asked the subordinate to remain there until then. Waving his hand, Sunwoo announced that he had stood in the right place. Looking at the stunned subordinate, the main character declared that he needed an explosion. Seeing his subordinate taken aback, Seongwoo wondered if he was doing something wrong. With a puzzled expression on his face, continuing to watch the upset subordinate, the main character noted that he was still a skeleton, asking him not to look at him like that. Seongwoo then extended his hand and began the process of summoning an army of zombies. Smirking, he said that in this case, he would use these corpses. The zombies who had risen from the dead began to make some sounds. Enveloping his hand in a stream of blue energy, the main character stated that he would now engage in calling on the move, noting that a subordinate should not rush around here. After which, Seongwoo activated the corpse call. The stunned captain's hands flew off in different directions. While in a cloud of thick smoke, the vampire let out a piercing scream. Watching the screaming captain, the main character noted that he was like fire to a moth. The vampire in turn declared that he would kill him. Suddenly, one of Sunwoo's subordinates bit the captain's leg. Lying on the floor, turning to the main character, the vampire wondered if he thought he could stop his boss, noting that he was a great creature. Raising his hands above his head, the main character said it was amazing that it took the vampire boss a couple of days to brainwash them. The captain stated that the boss would definitely kill Sunwoo. The main character, in turn, called their boss a vile worm. Baring his teeth, Seongwoo plunged his sword into the vampire's body. The system reported that he received 20,000 gold for killing a special player, noting that there were 4,949 days left until hatching. Turning around, Seongwoo's subordinate turned his attention to the egg. Raising his hand, the protagonist announced that it was time for them to restore their army, asking his subordinates to bring corpses that had all their limbs intact. The bodies of Sunwoo's fallen subordinates were enveloped in bright streams of energy. The system said that thanks to team play, a synergy effect worked. Next, the system pointed to a list of synergies, reporting the category, conditions, and effect. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of his face, Seongwoo noted that this would serve as his most powerful weapon. The main character's gaze was riveted on the message from Jisoo, who stated that their opponents were quickly moving somewhere, adding that all the guards had begun to collect weapons. Jisoo spoke about the rumors that it was for their own safety, saying that it was a condition to stay in the safe zone, suggesting that something would happen soon. Sunwoo figured that Jisoo and Hanho were already inside. Looking at the army standing nearby, the protagonist spoke of his confidence, which was that their enemy must have felt that his subordinates were dying, noting that they were now the subordinates of his subordinates. Having put on his cloak, the red professor went out. Sunwoo stated that everything has changed, noting that this is the end now. A group of people was heading towards a building. Horrified, pointing his finger to the side, the man asked everyone to look there. His gaze fell on the werewolves, whose bodies were impaled on spears. Frightened, the guy wondered why they were hung there. The stranger noted that at least they were able to win. The man wondered who had defeated so many huge wolves. Wary, turning to Jisoo, Hanho noted that their turn would soon come, revealing that he assumed that this would be the case. Hanho noticed that they were indeed taking away their weapons. Smiling, the unknown person said that he understands that it can be difficult without a weapon, asking them to remember that they are responsible for their safety. The unknown person noted that they had already caught those 4 werewolves, which is why the guys shouldn't worry, adding that their weapons would be fine. Clenching her fist in her thoughts, Jisoo stated that they are at one with the vampires, and want to get rid of all these people, considering that they do not need these crappy weapons. While trying to push through a huge crowd of people, Daesung called out to Jisoo, asking where she was going. Jisoo, in turn, asked him not to jump in line. Once behind her, Daesung informed her about the 2 swords, saying that he hid them where they agreed. Smirking, Daesung noted that thanks to John6's class, a 2-star deceiver, it was easy, adding that no one saw anything. Outraged, Hanho tried to find out if Daesung had prepared what he asked for. Having reported that this was so, Daesung noted that he did everything as Hanho wanted. Turning around, the unknown person asked people to move on, asking them not to hide their weapons, as they were checking everything. Staring into space, Hanho was lost in his own thoughts. Raising his hands, Tisung froze in one position. His gaze was focused on the group of people who were guarding their peace. There was a stomping sound in the area. Throwing open the doors, the red professor wondered what was going on here, noting that he had sent a large number of people, asking why they had all died. Wary, turning to Jisoo, Hanho said that it was them. Further, he stated that they needed masks to hide their fangs. Turning around, lost in her thoughts, Jisoo noted that she did not know where the swords were, saying that they only had to wait for Sunwoo. Looking at the vampire lord walking forward, continuing to think, she reported that he was the reason for everything that was happening. Spreading his hands in different directions, the red professor addressed the people. A vampire appeared before a group of frightened people. Looking around, turning to Jisoo, Hanho noted that they were surrounded by them. Raising his head, the vampire lord stated that he did not know why this happened, saying that suddenly people stopped evolving. Turning to the people, the red professor wondered why they thought this was happening. Looking at the frightened people, he tried to see if anyone could give an answer. The man wondered what he was talking about. The woman could not understand what he meant. The vampire lord stated that they were not capable of anything. Pulling off the mask from his face, the red professor said that for this reason it was better for them to sacrifice themselves to evolution. After this, the unknown person hit the ground with a stick. The guys, who also had sticks in their hands, began to knock them on the ground. Throwing the masks into the air, the red professor addressed the people who had been chosen by her, saying that it was about them. Raising his hand, the vampire lord declared that they would control the future. Opening his mouth, the vampire wished everyone bon appetit. The guy tried to find out what kind of people they were. Drawing attention to the passage that was visible at the end of the building, the guy asked everyone to head there. Suddenly, many lightning bolts appeared in front of people's faces. Smirking, the red professor said that he would help them go to the next world. People wondered what they should do, suggesting that they needed to escape. Clutching the blade in her hand, Jisoo asked people to hide behind her, saying that this fence was an object from which they could not run out. Indignant, the vampire tried to find out what was wrong, not understanding where she got the weapon from. Suddenly, the vampires saw a bus rushing towards them. The bus, rushing at full speed, began to knock down the vampires that were in its path. The screech of his tires could be heard at the battle site. Pointing his finger forward, Hanho said that the fence had disappeared, asking people to run in that direction. Looking around, the vampire wondered where the bus came from, noting that it was causing their food to run away. Some sounds were heard in the bowels of the bus. Baring his teeth, the vampire lord called the unknown man a pathetic worm. Smirking, the main character wondered if he was really late to the party by calling the red professor a miserable Mitch. The night sky enveloped the expanses of the city. Turning around, Sunwoo tried to find out if they were going to have fun, suggesting that they were scared because the strongest ones had been killed. Unfolding his arms, the vampire lord stated the thought that Seongwoo would be late, noting that he had arrived on time. The red professor said that they had not even been brought snacks yet. With a distraught look, he stated his hope that they would enjoy the party together, asking if the protagonist agreed. Smiling maliciously, the red professor noticed that the structure of the party itself had changed a little, telling about the amount of food. Agreeing, the girl said that there was no way to celebrate the holiday without food. After which, taking off from the ground, she rushed into battle. Continuing to run towards Sunwoo, turning to the newcomers, the girl stated that they needed to catch all those who had escaped, adding that the rest would help the director deal with them. Lowering his hands to the protagonist, the vampire lord wondered if he would stop her. Paying attention to the fleeing people, the red professor suggested that the main character had comrades there. Putting his hand to his face and laughing, the vampire lord marveled at his comrades in such a world, calling it hilarious. The red professor noted that he would have eaten them anyway, whether they had met him or not. Suddenly, the roof of the bus was broken by someone's hand. After which, the vampire lord declared that he could cope with all his friends. Seeing the skeleton of a werewolf in front of him, the red professor was shocked. Getting out of the bus, the werewolf skeleton jumped. With a face full of bewilderment, the vampire lord froze in one position. After fending off an attack from a werewolf skeleton, the red professor wondered if Sunwoo thought he was his rival. Looking at the vampire lord standing nearby, the protagonist's subordinate let out a piercing roar. Suddenly, the hands of the red professor were enveloped in a stream of bright energy. Smirking, Sunwoo tried to find out if the party needed to start off in style. Surprised, the vampire lord discovered that the corpse of a goblin appeared before him. After which, an explosion occurred at the site of a fierce battle. Frightened, the group of vampires tried to call out to their leader. Looking at the headless body of the red professor, the vampires wondered how this was possible. Then, the guy asked them to calm down, noting that the vampire lord was not so easy to kill, stating that he would stay here, asking the others to finish off the enemy. Heading forward, the guy ordered the vampires to find everyone who had escaped. Raising his hand, he asked them not to give in to anyone, saying that they needed to end each of them. Seeing many corpses in front of him, the guy was shocked. Raising his head, he noted that their opponents had fled. Frozen in one position, the main character noticed the joy of the fact that the vampires had gathered together. Having enveloped his body in energy, the main character used a corpse explosion. A nearby bus was blown up. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the guy wondered if it was possible to kill them like that. His arm was covered with many abrasions. At that moment, a group of people fled in an unknown direction. Wary, the man reported that there had been an explosion. The stranger tried to find out if the director had everything under control. Turning around, the girl asked not to make her laugh, saying that an ordinary person would definitely not be able to defeat him. Having created an image of Sunwoo in her head, the girl said that she had not bothered him until today, noting that if she returned there, she would definitely die. Stopping, turning to her allies, she asked them to stop worrying, adding that they needed to focus on the task. Suddenly, the girl's allies fell to the ground due to their injuries. Someone's silhouette was visible behind the stunned girl. A powerful surge of energy appeared at the scene of the fight. Trying to attack, the girl tried to find out who was in front of her. Calling her a vampire and raising a blade in front of her face, Jisoo declared that she was finished. Smirking, the girl wondered if she would really attack her, calling it surprising. Raising her hand, the vampire stated that Jisoo was unlikely to be accepted by the Red Professor, noting that someone at a lower level might like her. Frowning, Jisoo ordered her to shut up, calling her old. With a distraught look, the vampire screamed that it was time for her to kill her. The shadow of the moon illuminated the multi-story buildings that were located in the city. Pointing his finger to the side, Hanho said that everyone needed to go to a safe place. Taesung noticed that everything was going according to plan. Inspired, he reported the hope that the vampires would finally leave them behind. Hanho said that given Seongwoo's skills, this is quite possible. Paying attention to the backpack standing next to him, Taesung announced that he had brought blades. Stretching his hands, he noted that they were of no use. Hanho, in turn, said that he could croak. Heading towards them, the stranger said that the vampire lord was very smart. Turning his attention to the surprised guys, he noted that he didn't understand why they would leave security there, adding that now everything was clear. Smirking, the stranger wondered if he should just take them prisoner. Showing his fangs, he again tried to find out if he should be allowed to become his food and level him up. Delighted, Taesung asked Hanho not to worry, saying that they would kill him in no time. In his thoughts, Hanho noticed that Taesung still croaked, wondering why he was doing all this. Rushing into battle, Taesung stated that they should kill the stranger, noting that he did not look strong. Wary, Hanho asked him not to rush. Parrying Taesung's blow, the stranger said that he was very offended to hear such words. Further, he suggested that perhaps he was weaker than other vampires. Finding himself behind the stunned Taesung, the stranger said that he was definitely stronger than them. Suddenly, many blades flew towards him. With a shocked expression on his face, the stranger tried to dodge. His face was shrouded in genuine bewilderment. Jumping up, the vampire managed to parry Taesung's blow. Smirking, Hanho wondered if he had used a mid-air jump, noting that it made for excellent aim. After which, he launched a pair of blades towards the vampire. Lowering his hand, watching as the stranger collapsed to the ground, Taesung noted that he had finally been caught. Smiling, turning to Hanho, Taesung said that he turned out to be cooler than he could have imagined. In his thoughts, Kakno spoke about the strangeness of the fact that he had just caught a vampire. Horrified, he continued to think and declared that he had not received the gold. Having broken the blade into small pieces, the stranger said that he wanted to play with them. With a distraught look, the vampire declared that his beautiful face was now ruined. Drawing attention to the burning bus, the main character announced that he had destroyed all the low-class vampires. The body of one of the vampires was shrouded in bright flames. With a serious expression on his face, Sunwoo announced that now everything will begin for real. The bus, which continued to burn, overturned. The Red Professor landed on the overturned bus. With a distraught expression on his face, the vampire lord stated that he did not want to repeat himself, saying that the main character was finished. Finding himself behind Seongwoo's subordinates, the Red Professor noted that he knew that everything would not end easily. Rushing into battle, he shouted that it was time for them to resolve the issue. The Red Professor's attention was attracted by monsters whose bodies were shrouded in bright streams of energy. Turning his attention to the tips of the weapons, Seongwoo ordered his subordinates to detain the vampire lord with spears. The Red Professor's body rose into the sky. At the moment when the vampire lord fought with the protagonist's subordinates, his eyes turned bright red. Baring his teeth, Sunwoo noticed that they did not cause him any damage. Suddenly, blood gushed out from the skeleton's mouth. A vein bulged on the vampire lord's arm. Taking off from the ground, the Red Professor tried to throw off the zombies. The system reported that at that moment the technique of calling death over an area was used. Looking at how the Red Professor clenched his hand, the main character noted that he was indeed stronger than some of his subordinates. With a cry, the Red Professor declared that he was the Lord of the Vampires. Sensing something, the vampire lord froze in one position. His gaze fell on the biting head without a body, which was a zombie. Pushing her away from him, the Red Professor noted that it was not bad, saying that the cut was small, but it was bleeding. With lightning speed, the vampire lord threw off the bodies of Seongwoo's subordinates. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist activated a corpse explosion. Touching his shoulders, the Red Professor lowered his gaze. Having created a powerful explosion around himself, the vampire lord used Blood Field. Putting his hand to his head, the main character wondered if this was the active skill of the vampire lord. Baring his teeth in thought, Sunwoo noted that there was a lot of blood, adding that despite the fact that their attacks were weaker, there was enough for a corpse explosion. After which, a group of monsters appeared around the main character and rushed towards the Red Professor. Continuing his thoughts, Sunwoo stated that in this case, he would take advantage of the synergy of werewolves. Looking at how powerful streams of energy overcome the body of the vampire lord, the main character said that with her help, it is much easier for them to deal with one opponent, noticing that they are different. Leaning on his leg, Sunwoo froze in one position. Smirking, the vampire lord wondered if the protagonist thought he could defeat him by relying on strength alone. Suddenly, the Red Professor discovered a bright beam of energy appearing in front of his face. The vampire, hitting the main character's henchman, cut them in half. Xiangwu, looking at what was happening, stated in his thoughts that he defeated 3 werewolf skeletons with 1 blow. Further, the main character noted that they should keep their distance and prepare for defense. The monster, dodging the blows, said that the main character is as boring as all the other people, noting that evolution has deprived them of their strength. Xiangwu, watching the vampire break the bones of his minions with his hands, wondered if the monster believed that he was the highest level of evolution, to which the vampire wondered if Sunwoo was jealous of his strength, noting that he was stronger than 10 people. The vampire, with his eyes wide open, announced that he was a great being, noting that this meant that he must subjugate the weak. The monster, recalling different eras of human development, wondered if the history of mankind had not taught them anything. After which the vampire said that modern two-faced society considers itself a threat to his safety. The monster, recalling the moment when he was a man in front of whom several system windows appeared, said that it was on that day that the moment came when someone from above decided to correct the injustice. The vampire, being a human, extended his hand to the system, after which he said that it had chosen him, not people. The vampire, remembering how he, having received power from the system, became who he was at the moment, stated that he was chosen as a being who was able to grow and lead others forward. Xiangwu, clutching his head and closing one eye, said that this is a rather great goal, but the methods for its implementation are very stupid. The main character, extending his hand towards the monster, wondered if he really thought that in 100 years someone would thank him, to which the vampire replied that society has always worked this way. The vampire, showing a grin, said that his very existence is proof of evolution, noting that they are the ones who have surpassed humans. Sunwoo, lowering his head a little and looking with a menacing gaze, wondered why such powerful creatures die at the hands of mere mortals. The vampire, showing his wings and angry because of the words of the protagonist, heard Madame Yang asking for help. Jisoo, having sprinkled her sword with blood, stood motionless. Having received a cut, Yang, gritting her teeth, said that it was impossible to hurt her. Yang also wondered how she was able to do this. Yang, leaning forward and looking at Jisoo with 2 swords, wondered how she was able to stop her. Yang also wondered if Jisoo had evolved. Jisoo swung her swords and struck, after which she heard Yang say that it was impossible. Yang, looking at Jisoo, who crossed her arms during the strike, said in her thoughts that she was faster and stronger than an ordinary person. She also noted in her thoughts that she was still slower and weaker than her. Raising her hand to strike, Yang wondered in her thoughts how she could lose. Jisoo, after blocking Yang's attack, wondered if she was wondering why her attacks weren't going through. Jisoo, holding the sword and remembering Sunwoo with the army of soldiers, said in her thoughts that she is not as strong as him, but she is still an excellent monster hunter. Jisoo, recalling her past battles, stated in her thoughts that thanks to hunting, she not only pumped up her level, but also gained experience in combat. Jisoo, holding off Yang's attack with 2 swords, said that she understood her. Jisoo, looking at the vampire with a menacing look, continued her thought and said that Yang was most likely very surprised. Jisoo, recalling all the attacks Yang made, stated that despite her strength, she is not that fast and her attacks are too predictable, noting that her technique is simply wearing down her opponent. Jisoo, swatting away Yang's hands with her swords, said that apparently her experience consists only of observing the vampire lord. Jisoo, swinging her swords, delivered a double blow to Yang's body, after which she found herself behind her. Yang, screaming in pain, bleeding and falling to the floor, said that Jisoo was a pathetic worm. Jisoo, looking at Yang sobbing on the floor, said that she was grateful to her for proving something. Jisoo, standing over the vampire and stabbing her sword into the ground, continued her thought, after which she said that she was not so weak. Jisoo, having delivered a control blow, heard Yang calling for help from the director. Jisoo, exhaling after the fight, chuckled a little. Jisoo, looking at the city in the distance, said that everything will end as soon as Hanho saves all the people and Sunwoo kills the vampire lord. Disung, lying on the ground with his body trembling, wondered if Hanho was alive. The vampire, standing in front of the lying guys, said that they held out well for the midges. The monster, looking at the guys getting up, wondered if they had the strength to continue the fight. The vampire, with a malicious grin on his face, said that it would be wasteful of him to simply kill them. The vampire, spreading his arms to the sides, wondered if they wanted to become like him, noting that this was a great chance. Hanho, shocked by this proposal, wondered what he was talking about. The vampire, spreading his arms, wondered if the guys wanted to become just like him. He also noted that they chose a card with a class in order to survive in a destroyed world. The vampire, looking at the guys who did not understand anything, said that it turned out that it was necessary to make a choice more important than the card. The monster further noted that this choice would guarantee their survival. The vampire, remembering the bugs that ate the fish, said with a grin on his face that this was the best way to become a parasite. The monster, remembering the ordinary life of people, said that this was necessary so that ordinary people who had never fought anything, such as students, environmentalists, bartenders, began to fight. Next, the vampire, imagining mountains of corpses and maddened people, wondered what they were doing in the destroyed world, noting that they would have become close to someone stronger than them. The vampire, looking at the guys with his fiery orange eyes, said that now it was time for them to take his side. He also wondered if this was not the best solution for survival. Hanho, standing next to the indignant T-Song, said that the monster was right about everything. Hanho, with a smirk on his face, wondered what he would do if they were stronger than him. Hanho, looking at the motorcycle flying at the vampire's back, stated that there were many of them, to which the monster wondered where the motorcycle came from. Hanho, looking at the vampire who turned around, threw a dagger at him, after which he said that now he definitely could not escape. The vampire, dodging the thrown dagger, declared that Hanho was just a pathetic worm. Hanho, having hit the motorcycle driver, declared that this was a team kill. The vampire, turning to face the motorcycle driver, was very indignant. Looking at the people sitting on the motorcycle, the monster wondered if this was a case of goblins. Hanho, pointing his finger at the guys, laughingly said that he did not intend to kill them right away, noting that he needed a goblin. The vampire, looking at the enlarged Hanho, wondered what was happening here. The monster further wondered if he was that small or if Hanho was getting bigger, to which Hanho replied in turn that when confidence increases, you yourself become bigger. The vampire, swinging a dagger, hit him, declaring that he did not know what kind of skill this was, but it was not a problem for him to grab a little more bugs. The monster, looking at his opponent with bewilderment, wondered what kind of look he had and where he heard the sound unknown to him. Hanho, taking the vampire's dagger, stated that his body had changed after capturing the goblin, noting that he definitely could not win. Hanho, attacking the vampire at different points on the body, used multiple cuts. The guys, watching what was happening, also began to attack the vampire with their light cut and iron fist techniques. The monster, seriously injured, wondered if they really thought their attacks would work on him. Disung, looking at the enemy heading towards him, was dumbfounded. Hanho, standing in front of Disung, wondered where the monster was going. Hanho, turning to the vampire and raising his finger upward, said that while he was boasting about his race, he was preparing to attack. He further wondered if the vampire understood him. He also noted that this is the difference between them. The monster screamed throughout the area from his inability to defeat Hanho. The vampire, continuing to randomly attack Hanho standing still, wondered why his attacks were not going through, after which he asked him to die. Disung, charging his fist with energy and looking at the unfolding monster, declared that they should try again. Disung, using the iron fist technique, hit the vampire in the face. The monster, receiving continuous attacks, said in his thoughts that their attacks were of a very low level, but at the same time they acted harmoniously, which is why they did not give him the opportunity to attack. The vampire, looking at Hanho, said in his thoughts that he was also being interfered with by this giant, who also moved very quickly. He further noted in his thoughts that they were very dangerous together. Hanho, looking at his shrinking arm, stated that he was starting to lose strength. The monster, with a distorted face from the incessant blows, said that such a good skill must have a cooldown. Hanho, realizing his hand and throwing a dagger, declared that the end of his technique was the end for the vampire. Hanho threw the dagger and hit the bound goblin in the head, after which the vampire wondered how another goblin could be here. The guy, throwing the tied goblins, told Hanho to catch them, to which the monster wondered why they were falling from the sky. The guy, standing on the roof and wiping his sweat, said that he was asked to bring them here, after which he wondered how many floors he had walked. The high school student also said that they left the most difficult part to Hanho. Hanho, looking down at the vampire and pointing his finger at him, said that only he can kill the goblins that fall from the sky, noting that this means that no one can stop his power. Hanho, watching as the guys surrounded the vampire, wondered if it was he who said that the strongest must kill the weak to survive. Hanho, leaning forward, said that real survival begins only then. Hanho, turning to Kyungsu, continued his thought that survival begins when he needs to protect the people you care about. Hanho, looking at Disung, said that only when they are together can they overcome any difficulties. He further noted that only in such harmony can one survive. Hanho, making a gesture with his fingers, said that love and peace are their way of survival. The monster, with a dumbfounded expression on his face, said that this was simply impossible. The vampire, lying on the ground and receiving kicks from the guys, said that they were just weaklings and unfortunate scavengers, to which the guys declared that they should trample him, noting that he must die. One of the vampires saw how his comrades were defeated by people. The vampire raised his hand and declared that they were stupid creatures. The monster also wondered how they could die at the hands of a human. Xiangwu, with a malicious expression on his face and a smirk, said that apparently his vampires are not that good. Further, the main character noted that they have much more weaknesses than people. The vampire, having crushed the head of the skeleton, said that he wanted to keep Sunwoo alive so that he could talk, after which he noted that he was already tired of this nonsense. The main character, looking at the surrounded monster, said that he knows the first weakness of vampires. Xiangwu, looking at the vampire who was about to fight off the attacking undead, reported that their first weakness was their inability to use weapons. The main character, while watching the monster being attacked from different sides, stated that he thought it was all because they had strange claws, noting that this was apparently a limitation of the race. He further stated that a lot depends on the weapon, noting that it is more of a punishment than a restriction. Sunwoo showed 2 fingers and said that their second weakness is regeneration. The main character, watching the vampire fight off the attacks of his minions, reported that their regeneration is too strong, which is why their fighting style is very simple. He further noted that they rely too much on her, so they don't think about their attacks. The vampire, enraged by these words, said not to be made fun of, because they are still stronger than people. Sunwoo, putting his hand into the inner pocket of his jacket, said that their third weakness is that they have no mana at all, noting that all skills and regeneration depend on blood. The main character, taking out a bright red sphere, stated that vampires do not even suspect that this item could become their greatest punishment. The system notified that this item was called a demonic bloodstone, noting that it had a legendary class and was in the form of a sphere. The system also reported that the item's effect gives the owner a devil attribute, but also takes 2% of mana when attacking, noting that if the opponent's mana is used up, then their health will be consumed. The vampire, looking at the item Sunwoo took out, was angry. The main character, running his finger across his throat, said that their fourth weakness is that they are too talkative, noting that he would not talk to the enemy, but would first destroy their necromancer. The monster, raising its arms and enveloping itself in bright red energy, used the blood field technique. Having become completely enraged and running wild, the vampire declared that it was not too late to do this, noting that he would replenish the missing blood with the help of Xiangwu. The monster, looking at the skeleton rushing towards him, wondered who this goblin-like skeleton was. The vampire, swinging both arms, attacked the skeleton, informing him that he could not be killed like this. The skeleton warrior, after hitting the vampire, flew behind him, after which the system reported that the one-armed warrior used a lunge, to which Xiangwu said that their fifth weakness is that they underestimate their opponents too much. Turning around, the vampire swung to attack, declaring that this skeleton was just a small fry. The one-armed warrior opened his mouth and released a flask with green liquid inside. The skeleton warrior jumped up and smashed the flask on the vampire's head, causing him to pour the contents inside. An unknown dark green liquid flowed from the flask, which was broken. Xiangwu, watching the vampire writhe in pain due to the liquid, said that this was his last slime. The main character, continuing to observe the torment of the monster, said that the slime had fulfilled its intended purpose. The vampire, barely able to see the sockets, stated in his thoughts that he could see almost nothing. The monster, stretching out his hands to his face, noted in his thoughts that he had too little blood left to restore his vision. The main character, looking at the monster sitting on one knee, declared that it was time to finish with him. The vampire, gritting his teeth and listening carefully to his surroundings, announced that they were surrounding him, noting that he was in danger and could die. The monster, swinging, hit several warriors at once, after which he said that he was not capable of death, since he was a higher being and could not be killed so easily. The monster continued to attack, hitting more and more skeleton warriors. Xiangwu, looking at the surrounded enemy who fought back, wondered if he would have the last word. Further, the main character also noted that he is unlikely to do this, given the fact that he has almost no strength left. The vampire, continuing to receive damage, said in his thoughts that he needed blood. The monster, not seeing anything, stated with bewilderment in his thoughts that the aroma of blood was coming from somewhere. The vampire, having cleared a path for himself, ran, noting that these midges would move away from him. The main character, looking at the monster with a dumbfounded expression on his face, wondered if he was running away by chance. He further declared to be caught, noting that he could not be missed. The vampire, running at full speed, headed towards the direction where he smelled blood. The monster, jumping to the ground and grabbing what he needed, stated in his thoughts that he had found blood, noting that a dead werewolf would also do. The vampire, raising his hand and opening his mouth, said in his thoughts that even if it curled up a little, it would be enough. The monster, gradually seeing various silhouettes, said in his thoughts that he would recover and kill all the people. The vampire, with 2 spears in his body and a smile on his face, said in his thoughts that he could no longer be distracted. Xiangwu, using his power, said that the monster was acting stupidly, noting that he understood that he should hurry. The main character, holding out his hand upward, wondered how the vampire thinks what his subordinates are made of. Xiangwu, watching as one of his subordinates pierced the monster's chest, reported that there was not a drop of blood among his warriors. The vampire, pierced in the chest, quickly fell to the ground. Due to the impact, the monster was pinned to the ground with incredible force. The vampire, bleeding, said that this was impossible, noting that he was supposed to become the ruler of the new world. The main character, standing over the monster who was spitting blood, said that he would no longer be in the new world. Sunwoo, holding up his finger and using his power, wondered if he agreed that their party started off well and ended well too. One of the skeleton warriors approached and dealt another blow to the vampire. Having received the blow, the monster screamed in pain. The vampire, coughing up blood, wondered what it was. The monster raised his hand and extended it to the dead bodies of the werewolves. The vampire, standing in the midst of his relatives and raising his hands with horror on his face, declared that he did not want to die. The main character, holding out his hand, blew up all the vampires, after which he noted that he wished a happy life for him and his servants in hell, after which the system notified that 10,000 gold coins had been received for killing a special player. After floating in the air, the system announced that the exclusive mission No Country for the Wicked had been completed, for which Sunwoo would be rewarded with a reward of 30,000 gold and a C-class ticket. The system also notified that the exclusive task Lord of Death was completed, for which an exclusive ability was awarded. The system further noted that the fate of the main character has changed slightly, to which Sunwoo said that the raid on the boss was worth it. Hanho, surrounded by the guys, said that he believed in his friend. The main character, turning to the guys with a slight surprise on his face, said that he asked to wait for them in a safe place. The main character, exhaling, said in his thoughts that their world was destroyed. Sunwoo, raising his sword and walking towards the happy guys with a smile on his face, continued in his thoughts that the people around him were still alive. People, looking at the main character's team, wondered if these were the guys who defeated the vampire lord. One of those present, with wounds on his face covered with a plaster, said that he did not know who they were, but only thanks to them they were saved. To which the guy said that the man was absolutely right. Granny, turning to the surprised girl with a smile on her face, said that 157 saved her and gave her food. To which the girl, in turn, wondered if she was talking about that necromancer. Hanho leaned back against Xiangwu and placed his hand on his cheek, wondering if they were already becoming popular. To which the main character said that they were gathered in a heap. That's why they saved so many. The guy, standing in front of the girl, pointing his finger and looking at someone, wondered who they were. To which the girl wondered who was there. The soldiers, walking down the street, headed towards the guys. People, looking at the approaching soldiers with shields, wondered if this was a military incident. Looking at the military, one of those present wondered why there were so many of them, to which another person wondered if they were deserters. One of the military men, walking forward a little, greeted everyone. Sergeant Kim, raising his helmet and smiling, said that he was wondering what happened here, noting that he didn't even remember that the guys from Xiangwu's team were behind behind all the big incidents, to which the main character was very surprised by his appearance. Sunwoo extended his hand to Kim and said that he was glad he was okay, to which the sergeant said that it was all thanks to their elixir. The main character, looking at the soldiers, said that this was all strange. Seongwoo further wondered why they were here. Kim, recalling how they watched that night, said that they were watching the people who had created a safe zone. Kim, turning to the people, said that he did not think that this was happening here. The main character, with a thoughtful expression on his face, wondered why they were watching everything in his thoughts. Seongwoo, looking at the confused soldiers, wondered in his thoughts if they had any idea that something unexpected might happen. Also in his thoughts, the main character noted that it was unlikely that they would tell him anything. Kim, pointing down with his hand, said that he was sorry for getting straight to the point, but there was one person who would like to meet with them. Surprised by the sergeant's words, Sunwoo wondered who wanted to meet him. Kim said with a smile on his face that the Korean army was still alive. The narrative shifts to a military base. The man, standing by the window, looked at the sun going into the sunset. The military man, surrounded by his comrades, continued to look out the window with a serious expression on his face. The narrative moves into the memories of the protagonist, into the director's office. Sunwoo opened the system window and decided to look at his profile. The system, having opened the profile of the main character, reported that at the moment his characteristics were 14 strength, 8 agility, and 5 endurance. Seongwoo, looking out the system window with a smile on his face, said that out of 300,000, 150 he received only for this battle, noting that killing people is more expensive than killing monsters. Seongwoo, looking in surprise at the armor appearing on him, revealed that he also received bone armor. A system window that appeared in the air notified that the armor consumed 10 mana, and also noted that the armor was made from a corpse. The system further stated that the armor is equipped during activation, and its outcome depends on the type and quality of the material, noting that the better the material, the better the armor can be made. The main character, looking at the armor he was wearing, said that it fits him perfectly and does not restrict movement, and he is also able to move quite freely in it. Seongwoo, looking at the updated henchman, reported that even his soldiers received their own sets of armor, noting that they had become much stronger in the process. The main character, holding a crossbow in his hands, said that he also received another item for completing the quest, after which the system gave a summary that this multi-shot goblin crossbow has a heroic class and a crossbow category. The system also reported that the crossbow has the effect of equipping a magazine linked to the subspace arsenal, allowing it to be fired without reloading. Seongwoo, holding up the hand that held the crossbow, said that it was an excellent ranged weapon, noting that he also had a dagger, but it was much more convenient with a crossbow. The main character, clenching his fist, said that these items were very good and because of them he became even stronger. Seongwoo, looking at his fist with a small smile on his face, said that now he will be able to defeat any enemy and will no longer be so weak. The main character, standing with his back to the fire, heard someone call out to him. Turning around, Sunwoo heard someone say that he was hot. The main character, looking at the burning building, heard someone calling him for help. Seongwoo, looking at the burning house, noticed the silhouette of 2 people inside. The main character, looking at the burning people, wondered if they were his father and mother. Sunwoo's father, burning in the house, said that he had become stronger and because of this he could save them. The main character, holding out his hand, declared that he needed his sword. Sunwoo looked at himself and noticed that he had turned into a child. The main character watched in horror as his father extended his hand, wondering why he didn't save them, noting that they were in a lot of pain. Seongwoo turned around and ran as fast as he could, hearing his father telling him not to leave and also wondering why he was running away. The main character, running away in tears from the burning house, heard his father say that he was just a liar, and also noted that he had not become stronger and was still running away from problems. Opening his eyes from sleep, Sunwoo heard someone calling him. Hanho, looking at the protagonist clutching his head, said that he had already been sleeping all day, noting that, apparently, he was very exhausted. Hanho, pointing his finger back, said that Sergeant Kim had arrived with another military man. The main character, remembering the sergeant's words that it was better for him to go with them, said that if someone has business with him, then let him come to him. After which Sunwoo said that at that time he was too tired to go anywhere. The main character, putting on his clothes and turning to his friend, told him to say that he would be there soon, to which Hanho said that he would do so. The main character, with an annoyed face, holding his jacket trembling in his hands, said in his thoughts that he still needs to become stronger so that he can survive and protect everyone. The military, having entered the building, moved along it in a small group. The bald man looked at the surprised Hanho and wondered if Sunwoo was there, to which Hanho said that he apologized, but the main character asked to wait a little longer. The man became angry and wondered how they could wait given the current situation. The man also wondered if this was just a joke for them. Next, the military man told Hanho to get out of the way. Entering the room, the man, with his hands behind his back, said that he was Lieutenant Colonel Park Taeyong from their Special 51st Unit. Puck also wondered if the same necromancer was in front of him. Sunwoo, putting on his jacket, turned back and noticed the soldiers entering the room. Puck, sitting on a chair and looking at the standing protagonist, wondered if the reason for their arrival was clear to him. The lieutenant colonel further said that they had better get straight to the point. Sitting down on a chair, the main character announced that they could talk. Park, looking across from Xiangwu, wondered if he had killed those criminals from the Hwaesong area, after which the lieutenant colonel stated that he needed him to participate in the investigation of what happened and to continue to cooperate with them. The main character, looking at Pak, said that he was ready to help with the investigation. Xiangwu further wondered what kind of collaboration we were talking about. The lieutenant colonel, pointing his finger at the main character, said that he should join the army. Xiangwu, sitting next to his subordinate, looked at the lieutenant colonel with displeasure. The main character, covering his face with his hand, wondered if he understood correctly that he was being offered to join the Korean army. Sunwoo clenched his fist and placed it on the armrest, saying that this was a very strange proposal. He also wondered why he needed this at all. Pak, looking at the disgruntled protagonist, stated that the country was in a state of emergency, and they could force him to join the army legally. The lieutenant colonel, with a malicious expression on his face, said that it would be better if he wanted it himself. Xiangwu, leaning forward a little, wondered in his thoughts what kind of emergency they were talking about and on what legal grounds they could drag him there, and also how he could just be drafted into the army, after which the main character wondered in his thoughts what kind of nonsense they were telling him. He further wondered why they needed him. Park, raising his head, sat opposite Sunwoo, who held his face with his hand, after which the lieutenant colonel said that the main character could help his country by ensuring its protection and restoring control in the territories, to which Sunwoo said in his thoughts that they want to use him to the fullest. The lieutenant colonel, looking with a menacing look, said that the main character was already in the army, which means he must understand how important it is in such a terrible situation, and they must gather as many people as possible. The lieutenant colonel, raising his hand and clenching his fist, remembered the silhouette of a man surrounded by hooded people, after which he said that the prosecutor of the Yongyunpo district seemed to be playing with them, forming his own opposition groups, to which Sunwoo said that he knew about it. The main character, remembering how the prosecutor cleared the city of villains, said in his thoughts that the prosecutor wants to save the residents of the Yongyunpo area. Xiangwu, remembering the prosecutor's guild crest, said in his thoughts that the prosecutor had become the leader of the General Korean Guild and ensured security in their territories. The main character, remembering how the prosecutor defeated the monster, said in his thoughts that he destroyed the boss of his district, noting that he is the leader of what to look for. Park, raising his fist with incredible anger on his face, wondered if Sunwoo thought that creating such parties was dangerous. The lieutenant colonel also said that now all residents of the country must unite. Kim, standing by the will of his comrade in arms, continued to listen in surprise to Pak, who reported that the more complex the situation, the more stringent the measures should be. The lieutenant colonel also said that for the sake of their society and well-being, it is necessary to follow the orders of the army. Park, looking at the emotionless Sunwoo, stated that becoming a soldier means becoming a hero, noting that there is a lot of work ahead, such as in Gwanghwamun, to which the main character wondered what happened in Gwanghwamun. The main character, sitting opposite the lieutenant colonel, red with anger, turned his head and sighed, saying that he did not agree with him, noting that he did not think that the army had such rights, to which Park wondered what Sunwoo just said. The main character, recalling what happened, said that when everything happened, the army and the government did not help ordinary people in any way, and at the same time they called the desire to survive opposition. Xiangwu further wondered what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The main character, looking at Puck, flushed with incredible anger, said that they simply adapted to the system, noting that they began a new life with monsters, items, and experience points. Xiangwu also said that in this case the army is unlikely to help. The main character, making a gesture with his fingers, wondered if they were really saying that he couldn't become a hero. Xiangwu further said that he would rather remain a mercenary. The lieutenant colonel, looming over the calm protagonist, maddened with rage, wondered if he was ready to disobey an official order, to which Xiangwu said that this country did nothing for him and other people. Xiangwu, looking into Park's eyes with confidence, said that this meant that the meaning of the country had been lost. The lieutenant colonel, grabbing the main character by the collar, declared that this was a riot. Pak further wondered how he dares to do this to his homeland. Xiangwu, removing the lieutenant colonel's hand, said that the conversation was over. The main character, getting up and heading towards the exit, announced that he was leaving, to which Pak said to stand still. The lieutenant colonel, reaching towards Xiangwu with an angry expression on his face, stated that he would regret this. Puck further wondered how he dared say such things about the army. The lieutenant colonel also said that working together and discipline is what will save the country, after which Puck also wondered if he really thought he could survive alone. The main character, turning to the angry lieutenant colonel, said that he was much better off alone. Soldiers and military equipment filled the streets of the city. Hanho and Jisoo walked past people rejoicing at the appearance of the military. Civilians hoped that after the intervention of the military, everything would return to normal. Hanho frowned at the townspeople and sighed. He was outraged that people forgot who saved them. Jisoo tried to calm her friend down, saying that such behavior of people is inevitable. The guy looked at his girlfriend with interest, waiting for an explanation. There was a military vehicle behind them. People were talking in front. The girl said that people need to rely on someone, because no one knew what was going to happen in this world. Hanho thought about Rambo. He believed that the military had the same skills as action heroes. The guy smiled and said that he also felt calm, because army personnel were more experienced in combat than most civilians. Jisoo looked thoughtfully at the military and mentally agreed with Hanho. She admired their strength and teamwork skills. Jisoo's attention was drawn to two guys standing next to the car. The girl thought they looked unhealthy. Wrapped in a cloak, Hanho approached the soldiers with a polite smile and attracted their attention. Hanho's brown eyes looked carefully at his interlocutors. He raised his index finger up and asked if they had seen the man accompanying Sergeant Kim. The three military men looked displeased at the guy who wanted to know where to find the Kwon soldier. Hanho's question alarmed the military. They waved their hands and said that for security reasons they could not disclose information about the employees. The guy turned away and thoughtfully scratched his face. The band surprised him. He said that he had not served in the army, so he did not know about it. Jisoo looked suspiciously at the soldiers with whom the friend spoke. She believed that information about the whereabouts of the private could not harm security. Hanho looked around and approached Jisoo. He said that the atmosphere was a little strange. The girl agreed. She said that she had some kind of bad feeling. There was a sign on the white wall indicating that the management office was behind the door. Sunwoo and the strangely dressed right walked past the director's office. The guy was talking about how he was stopping negotiations with the military because of one person. The main character remembered Captain, who arrogantly said that he was going to call the guy up for military service again, and snorted irritably. The sound of soldiers' boots hitting the floor was heard. Someone was running and calling Sunwoo. Sergeant Kim froze behind the necromancer, his eyes sparkling guiltily from under his glasses. The man apologized to Sunwoo for putting him in such an awkward position. The guy looked thoughtfully at the soldier. He assured him that everything was fine, because soldiers are not responsible for the actions of the top military leadership, and asked whose order the man was now carrying out. Sergeant Kim scratched his head in confusion. He didn't know what to answer. Sunwoo sighed heavily and said that it seemed like they really needed him. The military man cast a sidelong glance at the door behind him. He admitted that the army really needed the services of a necromancer, and added with annoyance that he did not expect the battalion commander to behave like this. Sunwoo looked startled when Sergeant Kim looked around the hallway warily and said that he had something to show the guy despite the confidentiality. The sun was shining on the empty parking lot exit. A tall bush grew in a planter to the left of the road. The main character, Sergeant Kim and Wright walked in the dark of the parking lot past the cars. The necromancer looked intently at the back of the military man's head and thought about what the sergeant meant by the word confidential. Whether this could be information that the army planned to monopolize. Sergeant Kim stopped, turned around, put his hand in front of him and asked his companion to wait a little. There was military equipment and 4 soldiers ahead. One man was sleeping on the ground. Sergeant Kim said that if he was caught, he would be shot. But the morale of the soldiers was so low that the man believed that he would be able to take out the desired item undetected. Sunwoo followed the figure of the sergeant, who, hiding behind cars, sneaked past the military until he found some dark suitcase. The guy wondered how serious the matter was if Sergeant Kim risked his life for this. The military man clutched his suitcase to his chest and looked around warily while Sunwoo entered the code. The man wanted to quickly leave the parking lot. The room was dark, there were stairs leading up, and an emergency exit sign was visible on the landing. The main character looked in front of him in bewilderment. A blue light illuminated his face. Some luminous object was reflected in his eyes. Sergeant Kim was holding a suitcase in his hands, inside of which there was a glowing crystal. Sunwoo confusedly pointed his finger at the object and asked what it was. The military man replied that it was a stone of prophecy. The man imagined a map. On it, the places where prophecy stones appeared were marked with blue dots. He said that, according to available information, such objects appeared all over the world. They can show the future, but all predictions are approximately the same. Sunwoo looked at the crystal thoughtfully. In its light, the guy's face looked painful. Sergeant Kim explained that this stone is a symbol of luck, created for balance in the game. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, extended his hand to the object. Sunwoo's hand closed on the stone. The light emitted by the object became brighter. The system sent a notification that he had come into contact with the Season 2 divination stone. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The main character looked with interest at the dark clouds in front of him and thought that he was in the sky. Sunwoo's body was enveloped in an emerald glow. The guy looked around intently, trying to figure out his location. The skeleton of a huge monster appeared behind the guy's back. Flames were visible in its eye sockets. A squad of scarlet undead similar to dragons flew over the ruins of the city. Sunwoo recognized the wyverns and realized that for some reason these monsters had turned into skeletons. The necromancer looked down. A crowd of dead people was walking along the streets of the city. Their faces remained shadows. Their eyes glowed scarlet. The guy explored several areas and realized that the undead were walking throughout the city. The main character watched in surprise as the figure of a black dragon appeared on the horizon. Silhouettes were visible on the back of the monster. The main character thought it was Gwangwolman. As the dragon approached, details became visible. On the back of the monster, a figure in a cloak was visible, with horns on his head and a scythe in his hands. A little further, several more figures were visible. Traces of past battles were visible on the streets of the city. Seongwoo realized that a destroyed world. The guy flew closer. He looked at himself and Jisoo on the dragon's wing. They were dressed in armor made of bones. Their eyes glowed with red light, and their faces had an arrogant expression. Sunwoo thought that they looked like Buddhist guardian gods. He looked for Hanho and found a dagger sticking out of the back of the zombie's head. He was trying to get through the cordon of skeletons. The main character looked over and saw the true ruler of the destroyed world. The creature with a scythe in his hands, the guy had seen him before from afar, became clear. A bone hand was sticking out from under the hem of his cloak. His fingers were squeezing a scythe. There was a helmet with 3 horns on his head. Seongwoo realized that there was a lick in front of him. The necromancer watched the monster from the side and thought that if they had to fight him, then humanity would be doomed. Suddenly the guy noticed some movement. The lick turned and stared at the main character, fire burning inside his skull. Sunwoo was very surprised when the flames began to consume his body. With a cry, the guy released the fortune stone from his hands. A glow was visible at the base of the crystal. The system sent sent a notification that the second season will be called The Coming of Hell. The next big update is expected on January 1st. The one on the right was puffing behind his owner's back. Sunwoo tried to stop the trembling in his hands. His face was distorted with horror. The guy was breathing heavily. Sweat was rolling down his face. Sergeant Kim leaned over and asked what the necromancer had seen. The man said that in his visions he saw skeletons and dying people walking through the streets of the city, and immediately thought of Seongwoo. The system sent a message. It told about an exclusive task, the purpose of which was to choose the Reaper's side. The message also said that the hero needs to upgrade his skills to successfully complete the task. In case of loss, the hero himself will become a lick. The note said that the location of the Reaper's scythe will be revealed when the hero reaches level 15, and that this choice will affect fate. Seongwoo held his head and sighed heavily. He admitted to Sergeant Kim that thanks to the vision shown by the stone, he had a goal. The guy continued to hold his head. He clenched his teeth tightly and concentrated on the fact that there were only 2 months left before the start of the second season, and he needed to reach level 15. He remembered the image of himself from the vision and thought that it looked cool, but it didn't suit him, and therefore he needed to change his destiny. The next question took Sergeant Kim by surprise. Gesturing with his hands, Seongwoo said that in his opinion, there are bosses in every district. He asked if the military knew their location. The main character thought about basilisks, gorgons, manticores, and other mythical monsters that appeared from the very beginning of the game. He avoided them because of the great danger, but he could not do this anymore because he needed to significantly increase his level in a short time. Sergeant Kim thought and scratched his chin. The man raised his index finger up and, looking decisively at the main character, said that he knew the location of only one boss, but his commander considered this boss one of the most dangerous. The sergeant remembered how the captain shouted from the stands, waving his arms. He wanted this boss to be destroyed first, but it was too dangerous. Seongwoo opened his mouth and asked his interlocutor to convey some information to the commander. The news that the necromancer agreed to fight the dangerous boss pleased the sergeant. Sunwoo turned around and walked up the stairs. He waved his hand and said that his services were not free. The sergeant asked what reward the guy was expecting. Sunwoo turned around, rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and said that his services should be paid in gold, and in advance. There were 3 people in the office. The commander was sitting in a chair. 2 soldiers stood at attention in front of him. The lieutenant colonel was indignant because of the amount mentioned by the employees. He screamed, saliva flying from his mouth. The man was outraged that Sunwoo demanded 100,000 as a reward for his services. One of the employees sadly lowered his eyes and said that he did not know anyone who could compare with the guy in skills. The man said that he saw Sergeant Khan fight with vampires. The soldier remembered that battle and said that the army needed the skills of a necromancer. Taeyong pursed his lips in displeasure. He looked sideways at his subordinates and asked if even Sergeant Kang could not compare with Sunwoo. With fear in his eyes, the soldier answered that Sergeant Kang and Sunwoo are different, because the sergeant is strong like a soldier, and the necromancer is like an entire army. The commander narrowed his eyes in displeasure and clenched his fists. He reminded his subordinate that they are also an army. Taeyong thought about Sergeant Kang's superior physical form and suggested that he lead a squad that would destroy the skeletons and subdue the necromancer. The subordinate's face became covered with sweat. He imagined skulls made of mana. The man told the commander that he was not afraid of the skeleton army, but the number of casualties they would suffer during this mission. The man imagined a battle in which soldiers armed with medieval weapons would face off against spirits and the undead. He said that despite the numerical superiority and large amount of supplies, he was sure that the necromancer was stronger than the entire battalion. Mimic wrinkles crossed the commander's plump face. He pointed a finger at his forehead and repeated the amount Sunwoo had demanded. Sergeant Kim entered the dialogue. He said that, in his opinion, they need to team up with Sunwoo at any cost. Looking decisively at the boss through his glasses, the sergeant said that he considered Sunwoo a reliable person. He shared information and elixirs with the military, and his combat skills were beyond praise. The man said that the army would be able to stop the necromancer only by sacrificing a large number of soldiers' lives. He called the amount that the guy demanded for his services was commensurate with his skill. The commander looked thoughtfully at his subordinate when the sergeant reminded him that it costs 60,000 per day per soldier. Therefore, the payment for Seongwoo's services is equal to 2 days of the life of an ordinary soldier. The commander folded his arms across his chest. He puffed displeasedly. The man said that, to his great regret, he had to agree. Taeyong thought about the one combat squadron, remembered how the dark green monster was eating the wing of the plane against the backdrop of falling buildings, explosions and fires. He believed that it was in this area that the most terrible monsters he had ever met lived. The commander remembered that he sent many soldiers to fight this monster, but they died in the first 10 minutes because they did not start an attack out of fear of the green giant. Taeyong imagined how the leadership was rewarding him for his brilliant command and thought that the sky would be the safest way to travel if it were not for the wyverns. If he could get rid of them, then support would increase many times over. The commander slammed his fist on the chair. He admitted that they had no choice. He told the sergeant to tell Sunwoo that they agreed to his terms. The warlord's plump lips curled into a grin as he muttered an insult. The man clenched his fist and growled, gritting his teeth, that one day he would return everything he gave to Sunwoo. The sergeant's lips curled in disgust at his superior. The sky turned pink, the rays of the setting sun reflected from all glass surfaces. The system sent a notification that 100,000 gold had been received. People shook hands. A man in military uniform stood opposite Sunwoo. Jisoo and Hanho stood behind the main character. They watched the deal with suspicion. The military man said that they collected 100,000 gold from the soldiers and asked for cooperation in the near future. The necromancer recalled that for another 5 days he would not be able to move long distances and clarified what his duties included. The military man waved his hand and reminded us of the need to be careful with the airport to minimize damage and asked to finish everything within 3 days. The soldier waved his hand and pointed to a man with short black hair. His clothes were different from the rest of the military. His name was Sergeant Kang. He was supposed to be Seongwoo's partner in this operation. Sergeant Kang grinned, his face covered with scars. He said that, unfortunately, the main character became his assistant. Sergeant Kang ran his hand through his hair, showing off in front of the audience. The man asked what the necromancer's level was, because if it was lower than the sergeant's level, then the guy would be of no use. Sunwoo watched him thoughtfully, and Hanho, standing behind his friend, was very angry. The guy looked seriously at the military man and paused before answering. The military froze in shock when the necromancer said that he had the 10th level. The sergeant gritted his teeth in frustration. He killed orcs every day, but his level was lower. The man wanted to know what the guy's secret was. Sunwoo joined his company and said over his shoulder that there are monsters stronger than orcs. Hanho and the right one laughed insidiously, covering their mouths with their palms. One of the soldiers put his hand on the sergeant's shoulder. A vein appeared on the man's forehead from anger. Khan said that he was just joking and warned that the monster they would fight was very different from the orcs. Sunwoo, Jisoo and Hanho walked away. The necromancer raised his hand and waved. He thanked the military man for the information and said that he hoped that they could level up in these 3 days. In the twilight, the outlines of mountains, trees, buildings, and cars were vaguely visible. The guy and the girl walked up to the crowd holding hands. They looked pretty tense. They wanted to find Sunwoo. Someone realized that they were talking about a necromancer. People whispered about how cool he was and how they were counting on his protection. Hyungsoo stood at a distance from the crowd. He had armor gloves on his hands. A belt crossed his chest diagonally, with which he held a long spear behind his back. The guy listened to people's discussions. He was not sure that Seongwoo would be able to protect all those in need. Minho approached Hyungsoo from behind. He asked permission to create a safe zone. The guy also smiled. He asked the man to wait, because it was very expensive. Rinho stood next to her husband opposite the guy. She asked what their plan was in the end. The husband, with his arms crossed on his chest, replied that they should start with cooking. Hyungsoo clenched his fist, his face glowing with delight, and proposed building a village for the survivors. Hyungsoo, Rinho, and Minho stood at the back of the crowd and watched the people. Hyungsoo explained that the people in front of them had knowledge and skills in various fields. He imagined blacksmiths forging armor, scientists with bottles of elixir, and brave fighters ready to fight back the orcs. Kensu was encouraged by the thought that among the many strangers there would be those who would equip, heal, and protect the survivors. The guy's dreamy gaze was directed upward. He said that their goal was safety and gold. Hanho's parents applauded and praised his idea. Hyungsoo winced and admitted that it was Sunwoo's plan. He was ashamed that he couldn't be as cool as the main character. He remembered the battle with vampires with bitterness, admitted that he had already let his people down once, and his friends died through his fault. Hyungsoo was burning with shame because of his confession. He said that he was unlikely to become a good leader. His story touched Rinho. She cried, pressing a white handkerchief to her face. Minho looked thoughtfully at the young man. The man took a step. Hyungsoo did not raise his eyes from the ground. Hanho's father said that in a destroyed world it is difficult to take responsibility for other people. The guy agreed. Hyungsoo's long bangs fell over his eyes and hid his eyes in shadow. He was still upset. Minho said that even though a tragedy occurred, it was Hyungsoo who intervened and made a decision when no one wanted to lead people. The man praised the guy. Holding back his sobs, Hyungsoo bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. Minho put his hands on his shoulders and told the guy that he was very brave and asked him to believe in his strength. Hyungsoo's tears fell onto the asphalt. Minho asked the guy to become the leader of the village of survivors. Behind Minho and Hyungsoo, who were hugging each other, Rinho dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. The man stroked the sobbing guy on the back and thought that he would never take responsibility for the village of survivors and mentally wished the guy good luck. Flashes of flame illuminated a 3-story building with an emblem on the roof. Among the bodies of the defeated orcs, Jisoo, Hanho, Seongwoo, and Wright stood proudly, surrounded by the evil spirits of the necromancer. Hanho, wearing a skull-shaped helmet on his head, looked at the orc lying on the ground and said that it turned out to be very easy to kill him. Seongwoo looked at his friend in surprise and explained that at their level it should be so. The guys remembered the last battle and came to the conclusion that 3 people and 1 skeleton were enough to destroy a squad of orcs. The frightened orcs pointed their fingers at the players and retreated into the shadows, intending to bring help. The monsters recoiled in panic from the bony hand that was reaching out to them from the clouds of purple smoke. Sunwoo understood that they could defeat any number of orcs. The enraged monsters rushed into battle, swinging their axes threateningly. Seongwoo calmly watched as the squad approached. A sudden corpse explosion ended the lives of many orcs. Severed limbs scattered to the sides. Yellow-orange smoke hid the bodies of the dead. The corpses of orcs lay at Hanho's feet. The surviving monsters were hiding behind the bodies of the dead. The body of a large orc with a turquoise mohawk was covered with sweat and blood. He was trembling. looking at the guy. The orc jumped out from behind the barricade from the bodies of the dead. The monster growled menacingly. Hanho joyfully greeted him. Xiangwu, with a crossbow in his hands, froze against the background of a blonde orc. The head and body of the monster were pierced by arrows. Green sparks flying around indicated that the necromancer was amplifying the shots with mana. In the twilight, it was clear that one half of the double door had fallen off its hinges. It stood nearby leaning against the wall. The other half was open, hiding the unknown behind it. Hanho, Sunwoo, and Jisu's footsteps on the tiles echoed loudly in the empty building. A lilac square appeared on the side of the heroes. Hanho said that this sign was similar to the one they saw in the dungeon. Xiangwu was surprised and hesitantly said that they were not in the dungeon. On the purple square there was a picture of a hammer. Behind the square there was a door. Sunwoo assumed that this could be a workshop and reached for the door handle. The door opened with a creak. On the floor of the spacious room lay various hammers, screwdrivers, pliers, and wrenches. The system reported that the heroes could create or merge objects. It suggested that the main character combine existing artifacts and create a new object. The price of manipulation was 100,000 gold. Sunwoo thought about the 3 spheres in his arsenal. He was surprised that he could combine them and wondered what item he would end up with. 3 elements are depicted, and Xiangwu's thoughts are heard that he received a sea spirit tear from the store, a demon bloodstone from the orcs, and an ancient slime core. He takes the green core and says that it's good that they are all there. Hanho notes that the result will probably be a fluke. He smiles, pointing to himself and suggesting that this means he can also get something good for him. The guy turns around, talking about his luck and that it is unlikely that a simple dagger will turn out from 2 spheres. Jisu stands holding her hands as if in supplication. The system reports that the cost of the service is 100,000 gold coins. The chance of destruction is 2%. She asks if the young people want to continue. The balls fly up and sparkle when agreement is heard. They are linked, and a notification comes from the system that the merger process has been started, and advice to take a couple of steps back. Sunwoo watches in shock, mentally turning to his friends and asking if this is a joke. A crystal is formed, and the system reports that the unification has been completed and this is a chaos crystal. It gives a description of the subject. The guy looks at it in confusion, hoping it's not related to demons. He puts the crystal to his chest, and the monsters are dumbfounded. He thinks that even though the item is legendary, he should try to increase its class so that it not only takes away the enemy's mana and health, but also transfers it to him. Jisu and Hanho smile happily, congratulating their friend and claiming that he got something cool as always. The girl is surprised when the system notifies that she can combine the items Ignition Stone and Katana for 15,000 gold, and says that the combination has also become available to her. A sword is depicted being rubbed with a stone. She picks up the transformed sword, calling it a fire sword that cuts through flames. Hanho, confused, asks what about him. He looks unhappy as he touches the object with his hand. A building is depicted, and a sobbing young man wonders why he can't do this. Sunwoo claims that there is gold and they will buy him the item from the store. Jisu supports him, saying that something good will surely come out of him. A building is visible in the darkness. Destroyed things are lying around. The question arises as to what it is. The young people look down in surprise, and Xiangwu wonders how they can use the store now. The cars are stacked on top of each other, and it is assumed that the entrance is blocked from monsters. Hanho sobs and asks why they did this to the store and isn't this an important place for all of them. Sunwoo examines the broken keyboard, figuring it's unlikely monsters did it. Jisu looks at the writing on the wall, which says that useless people do nothing to survive. They are asked to give up their place to a new and better species. The girl is amazed by this inscription. She runs her finger along the wall and claims that it feels like it was scratched with a claw. She wonders how the monsters know their language. Jisu and Sunwoo look at the wall in surprise, and he talks about a monster who knows language and can even write. He claims that if Disney didn't invent it, it's somehow creepy. The cars are shown again, stacked on top of each other. There is an offer to return to the village. Several buildings are depicted. Young people and a skeleton walk along the road. A man in a military uniform is seen calling out to Xiangwu. Sergeant Kim smiles, closing his eye when asked what he is doing here. There are bodies of monsters lying on the road, and Kim reports that they are destroying monsters in the area, and this is their group quest. Those present look at the corpse, and the man says that this is a type of daily quest. They only need to kill a certain number of monsters every day. Besides, the reward is greater and everyone gets it. The guy looks interested, asking what the reward is. A soldier with a bandaged head is seen. Exhaling, the sergeant states that attack power and defense the next day increase by about 10%. But for some reason the quests become more difficult. Monsters are depicted, and the man believes that orcs and goblins seem to appear out of nowhere, but the rewards are better. Hanho turns around, crouching next to the corpse, and asks how this is possible, but realizes that they really don't know where they come from. Kim holds onto his pendant and admits that she hopes that's not the case. He says with a sad expression that all deaths may turn out to be meaningless. Jisu awkwardly assumes that someone ran away, since people probably want to find their families. The sergeant turns to his comrades and says that there were such people, but they quickly caught them. He believes that in such a situation it is dangerous to be divided. He remembers the soldiers standing, and the question arises whether the army allows people to escape. Kim clenches his hand into a fist and says that in the current situation they cannot rely on everything they have been taught, so they are trying to take at least in numbers. Broken phones are visible, and the idea is that they are taking people's gold and preventing them from contacting society. You can hear the phrase that it is always difficult in the army, no matter how many people are there. Sunwoo has a serious expression on his face and thinks that the fact that they are working with these methods is not very pleasant. He understands why the Yongyungpo Prosecutors Guild is better than an entire army. The dark sky is visible, and a message is heard that it is time to move out and they have wounded, so it is better for them to go to the village, where it is safer. A monster is seen swinging. He throws all the people around, scaring them. They already want to run. The young man with freckles, meanwhile, tells everyone to go inside. He argues that they need to hold on and at least keep the monsters away from others. A creature with red eyes stands behind the young man. He looks away, wondering why things like this happen when Sunwoo isn't around. He turns around, ready to fight back, and realizes that he can't do this anymore. People with shields find themselves flying, and the beast looks up. He looks questioningly, waving his paw. He looks in shock at the young man who attacks him from above and thinks that he no longer wants to give up his people just like that. The monster opens its mouth wide. He grabs his head when the guy with freckles hits him and is glad that he succeeded. He has a determined look in his eyes and is thinking about what will happen if he buys time. He spits blood as another bear grabs him and remembers that there are 3 of them. The young man sobs, realizing that it is already too late. A small skeleton appears, cutting off the beast's paw. The monster screams in pain and shock. He gets pierced in the face. It turns out that it was Jisoo who did it, who tells Kyungsoo that he handled himself well. A bear appears from behind, growling at her. A blinding light from the impact is visible. He is told to remove his claws. A sobbing man is depicted, and a phrase about today's terrible mood is heard. Kyungsoo looks at the impaled corpse of the bear. The animal is seen in confusion as its paw is restrained. The guy states that he thought he had little strength, but thanks to this man he was convinced otherwise. Sunwoo stands with his hand outstretched and announces that they have come to help. People in military uniforms stand, dumbfounded. The bear turns white with blue fire in its eyes, and the system reports that a synergy effect has been applied. The sergeant looks at Sunwoo and his friends in surprise and thinks that not only the guy, but everyone on his team is very strong. And most importantly, they work well together. He thinks it's too much. The man holds a hammer in his hand, and he states that it's unfair because they are not as strong as Sunwoo, but they also fight with all their might. The warriors look scared, and Kim thinks that although they know a lot about war, they were not prepared for this. A soldier is depicted covered in blood, saying that he wants to see his mother, and the sergeant believes that his people should not die just like that. The man lowers his head and wonders whether in the current situation it is right to listen to the orders of the commanders. Standing in front of him, Sunwoo tells him to relay the information that all preparations have been completed. Looking ahead, he states that he thinks they can begin an operation to reclaim the runway. Panicking people are visible. Smiling, Jisoo tells Kyungsoo that he did well, and Hanho remarks that he was able to kill 1 wild bear. The young man awkwardly reminds them that they have a lot of wounded and dead. He sits looking down at Sunwoo, who states that this situation is difficult for anyone and everyone knows that he is doing his best. The guy turns around and the question is asked whether something happened. The man looks away, reporting that the village is in chaos and, apparently, many people have died. Sunwoo looks questioningly, wondering if that's all he can say in this situation. Standing near a polar bear, he says that there was an attack by wild bears. The man stands in a confident pose, announcing that he also caught one and they are really strong. There is a picture of someone and a card in the background, and thoughts are heard that his class is a 3-star striker. Sunwoo looks thoughtful. He thinks that he can fight unarmed using martial arts, and said that he did not know the meaning of his class. Kim seems confused and asks if Sergeant Kang is ready to move since Mr. Seongwoo plans to start the raid as soon as possible. The man looks at him angrily, asking since when he became his secretary. Kim doesn't quite understand what he's talking about. They step on his foot, saying that if the guy has plans, let him say it himself. The sergeant clenches his jaw as he is asked if he is sure he remembers his military duties. The man frowns, claiming that it seems to him that he does not remember. Otherwise, why grieve over the death of civilians when they have such an important mission? He turns around, reporting that there is less gold, but it should be the other way around. He states that it is time for them to open their eyes to what is happening, because the authorities always know where they are. Sunwoo looks behind him and wonders if he means some kind of tracking system, but thinks it's more like slavery. The sergeant, with a sad expression on his face, asks how he can say that and whether he knows how many of his soldiers were killed. He fingers his clothes as he talks about Captain Kwon and his stupid judgments. The man grabs him, declaring that he has gone crazy and telling him to leave powerful monsters to him, because his task is to collect gold. The man has a pitiful expression on his face and claims that his soldiers are dying because of his stupidity. He remembers that Kim is a blacksmith and asks if he has forgotten that his life depends on him. The sergeant closes his eyes, thinking that he only wanted to help his soldiers. One hand covers the other. It turns out it's Seongwoo, and he tells them they're moving out and reminds them they're running out of time. The man looks at him angrily. He jerks his hand back, asking why on earth they are touching him, and confirms that he said that they need to hurry. He points aggressively at the soldiers. One of them holds Kim, and Sunwoo notices that he is respected by many. Holding his neck, the sergeant apologizes to the guy. Khan kicks the soldier, and it is stated that he is very violent and likes to take his frustrations out on others. As she leaves, Kim turns around, announcing that they will begin preparing to leave. Sunwoo and his friends are standing there, and Jisoo thinks the man is having a hard time. Lots of cars are rushing. A building is visible. Ruins are depicted. Everyone is watching this with concern, and the question is whether planes can still fly. Smirking, Khan assumes that the boss has been here and says that he fought him a couple of days ago. Sunwoo indifferently points out that they say he ran away. He frowns, looking at the man, and claims that all his words are lies and there is no point in even listening to it. He admits that he doesn't want them to fail the raid, but he would be glad if it failed. A huge hand can be seen leaning on the building. The guy thinks that Sergeant Kim told him the information about the boss. The monster is depicted, and the system reports that the local boss monster, a giant troll, has appeared. Sunwoo looks at him dumbfounded, realizing that he is much more. The monster grabs one of the bears, and the guy believes that even 4 wild bears cannot cope with him. The boss is looking right at him and he notices. A roar is heard and people are seen standing. Kang points his finger worriedly, asking if Seongwoo is following them, since right now 100,000 gold is running out of his hands. The guy extends his hand, shrouded in magic, declaring that everything is under control, and it's not difficult to catch the giant. Several monsters are depicted, and the system notifies that a death response has been activated in a certain area. Steam comes out of the creature's nostrils. It takes a startling step. The young men are worried and Seongwoo tells his friends to be careful because the ground is shaking. Kim asks in fear if all the zombies are dead, to which he is advised to calm down. The guy frowns, wondering if he should talk to him face to face. Corpses fly and a corpse explosion warning sounds. The monster reaches out his hand. Sunwoo covers himself with his hand. The boss's arm falls off, and a question is heard about whether he is injured. His wrist becomes whole again, and the guy thinks that the blow has practically no effect, because he has excellent defense and quick recovery. He recalls other monsters, claiming that the boss is weakened due to the curse and constant attacks. But this is not enough, and he does not have special skills like vampires, slugs, or spirits, but he is physically very strong. The monster growls with its mouth wide open, and Sunwoo realizes that he is a terrible opponent for it. Kan removes his hand behind his head, asking if the guy's tricks are not working, and if this time they can do without victims. Sunwoo opens his mouth slightly, thinking that he has another option, the most effective and safe. People push off with their feet and declare that it is finally their turn. Hanho looks scared and calls out to Jisoo. People in military uniforms are depicted near a building, and someone calls the captain and reports that Prosecutor Young Gunpo is gathering people and creating a strange group. The man clenches his jaw when he is told that some strange guild called H-Warring has also appeared in Busan, and he states that they are always constantly waiting for a reason to behave like this. National news is visible. There is a proposal to create an entry in the army community, and the assumption that people will start asking more questions if the number of such guilds increases. Sitting at the table, the man claims that in any case they cannot trust such suspicious groups. He holds a glass in his hands, saying that information is very important now, and if it falls into the wrong hands, the government and the whole country will be under attack. He recalls the moment of discussion and reports that they still do not know what exactly happened, but the government is very wary about such meetings. The soldier looks away, wondering if it is right to trust the authorities in such situations. He believes that although the site is unofficial, it has influence in the community. He thinks about how popular he is even among the military when a man, sipping his drink, asks if he told the soldiers what he was supposed to. The guy's bloody body is depicted, and the man claims that he is next after killing the boss, and whoever refuses will be eliminated. When the answer is yes, Kang appears with an angry expression on his face, and the soldier reports that he and his 2 squads have agreed, and Kim will simply have to join. The man looks to the side doubtfully, wondering if there will be any problems with his henchmen. Jisoo is shown looking scared, and the soldier remembers that she has a semblance of a sword, but she is a girl, which means her strength is in question. He starts talking about another member. Hanho is seen with a dagger, and the soldier claims that he is weak, but tries to use his weapon. But in reality, he is simply hiding behind the necromancer. The man raises his index finger contentedly and tells the soldier to check if everyone is ready, not to kill everyone at once, because you need to earn at least 100,000 gold. He, in turn, lowers his gaze, thinking that this is more like robbery, and not a military mission, and their soldiers are dying just for the sake of gold. He tells himself to put aside stupid thoughts. He holds the crossbow in his hands, insisting that he must only obey, and reminds himself that Khan is in control. A snarling monster is depicted. He swings, and the phrase sounds that stronger attacks are needed. The system reports that the Holy Shield is activated. The young man with a wild expression on his face declares that he is the local king here and laughs. Jisoo jumps at the boss, swinging his sword. She stabs him. He clenches his jaw, grunting in pain. He makes a side kick. The girl lands with her hand on the ground. She looks at the monster, claiming that he is only the local boss and is big, but not very fast. She thinks they can handle it. The sword is tied with a rope when it is ready, and a message is heard that it is possible to begin. With a confident face, the young man remembers that the climbing rope Jisoo chose is a B-class item and cannot be cut. The young people tie the monster, and a phrase is heard that they need to tie its legs. The boss screams with his mouth wide open. Khan looks scared and wonders what it is. It turns out that he thought that they were just weak-willed dolls of a necromancer, but in reality they are very strong. They attack the monster, and the man realizes that they are acting together, attacking and defending in a coordinated manner. The sergeant clenches his jaw, suggesting that Sunwoo only wants to win the fight at the expense of these two. A notification comes from the system that the protective barrier will turn off in 3 seconds. Hanho worries about the notification and calls Kim. He, holding a bound monster in his hands, says that they are ready. The dagger ends up in the creature's head. The system reports the cleansing of the goblin and the extension of the protective barrier effect. The sergeant pulls the goblin towards him, declaring that the next one is needed. Khan is confused and surprised that they are killing the goblin to defeat the boss. Hanho poses, and the man understands that such skill is needed to win. Jisoo is is on one knee, holding a weapon in her hands, when Kang suggests that she hardly had military or combat experience and killing people and monsters are completely different things. He clenches his fingers, thinking that this is not how he imagined events would turn out. He entertains the idea of killing Sunwoo right now. The guy frowns. It sounds like the monster's legs were tied. Pointing to the undead, he states that it is dangerous and it is better to entrust it to them. Jisoo seriously claims that they have no room for error with the boss, and in terms of dexterity, she and Hanho are the most suitable. The young man does not agree. The girl raises her index finger, declaring that they also have a protective barrier, which means there will be no problems. There is a question about whether this is something like a transformation technique. Seongwoo doubts and claims that he needs to think about it, because he must ensure their safety. Jisoo's lips are shown saying that he is not their guardian. She places a hand on his chest, reminding him that they are a team and asking him to trust them. The young man's huge hand is visible. Hanho tightens the rope with his teeth. Everyone looks on in shock as the boss monster falls. There comes a guy who says that they are great, but now it's his turn. The undead stand behind Seongwoo. Khan worriedly wonders if it is a necromancer and how he can kill him now. The guy has a sword in his hand, and he declares that the Dragon Knight's weapon is already eager to absorb blood. He rushes to the attack with his subordinates. The undead strike. One of them hits the monster in the face. His hand is bitten off. Looking at the boss, Sunwoo wonders about the undead and states that he can feed him something more nutritious. In the teeth of the monster, one can no longer see a bony arm and leg. An explosion occurs, and it turns out to be a corpse. The monster's head falls, and he is told that usually everyone remains headless and he is no exception. Sunwoo watches the blood gush out as the system reports that the local boss monster, a giant troll, has been defeated and 220,000 gold has been obtained. A notification comes from the system that additional stats, a mysterious box, and a new level for killing a popular boss have been received. The guy holds his sword in his hands when the system notifies that there are 51 days left to prove his worth. He notes that it took 98 days to prepare for this hunt alone. He holds a card in his hands, saying that for increasing the level he will choose a card of a full-fledged bone weapon, because this way at least he will be able to improve it in the future. Kan is amazed that everything is already over. Sunwoo points his hand to the side, claiming that their contract can be considered fulfilled. He says that he will take the corpse since his task was only to kill him. Kan looks at his soldiers, wondering if they attacked now, would they be able to kill him with more than 20 men? He frowns confidently, deciding that he needs to start, and tells the guy to do as he wants. Sunwoo smiles slyly, wondering what the man is thinking about. His eyes sparkle, and he declares that he already understood everything himself. Kan attacks him, wishing for death. A huge magnetic explosion occurs. Blue fire is visible. Sunwoo stands protecting himself with his shield. He looks at the reaching hand. A bony hand is visible in blue fire, and the guy creates a bone weapon. The bone hand knocks the other one away. The undead are already ready for action when their creator covers himself with a shield. Kang is amazed by Sunwoo's action. He looks on with fear, saying that the attack has failed and telling the soldiers to distract him while he attacks. He falls to the ground, claiming that if the skeletons weren't here, they would have defeated him in an instant. The man stabs Sunwoo with a magnum. The guy swings his sword. He is knocked out of his hands by Khan's foot. He smiles, reminding you that it will be difficult to defeat him empty-handed. Determined, Seongwoo really hits. Khan jumps on his hand, insulting him. A cut runs across his face. The guy has a dagger in his hand and raises a lot of questions. He has a bone in his hand, and he reveals that he created it from a shield, and this is a feature of bone weapons. With 2 daggers already in his hands, he wonders if the man thinks he can create something better than this. It sounds like the idea is that the higher the skill level, the better the weapon you get. Bleeding, Khan tells him not to act like a winner, because he still surpasses him in both strength and experience. Looking around, he discovers bones. Holding the dagger forward, Sunwoo reveals that bone weapons are made from bones. The man is hit with blows as he creates a new weapon. Cut up, he screams, and the guy asks if he is superior to him in strength and experience and if this is all he can do. Kang looks away, insulting Seongwoo and asking why the soldiers aren't helping him. The men in military uniform and the undead just stare at him silently as he asks why they don't do anything. He turns around when Kim asks if he has any idea and if they need to answer. The sergeant frowns and states that Khan said it was for survival, but he no longer sees the point in dying for him. A man with a stabbed hand screams that he will kill him. They remember the moment with the entire army, and the question arises whether they protected the population. It turns out that they only hunted and collected gold. The disgruntled soldiers agree and ask how long this will last. A stunned man in military uniform asks what they are doing. Khan turns around, declaring that he arrived late as he wonders what's going on here. The soldier's face darkens as Kim reveals that they have already talked to others about what is about to happen. The man turns around when the warriors claim that they are no longer going to take part in this. The soldier already looks at Sunwoo and his friends. He raises his hand, declaring that he understands what he is talking about, but asks if he has to act like this now, since this world is about to fall apart, and they will need every person. Kim frowns, asking if he doesn't understand. Seongwoo is confused when the line comes up about not knowing whether this uprising would have brought anything good or not. But life in the army is always like that. Pointing to the sergeant, the soldier shouts whether he really thinks that he will just leave it like that, and whether he knows how he will be punished for such an attitude towards the army. Sunwoo's team watches as Kim states that they have already been punished and now is their chance to leave. The bloodied Can asks what kind of nonsense this is, because they themselves were happy to work for gold, and threatens. He prepares a syringe, claiming that this is all because of the soldier who came. Sticking the ampoule into his shoulder, the man tells them to shut up, because they can't even be normal soldiers. Sunwoo watches this in surprise, wondering if this ampoule is for treatment. The soldier screams as he grows huge. Everyone escapes and Kim tells Sunwoo to run away from here. An ampoule is depicted and it is revealed that it is variable and will turn a person into a monster. One of the soldiers, in fear, tries to calm Kan down, claiming that they can solve everything. His head is torn off and blood gushes out. The monster that appears growls angrily. Seongwoo looks worried when Hanho tells him that the soldier has become a wild tiger and admits that he didn't think it was possible without choosing a card. The tiger looks away with its sparkling eyes. While he threatens, Jisoo runs to attack him. His paw is right next to her face. However, the girl ends up hitting, and the system reports improved perception. She pushes off the ground with her hand. The monster growls as Jisoo spreads fire. She points her sword forward. The girl pierces a tiger's paw. She looks questioningly when he just pulls his paw back and takes her after her. He grabs her. When he leaves Jisoo, everyone calls out to her in concern. She spits blood. Tiger is surprised when Cerberus gets involved. The system produces a list of synergies. Sunwoo admits that he was thinking about leaving the soldier and extracting information. His eye sparkles and he states that he has gone too far, so he sees no point in letting such a monster live. The tiger screams as he is engulfed by the undead. Drops are visible in the air. A car and military personnel are depicted nearby. A man in camouflage enters the building, informing the captain that the soldiers are here, to which he is told to bring them. Kim comes in and the captain is surprised that they are alive. He asks worriedly if everything worked out. Looking at the man indifferently, the sergeant claims that they have caught the boss. The captain hugs him, praising him, and asks what's wrong with Kan and the vice captain. He is scared when Kim reports that they are both dead. He withdraws his hand in shock, asking what happened to that man. He doesn't finish his sentence when he notices people behind the soldiers. It turns out that it is Seongwoo, and he asks if the captain wanted to discuss a plan to eliminate him. Several military vehicles were driving quickly towards a large building in the middle of the night. 3 people in camouflage uniforms ran out of the building and loudly shouted that they could not move without orders. The soldiers stopped and looked in shock at Sergeant Kim from the first squad, who was now supposed to be on a mission. People in military uniforms screamed in fear when they saw a huge predatory beast, which had become a skeleton, silently looking at them. One of the soldiers, with a sweaty face, realized that this was the work of a necromancer and loudly squealed about the uprising. While the undead were fighting with some military men, one soldier asked the sergeant what was going on. Kim, with a calm smile, told his comrades that they were all free now. The company, consisting of both people and animals, confidently walked along the corridor. There was a sign on the wooden door that this was the commander's office. Suddenly, someone pushed a man in military uniform out of the room, and he fell to the floor, his mouth open in pain. The lieutenant colonel groaned as he lay on the floor, and the captain, who was sitting at the table, said that he did not expect his soldiers to carry out a coup. There were wrinkles on the gray-eyed man's forehead as he said he was disappointed in his subordinate for not intervening when he saw signs of rebellion. The main character, next to whom the undead stood, asked the captain if the soldiers would just carry out a coup. The man drank a hot drink from a mug and said that they did not set up these soldiers, and also their tactics were win-win. Taeyong was still crawling on the floor, and the captain added that they survived because they adapted immediately, and his soldiers are ready for anything, be it war or monsters. Sunwoo grinned, brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and asked if the man meant the system, the synergy effect in earning gold at the cost of the lives of his colleagues. The captain abruptly put the mug down on the table, causing the coffee to nearly spill, and shouted that the army had always worked according to these rules. He added that on the first day there were a lot of casualties after the monsters appeared, but then they realized how important synergy is. That day, the man learned that the latent synergy was being activated due to the general suffering and the large number of dead soldiers. There is a thorny path of loyalty in which the leader can give any order to his subordinates, and if they disobey, they will receive punishment and will experience burning pain. The captain shouted loudly that all his soldiers could have died, so they made fewer casualties, as is customary to do in war. As the man reached for the mug again, Sunwoo asked whose war this was, hinting at a fight between the military and monsters who have no brains. The young man said that this is a game of survival, and it remains to be observed, like a game of chess, until its principles become clear. Then the main character frowned and, deciding to get to the point, directly asked why the captain needed to kill him. Through clenched teeth, the man hissed that one day the young man would definitely become a problem. He asked if Sunwoo understood that the world needed people like him because the crowd would believe anything to feel safe. The captain added that to run a country you need to be able to manage people. Looking at the main character surrounded by the undead, the man yelled fiercely that Sunwoo is an obstacle to their harmonious and friendly world, and that people like Prosecutor Young Yunpo should not be left alive. The captain clenched his hand into a fist and said sternly that this was the best way. The young man was horrified at how this man really believed what he was saying, and then drew attention to the crossbow on the man's table. Sunwoo sighed, looked away and said that he only showed hope to the soldiers, and then asked the captain to just give them the gold. The man flew into a rage and roared deafeningly that all the gold belonged to the army. The main character looked at the captain with contempt, extended his hand to him and told him to give everything if he did not want to die. The man widened his eyes in fear, sweated, and answered in a trembling voice that Sunwoo should leave Hwasong and Suwon. The captain stood up from his chair, slammed his hands on the table and asked why the young man should take with him soldiers who should continue to serve their homeland. The main character remembered Sergeant Kim and replied that soldiers are not slaves who can be used as they please. The captain, with an upset face, shook Seongwoo's hand, and the main character immediately received 45,688 gold. The captain pulled his hand away, hitting the young man, who was confused by the small amount of gold. When the man walked away and turned his back, Sunwoo asked him about the ampoule that could turn him into a monster. The captain, his forehead veined with anger, hissed that the answer to this question was not part of their deal. The man trembled and bit his lower lip angrily when the main character said that he and his subordinates could stay here. The captain closed his eyes, put his hand on his forehead and replied that these ampoules are delivered to them by traveling sellers, and they have things that are not in a regular store. Sunwoo looked carefully at his interlocutor and asked where these sellers were from. The captain replied that he did not know this, but the merchants were dressed in long clothes and hid their faces behind masks. He added that, according to these people, you should not rely on luck, but calculate the roulette mechanism. Then the man fell for these convincing words, looking into the glass eyes of the mask with a long bird's beak. Hearing this information, Seongwoo remembered the inscription he had seen earlier, and assumed that that store had been destroyed by that seller. Then the young man turned around and told the captain not to forget about Synergy, because then he would check it through Kim. The man extended his hand to the weapon and told the main character to wait because he had something for him. The next second, the captain began shooting at the undead with a crossbow, and loudly shouted that this was a gift from the army. Sunwoo froze in shock, and the lieutenant colonel lying on the floor flinched when a soldier suddenly ran into the room with a weapon in his hands. A powerful explosion rang out in the room as one of the attacks hit its targets. Taeyong and the bespectacled military man standing next to him smiled when they saw this. Seongwoo, who created a shield from bones, was not surprised and said that the one who gave such an order cannot call himself a human. The soldier fell into shock, and the lieutenant colonel yelled at the main character. The shots broke the shield, and the young man spread his arms to the sides. Sharp bones pierced the military, and Seongwoo received 8,000 gold for each of them. When the undead approached the captain, he coughed and yelled for the monster not to come closer. The man grabbed the bomb in his hands, and Seongwoo's face showed confusion. The captain shouted that this was a concentrate of the depths, which the wandering doctor had given him, and the effect of this substance had already been tested on orcs. A man with a crazy expression on his face shouted that everyone here would die if he activated the bomb, and the main character calmly told him to try. The captain widened his small eyes and opened his mouth in shock. Sunwoo's eyes lit up with a blue flame, and he said with a grin that he wondered if the man could kill him since he had killed the orcs. The captain raised his hand and shouted in horror that the young man was really going to die. Suddenly, an undead hand came through the window from the street and grabbed the man, who immediately dropped the bomb. The monster broke bones, and the captain began to sob and scream loudly as his blood sprayed into the air. The bomb, stained with blood, fell at Seongwoo's feet, who mentioned that the man never said that the army's job was to save the villagers. The main character leaned over to the sobbing captain and said that he was not a soldier, but a coward who was trying to save himself. As soon as the man insulted the young man, a huge beast cut off his head, and Seongwoo again received 6,000 gold. The main character was amazed that the captain was only 3rd level, and did not pay attention to this at all. The young man looked at the man's motionless body and said that he still did not understand how the new world worked, since he was simply trying to accumulate gold through synergy. When the system notified that more than 45,000 gold had been received, Seongwoo thought that this was still not enough. Then the young man turned sharply towards the iron cabinets, as if he had realized something. By order of the main character, the beast tore off the cabinet doors. Sunwoo widened his green eyes and couldn't contain his admiration. The young man looked at the cabinet filled with various items and said that this explained why the captain had so little gold. The main character, with slight fear on his face, picked up one of the ampoules. The system immediately reported that when this extract was administered, a person would turn into a werewolf for 20 minutes. Hanho put out an open palm in front of him, which was surrounded by a bright yellow glow. The young man put his hand on Jisu's waist and asked the girl if elixirs were better than his treatment. The tiger hunter replied that they still had many wounded soldiers lying on carriers. Jisu explained that Hanho needs to develop his skill, and even if it is worse than an elixir now, but over time it will become an excellent help. The young man agreed, and then looked at the undead and said that he was sorry that he could not help them. A skeleton wearing a hat and cloak jumped onto Hanho's back, smiling warmly. The young man hugged the undead and burst into tears, asking where he had been. The main character asked Jisoo if she had recovered, and the girl, looking at Sunwoo, replied that everything was fine. Jisoo looked down in shame, saying that it was arrogant of her to try to deal with a wild tiger herself. The young man smiled and replied that the hunter's skill was not entirely suitable for this monster, but it was better to develop in different directions than to specialize only in tigers. Sunwoo explained that not all monsters such as bears, wolves, birds, orcs, and goblins have the characteristics of tigers. Hanho looked at the protagonist in surprise when he said that the blonde needed to work on his healing skill because their company might have to fight the Lich and his army of the dead. Seongwoo thought that a strong priest in the form of Hanho should protect them with healing, shield, and ranged attacks. The main character winced when he imagined that his friend could become stronger than him, when suddenly Hanho called him. The young man asked with excitement why Sunwoo's cape, which he saw for the first time, was a different color. The main character smiled and explained that he received it in a special chest after defeating the boss. The cape Xiangwu wore was legendary level and allowed its owner to hide in the shadows. Hanho fell face down on the floor and began to sob from injustice, banging his fist on the surface, and the main character offered his friend his cloak. The bespectacled soldier said that they had already finished, and many of those looking for their families had joined the village. Kim closed his eyes and added that there were stubborn people left who would have to be released. The soldiers frowned when the sergeant said that the strongest and most responsible had already died, and these pawns were of little use. Sunwoo turned around and said with a joyful smile that they were returning to the village and they still had a lot of work to do. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that there were 3 days left until the end of the wave, so he needed to continue hunting. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, illuminating the city. Rinho was stirring something in a large metal pan with a smile. People were about to leave and took everything they needed with them. The soldiers shot at the orcs, hiding behind their shields. Hyungsu waved his hand to his acquaintances with a smile. High school students on motorcycles quickly rushed forward. After killing an enemy, the level increased to 12th. While the undead were strangling the orc, Sunwoo sighed in disappointment, asking himself how long it would take him to reach level 15. The main character took the card, and his strength increased by 3 units, but he still could not cope with anyone stronger than the orcs. The young man imagined a burning skull and came to the conclusion that he needed to quickly reach the 15th level and protect the side of the King of Death. Jisoo froze in shock and Hanho yelled loudly as the system notified that the wave had ended and the gold doubling was complete. They read the guide to starting a wave. The system also announced that the new event will last 20 days, raid bosses will appear, and faction selection for angels and demons will begin. Jisoo said that everything is starting over again, and Sunwoo added that this game will not leave anyone alone. The main character thought that the main thing now is the raid boss, because this is the best option for increasing the level. Then the young man thought about angels and demons, not understanding what this meant. Suddenly, Hanho, looking at his phone with a shocked face, shouted for his friend to look at the application. The blonde brought the screen to the perplexed Sunwoo's face and explained that they had set a rating by territory. In first place was Han Kansok with level 15, and in second place was Prosecutor Young Yunpo with level 13. The main character looked stunned at the rating, saying that he hunts almost without rest, but is still at the 12th level. Sunwoo, who also has a lot of experience in online games, did not understand how Kangseok was able to rise higher. Jisoo, whose brown eyes reflected the light from the gadget, was more interested in those who took 4th and 5th place. The girl assumed that these people were from the same group. Suddenly Hanho shouted again, showing the screen to Sunwoo and told him to look at the community. The young man began to look like a madman, shouting deafeningly that Prosecutor and Dinpo wanted to meet with the main character. Sunwoo reads that the prosecutor asks him for a formal meeting and says that the Liberation Guild is the best community of survivors in Korea. The young man was dumbfounded and widened his eyes, not understanding why they needed a public appeal. The main character introduced the prosecutor Yin Dinpo and thought that in a destroyed world, where the basis of everything is survival, this man definitely needs something from him. Sunwoo frowned, sighed, and thought that he had been expecting this inevitable meeting. The city was clouded with dark red fog. A man in a long white cloak looked at how a crowd of either people or humanoid monsters burned with a bright flame. The man in the black mask clenched his fist in victory, and with a smile informed Prosecutor Young Gyungpo that the restrictions on movement had been lifted for them, and now there would be more opportunities to improve their skills. Minho adjusted her glasses and said that this was nonsense, and that they would need more information about the raid boss, angels, and demons. Someone calmly said that you need to be prepared for any outcome. A man with blonde hair and white armor closed his eyes and said quietly that their task was to save people. The prosecutor opened his eyes and added that everything possible must be done so as not to revert to evolution, and not return to ancient and dark times. Minhyun smiled, thinking that you can always rely on the prosecutor because he has a pure heart, a desire to help, and charisma. The young man burst into tears from an overabundance of emotions, and Minhwa looked at him with arched eyebrows. The girl then looked at her phone and said that the prosecutor wanted to find strong new guild members, so she searched the community. Minhwa looked away from the gadget and said that she didn't find anything, as if they didn't exist at all. The girl then said that she had contacted the necromancer in 3rd place, and Minhyun screamed in surprise. He said that the main character saved many in Suwon, but it was unlikely that it was for free. Minhwa, whose glasses reflected the screen, explained that Sunwoo did not receive payment for saving everyone, and if he asked for money, it was an adequate amount. The girl said that in a world where there are many crazy robbers, this is a preventive measure. When Minhwa said that in society Sunwoo is discussed more than the prosecutor, the young man clenched his fists and puffed with anger. The girl said that the main character helped get rid of vampires, so many survivors left him grateful comments. Minhwa reassured her friend by saying that it was easy to change because there was a difference between being universally popular and being adored by the players, and Minhyun smiled. The prosecutor, standing with his back to his subordinates, said that they needed to find out more about Sunwoo. The man knew that the main character was working with 2 more people, Hanho and Jisoo. The prosecutor watched the skull on fire and came to the conclusion that the main character is the next most dangerous player after the first in the ranking, so he needs to get to know him better as soon as possible. The man tightened his hands on his sword. Suddenly Minhwa opened her mouth and widened her eyes, looking at the gadget screen. The girl said that the answer had arrived. The user wrote that he would wait. While Sunwoo looked at his phone, the prosecutor said that they were heading to Suwon. The action moves to Suwon, where the sun rises above the shopping center, sparkling with bright rays. While Hanho curiously asked Sunwoo if he wanted to meet with the prosecutor, his friend lowered his eyes, and the bound kobold turned his head, looking at his interlocutors. The main character opened his hand, from which a green glow appeared, and, looking at it, suggested that meeting a hunt would help him raise his level, but not very high. Sunwoo looked ahead, noticing 3 menacing bikers approaching. Disung, with a bandage on his face, screamed in concern at that moment, reporting that they were being attacked. The necromancer opened his mouth slightly, looking at the blonde and very perplexed. Gritting his teeth, Tisung said that it was some strange guys who took Yashik. The blonde recalled with horror how the bikers attacked the group, looking for some kind of golden deer. Jisoo looked at the approaching people with concern, concluding that they had taken a hostage to find out the location of the village. Seongwoo, putting on a serious expression, asked to be led to the attackers. The action moves to a residential area where high-rise buildings rise. Several men with weapons towered menacingly over the beaten hostage lying in the blood, intending to kill him for his silence. When a sobbing Yashik, with bruises and abrasions on his head, was put on his foot, he thought about holding on and waiting for Disung. One of the men became very angry and began to swing his mace, wanting to simply kill the hostage and move on to look for the golden deer. He looked at the guy on the ground with a malicious grin, raising his weapon. Suddenly, a worried Tisung appeared on a motorcycle, calling out to his partner, who arrived in the company of the formidable Seongwoo and Jisoo. Then the man threw the guy on the ground and turned to the guys, mockingly asking the blonde leader if he had really brought his older brother and sister. He glanced sideways with a sly look, asking whether the arriving people had seen the golden deer, and promised to pardon them for the information. Sunwoo and Jisoo stared at the bandit in bewilderment, and the necromancer asked why they needed this creature. The man then closed one eye and said in disappointment that it was a waste of time. After that, the vile man licked his lips lustfully while looking at Jisoo, and declared that he wanted to go on a date with her. The girl's eyes suddenly glowed red with overwhelming rage, and she said that she would kill the impudent person. After her words, the bandit raised his mace and, in a fit of rage, rushed forward, helping him run with his hand and angrily shouting that she was nothing compared to him. His magical weapon, raised into the air, began to sparkle with various electrical discharges. The man threw a punch, leaving a trail of orange energy in the air, and Jisoo calmly dodged the attack, while the impudent one continued to swing his magic mace with powerful electric discharges, but never hit the opponent, who was moving quickly, and began to shout for her to agree while there was still a chance. During one of the furious attempts to reach Jisoo with lightning, the girl ducked and flew to the ground. At this moment, she held her sword tightly in her hands, preparing to retaliate. After swinging the blade, a vertical trace of the blade remained in the air, and the man watched in horror as the severed hand with the mace flew up, bleeding. The two partners watched with concern as the Hyung fell to his knees and screamed in pain due to the severed limb, and one of them ordered the girl to be removed. After this, the bandits prepared their weapons, and one of them, dressed in a robe, launched a fireball with a furious cry. Enraged, Jisoo rushed at her opponents and, raising her sword, deflected a projectile that headed straight for the man with the severed hand. The members of the gang, hearing the screams of the impudent man behind, concluded in horror that the girl had killed him, while she furiously rushed at them with a fiery blade. Jisoo waved her weapon with a grim look, covering the entire area in flames. The men, seeing that the enemy was approaching, screamed, but their necks were immediately cut. Suddenly a formidable figure appeared, dressed in massive bone armor with horns, and the guy began to release yellow mana from his hands, saying that he would not forgive the gang for attacking the lady. Opposite him stood a frightened man with his mouth open in horror, who held a knife at the throat of the beaten Jonchik and threatened to cut off his head. Behind the bandit, in a blue glow, a necromancer in a tattered black cloak quietly appeared. Seongwoo, looking furious, brought the knife to the man's throat, making a deep cut so that blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and the system sent a reward for killing the player. The remaining members of the gang jumped on their bikes and began to ride away screaming, fearing that the team would kill everyone. Tisung turned to Youngshik with an alarmed look, and he, rubbing his wrist, laughingly announced that he was alive. And behind him stood a guy in a cloak and hood. Hanho, in a bone suit, folded his hands to his chest, along with his right one, approached Seongwoo and clarified why his attacks were so strong, to which his friend replied that it was the cloak, reminding him that he offered to borrow it. The cheeks of the guy in the horned helmet turned red, and he, fingering his fingers, declared that such sacrifices were not necessary. Wrapping his arms around Seongwoo, he threatened to attack if his friend approached, and his right one stuck out his blade, after which Hanho puffed out his cheeks offendedly, shouting for him to keep his luck. Tisung knelt down next to the brunette, gloomily asking if he was badly hurt, to which Youngshik, clearing away his snot, sadly asked why they treated him like that. Jisoo, standing in front of Sunwoo, pointed her finger forward in shock and tried to get the leader's attention. On the street among the residential areas, a golden deer appeared, whose body sparkled dazzlingly. The magical animal was brown in color, and a magical golden glow with sparks emanated from its horns. Suddenly, a blue system window popped up in the air, announcing a hidden mission to capture a lucky golden deer, the reward for which was a ticket to a secret place. Each of the three had their own screen on, and while Jisoo was reading, Sunwoo and Hanho looked at each other. The golden deer with sitting antlers continued to stand in place, covered in drops of sweat, and a purple mist appeared around. The evil dead began to burst out of the ground, bloodthirstily opening their mouths and stretching out their hands to the frightened animal, and the system notification reported that the death response had been applied throughout the territory. While the creepy zombies were trying to catch the golden deer, it began to run, crushing its pursuers with its hooves. Xiangwu stretched out his hand, guiding his ghostly animals in pursuit and shouting furiously for the prey to try to compare with the dead. The next moment, the guy noticed that the golden deer quickly ran into the alley, and only its hind limbs and short tail were visible. Xiangwu, trying to catch up with the beast and turning the corner of the building, opened his mouth in shock at its enormous speed. While ghostly animals surrounded the golden deer from behind, he carefully approached the shaggy monster in front. The creepy werewolf, standing on two limbs, suddenly turned around, chewing the clawed paw of his prey from the ground, lying in a pool of blood. The shaggy monster began to glare fiercely and growl at those who disturbed it. The ghostly beasts froze in their places, watching as the necromancer approached with a menacing look, surrounded by his bone assistants. The werewolf threw a bloodthirsty look at the guy and growled, covered in sweat. When, pushing off from the walls of the houses, attacks flew at the monster, he flew into the air and howled, admitting defeat. The golden deer with sparkling antlers, covered in cold sweat, now exhaled with relief, because he remained alive. Then he was pierced without any pity by the bone paw of one, and when splashes of blood rose around him, the system reported the successful completion of the hidden task and receipt of the reward. Hanho looked into the distance with concern, asking his friend whether it was strange that the werewolf ran away from fright. Sunwoo raised his head and cast a confused glance forward, mentally thinking that monsters usually behave this way when they sense a clear advantage of the enemy. When the bright sun, sparkling with its rays, began to set behind the houses, the team leader suggested returning to the village. Night had fallen, and the bright disk of the moon rose above the tower in the dark sky. The trio stood in front of the crowd, wondering if the prosecutor would really come, and Kyungsoo happily discussed this meeting with the guy with glasses. Suddenly, one of the guys in the crowd raised his hand with a worried look, asking everyone to look at the sky. Xiangwu looked pleased, not expecting the guild members to arrive in helicopters, and Hanho grabbed his head in shock and opened his mouth. The guys raised their heads up, waiting, watching 3 helicopters in the sky, their propellers flying in a whirlwind. The lethals landed on the field after some time, and the propellers stopped spinning. Now the best guild in Korea stood in front of the trio, led by Prosecutor Young Depot, who was coming to meet them halfway. Sunwoo looked at the man in shock, thinking that he had 3rd place in the ranking. Jisoo was also shocked by the arrival of the guild creator. The blonde prosecutor Young Dippo extended his hand in greeting with a friendly expression, introducing himself by his full name. A blinding flash flashed to the side of the 2 men shaking hands, and they turned to look at it with dissatisfaction. Minhyun with a smile held the camera that had been torn from the young man behind him, and said contentedly that such a moment needed to be captured, because it could go down in history. The guy cast a furious look in front of him, which was visible through his dark glasses, and seriously suggested that the guild was publishing a book about their master. Xiangwu looked at the subordinate prosecutor in bewilderment, noting that the guild members loved their master very much. He turned back with a worried look, noticing a faint purple glow in the crowd. The people from the village blushed and looked at the prosecutor with admiration while a purple aura hovered around. While the guys behind were whispering, enthusiastically discussing the master, the necromancer watched them suspiciously, because they were seeing this man for the first time. The guy turned his attention to the admiring Hanho in the purple haze, concluding that even the vampire lord did not react so violently, and trying to understand if it seemed to him. The large building of the shopping center was not illuminated at night from the street, plunging into darkness. Standing at the entrance with a cloak in his hands, Xiangwu with a suspicious look invited the procurator to go inside. On the table were plates with various dishes, among which was soup as well as a tin of blue beer. Starting the meal, the head of the guild, sitting on an armchair, mentioned the faces of the local people, and the main character, opening a can of foamy alcohol, looked at him questioningly. Prosecutor Young Dippo looked at his interlocutor with awe, smiling softly, and stated that the villagers definitely felt safe. Sitting down in a chair and taking a sip of beer, Sunwoo asked with surprise whether Young Dippo was really such a safe place. Lowering his eyes, the prosecutor admitted with a smile that this was so, and added that almost all the survivors of Seoul had gathered there. The man said that many died wandering the streets, but there were also many survivors. The main character froze in shock when the blonde interlocutor said that there were already 30,000 people in his shelter. Xiangwu, stunned by such a large figure, opened his mouth and asked the prosecutor again, and he, turning his gaze to the side, admitted that soon there would be more than 40,000 survivors in Young Dippo, because they are growing. The main character, imagining a huge number of people with phones, asked with shock how they would be able to manage the community. Frowning, Prosecutor Young Dippo said seriously that he wanted to save as many people as possible. The blonde man began gesticulating with his hands, agreeing with the idea of difficulty with a large number of people, and then asked Sunwoo how many of the 30,000 he thought had adapted to the world. Turning his gaze to the side, the brunette began to talk about the sick and elderly, after which he came to the conclusion that 1 out of 4 is suitable for survival. Picking up a can of beer, Sunwoo cast a suspicious glance at the procurator, who calmly stated that they needed people they could rely on. The man looked piercingly at the young man, admitting that he had been watching him for a long time. Taken aback, Seongwoo immediately remembered the ranking where he and the prosecutor occupy adjacent high positions. Young Dippo, with folded hands, admitted with a frown that he is not the luckiest person, which proves his 2nd place on the list. Moving his thumbs with excitement, the man said that he was not as good as people thought he was, so he was afraid to bear such responsibility. Sunwoo looked stunned at his interlocutor, who considered himself so weak, and noted that it was strange to say such a thing at the first meeting. Then the prosecutor curled his mouth, seriously saying that although the young man was trying to seem thoughtful and cold, he also succumbed to emotions. The man remembered losing his family because of this, and when he survived, he began to get angry at the game around him. Young Dippo admitted with a serious face that he operates by the rules, but one day he wants to go beyond the limits. Pointing to the focused Xiangwu, the man said that he needed someone he could rely on. The necromancer looked piercingly at his interlocutor with green eyes, asking in bewilderment whether he believed that he could become one. Shaking his head, the prosecutor said with a smile that he didn't know, because he only saw the level of the young man. Sitting in a chair, Xiangwu asked in confusion whether it would be better to add him to the guild. The prosecutor grabbed the handle of the suitcase and agreed with the interlocutor's words, adding that there was no need to rush. The blonde man opened the case, revealing glowing crystals inside. While Xiangwu looked at the blue mineral in bewilderment, Young Dippo said that it was a stone of fortune and the reason for scheduling this meeting. The blonde, illuminated by a blue glow, cast a piercing gaze at his interlocutor, asking him to put his hand on the magic crystal. Sunwoo placed his palm on the fortune stone, and the system connected him to the Korean bad-end server. Suddenly, a bright blue flash appeared in the darkness, rapidly filling the space. Xiangwu floated in the air, shrouded in a magical glow, and was shocked to recognize the settlement of Uedo located below. In the distance stretched a long building, above which a dome rose, bright sparks rose upward. In the bright light, a trunk began to make its way out of the ground, scattering debris, stones, and pieces of soil to the side. The main character, soaring in the night sky, watched the tree grow rapidly. Now, among the many houses of Uedo, a huge plant stood, spreading its thick foliage. Sunwoo raised his head and with a worried look began to wonder if this was the world tree. Suddenly, the branches reached towards the house, destroying the walls with powerful blows. The tree grabbed several people with its vine, immobilizing them in the air. The roots pierced someone's head. The world tree rose in a fiery glow, destroying everything and everyone nearby. Xiangwu, covered in a cold sweat, hurried to remove his hand from the fortune-telling stone after what he saw. The brunette looked with concern at the blue screen of the system that appeared, informing that this is a future that will come true if the fallen are not stopped. Closing the suitcase, the prosecutor said that usually everyone's future is different, but suggested that the guy saw the same thing as himself. The blonde threw a piercing look at his interlocutor, declaring that such an end awaited their world, and offering to unite to stop the fallen. He reported that the roots of the world tree are in Uedo under the constant protection of lizard-like raid bosses, which was verified after the start of the second part. Sunwoo's eyes widened as he realized everything, concluding that forces were needed to attack. Then Yondipo clenched his fist and shouted with a furious look that he needed all the strength he could muster to defeat the raid boss. The main character covered his mouth with his hand in thought, realizing that he could not refuse, because the world was on the verge of destruction. The guy also remembered another version of the future with a lick who defeated a huge lizard, but decided not to talk about it, because this would happen if he could not raise his level. If Xiangwu fails to complete the quest, then Young Depot himself, holding a massive sword in his hands, will try to kill him and everyone else. Removing a can of beer from the table, the brunette, with a puzzled expression on his face, concluded that it was necessary to unite, and the prosecutor, rising, thanked him for his understanding. The blonde froze in surprise with his arms outstretched when the necromancer, turning away and closing his eyes, firmly declared that he would not join the guild. The guy extended his hand, offering to work together and share tasks with rewards in the raid. Procurator Young Dippo, having heard the proposal, cast a piercing gaze of golden eyes at the young man. He followed suit and extended his gloved hand, warning him that he would contact his new partner in 3 days. There was a bright red sky above the shopping center, and the street was glowing. Suddenly, Hanho opened the door and rushed into the Sunbee's room, furiously reporting that bandits were approaching the village. A crowd of menacing people with weapons rode along the road on motorcycles, followed by trucks. Tattered red flags fluttered in the air. Xiangwu and Hanho, standing behind the armed prosecutor with the guild, looked at the guest with bewilderment when he concluded that this was a great chance. Young Dippo, raising his sword sparkling in the rays of the morning sun, joyfully declared that the necromancer would be able to demonstrate his strength before the raid. The prosecutor, lowering his massive blade, gave the order to the crusaders to prepare, and his subordinate, clenching his fist, enthusiastically assured that they were always ready. The bright headlights of motorcycles shone out of the darkness, behind which was an entire army of bandits and cars. The leader sat grinning and holding a cigar in his teeth, a bone mask hung on his neck, and an axe peeked out behind his back. Without turning back, Yondipo clarified with the main character whether he was really a necromancer, and explained that it was better to find out before the future battle. Now the blonde looked up with an inspired look, declaring that he was the commander of the Crusaders, who controlled them, and also created synergies. The bandits were grinning evilly at this time, looking for their target, and one of them pointed to a guy in a raincoat next to the girl. The whole trio looked at the squad of bandits with dissatisfaction, and Hanho decided to speak out, asking why they had appeared again, and what's more, they had dressed up. Baring his teeth angrily, the gang leader with a cigar in his mouth sarcastically apologized for the show, saying that he was looking for the man who killed his brother. The man with a wide smile wondered how much gold would fall for everyone gathered, concluding that he was looking for a golden deer, but found another source of gold. Looking at the bandits with curiosity, the procurator concluded that they really looked like caricatures, as if from a television series. After that, the blonde man's face changed, and with a gloomy look he said that it felt like the gang leader had killed a lot of people, which means there was no point in just chatting. Yondipo pointed his massive sword at his opponents, ordering the Crusaders to destroy them, and they rushed into battle, preparing their weapons for attack. Seeing this, the leader of the bandits said with a grin that such attacks were insignificant for him, and ordered his guys with crossbows and fire to kill everyone. Now fireballs and ice spears thrown by the bandits flew through the air towards the guild, frozen in place. At this moment, the prosecutor, tightly gripping the hilt with both hands, raised his massive sword upward. Thus, he activated a protective yellow dome over the guys, called a holy shield, through which the enemy's magical attacks did not pass. Xiangwu and Hanho, standing behind Yongdipo with his sword raised in concentration, watched in shock as he skillfully used magic. The motorcyclists went on the attack when their leader, with an angry look, loudly declared that they would destroy everyone here. The bandits were speeding on motorcycles with their headlights on, grinning sarcastically and waving magic maces. One of the cloaked knights swung his sword furiously on the way, leaving a bright trail of the blade in the air, and held a shield in his other hand. Menacing eyes sparkled inside the helmet, which shocked the enemy. The Crusader flew mercilessly at the approaching frightened bikers, swinging his blade and cutting everyone in his path. For every bandit there was one knight in armor and a cloak, fighting fiercely with edged weapons while his opponents screamed. Gangs of Kamei's trucks were now rushing towards the people, their headlights flashing in the darkness, and the driver of one of them shouted to the members of his team to move aside. Prosecutor Yongdipo stood in place with a frown, holding out a massive blade in front of him and activating holy mana, spreading out to the sides in bright sparks. His close subordinate wearing dark glasses shouted furiously, ordering the Crusaders to advance and use all their skill. At this moment, Yondipo activated the cross spear technique, and from it powerful energy streams with a golden glow spread across the ground in 4 directions. After this, a series of strong explosions passed through the area, lifting formidable bandits into the air. Sunwoo watched in horror what was happening, not believing that the head of the guild was able to blow up 3 trucks at once with one blow. The bandits screamed and asked what kind of synergy this was as the Crusaders continued to advance fearlessly. One of the helmeted and cloaked knights turned to the side in confusion as several fiery debris flew overhead. Suddenly, another powerful series of explosions thundered, lifting the remaining members of the criminal group into the air with screams. When it was all over and the smoke began to clear, the lifeless bodies of bandits and knights lay on the battlefield, and axes fell nearby, stuck into the ground. The leader of a criminal gang with a cigar in his teeth became furious and, putting his hands forward, activated red mana with a menacing look. The man now had 2 large axes in his hands, with which he was shielding himself from the powerful streams of fire emanating from the next explosion site. Furiously waving his weapon in both hands, the head bandit concluded with a sarcastic grin that no one would be saved from the blow of the northern sword. Sunwoo and Jisoo cast worried glances at the enemy, sweating from exertion, and the guy came to the conclusion that this was indeed a strong, high-level weapon. The Crusaders lay on the ground, trembling, and began to look around, noticing the prosecutor walking among them. Holding the long sword in front of him, Yondipo noted the interesting toy with a smile, wanting to use it. The leader of the bandits turned gloomy, shouting furiously and indignant at these disparaging words. The man angrily shouted for the Crusader to stop his toy, and 2 projectiles, followed by trails of fire, flew at the prosecutor. Suddenly, explosions erupted across the entire fucking field again, illuminating the space with bright fiery flashes. When the flames began to subside, a cloak could be seen behind it, surrounded by bright sparks. Prosecutor Yongdipo stood with a triumphant grin above the 2 axes he had pierced with his blade. Sharply pulling out his sword, the man smashed the bandit's weapon, and it shattered into pieces. The leader of the bandits, trembling, extended his palm forward, asking in horror how the Crusader was able to defeat him. Minwa's assistant, contentedly adjusting her glasses, confidently stated that their master had special protection that was not found in the whole country, and Sunwoo watched her from the back, puzzled. After that, the main character and Jisoo simultaneously cast frowns at Hanho, which began to greatly stress him out. At this time, Prosecutor Yongdipo raised his sword up, activating the radiance of the golden-colored knights, and his subordinates bowed to him. One of the knights gave a thumbs up, indicating that his strength was increasing, while a bandit nearby screamed in fear, holding out his fists. Casting a piercing gaze through her glasses, Minwa explained with a grin that this skill helps to recover and increase attack power, so that with it, warriors are invincible. The next moment, Prosecutor Yongdipo pointed his sword forward, with a furious cry ordering his squad to deal with the remaining bandits, and they rushed to the attack with a menacing look. The leader of the bandits, not expecting this, tensed up greatly, gritting his teeth and becoming covered in drops of cold sweat. At this time, the local villagers were sitting inside the building in shelter, and the man in the jacket asked Kyungsu whether they would really be hiding here. The young man smiled awkwardly and raised his eyebrows, assuring that it was better to stay inside. People listened anxiously as the guy with glasses pointed at the crowd and said that there were a lot of people here who couldn't fight, which would only make the synergy worse. Then the man who asked the question became nervous and changed the subject, asking if the guild master seemed strange to the guys. Kensu, wearing an iron glove, turned away, flushed and scratched his face, while his interlocutor enthusiastically, clenching his fists, offered to look out and observe what was happening. The man began to push the puzzled young man in the back, demanding that he go, and the guy in armor watching this scratched the back of his head. Kensu and his persistent interlocutor were now located on the street at the entrance, looking at the battle in shock. The sky was filled with dark smoke, and the Crusaders lay trembling on the ground. The knights lay almost motionless, concluding that they had been poisoned, and pools of blood spread on the ground next to them. Wearing a bone mask with fangs, the gang leader chuckled sarcastically, looking at the bottle of elixir in his hand, which was also his weapon. Examining a flask with green liquid, the man loudly declared that he got the elixir of the abyss from a very strange person, but its effect was wonderful. Prosecutor Young Dippo at this time was making his way through the poisonous fumes with a sword in his hands, covering his mouth and nose with his cloak. Breathing through a piece of cloth, the guild leader flashed his eyes in the darkness and concluded that the elixir of the abyss was a complex poison. The bandit leader grinned joyfully with a flask in his hands, while the prosecutor thought that in this battle the guild should show its strength. Young Dippo, with a grim expression, cast a piercing gaze of burning eyes at his opponent, concluding that he must kill him, and swinging his sword surrounded by holy mana. Distracted, the blonde turned back in bewilderment, where he noticed the figure of a young man in the darkness. Xiangwu, putting on the hood of his robe, said that he saw the strength of the guild, so now he and his squad will fight. The necromancer grinned maliciously, releasing magical energy from his mouth, and noted that his warriors were better suited for such battles. After these words, the leader of the bandits widened his eyes, angrily shouting at the enemy and uncorking a bottle of poison. Xiangwu concentratedly walked towards the main enemy while he fired fire projectiles at him. The guy, enveloped in a blue glow, lowered his hand, finding something needed for battle. The necromancer approached the bandit with a menacing look, his eyes flashing menacingly, as the eerie silhouette of a skull rose in blue mana behind him. Violet streams hovered around Sunwoo, and he grinned maliciously and concluded that he had not experienced this for a long time. Blue energy came out of the young man's eyes and finger as he thought with a malicious grin about the rather good elixir of the abyss, even though it was below the skill of the orc commander. While Prosecutor Young Dippo and his assistant Minhua, covering their nose and mouth surrounded by poisonous streams, carefully watched what was happening, Xiangwu in a torn cloak decided to show his strength. The masked gang leader asked his subordinate, who had taken off his respirator, why everything was alright with the young man, to which he received an assumption that the poison had been faked. The next second, foam began to emerge from the mouth of the man wearing glasses, and he fell to the ground, clutching his throat. At this time, Sunwoo looked at his hand, through which blue mana was flowing, and concluded that he felt the effect. When the system window popped up announcing the use of the death call, creepy zombies with bloody mouths began to rise from the ground. The leader of the bandits and his subordinate, with a phone in their hands, were horrified to see the approaching resurrected dead. The necromancer looked gloomy, eyes sparkling, and when the bandits shouted that they recognized him, the young man concentrated the flow of mana. While the opponents were attacked by summoned ghostly animals and skeletons, tearing people to pieces, the main character activated the great sword. The gang leader watched in bewilderment as two frightened subordinates in the distance, one of whom was taunting the other, furiously suggesting they run away. The gang of criminals mounted their motorcycles and headed in one direction, wanting to quickly leave the battlefield. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion, enveloping the area in smoke and fire, and severed human limbs flew into the air. Hyungsu and the man watched in admiration as the strong and confident Xiangwu used his strength. Suddenly, a couple of guys got scared, and one even fell when a curious girl came out of the building towards them, wondering if the battle was over. Seeing three local residents emerging from cover in the darkness, the leader of the bandits pointed at them with a frown and ordered them to take hostages. Then a squad of armed criminals with respirators furiously rushed towards the defenseless trio, carrying out the boss's orders. Kensu covered the frightened children with his hands, demanding to run away with a menacing cry. Suddenly the sound of running was heard, and the feet in sneakers with red laces suddenly slowed down. Hyungsu was very happy when a concentrated Jisoo appeared in front of him, determined to protect him. One of the bandits with a bandage on his nose grinned contentedly, demanding to take the woman hostage. But his partner was horrified when he recognized her. After that, Jisoo, raising her katana, rushed towards her opponents with a furious look, surrounded by streams of flame. The leader of the bandits in the bone mask froze in shock while his subordinates screamed in fear, calling the girl a monster. The man was pierced through by a katana, and blood gushed from the wound, after which a scream was heard. A necromancer in armor with sparkling eyes towered over the defeated enemy, holding a bloody blade in his hand. Sunwoo took off his hood and looked curiously at the floating ticket emitting a golden glow, and the system window popped up saying that both tickets had been collected. Taking the paper in his hand, the main character turned around and noticed that Prosecutor Young Dippo was watching him from behind with bewilderment, covering his respiratory organs with his cloak. Sunwoo, looking sideways at him, said that he himself did not yet know what it was, and the blue screen announced preparations for the start of a hidden mission. The main character, who left the floating ticket behind him, looked puzzled at the alert from the system. The golden stream began to engulf Sunwoo, and everyone began to shout out to him in concern. The guys, gritting their teeth from tension, watched as the guy completely disappeared into the opened energy funnel. Prosecutor Young Dippo hurried to raise his gloved hand to the portal, but suddenly a blue system window appeared, informing him that he was not authorized to enter. The blonde crusader curiously looked at the finger on which the remnants of golden energy were burning, and wondered where Sunwoo had gone with the ticket. At that moment, a blinding flash appeared behind the head of the guild as a subordinate decided to take a photo of him. A plump guy in a cap held the camera with an admiring smile, emotionally concluding that the necromancer was much stronger than he thought. Prosecutor Young Dippo, standing at the golden portal, turned around and with a menacing look demanded not to take pictures, which made the photographer taken aback. A blonde man approached a panicking guy with a camera covered in sweat and, looking down at him, coldly demanded that he take a photo only when he allows it. After that, the prosecutor closed his eyes, notifying the photographer that he knew about his efforts, and believed that his work would instill hope in people. He glanced suspiciously at the portal, which Jisoo and Hanho were carefully examining, concluding that they did not know what was behind it, so it was better not to risk it. Then the guy with the camera smiled broadly and, blushing, declared with enthusiasm that he would only photograph what was possible. Jisoo, illuminated by the golden glow, frowned deeply and twisted her mouth in dissatisfaction, and a bead of sweat appeared on her cheek. The girl glanced irritably at the procurator behind her, asking if the guys knew where Sunwoo went, and Hanho widened his eyes. Jisoo continued to look away suspiciously, assuming that she knew the answer to the question asked. Then Prosecutor Youngdippo, with a good-natured look, put his hand to his chest, asking him to tell him, and the system screen that popped up provided detailed information about the aura of the war hero. Jisoo continued to glance sideways at the man, refusing him and arguing that she had not heard her conversation with Sunwoo. The head of the guild closed his eyes and began to wonder why the girl was so doubtful, noting her self-defense. Prosecutor Youngdippo, having not received an exact refusal, looked piercingly at Jisoo and continued to press her, informing her that he and the necromancer had decided to move forward together. The open golden portal continued to shine in the sky when the man admitted that the situation was confusing him, because he did not know where the young man had gone and what was happening to him now. When Hanho began to scream limply, succumbing to the technique and giving out information about Sunwoo, the taken aback Jisoo hurried to cover his mouth with her hand. Then Prosecutor Youngdippo cast a pitying glance at the girl, saying that the necromancer could get into trouble while they were wasting time. Without removing her hand from the angry Hanho's mouth, Jisoo answered with a menacing look that she would wait for the leader to return from the team. The young man freed himself from his partner's grip, and she, turning to the portal, said that she only knew that Sunwoo had gained access to a hidden place. Jisoo told the prosecutor with a serious look that they as a team trust and wait for him. Youngdippo reverently thanked the girl for these words while Minhwa adjusted her glasses and Minhyam drank the green elixir, trembling. The head of the Crusaders, surrounded by two assistants, with folded hands, clarified the name of his interlocutor, and Jisoo, standing opposite with her partner, introduced herself. The prosecutor, remembering the girl's fierce attack, looked at her with admiration, praising her skills. Hanho, with widened eyes and open mouth, looked in shock at the outstretched hand of the guild head, who invited Jisoo to join their ranks in order to confront the terrible thing together. The man in the purple glow cast a piercing gaze at the interlocutor, offering assistance in developing all her skills to the maximum. The blonde watched in surprise at Jisoo at the portal, who shook her head negatively, categorically refusing the offer. She cast a menacing look at her interlocutor, declaring that she already trusted the other person. After finishing the conversation, Jisoo pulled Hanho's hood, who was trying to get the prosecutor's attention, and began to walk away while everyone around her stood in shock. After that, Minhyam bared his teeth angrily and, furiously clenching his fist, suggested that the girl did not trust the guild master. The spectacled Minhwa, standing on the other side, scratched her cheek with a thoughtful look, concluding that the situation was difficult. Prosecutor Youngdippo ran his fingers through his hair in confusion, coming to the conclusion that these people were not simple. Now the center of events is Seongwoo, who walked through the portal with terrible screams, leaning his hand on the ground. Crawling out from the stream of golden energy, the guy found himself among the houses. As he stood up and walked forward along the road with high-rise buildings, the blue screen of the system announced that he was in a secret place called Golden Street. Next, a sign appeared containing a hidden guide to the area with all the subtleties. Running his finger across the blue screen and familiarizing himself with the information received, Sunwoo concluded with bewilderment that this was just a bonus place. Suddenly loud laughter was heard behind the guy, and he froze in surprise, his eyes widening. Following him in the alley was a creepy goblin with a shadow on his face, holding daggers in both hands. After this, golden short creatures began to appear from everywhere, crawling out of the windows of buildings with an evil look. Sunwoo stood calmly, looking at the monsters and concluding that it had been a long time since he had encountered goblins who were going to attack him. He raised his hand, activating his mana and pulling out a loyal legal assistant from the resulting portal. The uniformed skeleton sank softly to the ground, leaning on a bony fist and sparkling with blue mana from its eye sockets, when the right one stepped out in front of the necromancer with a katana, preparing to attack a squad of gold goblins. He shouted for his assistant to show who the real target of the hunt was. In the normal world, the portal still hung in the air against the night sky, emitting a golden glow and bright sparks. Next to him, on the former battlefield, members of the guild were picking up wounded crusaders, providing them with first aid, and also carefully inspecting the surrounding area. Prosecutor Youngdippo glanced in bewilderment at Assistant Minhwa, standing aside, when she reported that all the wounded had already recovered. The girl, putting her hand on her side, looked back at Hanho, who was handing out flasks to people with a smile, and reported that they gave people an elixir of health, but it didn't work, so they had to give an antidote. Hearing this, the head of the guild frowned and twisted his mouth with dissatisfaction, deciding that the mixture really looked like poison. The man looked at the ground, where the fragments of a broken jar lay, with the elixir of the abyss, which was used as a debuff. His assistant stood behind him, and Minhyam listened with a grim look as Minhwa suggested that it was a black magic item that she had not seen in the store. Prosecutor Youngdippo asked with a menacing look why a special object obtained in a special way was used. The man looked ahead with a thoughtful look, remembering Sunwoo on the battlefield, dressed in armor, and wondering why the poison did not work on him. Then Minhwa turned to Minhyam, and he, waving his fists indignantly, asked why she constantly distorts his name. The guy in dark glasses reported that during the battle he tested him with his 3-star scout skill, and it turned out that the debuff worked as a buff on the necromancer. Minhyam concluded with a frown that Xiangwu's health had increased as well as his other stats, and his magic and recovery had increased to their maximum. At that moment, the foot and heel stepped furiously on the fragments of the flask, and the head of the guild concluded that he still did not know too much about the game. Minhwa looked at the master in bewilderment, asking if he was really going to share the reward for the raid with the necromancer. Prosecutor Young Dippo turned to the girl and, gesturing with his hand, explained that otherwise the young man would not have agreed to cooperate. Remembering Sunwoo's resurrected bone assistance, the guild leader concluded that such an army would definitely be useful to them. Minhwa, placing her hand on her chest, with an insidious smile, asked to leave the drafting of the contract to her in order to make it very profitable for the guild. The girl cast a piercing glance at the master through her glasses, asking whether he understood that they must take the best, because 30,000 people are relying on them. Prosecutor Young Dippo looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, and Minhyam, standing behind him, covered his mouth with his hand, shocked by such an insidious nature of his partner. When the enraged Minhwa attacked the guy, kicking him, the master began to thoughtfully move away, saying that he did not want to make Sunwoo their enemy. The girl with glasses froze, preparing to strike with her fist, when the prosecutor clarified what she thought about the fortune crystal. Minhyam, with a broken nose, stood screaming furiously, asking if this was not an artifact that simply gave quests, and Minhwa, with a thoughtful look, put a finger to her lips, noting that a special power emanated from the stone. Frowning, Prosecutor Young Dippo remembered how Sunwoo touched the crystal, and was not confused, as was usually the case with the others. Looking ahead, the blonde asked his subordinate to check if the necromancer had touched the divination stone before. At this time, in the secret place where Sunwoo ended up, a fierce battle was going on between the golden goblins and ghostly ranks. Screams and menacing growls were heard. Suddenly, a corpse explosion thundered, illuminating the space and sending clouds of smoke into the air. When the dancing began to subside, burning the golden goblins, a detachment of formidable golden orcs appeared in the distance. Xiangwu, standing behind his army, resurrected the killed monsters, from which a blue glow emanated, concluding that the golden monsters were not particularly strong. Sparkling blue eyes and watching the advance of the bone assistants, the guy with a malicious grin came to the conclusion that he had not passed the test so easily for a long time. While the ghostly warriors effortlessly dealt with the attacking monsters, Xiangwu was glad that he didn't even have to think. Looking at the ferocious skeleton, engulfed in blue mana, the necromancer concluded that he could kill without stopping without fear of anything. Raising the bloody blade up and sparkling his eyes, he remembered his partners, glad that now there were no people next to him for whom he had to worry. As the resurrected skeletons rose up, surrounding a mountain of slain monsters, Sunwoo concluded how easy it was for a necromancer to live without a burden. The guy took on a crazy look and continued to smile, thinking about his comrades, and their voices were even heard calling out to him. The necromancer, being on Golden Street, sharply turned his gaze to the side, distracted from his thoughts. Ghostly animals, including bears and werewolves, orcs, goblins, and the right one, stood waiting, their blue eye sockets shining. Xiangwu followed them from behind through the corpses with a fluttering, holy cloak, who admitted that he was a little lonely. A squad of undead led by a necromancer towered on a golden building, and from above there was a passage connecting the two houses. Xiangwu slowly walked, surrounded by his bone companions, along the empty golden corridor. Suddenly, a picture appeared in front of the guy with two chests of different sizes and an arrow showing that a choice must be made. Sunwoo smiled at the option on the left, which looked bigger, and decided that the reward would be bigger there. While everyone stood waiting, motionless, a strange sound echoed through the golden room. Now the undead squad, led by the necromancer, moved forward towards the chest that was shining in the air. The guy concluded with bewilderment that nothing was happening, and, with an irritated sigh, ordered the ghostly squad to break the box. Shells and various weapons immediately flew into the chest, leaving only sparks in the air, but not causing any damage. The box suddenly burst open, revealing a glowing yellow eye with sharp fangs, and a system window popped up announcing that the mimic event monster had appeared. The eyeball inside the slobbering mouth with fangs floated in the air, and there was a keyhole in the pupil. Sunwoo took a closer look at the floating monster in the chest, noting its long fangs and concluding that it would be a little more difficult to defeat. Surrounded by a squad of undead, the necromancer smugly concluded that he, in any case, had an advantage in strength and numbers. Sunwoo stretched out his gloved hand, engulfed in blue mana, and reflected on the fact that the monster wouldn't even be able to escape due to its lack of limbs. The huge bone ones were heading towards the mimic, while the necromancer decided to sandwich it with a squad of wild beasts so that the rest would attack from behind. Frowning and grinning sarcastically, Sunwoo concluded that this was the ideal plan of attack. The undead squad carefully approached the monster in the chest while it squinted its eye in its open mouth and made strange sounds. The main character standing behind the skeletons threw a perplexed look at the enemy, not understanding why strange sounds were coming from him. The next moment, the ferocious mimic suddenly took off, clacking its fanged jaw and screaming, trying to find food for itself, while the frightened resurrected animals retreated back. One of the skeletons was thrown far back, and he flew at the necromancer with all his strength, knocking him down. Having received a strong blow, Sunwoo began to cough, and blood gushed from his mouth. A scarlet stream also began to flow from his head. Smelling the smell of fresh blood, the monster mimic suddenly opened its eyes, and drool began to flow down its fangs. The huge monster, imprisoned in the chest, opened its mouth wide and, with joyful cries, chased after the food, mistaking the wounded necromancer for it. Trying to escape, the guy with bruises looked around worriedly and thought that he had made a mistake, because a monster without limbs could teleport. As the hungry mimic opened its slobbering mouth, almost catching its prey, Sunwoo wondered since when had he been so relaxed and careless. Gritting his teeth and frowning with tension, the main character, covered in sweat, asked whether the abyss buff had made him so careless or if everything had gone too well before. Glancing at the one on the right, the necromancer concluded that even the dead do not obey him. Only the most devoted of them move on a whim. Frowning and widening his green eyes, Sunwoo was now thinking about Hanho and Jisoo, deciding that he was stupid for thinking that he didn't need partners. When the monster with its open fang mouth was already catching up, the guy came to the conclusion that he needed to run and tried to speed up, thinking that if he survived, he would try to be more attentive. Saliva was already falling from the sharp fangs onto the young man's dark hair, and he turned around in horror. The next moment, a blinding flash appeared in the air, radiating rays to the sides. The monster froze right next to Sunwoo, and he looked fearfully right into the huge yellow eye in front of his face. On the other side, a squad of undead created a long chain, pulling the hungry monster imprisoned in the chest back, preventing it from reaching their master. The main character bared his teeth furiously and, tightly gripping the blade in his hands, decided that he needed to kill the monster now. When a pop-up window from the system notified the use of the dead's answer in a limited area, zombies began to crawl out of the ground, climbing straight into the mouth of the taken-aback mimic, who began to shout that he needed fresh meat. Jumping into the air, Sunwoo bared his teeth angrily, pointed his sword, and flew straight at his opponent. The entire squad of undead fell at once on the lid of the giant chest, when the necromancer standing opposite, waving his arms, demanded that it be closed. The one on the right, closest to the edge, looked devotedly at the owner when he began to apologize. Seongwoo, frowning and gritting his teeth, extended his hand forward and activated a corpse explosion, announcing that he had lost this time. The heat from the approaching explosion pressed on the skeleton lying on a huge chest. A large explosion covered the entire location. A huge slab lay on the destroyed stone floor. A whole storm of emotions was reflected in the protagonist's opening eyes, and streams of blood flowed down his face. Steam was coming from the skeleton commander. The main character received 200 points for killing the monster mimic. In the end, he had 1,084 points. Looking at the chest slightly destroyed by the explosion, crushing the undead, Sunwoo asked that isn't it too cruel. The information window announced the completion of the A+ rating task. The task was worth 350 points. As a result, the protagonist had 1,434 points. Looking at the chest, Sunwoo continued his sentence, saying that he could only be killed in this way. Looking down at his hand in frustration, the protagonist stated that he realized why his attacks were pointless. Remembering the attacks of the right one, sweat and tears flowed down the hero's face. He thought that in future he should be more careful, because there were not many elixirs left. Holding a small jar of red elixir in his hands, he sadly said that his next mistake could cost him his life. Starting to sip the elixir, the main character said that even though this world has turned into a crazy game, death in it is still quite real. He confidently stated that he must survive and live until the very end. Sunwoo threw the empty elixir jar onto the floor. To the sound of shattering glass, he stated that this was the best he could do, considering that most likely no one else in his family survived. The undead watched as the protagonist put on a slightly torn dark cloak. Turning around and starting to walk towards the exit, the main character declared that he was the son who abandoned everyone. Sunwoo walked into the awards room. The main character looked around the room with a large number of tables and chairs, as well as lockers for things. He looked at the cabinets, parts of which had yellow, glowing locks painted on them. After looking at them, the hero received many different things, such as a C-class equipment stone worth 200 points, a C-class muscle strengthening ampoule worth 400 points, a C-class stamina strengthening ampoule worth 400 points, an experience card, class C, for 300 points, also an elixir for 500 points and a parchment of oath for 500 points. Looking at the information window, Sunwoo stated that these items cannot be obtained from a regular store because they help improve skills and physical fitness. Pointing to the last line of the information window, the protagonist asked what kind of oath parchment this was. Several sheets of parchment appeared in front of the hero. The information window provided information about the item. It was an item of a special class, classified as a consumable item. Its effect is that the owner of this item can enter into a contract with another creature. You can offer one condition, failure of which will result in death. Reading the information, Sunwoo said that it was an extremely useful thing. He also noted that he needed to collect as many items as possible with the available points. The main character buys a stone for equipment, an ampoule for strengthening muscles, an experience card, and an oath parchment. Catching objects flying from the panel, the protagonist said that he hoped that this was the best choice. After reading the new information, the main character, smiling, clenched his hand into a fist. The new information said that he had received the 13th level, and with it experience and 150,000 gold for clearing the hidden place. He stated that the new level and stats are a great reward. When choosing a parameter to improve, the main character stated that he chose chose to increase his agility by 3 in order to become faster and avoid such situations. A yellow portal appeared in front of the protagonist. Information has appeared that this location will close in 15 seconds. Entering the portal with his soldiers, Sunwoo said that he got everything he wanted and now they should return to the guys. This late night, the moon illuminated the unusual building that became the place of arrival from the portal. Young Yunpo, emerging from the crowd of hunters, greeted the main character. The head of the Crusader Guild said that the protagonist really scared them when he suddenly disappeared. He also noted that if this was necessary for the raid, then he understands everything. With a little fatigue, Sunwoo says that he himself did not know that everything would happen like this and apologized for the delay. Young Yunpo said that it was no big deal and that he would consider his time an investment. Gesturing to the side, the yellow-haired guy said that he had brought a gift. Picking up his smartphone, he asked if it was possible to send their photo to the community. Looking back at a slightly surprised Jisoo and a confused Hanko, the hero hesitantly asks them if this is possible. Turning his gaze towards the guy in the cap with the number 55 on it, he said that this guy with the camera's class is a photographer, and he has the skills and items to do everything necessary. Remembering their exploits, the head of the guild said that for now we need to know that people still have hope. He also noted that they would be considered heroes. Looking at Young Yunpo with a serious gaze, Seongwoo was lost in thought. He thought that even though it seemed like a stupid idea, the guild leader was right that the protagonist could benefit from the situation. The main character agreed with Young Yunpo's proposal. The hunters looked up due to the sounds of military helicopters flying by. With a sincere smile, Hanko said that the head of the Crusader Guild was a great person as he took out several jars of elixirs. Looking back at him, the protagonist said that time will tell who is who. With a calm smile, she approached Seongwoo Jisoo and said that since the raid was over, they should move on. The main character, with kind eyes, agreed. Smiling slightly, he said that they needed to get stronger and so they should hunt and prepare for another raid. Empty high-rise buildings were slightly destroyed. The goblins, sitting on the empty street, were cleaning their knives with grins on their faces. Huge red monsters walked around them. One of them tried to bite through an ingot of gold. Suddenly, a company of red monsters rushed towards the goblins. The slightly taken aback monsters managed to react and also won the attack. Jumping onto inactive monsters, they easily stuck their knives into them. One of the goblins fell bleeding and began to glow. In an instant there was an explosion. The protagonist's team put on yellow armor, over which they wore dark cloaks that actively fluttered in the wind. Sunwoo stated that this was a great chance to use the soul sword. Slightly depressed, Jisoo asked if that was enough. Looking at the box of items, Hanko, with cotton in his nose, said he felt like he was going fishing. They discovered an item called the unknown level stinking wolf plate. It was a player-made item that caused vomiting and attracted monsters in the area. The description stated that this item should never be brought indoors. Those covering Jisoo's nose, Sunwoo and the right one said it was a terrible smell. With slight frustration, the protagonist's friend stated that his mother made this item. Still bothered by the smell, the rest of the team said it was truly a great item for hunting. Raising her index finger up, the girl stated that this was the result of unsuccessful training, and they could increase the level not only by hunting. Remembering Hanko's father, the protagonist stated that he uses his buffs to protect the safe zone. Hanko, scratching his chin, said that this is the skill of the Korean roofer. Sunwoo looked back at the sound of the engine. Several people dressed in unusual clothes were riding in their direction on motorcycles. Starting to slow down, the guy with yellow hair shouted to his captain that he had urgent news. The main character was surprised to hear that he was called captain. Moving away from the motorcycle, Disung stated that they had found a store in the south. Recalling the dark, destroyed store, the yellow-haired guy also stated that it was destroyed by a group of unknown people. Wiping the sweat from his lips, the protagonist thought that this could become a problem, because electricity runs on gold. And if there is no gold, it will be very difficult for all of them. Recalling purchases in the store, he mentally said that it was like getting prey from a hunt. But he couldn't dream of farming yet. Coming out of his thoughts, the protagonist told Tisung to contact Kyungsoo, because they should secure the areas around. Smiling, with sparkling eyes, the guy clenched his fist and confirmed his readiness to complete the task. Looking at the group of girls behind Disung, Sunwoo asked what they were doing there. After hesitating a little, remembering the recent situation, he, looking at the girls whispering among themselves, said that because the main character hit Eugene, many now consider him an abuser. A bit sarcastically, Hanko whispered to the protagonist that he should be the hero and not the other way around. Slightly overwhelmed by the situation, Sunwoo thought that at least the community should work. The protagonist's team watched as Tisung's company quickly left on motorcycles. Turning around, the protagonist asked if they would continue the hunt. Suddenly, he noticed Jisoo looking into the distance. Her eyes darkened with fear. She felt the approach of a powerful monster. Putting her burning sword forward, she said that there was someone ahead. Knocking out the glass, a 3-meter-tall, fur-covered monster jumped out of the window. Turning towards the sound, Sunwoo felt another monster quickly approaching ahead. The protagonist's undead began to block the blows of the numerous attacking werewolves. Taking out a crossbow, the main character began to aim at the monster. The command not to shoot chilled the protagonist, who did not expect the ability to talk from werewolves. He hesitated and did not shoot, looking towards the talking werewolf on the wall of the building. Jisoo and the right one flew to attack the monsters. The thought flashed through Sunwoo's head that they were relentlessly continuing to attack. One of the monsters grabbed the frightened Hanko by the scruff of the neck, and the protagonist's friend began to call for help. Sunwoo quickly looked back at Hanko, who was being pulled away by the monster. From under the cloak, the werewolves took out the bait and quickly began to eat it, happily throwing pieces of bait. The werewolves repeated that it was very tasty. The armed werewolves turned towards the protagonist. Pointing his crossbow at them, Xiangwu ordered them to explain themselves. The defense analyzed the situation they found themselves in. One of them asked what they would do. The second one told him to calm down because they still had a chance. A little uncomprehendingly, while continuing to hold the crossbow, the main character thought that they were communicating about something and they seemed not to be noticed. Growling, one of the werewolves rushed towards the protagonist. He began to actively attack the armored undead of the protagonist. At the moment when all the undead were already looking at the attacking monster, he shouted for the others to run. Having managed to react quickly, the hero, looking at the werewolf's attack, told his resurrected animals to stay in line and attack the enemy. In the first seconds, the assembled team of the protagonist began to attack the monster. The werewolf wheezed, receiving several strong attacks in the back. With several arrows in his back and bleeding, he made a quick dash through the undead and struck one of the warriors, again shouting for the others to run away. Yes, the werewolf, slightly carelessly, began to run away while asking for forgiveness. The monster looking at this received another blow, which made him fall. Looking at the lying werewolf, the protagonist noticed the fact that his comrades did not escape immediately. With his eyes widened with madness, his mouth wide open, the monster lying on his side said that the food thing was to blame for everything. If not for it, they would not have lost control of themselves. Xiangwu looked at the monster with a little confusion. He asked where he got his self-awareness. One of the protagonist's resurrected beasts struck another blow in the monster's face. Grunting in pain, he said that this was a quest. The werewolf remembered a moment from his past. The moment they became monsters, they had an information window that showed the conditions of their quest. He said that they did not want to complete the quest completely, but in general they followed its terms. With interest, the main character, looking at the dying monster, asked what kind of quest this was. Remembering how he killed and ate bleeding, dead people, he said that 10 people need to be eaten. If you complete the quest, you will return to your previous appearance. Looking at the monster with pity, Hanko said that he thought that only instincts forced monsters to attack. Jisoo was also surprised by this fact. Approaching the werewolf shaking in pain, Sunwoo asked him if there were any other monsters like him. He said that there are a lot of them, monsters who became them from players against their own free will. Recalling several streets in the area, he said he had this particular area in mind. He closed his eyes in despair. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked if they destroyed the store and left a message about another race. One of the undead pressed the werewolf's muzzle to the ground. The monster shouted that they were trying to avoid human places. Bleeding, he said with pure sincerity that they just want to return to human life, but not everyone is like them. Recalling a group of various monsters dressed in dark cloaks, he said that there are those who attack people for the sake of strength and power. He added that they deliberately make people weaker, a lower caste. Looking at the monster coldly, Jisoo asked if it was an alliance against the human race. Smirking, he recalled some of the unusual members of monster groups, people dressed in thick, full-body clothing, and also wearing various gas masks on their faces. He said that among the monsters there are mad scientists. Closing his eyes, the werewolf said that people run everything there, gather monsters around them and create special dark objects. The remembering protagonist's eyes widened in fear. Remembering the small capsule he had recently seen, he thought that it was most likely their work. Looking at the monster surrounded by various summoned animals, Xiangwu asked if it was stalling for time waiting for reinforcements. The speaker, using his last strength, the werewolf said that no, because they abandoned him. Holding out a golden sword, the protagonist asked if he wanted to be spared. The werewolf lying on his back said that he had been waiting for this moment and did not want to be spared. He remembered the moment when, as an ordinary man, wearing a shirt and carrying a backpack on his back, he was afraid to choose a class card out of fear. Remembering his wife and son standing in fear, he said that he told them not to do this either. The first tear from the werewolf's face fell onto the dry asphalt. He said that his son did not listen and chose the card, perhaps because he loved games. Sincerely crying and hysterical, he said that he ate it first. He also said with sincere psychological pain that he was simply afraid to kill himself. Swinging his blade, Xiangwu told him not to be offended, but he was not going to spare his life. Bleeding with tears, he just said that he wouldn't and that he was just a little sad. At the last moment he thought that he was trying to survive, but he was doing it wrong. He told the main character not to be like him and move forward. The sound of a sword strike ran through the street of an empty city. An upset Hanko, tying up a bag of bait, said that it was a pity that they had reasoned and helped each other. The protagonist looked back with a serious look and said that in such a situation there is no doubt, because it's either you or you. He looked at the corpse of the werewolf and said that they had killed many monsters who had families and nothing could be done about it. The two werewolves quickly ran away from the battle. The protagonist stated that they need to find those who escaped. Jisoo, turning in surprise towards Sunwoo, asked why do this if they are still small. Looking forward, the main character said that just like that, he wants to check what kind of association they have and what kind of people live there. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought about how much longer the system would try to destroy people, because the mortality rate was already high, and people monsters had also appeared. The protagonist's team was left in disarray. Sunwoo also noticed the fact that even in such a situation, many people would feel sorry for them. But the main problem is that human monsters are part of the system. It will be difficult to eradicate it. The protagonist's undead left the place of the werewolf's corpse. Looking at the information window, the hero also thought about the bait that attracts monsters and even human monsters. Slightly closing his eyes, the protagonist noticed the fact that the hunt was not for monsters, but for people. Gritting his teeth with sincere sadness, Sunwoo also thought that, unfortunately, they were unlikely to be able to get along together. On a dead street, 3 cars and a bus stood chaotically. The protagonist's team walked calmly along the road. Looking around, Hanko did not see any monsters. The protagonist stated that they have bait, so they will come. Jisoo, who reacted quickly, pulled the other 2 team members behind the bus. On the road were werewolves, tied up like mummies. The kobolds, holding spears in their hands, rejoiced at their new prey. One of them, making a hand gesture, said that this was for the queen. Frustrated werewolves said that their bodies did not obey them. The kobolds dealt several blows to the monsters' heads with their spears. The kobolds noticed Seongwoo's team approaching. Stopping, the protagonist began to assess the situation. Hanko said that the kobolds caught the werewolves. The main character said that even if they were immobilized by magic, it was still very strange. The hero pointed his finger at the sign with the dungeon store icon. Holding a sword in her hands, Jisoo said that there was both a subway station and a dungeon store here. Hanko said that the toga store should be ready. Walking further, Sunwoo said that they needed to find a store. They entered the huge dungeon of the Tarantula Queen's bedroom. There was also a warning in the information window that this was a cannibal dungeon that had claimed the lives of 124 players, and because of this the reward for clearing had been increased by 50%. They entered a dark dungeon. Hanko, walking into the cave, said in fear that today only goblins were with them and they were planning a simple hunt. Sunwoo replied that they would go, but they needed to be careful because the local monsters were stronger in their territory. Walking deeper into the cave, they saw living people hanging from the ceiling in unusual cocoons. They asked for help. Jisoo immediately jumped, covering her sword in fire, towards the people. The protagonist shouted at her to stop. In an instant, the freed people lay on the ground. One of the released guys thanked the girl. A huge spider jumped out of the guy. Looking at the monsters jumping from the freed people, Sunwoo shouted to everyone to move away. He used Corpse Blast, looking at the aftermath of the explosion. With a little fear, the protagonist stated that these spiders hatch eggs in living people. He ordered the team to group and watch for the spiders that appeared. Squads of spiders and other monsters crawled across the subway entrance point. They heard the sound of an explosion. The surprised protagonist said that in addition to the fact that there are too many of them, they have also teamed up with the kobolds. The protagonist's friend's dagger pierces the kobold's head. Looking at Hanko, who threw the dagger, the main character said that even he was not so confident in himself. Hanko's face changed. He bared his teeth confidently with burning eyes. He said in a menacing voice that they would definitely destroy all these insects. With quick blows, the protagonist's friend tore apart several spiders and 1 kobold. He furiously destroyed everything that stood in his way. He stated that these monsters are like insects because they are very easy to crush. The shocked monsters backed away and said that these people were the worst monsters. Holding several daggers under his hands, the pumped-up Hanko, who had destroyed a new batch of monsters, stood in a proud pose. He thought that it was very easy to destroy them and told them not to stop. Hanko's eyes glowed like bright stars, his face reflecting the confidence and pleasure of dominating monsters. He thought that they didn't have time for a plan and he just needed to push them. Quickly delivering another batch of blows to the neck, he thought only about killing. He convinced himself that he didn't need anyone to kill the kobolds and goblins. Throwing punches, he thought that it was much faster to destroy them alone. And now he was his own master. This was his new beginning. Looking at the huge losses, 1 kobold ordered to attack him anyway. In a stream of rage, the protagonist's friend ran towards the kobold surrounded by cobwebs. Sunwoo gritted his teeth. Everything came together in his head. He understood how they fought with the werewolves. In an instant, Hanko found himself wrapped in a web. Lowering his head, he said that the web would not stop him. Under the frightened cries of the monsters, he tore the web with the power of his body. Pointing his finger at the protagonist's friend, 1 kobold said that Hanko had become even bigger. Hanko's eyes were burning. He declared with a victorious smile that no matter how many there were, he would win in any case. Joyful monsters looked at the guy wrapped in a much larger layer. Frightened Hanko, turning towards the protagonist, asked to save him. The main character used a corpse explosion. The monsters dissolved in a dense stream of fire. Surrounded by burning monsters, Hanko was freed. Sunwoo said that he was too relaxed and that's why he fell into a trap. Depressed, Hanko lay on the floor and said that he was wrong. Jisoo told him that he needs to be more aware of his surroundings. Dozens of new monsters ran in the direction. With his turquoise eye glowing, Sunwoo used Death Call in a certain area and summoned several zombies. The explosions destroyed the spiders. The protagonist received 990 gold for defeating each giant spider. Standing among the numerous corpses of monsters, members of the protagonist's team announced that they had cleared out all the spiders in the subway and on the tracks. Looking at the purple block with a crossed-out passage sign, the main character stated that the passage to the other station was closed and perhaps the boss's room was there. The protagonist examined the cobwebs on the ceiling. Presenting the plan for the station and the store, Seongwoo stated that the station is connected to the store. He suggested that the dungeon was divided into 2 zones. Having made a path from the corpses, the heroes approached a new passage. The main character, examining the location, suggested that there might be a boss's room here. After reading the information window, the protagonist's team members were shocked. It said that 124 players had already died in the cannibal's cave. It also said that they could leave or enter and receive all the rewards. Frightened, Hanko said that it must be very difficult there, even if the warning appears twice. Jisoo asked Sunwoo if he really wanted to come in. A approaching the door, the protagonist stated that he would come in anyway. Opening the door, the main character turned to his team members and said that they would have much more difficult raids and they needed to believe in themselves. They entered an empty room covered with cobwebs. The small monster greeted them laughing. Hobbled, with a cap on his head, wearing glasses, holding a feather on the hilt of a bladed weapon, told them to pass. In front of them was the boss monster Cobalt Shaman. Analyzing the enemy, the protagonist was surprised to think that the boss was not the Spider Queen. Opening his mouth in surprise, pointing his finger at the enemy, Hanko said that, unlike ordinary kobolds, he speaks quite well. Raising his feathers above himself, the kobold stated that his body was completely different from the others. Smiling madly, he shouted that he had changed because he had eaten more than 20 human brains. Looking slightly scared at his boss, Sunwoo thought that he was able to learn their language by eating people's brains. He concluded that monsters become stronger by killing people. Licking his lips, the kobold shaman declared that they would not pass and their brains would become his. A huge roar echoed throughout the room. The heroes met a boss monster, a giant poisonous spider queen, surrounded by cocoons with various animals. The shock team looked at two monsters in the same dungeon. In an instant, webs were attached to the kobold's limbs. The spider pulled the kobold towards him. The kobold shaman sat in the body of a spider. The giant poisonous spider queen said to show people their place. The main character used the death zoe. Zombies with glowing turquoise eyes began to appear in the violet aura. The protagonist thought about finishing off his enemies with a corpse explosion. The queen's web flew towards the protagonist's team. In an instant, the zombies were shrouded in a dense layer of web. The spider boss and the kobold boss attacked the heroes. The spider queen spat out huge chunks of web. They instantly tied up a huge number of different undead. Laughing, the kobold shaman said that it would not be possible to activate the corpse explosion, because he knew all the tricks of the protagonist. Swinging his sword, Xiangwu said that their opponent not only speaks well, but is also developed as a person. Throwing daggers, Hanko said that they first need to destroy the kobold. The spider's limbs easily blocked the attack. The kobold shaman, tied up in a web, said that the queen is the body and he is the brain. She will protect him to the end. The queen created more webs. Kobold said they would make a great dinner for him. Jisoo cut through the web with a burning sword. The shocked monster looked at the ruin of his plan. Smiling confidently, the girl said that the web burned well. She struck fiery blows at the jumping spider. Jumping out of the spider queen, the kobold shaman splashed out a dense stream of water. He put out the fire and stated that fire was not his weakness. With his arms spread out to his sides, Sunwoo ordered the skeletons to block the boss. Hanko asked what he should do. The protagonist ordered him to follow Jisoo. Smiling reassuringly, he stated that he had a great plan. The spider queen created streams of webs in front of the undead. The kobold shaman shouted at them to crush him so they could eat even more brains. Covering his hand with magic, the protagonist says that if he destroys it, then he will no longer need any brains. In an instant, the cocoons began to emit a turquoise glow. The main character subdued the enemy undead. He said that after that they would have to clean up this location well. Xiangwu's cloak was developing. A huge number of undead behind him were preparing to attack. He said that this place would be perfect for him. The protagonist's undead were preparing to attack. The axe attack flew towards the summoned animals. Her blow landed on one of the protagonist's soldiers. At the moment of the attack, the spider queen was hit in the limb from the other side. The kobold shaman said that there are too many undead. A crack appeared along one of the queen's legs. The spider queen was furious. Kobold tried to stop her, but she was adamant. She began to spit out large volumes of poison. One of Xiangwu's soldiers passed through the poison stream. With his hand, he struck another of the monster's limbs. Kobold told the queen not to waste energy in vain, because the poison would not work, because they were corpses. Smirking, the main character noted the intelligence of the enemy and said that he really knew all their strategies. Attacking with a web in a circle, the queen of spiders destroyed several representatives of the protagonist's undead. Cobalt, turning towards the sound, saw cockins, from which new undead immediately began to appear. Visually assessing the situation, Sunwoo said that winning would be very difficult. The queen was quite good at physically destroying the undead. The protagonist thought that the queen's minions would be difficult to deal with, and he noted that they all looked like werewolves. Looking at the kobold shaman sweating from fear, the main character noted that it is quite easy to fight monsters without brains. But everything is completely different with those who have intelligence. From several massive blows from the queen's limbs, Xiangwu's skeletons scattered to the sides. Choosing an opportune moment, the queen of spiders rushed towards the protagonist, saying that if she kills the caster, she will win. The monster's claws struck Sunwoo. The main character flew to the side. He was able to defend himself with a skeleton, which received great damage. The hero began to create weapons in his hands. Gritting his teeth, he said that although he was stronger than the orcs, these creatures were much superior to him. Another blow flying at the main character hit the skeleton. He thought that thanks to the shield, they could at least hold out longer. Having penetrated the armor, the blow caught the protagonist's stomach. Grunting in pain, he spat out some blood. Sunwoo flew into the wall. Through the smoke created by the blow, a crystal emitting violet energy began to be visible. The main character with a crystal in his armor sat in combat readiness. Gritting his teeth in anger, the protagonist stated that they could be destroyed, but to do this he needed to survive longer. Watching the various attacks of his subordinates, the protagonist activated the Chaos Stone. He thought that due to constant attacks, his mana was at 0. With a little anger, the monster boss said that Sunwoo is incredibly stubborn. Putting his hands out to block, the protagonist took blow after blow. He thought about how he needed to endure the pain and move on. Holding back the pain, he thought that Hanko would not have withstood the influx without Jisu's support, so it was he who now needed to act as a tank. The Spider Queen raised an attacking limb. The protagonist asked her if she was tired, also stating that he was capable of fighting all day. Looking at the actions of the main character, the kobold said that he was different from the others, but there was no point in continuing the battle. Looking at the hero, he said that he thought a lot and found a way out. The web reached out to dozens of cockins scattered throughout the cave. The web brought them down to the ground. The tired protagonist looked at various corpses. Fire began to form in the kobold shaman's mouth. He shot a fireball and said that Xiangwu would no longer be able to summon the undead. The shocked protagonist realized that the boss of the monsters burned his minions so that he could not summon the undead. At the moment of destroying the corpses, two summoned animals ran up to the kobold from behind. As they approached him, he used an air blast, creating a balloon near him, which destroyed the undead in an instant. The protagonist looked in surprise at the decrease in his army. Smiling furiously, the monster boss said that it was all over for Sunwoo. Jumping into the air from her blind spot, Jisu, her eyes burning, swung her fiery sword at the kobold. A huge explosion rang out from the spider's body. Looking at the burning limbs, the kobold shaman asked if this was her plan. Looking at the landing girl, the monster asked them if there were only two of them. Smirking, Hanko, standing with the zombies behind the monster boss, said that the fact that he forgot about them was a good thing. Looking at the zombies, the kobold said that these monsters would not do anything to him. Sitting on the spider, he said that he would destroy them all. Holding a bag of various products in his hands, the protagonist's friend said that after this, she would hardly be able to resist. He used a smelly kitchen. The monsters opened their mouths with desire to try this dish. Smiling confidently, the protagonist said that while he distracted them, Jisu and Hanko were able to prepare bait, because no werewolf could resist stinking food. Looking at the monsters grabbing food, he stated that at their core they are animals with instincts. Actively devouring the bait, the kobold shaman said that they had to run or they would die. The hand of the victoriously looking hero was covered with magic. He said that they should pay for the treat. There was a huge corpse explosion. The abandoned city lay in the emptiness of the night. A huge monster bat was hooked with unusual hooks. Having pulled her, the unknown person cut her in half. The lifeless body of the bat fell to the ground. In the face of the unknown, information appeared that he had defeated the boss monster, the cannibal bat. Young Yunpo, surrounded by jubilant knights, looked at the defeated monster. The joyful soldiers of his team praised him and rejoiced at the victory. Members of the Crusader Guild Masters Party received a 10% increase in experience. He thought that by joining forces, they would improve each other's skills and earn experience until he became the first in the ranking. Thinking about the unknown, he mentally asked himself about Kon Kansona, the one who ranks first in the ranking. He asked himself how he could raise levels so quickly. Looking at his warriors, he thought that their guild contained the best forces of Korea. No one else could gather so many players and force them to work together. Clenching the fist in which he held the sword, he said that he was still scared by the fact that Han Kangsong was stronger. Introducing the identity of the first place in the ranking, Young Yunpo said that the leader with the first place is Hope, because he can create a guild much larger than his if he only wants to. Squeezing his eyes in anger, he thought about what he would do if he started interfering with his plans. One of the guild members ran up to Young Yunpo. He, giving the guild commander the phone, said that the rating had been updated. Young Yunpo froze in surprise. He saw that he had been moved from second place. Looking at the phone in shock, he couldn't believe his eyes. Xiangwu overtook him. Smoke from the explosion spreads throughout the room. The kobold lying on the floor, his mouth on fire, whimpers. A moment later, the unexpected kobold shaman is pierced by Hanko's dagger. Having pierced the head, it ends the life of the boss monster. 300,000 gold pieces were received for his murder. With a face expressing absolute confidence and seriousness, the protagonist's friend said that he had finally gotten used to the thief class and could be more than just a tank. The Spider Queen was hit in the head. Bleeding, he opens his mouth with his last strength and runs up to Hanko, who is standing in fear. Without leaving the queen a chance, the right one flying up from behind pierces her eye, ending her life. The protagonist receives 300,000 gold for killing the queen of poisonous spiders, as well as a new 14th level. A skeleton armed with a saber, smiling confidently, stood on the corpse of the defeated queen. His cloak fluttered and turquoise energy emanated from his head. The information window said that the skeleton goblin had become stronger by absorbing the poison spider queen's mana. The title of commander was retained, and attacks became more powerful. The available number of Xiangwu's subordinates has been increased by 2. Looking at the buffs from the level, he said that now they can definitely send him into a raid and find the Reaper's scythe. Imagining the unusual image of a guy with long raised hair, streams of energy emanating from his sharp face and burning eyes, the main character thought that very soon there would be a first awakening. Turning towards the protagonist, Jisu smiled and said that if they could find the store, they would close all targets. The dark store, with a large number of goods, was distinguished by its cleanliness and silence. Looking at the sign above the store, you could read Burger Queen. The greeting of a C-class store appeared in front of the protagonist. Sunwoo and Hanko approached the terminals. The information box said there were 3 levels: gold for 1,000, platinum for 10,000, and diamond for 100,000. Sunwoo said a little surprised that it seemed like platinum was worth 100,000 in a D-class store. Rules for using the slot machine: to receive a prize, 3 pictures must match. Each time a quan appears, 1 token is accumulated. Tokens allow you to increase the number of specific pictures, up to 10. The protagonist team looked at various icons of a machine gun, a bag of money, daggers, an elixir, and a shield. There were 2 buttons at the bottom of the machine, start and stop. Clenching his fist, Hanko angrily shouted that this was nonsense. Putting her hand to her forehead, Jisoo stated that it was the same as a tape measure. With his hands on his belt, the main character was thinking. He thought that now Jisoo and Hanko have about 300,000, and he has 1,600,000, and they can definitely increase their chances with the help of tokens. Hanko raised his hand and said that he would try the first ones, because Sunwoo is always the first, and he is lucky. Jisoo, bowing her head, sadly asked why she wasn't the first. Slightly closing his eyes, looking at the actions of his friends with a small smile, he said that there were 3 machine guns and they could do it together. They pressed start. They all got a Kwan. They narrowed their eyes and looked at the machine in disbelief. The protagonist's friend hesitantly asked if they were doing everything right. The girl covered her eyes with her hands and said that it was too late to retreat. Smiling enthusiastically, Sunwoo said that they were hoping for something good. Hanko receives Kwan. He gets a bonus chance. The system writes that he can still get a lower class item and his gold will be sent to the next participant in the game. He, making a malicious face, said that this was a boundless deception. They received a pendant from the Times of Sparta, a set of elixirs and a medium charger, after which a series of Kwans swept through. All 3 were upset by what happened. Through the hopeless faces of the team members, Sunwoo thinks that they still have a chance. They just need to collect 10 tokens. Hanko screams in anger, and Jisoo is upset about the dropped items. Sunwoo looks at an unusual scroll. The information window says that this is a magic scroll prank of the goddess of luck, legendary rating. Its effect is that when using it, a random skill can be applied, failure rate 50%, low skill level 40%, higher 7%, high level 2%, skill selection 1. With obvious excitement and great anger of disappointment, the main character continued to receive Kwans. He said he was using all 10 tokens. Pointing his finger at the information window in shock, he declared that he had succeeded. He received a first-class award. An unusual gold ring appeared on the protagonist's finger, from which green fire emanated. It was the ring of the King of Shadows, legendary ranking. The main effect of the ring is to increase the level of agility by 3, and increase the level of endurance by 2, and when you attack in the shadows, a shadow clone appears with which you can attack together. The clone takes 50% damage. With inhuman fury, Jisoo tried to restrain herself from destroying the store with her fiery blade. The protagonist has a task called the Heir to the King of Shadows. The task was to collect all the inheritance of the King of Shadows, and the reward was the crown of the King of Shadows. Looking at the task, Sunwoo decided that since it could only be completed in the store, he would leave it for later. The main character noticed Jisoo. With a little excitement and a smile on his face, he offered to give her the heroic wind bracelet. Glowing with happiness, she thanked the protagonist. The thought flashed through his head that he had better give her the bracelet, otherwise she would destroy this store. Going outside, they decided to return to the village. Several hunters greeted the protagonist's approaching team. Life was on fire at the headquarters. Someone was evaluating options for raids. Someone in uniform stood guard at the facility. Someone was communicating and exchanging artifacts. The headquarters lived in its usual rhythm of the night. Sunwoo stood with several skeletons who had backpacks on their backs. Jisoo approached him and said that the raid was finally starting. Sunwoo replied that they are fully prepared, so the results should be good. Hanko, holding the phone in his hands, said that an interesting post had appeared in the community, showing the profile of number 7 in the rankings. He pointed to the item that said that this guy was the personal broadcaster of the beta station. Having entered the broadcast with 1,500 viewers, they saw a broadcast of an ordinary empty office room. Jisoo, looking at her phone, suggested that they were testing the camera. Sunwoo thought that they probably wanted to broadcast the raid. Looking at the screen a little warily, he suggested that this was the idea of the Kwanbok Guild, because if they could upload photos, then they could upload broadcasts too. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist thought that this might be another method of controlling people. He recalled the moment when he came in second place in the rankings and the entire community was excited about it. Assuming Young Yoonpo's surprised expression, he thought that he too was clearly tense because of this. Freezing in place, he continued to argue that although the head of the guild was not a bad person, his ambitions could lead him to make the wrong choice. Holding his great sword, Young Yoonpo, wrapped in a long red cloak, sits on the monster's blunts. Sunwoo thinks that if the prosecutor doesn't like this, he can try to block the protagonist's path and control him. Imagining the soldiers of his guild blocking his path in the middle of a ruined city, he thought that prosecutor Young Yoonpo might try to restrict his access to raids. Looking at several scrolls, the main character said that due to the hidden area of the oath contract, he was unlikely to succeed. He came to the conclusion that it must now be used. A military helicopter flew up to the protagonist's team. He landed 10 meters away from Seongwoo. A guy with sunny eyes, gloves on his hands, in a red robe with a dark blue cloak came out of it. He greeted Seongwoo's team with a smile and introduced himself as Seong from the Crusader group. Squinting his closed eye, he said in a cold voice that he had come to take the second place in the ranking and told them to get into the helicopter. They flew over a deserted city. Sunwoo asked if the wyverns would do anything to the helicopter. Smiling, with the driver showing his class in the background, Song said that nothing is impossible for their guild. Pointing to the small camps of his guildmates located on the roofs and on the ground, a member of the group of Crusaders said that they were monitoring everything and everything would be fine. Presenting a map of the areas of Seoul, he said that they know where the wyverns are and control those areas. The helicopter pilot said there was no 100% guarantee, but it was much faster. Seongwoo, looking at the city through the window, thought that such movement is also convenient for a large number of people, but for them such a scale is impossible. The helicopter flew over another block. The protagonist thought that this was not bad, But really there were no other ways. The main character's team accidentally started a group raid mission. Its name was What Heroes and Stars Had in Common. The goal of the task is to kill the boss alone. It is a competitive type and the reward is a special item. The information window stated that even within the same team there is invisible competition, through which great results can be achieved. The bottom of the window said that the final boss of the raid, the Lizard Warrior, receives an effect that reduces damage by 90% and helps protect against many concentrated attacks. Also, if you win a one-on-one fight with the final boss, you will receive a special title. Dream asked in shock if everyone had completed the quest. Sunwoo confirmed. One member of the Crusaders group said that they had not planned this and expressed their hope that the chapter could handle it. Jisoo sarcastically noted that he smelled the same as Hanko. Hiding his shocked face with his hand, the protagonist thought that he had been caught. Many different soldiers and knights destroy monsters with magic and weapons. The main character thought that a raid on monsters is a joint task for people with different classes. Various warriors shake hands. Sunwoo continued to reflect on how teamwork is very important and winning alone is almost impossible. Imagining a battle with a 20-meter monster armed with a scythe, the hero noticed that when fighting in a group, the damage would be reduced by 90%. But the reward when fighting alone would be much better. Imagining the gaze of the unknown, Sunwoo thought that someone was clearly watching them. Young Yunpo and the entire guild also received the quest. The protagonist thought that he had put too much effort into his own leveling to participate in such a raid. He concluded that the difficulty of the task depended on the player's progress. Gritting his teeth and imagining his enemies, the protagonist stated that since everything turned out this way, he would have to surpass Prosecutor Young Yunpo and the rest of the leaders. Confidently clenching his fist, he said that he was not going to stop there. The rays of the sun illuminated the city of Uedo. The city was able to survive relative to others. Destroyed buildings and skyscrapers were rarely seen here. On an internet forum, Prosecutor Young Yunpo made an announcement about the start of a raid on the boss of Uedo. He addressed people through text, telling them that they would soon liberate all of Korea from monsters with the support of people. People, having read the announcement on their phones, smiled and admired the prosecutor, because in the announcement he indicated that he was preparing to broadcast the raid for everyone. Immediately after reading the announcement, people began to discuss this event on the forum. Some rejoiced, hoping that the prosecutor would free the entire country. Others did not understand why the battle was led not by a necromancer, but by a prosecutor. There were even those who discussed the difficulty of completing the quest. A crowd of people looked at their phone screens imagining Seongwoo and his crowd of skeletons. Some people said that this raid was invented by the system so that he would participate. A helicopter flew over the city looking for a place to land. Several players looked up when they noticed the helicopter. They smiled when they saw it, because Sunwoo was flying in it. They were wondering what kind of person he really was. Soon the helicopter began to land on the roof of one of the skyscrapers. When the helicopter landed, Seongwoo's group came out, accompanied by two skeleton orcs in golden armor who were carrying huge bags. Young Yunpo, along with his deputy, walked out from the entire group of people, welcoming Seongwoo and his friends to his guild. The protagonist shook Young Yunpo's hand, saying that he saw from above how their camp was organized and had to admit they were well prepared. Hanho, standing a little behind Seongwoo, looked at Young Yunpo with shining eyes all this time. Sunwoo looked at Young Yunpo, finally understanding why they wanted to film everything. They were organizing a raid to improve the reputation of their guild. He wondered what Young Yunpo was willing to do to prove his strength. King Hoon, who was standing aside, walked out of the group and holding his wand with some hostility asked Seongwoo if these were all the people from his group. King Hoon was a blue-haired youth in a gray sweater over which he put on his black robe. Adjusting his bangs and closing his eyes, he asked about the many survivors who should have been with him. The protagonist frowned, looking at the guy. King Hoon pointed his wand at the crowd of people behind him, saying that they had 31 special class players here, after which he recalled the 102 people from Gangnam who were promised to them. Sunwoo raised his head and looked at King Hoon, not understanding why he entered into a conflict with him. He asked to introduce himself first. Young Yunpo glanced at Kanhun, introducing him as the one in charge of the Tahakro survivors. Seongwoo, hearing his name, remembered how he imagined the image of a great firebender fighting monsters when he first heard the name King Hoon. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if they would send their army. Hanho, standing next to Jisoo, nodded and folded his arms when Sunwoo said that the three of them always worked together. The protagonist opened his eyes, saying that everyone here was going to a raid, not a war, and their army was of no use. King Hoon began to tremble with anger. His teeth clenched. He was about to say something to Sunwoo, but Young Yunpo grabbed him by the shoulder and stopped him from further words, asking King Hoon to remember Sunwoo's class. Young Yunpo looked at Seongwoo behind whom his skeleton stood, saying that he was not alone at all, because he always had assistants behind him. Minhyam bit his thumb when the guild leader reminded them about the ranking, especially since they didn't have time and needed to move on to the discussion. Jisoo, Hanho and Wright stopped near the corridor next to which the knight stood. Inside one of the rooms, Young Yunpo sat at the head of the table. Minhyam and Minhwa stood on either side of him. There were different people sitting in the room. One of them was a man of about 40 with a thick beard. The second was a 30-year-old man with a breastplate on his body and bandages on his hands. Minhwa, holding the tablet in one hand, smiled and introduced herself as a deputy in the Crusader Guild. Minhwa pointed at the TV screen with her hand and began talking about the task and the difficulty of the raid. She did not forget to say that due to the complexity, the reward also promised to be decent. Minho presented the treasure chest that she was concentrating into gold, saying that although she did not know the exact price, but in gold, they would divide it into 12 parts. Sunwoo opened his eyes wide, noticing something was wrong. After this, the protagonist looked at the bearded man, who nodded his head. Seongwoo then looked at Ansok and leaned his head on his hand, looking at Minhwa. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement, realizing that they were all at the same time. Seongwoo, who was sitting opposite Young Yunpo, realizing that it was unfair to divide this way, because 10 leaders from different guilds were sitting at the table, and everyone agreed. Imagining the Crusader Guild group, Seongwoo guessed that the Crusader Guild was in charge of everything, so if you divided by 12, they would all get one part, and they would get the remaining 11. Minhwa turned to the guild heads and raised her hand to ask if there were any objections. The protagonist raised his hand up. He sat with his hand raised, dressed in a black cloak. He was the only one who objected. Minhwa smiled as she asked Sunwoo to voice her dissatisfaction. She knew that he would not be able to remain silent. Sunwoo began to lower his hand, asking Minhwa why they should divide the reward like this, because if the boss fight is a one-on-one fight, why not give the reward to the winner? A drop of sweat began to run down Minhwa's face. She knew that it was because of Sunwoo that this quest appeared. She tried to explain to him that it was not a completely equal division. Sunwoo frowned, saying that although the reward was not equal, it was fair. The two guild heads flinched when Seongwoo said that everyone here had different levels and strengths, and he didn't want to fight alone while the others stood on the sidelines. The protagonist smiled after the words were spoken. The two girls who were the heads of the guilds jumped up from their seats and started yelling at Sunwoo for saying that he would stand aside. Ansok stood up abruptly and, pointing to the exit, angrily invited the protagonist to go out with him. Looking at him, the protagonist imagined him fighting with a huge lion with his fists. Unseok was famous for his battles with large monsters, ranking 11th in the ranking. Anseok frowned and shouted, asking Sunwoo why he was silent. Seongwoo's eye lit up. Green energy began to be released from it, when he ordered Anseok to sit down, saying that if he has something to prove, let him prove it on the battlefield. Ansok clenched his jaw. Veins stood out on his face. He was about to lunge at Seongwoo, but the blow of a fist that broke the table stopped him. Young Yungpo was the one who just hit the table and broke it. Sitting in his chair, he expressed his agreement with Seongwoo. Young Yungpo smiled. His brows furrowed as he said that it would be even more interesting this way. Events take us to the outskirts of the city, to a place where trees began to grow abundantly. Many huge lizards held in their hands huge brass knuckles with an axe-shaped blade. Ansok's swearing could be heard as the blows fell on the lizard's body. Ansok was furious, his eyes glowing brightly as he attacked the lizards with his bare fists, shouting that he should have ripped out Seongwoo's tongue right there. Ansok clenched his teeth. The blood of monsters flowed down his fist. The system notified him that he had received 38 gold for killing the lizard. Ansok stood on the ruins of a building looking into the forest in front of him. The many eyes of the monsters began to light up as Ansok laughed, asking if that was all they had. The monsters stuck out their tongues and, tightly grasping the weapon in their hands, rushed straight at Ansok. The lizards exclaimed when they noticed a huge fireball flying towards them. A moment later, explosions filled the clearing. Individual parts of the lizards' bodies scattered in all directions. Unseok turned his head and looked at Kang-hoon, who landed behind him, who told him to be careful because if he died, then they all would too. Kang-hoon straightened up and looked at the burnt body of the lizard, saying that they had been nailed here for a long time. He expressed his hope that there would be no such places in other places. Unseok pointed his finger at himself and straightened up proudly and said that this is why they are here. They need to kill the boss and stop the destruction of the world and stop the fallen. Kang-hoon looked to the side, remembering the system window that warned of the future that would happen if the fallen were not stopped. Everyone remembered the bad end. They needed to stop them before they dispersed throughout Korea. Ansok turned to Kang-hoon, who had closed his eyes and raised an eyebrow, and asked if he knew exactly who they were. Kang-hoon answered Ansok by saying that they were monsters and humans. Looking towards the bathing building through the tree trunks, Kang-hoon said that this is why they need to protect the world tree. Ansok smiled, saying that you can rely on the prosecutor because he kept his promises, unlike some. The helicopter flew over them, the helicopter blades making a loud sound due to friction with the air. Unseok looked at the helicopter in the sky and pointed to the side, asking if the prosecutor was there, because, apparently, the broadcast had already started. He turned around sharply as the fire mage behind him screamed. Looking at his phone, Unseok asked him what was happening. Ansok squinted and pointed at the phone and suggested that the necromancer had escaped. But Kang-hoon shouted, refuting his words. It turned out that the necromancer had gone to Uedo Park. Kang-hoon clenched his jaw when Unseok reminded him of the boss's location. Kang-hoon guessing that Sunwoo wanted to get to the boss faster than Jung-hoon. At this time, Seongwoo was walking accompanied by his skeleton soldiers and Jisoo was fighting in front of him, killing all the monsters with her flames. Mensu stood at the head of a group of archers with his bow ready. Before the destruction of the world, he had a talent for shooting. Thanks to the fact that in the past he was a sycophant, he always flattered his fat boss with a smile on his face. He knew that success did not depend only on ability. Good connections, especially in politics, could help more. Mensu always squinted and secretly smiled when his plan worked. He thought that it was impossible to build a career on talent alone, but the ability to say something at the right time and good defense always helped. Holding the bow, Mensu walked behind Seongwoo. It was strange for him to evaluate a person in society only by his abilities. A discerning mind was important to him. Myungsu remembered how Minhwa called him and handed him the task while giving him a wonderful weapon. Minhwa then smiled, advising Mayung not to go crazy. Looking at the necromancer's back, Mensu assumed that the head was probably watching him closely. Remembering the guild group led by young Yunpo, Myungsu thought that Xiangwu would lose this time. Myungsu grinned, looking at Sunwoo's back. All he could do was wait. Beads of sweat ran down Mensu's face, a smile frozen on his face in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Jisoo rushed past the monsters, leaving almost a river of flame behind her. Looking at Jisoo, who clenched her jaw and was eager to fight, Mensu did not understand who this woman was, why she alone continued to move forward. Looking at the enlarged Hanho who was attacked, but he continued to smile, saying that he was just ticklish. Watching as Hanho's body increased in size and he immediately attacked the lizards with his fists, Mensu could not understand how he could turn into such a monster. Mensu then looked at the necromancer, in front of whom stood skeletons in armor. His skeletons in white armor scared Mensa the most. A system window appeared in the air announcing a list of synergies. Knights in armor, followed by the conditions, category and effect, which added 20% of the strength to the armor and formed a shield equivalent to 30% of the defense. The archer remembered the image of a knight holding a sword. It was the symbol of the Crusader Guild, and the effect of synergy on skeletons was exactly that. The archer opened his mouth in shock, not understanding how he was able to obtain synergy of such a high level. Sunwoo turned his head towards Myungsu, causing him to flinch. He smiled and asked him if they needed armor. Unexpectedly, right after Xiangwu used his weapon creation skill, bone armor began to form around the archers' bodies, frightening them. After the bone armor completely covered the archers' bodies, they looked at the armor in surprise, admiring its lightness and strength, and the systematic window that had recently appeared again. Mensu, on whose helmet 2 bone horns grew, clenched his jaw. It was something unreal for him to be under the protection of synergy. Mensu smiled and began rubbing his hands, turning to the necromancer. Myungsu kindly pointed to Uedo Station ahead, saying that if you passed it, you could get to the park and the boss's room. Sunwoo stopped, telling everyone to be careful because of the rising water levels. The sycophant with a smile on his face told Xiangwu standing in front of him that there would probably be even more lizards further on, especially underwater, but visibility was poor, which is why Myungsu suggested waiting for the others. Sunwoo raised his hand and shouted at Hanho and Jisoo to move away, which made Myungsu, who was rubbing his palms, look puzzled. Huge skeletons of bears began to throw the bodies of dead lizards. Soon a certain part of the lake was filled with the bodies of lizards. A huge explosion occurred in the place where the bodies of the lizards had accumulated when Xiangwu used the corpse explosion skill. A pair of archers opened their mouths wide in shock at the explosion. The system notified that they had received 38 gold for killing the lizard. Myungsu opened his mouth wide in shock, and the girl standing next to him raised her mask and screamed in shock. Sunwoo again received a notification about receiving 3,800,000 gold. Torn legs and blood were the only things left of the lizards after the explosion. The entire group looked at the smoke and ash that rose from the explosion. Xiangwu turned his head towards the frightened archers, saying that it was all over. The helicopter flew in the sky approaching the explosion site. Hanho, who had regained his normal appearance, pointed his finger at the helicopter and asked if they were going to be filmed. The cameraman sitting on the helicopter smiled widely, holding a camera in his hand and filming everything that was happening below. The cameraman opened his eye, shouting that they had managed to film the well-known corpse explosion. The cameraman remembered how he begged Minhwa for permission to film other teams besides the Crusaders, which is why he could not miss such a shot. People started praising the necromancer in the chat and comparing him to the prosecutor. The assistant operator picked up the phone saying that the Crusader Guild called them. The operator was almost deaf when he picked up the phone. Minhwa immediately screamed at him, asking what he was doing and whether he was going to turn the helicopter around. Minhwa held the phone in her hand and shouted that filming others was just to control them. The camera assistant looked through his glasses at his boss, whom Minhwa ordered to return immediately. Sunwoo, Hanho and Jisoo, who were looking at the helicopter, noticed how it turned around and flew away. Hanho assumed that something was happening to the others as well. Xiangwu's feet walked through the swampy area, a small part of his feet submerged in the water. Xiangwu and Jisoo, who were walking in front of armored skeleton bears, received a system notification, notifying them of the entrance to the boss's room. Jisoo began to look around, saying that Uedo Park now looked just like a jungle. A sudden earthquake caused all the birds to fly away. Hanho fell into the water due to the earthquake, and Jisoo and Sunwoo could barely stay on their feet. Jisoo, who was looking ahead, screamed, warning Sunwoo. A huge beam of light hit the sky, painting the entire sky red. A system window appeared in the air. The system notified them of the appearance of the raid boss, a lizard warrior. There was also a brief description of the boss's abilities. The damage for several direct attacks was reduced to 90%. In cases of winning a one-on-one battle, the winner was awarded a special title. Hanho smiled widely and pointed his finger towards the beam, saying that they needed to go there. Suddenly, 3 helicopters headed straight towards the beam in the distance. Hanho and Xiangwu looked at the helicopters that arrived. Hanho opened his mouth in disbelief. These 3 helicopters were the helicopters of the Crusader Guild. He shouted, saying that they came here as soon as they entered the boss's room. The necromancer looked at the helicopters with seriousness, realizing that they wanted to take all the rewards. Looking at the many eyes that were illuminated in the darkness of the forest, the necromancer's group called the leader of the Crusader Guild too ambitious. Sunwoo was able to see the face of the guild leader in the window of the helicopter, although the contract did not specify that they should only move on the ground. but it is difficult to trust a person like him. Hanho turned to Xiangwu and asked what they would do next. The necromancer smiled, saying that since they could not fly, they would simply move quickly. Another blow from Hanho's fist killed the lizard, after which he received a system notification that he would receive 3,800 gold for killing the lizard. Thanks to Sunwoo, Wright, who killed the lizard next to Hanho, also received an identical notification. After some time, the skeletons of the bears killed the last lizards. Suddenly, Sunwoo's stomach began to glow, frightening the necromancer himself and Hanho. A moment later, a glowing card appeared in Sunwoo's hand. Along with it, a system window appeared with a description of the item. It turned out to be a C-class experience coupon that he received a long time ago. The description remained the same. The system window was reflected in the necromancer's pupil. The object in his hand was from the hidden golden dungeon. It was shining, which meant that he had finally reached level 15. The image of the Reaper of Death with a scythe in his hand appeared behind Xiangwu. He knew that if he could get the Reaper's scythe, he would reach the first awakening. The necromancer smiled when the system asked him if he wanted to use the coupon, to which Xiangwu happily agreed. Sunwoo noticed the strangeness. Jisoo and Hanho looked at him worriedly, and Hanho even extended his hand trying to call out to him. A bright light filled his consciousness. The necromancer found himself in complete darkness. Only the faint light of his aura illuminated this space. Xiangwu lay on his back looking at the bright star shining in this dark space. He assumed that it was a prophecy. Although it felt different, his body seemed to be floating in space. The necromancer was able to straighten up and approach the glowing ball. The energy from the ball began to transform into the figure of a person moving towards it. As he approached, Xiangwu could vaguely see his facial features. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Xiangwu, welcoming him as the Lord of Death. The necromancer clenched his jaw, and his hair ruffled when the system ordered him to find the Reaper's scythe, and then issued an exclusive quest with a full description of the task. He needed to find the Reaper's scythe located in Death. In case of failure, the necromancer, who did not have sufficient strength, would turn into Servant of the Lick. A panel appeared in front of the protagonist's face. With a face full of bewilderment and thoughts, Xiangwu was amazed at the information window, assuming that in front of him was a being who was behind the entire system. The creature's face was shrouded in bright streams of energy. Continuing to think, the main character said that the creature was trying to tell him something, adding that he was too young to understand it. Staring into space, Xiangwu thought that this was why it was talking to him through the windows of the system. Watching the creature soaring in the sky, the main character noted the strangeness of the fact that it looks frightening, despite the fact that he does not feel fear. Looking at the image of the creature frozen in one position, Xiangwu noticed the thought that it was unlikely to harm him, adding that he seemed to know what it really was. Hanging next to the stunned protagonist, the creature called out to him. Lowering its gaze, it asked him to be careful with death. Indignant, Sunwoo wondered what this meant. Pushing off from the ground, the main character tried to overtake that same creature. Frightened, Hanho tried to call out to Xiangwu. With a face full of anxiety, he tried to find out if the main character was okay. Taken aback, Sunwoo raised his hands. In his thoughts, he reported that his body actually moved there, believing that the creature was real. Wary, continuing to think, the main character wondered what it means to be careful with death, suggesting that it might be close. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the thick of the forest. Watching the resulting flames, someone in the crowd wondered if it was a helicopter crash. Putting on his hood, Sunwoo thought that he had no time to doubt, noting that he would not solve the problem so quickly, adding that he should focus on catching the boss. Pointing his finger forward, the main character called out to Hanho and Jisoo, stating that they were heading to where the boss was now. Turning around, Sunwoo addressed Myungsu, noting that if he couldn't keep up with them, they should form groups. Rushing forward, the main character announced the start of the operation. Due to the unimaginably powerful flames, black clouds of smoke began to form in the air. Baring his teeth, the man wondered what had happened. As he watched the massive fire, he thought that someone had attacked the helicopter, not understanding how the attack took place given that it was in the sky. Suddenly, the man discovered a spear, which was stuck in the cockpit of the helicopter. Putting his wounded comrade on his shoulder, Young Yunpo asked everyone to gather. Looking at the alarmed man, Young Yunpo said that he was able to use a skill called the Territory of Faith. Rejoicing in his thoughts, the man said that he understood why they all survived, calling the prosecutor the best. Lowering his gaze, Young Yunpo said that only the pilot died on the spot, adding that he did not have time to save him. Turning his attention to the army of monsters, the prosecutor asked his comrades not to hold back their anger at them. The noise of a flying helicopter was heard in the air. Staring at the phone, the guy said that they already had 17,555 viewers, wondering if they were really here for the necromancer. Having said that this is so, the girl noticed that he is interested in absolutely everything. Smirking, she called him the hope of their nation. Seeing how the soldiers fought a fierce battle with the monsters, Young Yunpo asked to restrain them. Turning towards the surprised man, the prosecutor said that they could use the helicopter to kill them. Enveloping his body in a bright stream of energy, Young Yunpo activated the cross spear. Smiling, the girl tried to find out if everyone had seen it, noting that it was Prosecutor Young Yunpo. Raising his hand, the prosecutor asked everyone to prepare for the second raid and the appearance of the boss. Suddenly, in the thick of the forest, an explosion thundered again. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The leader of the lizardmen appeared before their eyes, behind whose back a huge blade could be seen. Raising his weapon, Young Yunpo ordered the soldiers to open fire, adding that they should attack first. The projectiles flying towards the monster began to bounce off his body. The system reported that the leader of the lizardmen was receiving the blessing of the gladiators, noting that the damage of most attacks was reduced by 90%. Screaming, the prosecutor ordered the shooting to stop. He noted in his thoughts that he knew they wouldn't be able to do much damage. Staring into space, the lizardman froze in one position. Continuing his thoughts, Young Yunpo stated that the monster also had the ability to recover, pointing out that their attacks were useless. Taking off from the ground, the lizardman rushed into battle. Bringing the blade behind his back, the monster let out a piercing roar. Blood gushed onto the shield that the soldier put in front of his face. Clutching a huge blade in his hand, the lizardman prepared to attack. Turning his head, the monster heard someone screaming. Bending down, the lizardman managed to dodge the projectile that was flying towards him. Moving forward, the prosecutor asked everyone to step back, saying that while he dealt with the monster, the rest of the crusaders should clear the entire area around. Approaching the lizardman, Young Yunpo declared that he would only have to fight with him. Beside himself with rage, the monster began to growl. With a face full of rage, the lizardman rushed into battle. Swinging his blade in his thoughts, the prosecutor noted that their strength was approximately equal. Jumping to the side, continuing to think, Young Yunpo reported that the lizardman was excellent at ranged attacks thanks to his huge sword. Clenching his fist, the prosecutor wondered if this meant he was faster than the monster. Squeezing its paw, the monster again rushed to attack. Smirking, Young Yunpo declared that victory was his, noting that he would defeat the monster in a one-on-one battle. With lightning speed, the prosecutor began his series of attacks. Inspired, the girl stated that only one person is capable of fighting a monster of this level, asking if everyone is watching now. Wary, King Hun called out to Jin Hun. He, in turn, said that they were here. In her thoughts, she noticed that there were guild members here. Horrified, Young Yunpo wondered if the necromancer had already arrived. Enveloping the battlefield in bright flames, the prosecutor used a cross spear. Looking at the cloud of dust that appeared, Young Yunpo thought that in his opinion this situation was strange. The monster's face was shrouded in a crazed smile. Lost in his thoughts, the prosecutor was amazed that despite his strength, the monster never stopped smiling. With a look full of contempt, Young Yunpo stated that he wanted even more to remove the grin from the monster's face. Standing with his back to the prosecutor, the lizardman froze in one position. Taking off from the ground, the monster formed a fiery projectile that was directed towards Young Yunpo. Standing behind the prosecutor, one of the soldiers tried to call out to him. Young Yunpo ordered him not to approach. Horrified, the prosecutor thought that his defense and shield had disappeared. Young Yunpo stated that they would die if they came any closer. Frightened, the man wondered if the boss in front of them was a monster. Ominous dark energy emanated from the lizardman's body. Particles of fire continued to sparkle from his mouth. The system reported that the true boss monster of the raid, the wandering Drake, had appeared. Suddenly, Drake's body was covered in a powerful flash of energy. The system announced that the second phase was beginning. Clutching his blade in his hand, Young Yunpo stared forward. Baring his teeth, the prosecutor wondered if Drake was hiding his true form. Raising his weapon in front of his face, Young Yunpo managed to block the monster's attack. Continuing to fend off the monster's attacks, the prosecutor thought that his defense would now break, adding that he would follow after it. Further, Young Yunpo said that the monster boss was too strong for him. Swinging his blade, the prosecutor noticed that Drake had launched an attack with his tail. Suddenly, Young Yunpo discovered that there was a sword in the tail of the monster boss. Blood gushed from the prosecutor's mouth. Frightened, the man called out to Jin Hun. There was a strong cut on Young Yunpo's body. With a face full of horror, the elder noted that this was impossible. Baring his teeth, Drake let out a piercing roar. Looking at the particles of energy that fell down, the prosecutor said that it was all over. With tears in her eyes, the girl stated that they had failed the raid, asking the guys for forgiveness. A bright flame appeared above the monster boss's head. Suddenly, an explosion occurred on the fierce battlefield. From all sides, Sun Wu's subordinates surrounded Drake. Using his head, the monster boss dealt a crushing blow to them. Grabbing Drake's hands, the protagonist's subordinates froze in one position, after which, the monster boss collapsed to the ground. Beside himself with rage, Drake began to growl again. Xiangwu appeared on his head and pierced him with his blade. Surprised, the girl reported that a necromancer had arrived. Looking at the phone screen, the woman announced the appearance of Sunwu. Smiling, Tisung noted that he is like the main character who appears at the most terrible moment. Screaming, the girl said that they didn't care what happened to the reward. In her thoughts, she noticed the relief that Xiangwu had arrived. After the main character's attack, blood gushed out of Drake's head. At that moment, the girl asked him to just end the fight and save everyone. With lightning speed, Xiangwu rushed into battle again. A group of the protagonist's subordinates continued to hold off the monster boss. Surprised, Sunwu thought about the hammer. Clenching his fist, the man stated that they had stunned him, adding that they would then finish him off with a sword. Kanhun noted that with a necromancer on the team, victory is possible. With a stunned expression on his face, the guy called out to the lieutenant, saying that Lizardman had been spotted from the side of the Netkin. Baring her teeth in thought, Minhwa stated that they only knew about the one-on-one boss battle, noting that no one said there would be other monsters. The sound of helicopter blades was heard in the air. Continuing her thoughts, she reported that she needed to abandon the quest, after which, she stated that everyone must protect the necromancer. Raising their shields, the soldiers noticed that the monsters could not get through. Smirking, Young Dunpo noted that their opponents had no idea who they were targeting. At that moment, with unimaginable force, the protagonist's subordinate dealt a crushing blow. Overjoyed, the guy cried out that Drake had fallen, adding that they had defeated the boss. With a face full of doubts in his thoughts, Sunwu noted the impossibility of them defeating the boss. The guy's gaze fell on Drake, who was moving, which amazed them. Frightened, turning to the main character, Young Dunpo wondered what was happening. The girl noticed that the monster had stopped breathing. Pushing off the ground, Drake began to swing his head. The protagonist thought about the drastic changes, adding that this is the third phase of the monster boss. With an enraged expression on his face, Drake began to growl. The system notified Sunwoo that a hidden raid boss monster had appeared, telling of a young warrior who had consumed the seeds. The system noticed that the main character had already completed the group quest, wondering what the heroes and the stars had in common, adding that access to Uedo was blocked until the boss monster was killed. Horrified, the main character said in his thoughts that the system window was constantly making some changes, as if it was laughing at him. Seeing the approaching monsters, young Yunpo noticed that they had strange eyes, asking the soldiers to restrain them. The hordes of monsters held special blades in their hands. The prosecutor noted that the monsters are like zombies, saying that everyone needs to be killed. Rushing into battle, Sunwoo thought that he could rely on Hanho and Jisoo, adding that they could stop the berserkers. Looking at the monster boss in his thoughts, the main character noted that this problem was on him. Seeing the fiery breath forming in Drake's mouth, young Yunpo asked the soldiers to be careful. After the monster boss released a fire projectile, many soldiers began to ask for help. As he looked around the battle site, Sunwoo thought about the lesser monsters and lizardmen, wondering how he could fight them all at once. Turning its head, one of the monsters froze in one position. Suddenly, a huge cloud of black smoke rose from the site of the fierce battle. At that moment, the main character activated the corpse explosion. Beside himself with rage, the monster boss let out a piercing roar. Sunwoo thought that all this was pointless. Raising his head, Drake began to spew powerful flames, finding himself behind his subordinate. Seongwoo said that his werebears turned to dust in a second, adding that he needed to figure something out quickly. The system notified the protagonist that the dead, under his control, were returning to endless darkness. Raising his hand, Sunwoo thought about how he would distract their attention. The system reported that the dead were moving under the control of the main character. Turning around to face Hanho and Jisoo, the main character said that they should leave. Watching the monster boss destroy his subordinates, Seongwoo noted that they could not fight him and the other lizardmen at the same time, suggesting that they retreat and deal with the lizardmen first. Turning to the main character standing next to her, Jisoo wondered what would happen to the others. Seongwoo noted that they should split up for now, adding that regardless of this, monsters attack large groups first. With a serious expression on his face, the main character stated that they were all in danger, noting that first of all, the guys need to think about themselves. Turning his head, Hanho reported that he had heard his words. Further, Sunwoo repeated again that they were leaving. Rushing forward, the main character ordered everyone to retreat, noting that the raid had failed. Stopping, Sunwoo stared into space. Hanho was shocked by what he saw. Leaning towards the prosecutor, Hanho wondered why he was here, noting that they couldn't just sit and that they needed to leave. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind the guys. With tears in his eyes, Hanho called out to the main character. Seongwoo's words appeared in his head, saying that you need to think about yourself first. Opening its mouth, the monster rushed to attack. Suddenly, one of the main character's subordinates rushed to help Hanho, who struck Drake in the neck. Streams of green energy emanated from his blade. After delivering a crushing blow to the monster boss, Seongwoo's subordinate jumped to the side. Surprised, Hanho noted that if the right one is here, then. Grasping his weapon with both hands, the protagonist noted that he asked Hanho to think about himself first. After that, the main character stuck a weapon into the eye of the monster boss. Drake's tail revealed a weapon that he hid behind his back. Suddenly, using that same weapon, Drake cut off Seongwoo's hand. Turning around, the monster boss discovered someone's silhouette. The main character grabbed Hanho by the cloak. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Hanho assumed that it was just that. Interrupting him, the main character said that it was a clone. Clenching his fist, Sunwoo stated that he was a distraction, noting that he was unable to cause damage. At that moment, the system notified the main character about the item's information, its classification and effects. A memory appeared in Sunwoo's head where his clone rushed to attack Drake. In his thoughts, the main character said that he could try to hit himself, noting that the clone only takes half the damage. Lowering his head, the monster boss blew steam out of his nose. Beside himself with rage, Drake rushed to the attack. Hanho reported that the monster boss was coming after them. Baring his teeth, the protagonist wondered if he had gone mad, suggesting that he had chosen them as his target. A cloud of fiery energy appeared next to Drake's face. After he overtook him, a powerful explosion occurred. Turning to Jisoo, who arrived in time, the main character noted that he told her to split up and run away. Smirking, she stated that she would fight Sunwoo, adding that the three of them were always together. Barely holding back tears, Hanho turned to Jisoo. The main character noted that he would like to thank her, adding that there is not enough time. Turning his head, the main character suggested doing this after killing the boss. The system stated that the main character used the death call in a certain area. With lightning speed, Drake began to destroy all the zombies that came in his way. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered above his head. Sunwoo activated the corpse blast. Pushing off from the ground, a group of the protagonist's subordinates tried to attack the boss of the monsters. In his thoughts, Sunwoo said that initially they only needed to catch the boss, noting that now he doesn't even see a way out of the situation. Continuing to think, the main character noticed that his explosion did not cause much damage to Drake. Swinging his paws, Drake continued to eradicate the protagonist's subordinates. Sunwoo thought about not knowing why the monster boss didn't eat his skeleton, guessing that blowing it up from the inside wouldn't work. Due to the incredibly intense tension, a bead of sweat slowly ran down Jisoo's face. In his thoughts, the main character noted that it was also impossible to create new skeletons, saying that they disintegrate into dust faster than Jisoo, and Hanho create them. Gradually, Drake absorbed a cloud of fiery energy. Continuing his thoughts, Sunwoo wondered if the monster boss was inhaling him. Horrified, the main character thought that Hanho and Jisoo were behind, after which Drake released a powerful stream of flame towards them. At that moment, the main character activated the creation of weapons. Frightened, the guys tried to call out to Sunwoo. Baring his teeth, the main character froze in one position. His hands were shrouded in the monster boss technique. Falling to his knees, Sunwoo noticed that he could barely withstand this horror, reporting that the skeletal armor had disappeared. Gripping the ground with his claws, Drake let out a piercing roar. At this time, Sunwoo was thinking about his physical fitness. Behind the monster boss, his weapon reappeared. Standing in front of the main character, Hanho declared that he would protect him. Suddenly seeing something, he was taken aback. The system notified him that the holy shield had been disabled. The weapon that was in Drake's tail almost overtook his face. The right one appeared and countered the monster boss's attack with a U-turn. Due to the unimaginably powerful blow, Drake's weapon was broken into 2 pieces. With the help of his blade, the right one managed to parry the attack of the monster boss. Hanho was surprised by the tail strike. Raising his paw, Drake prepared to strike. Using a special technique, Right pushed Hanho's body to the side. Behind subordinate Seongwoo, a terrifyingly huge paw could be seen. With tears in his eyes, Hanho declared that he was not smart. Raising his hand, Right froze in one position. Looking at the bony fingers of the Right, opening his mouth, Drake began to growl. Hanho was shocked by what he saw. The system informed the main character that his dead person had returned to endless darkness. Holding the blade behind his back and turning to Jisoo and Seongwoo, Hanho asked them to run. Jisoo, in turn, asked him to calm down. The main character's subordinate suddenly appeared and grabbed the guys. Looking at the crying Hanho, Sunwoo asked him to live. Outraged, Jisoo wondered what the main character was doing. Paying attention to the glow that came from the stone on his chest, Sunwoo thought that after the death of the Right, he had come to his senses a little. Looking at the body of his deceased comrade, in his thoughts, the main character thanked him for his good service, noting that he could be relied on. Taking the remains of his subordinate in his hands and continuing to think, the protagonist said that his sacrifice would not be in vain, adding that he would try to gain time. After which, Sunwoo struck Drake's body. There were severe cuts on the monster boss's paws. Horrified, the man tried to say something, stating that this is not the case. Minhwa noted that this is not yet certain. With a hopeful look, she said that the main character will fight to the end, adding that they should not lose hope. Pushing off from the ground, the main character tried to overtake the nearby Drake. Leaning down, Sunwoo managed to parry the monster boss's attack. Using his tail, Drake cut the main character into 2 parts. Horrified, Minhwa reported Seongwoo's severed legs. The man noted that the main character was definitely finished. A fiery cloud of energy began to form in Drake's mouth again, slightly opening one eye. Being completely wounded, in his thoughts, the main character said that this was all, noting that he was trying to avoid death by assuming that he would die the death of his parents. An image of his comrades appeared in Seongwoo's head, with a smile visible on their faces. Smiling and continuing to think, the main character said that others survived this situation. An unimaginably powerful stream of bright flames that Drake created headed towards Seongwoo. Streams of flame gradually enveloped the body of the protagonist. Hanho burst into tears and tried to call out to Seongwoo. Opening his eyes, the main character discovered that he found himself in a place unknown to him, which was shrouded in darkness. At that moment, Sunwoo thought that he had died after all. Staring into space, the main character is mired in his own thoughts. Rolling onto his back, Sunwoo thought that he was very lucky to have made it this far, noting that he had chosen his weapon class and friends well. The image of Hanho and Jisoo appeared in his head again. With his mouth slightly open in thought, the protagonist said that the were-tigers would also disappear after his death, wondering if they would be able to survive. An entity that appeared next to the main character called out to him. Sunwoo, in turn, tried to find out who it was. A stranger appeared before his eyes, whose body was covered with a cloak. Continuing his thoughts, the protagonist wondered if it was the Reaper of Death, noting that now he would finally be able to see him. Smirking, Sunwoo tried to find out if he had come to pick him up. Speaking about heaven and hell, the main character said that he didn't care, asking the stranger to do it quickly. Lowering his head, Sunwoo said that he would not resist and again asked the stranger to finish this quickly. Clearing his throat, the stranger noted that the main character was not even 30, asking what he was about to finish. In his thoughts, Sunwoo couldn't understand what he was laughing at. Taking off from the ground, the stranger declared that he had not come for this. Taking off his hood and smiling, Seongwoo's father noted that they would finally be able to talk. Rising in the sky, the main character wondered if this was his father. At that moment, Sunwoo thought that the system could joke like that. Smirking, the protagonist's father tried to find out if this was important now. Averting his gaze, Seongwoo agreed with him that this was true, noting that he died anyway. Further, the main character noted that if you think about it, this ending is ideal for him. An image of a colossally powerful explosion appeared in his head. In his thoughts, Sunwoo said that he was afraid of death, since the unknown scares the most. Thick clouds of smoke gradually rose in the air. The main character said that everything that life symbolizes is terrifying, noting that if you know that death is not the end, then it becomes less scary. Standing next to him, his father was lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, the main character thought that this was only because they would be able to face their sins. Turning to his father, Sunwoo wondered if he hated him. Having lowered his hands, the main character said that when a fire started in the house, he abandoned them and ran away alone. Pointing to himself, Sunwoo noted that he ran away because he was afraid of death, finding it surprising that he was able to meet him. A memory surfaced in the main character's head where he works part-time as a waiter. Sunwoo noted that he had to go through a lot. A drop of sweat slowly ran down the anxious protagonist's face. Sansa said that he tried and studied to become stronger. A group of excited people stared ahead. The main character stated that at first he did not want to take on too much responsibility. A terrifying army of monsters appeared before their eyes. Sunwoo noted that when he thought he had already grown up to this, clenching his hand into a fist, the main character said that in the end, he was still happy about this meeting. Lowering his head, Seongwoo's father tried to hold back his laughter. Laughing, the protagonist's father wondered whether he had been seriously worried about this for so many years. Raising his hands in different directions, turning to Sunwoo, he said that he considered him an adult guy, noting that he was still just a child, imitating him in every possible way. In his thoughts, the main character wondered if he was really his father. Leaning on his cane, turning to Seongwoo, his father tried to find out how old he was then, asking if he thought he could help, being so small. Smiling, the protagonist's father noted that he did not run away, but fulfilled his request. Then, the father asked Sunwoo to remember it. An image of an estate that was shrouded in flames appeared in his head. The father noticed that they were together then. Opening the door, he discovered that the entire room was on fire. The main character said that everything happened suddenly, noting that the fire consumed their house in the middle of the night. Taking his father by the leg, Sunwoo froze in one position. Putting his hand on the main character's head, his father asked him to run away and not think of coming back. Smiling, his father said that he would definitely save his mother and come for him. From what he heard, the main character was shocked. Smirking, the father noted that they just wanted their dear son to survive. Taken aback, Sunwoo thought that he had completely forgotten about it, surprised at what his parents were like. Black smoke was coming from a small iron box. The protagonist's father said that the fire was caused by wiring, adding that the inside of their house was much older than it looked from the outside. Stretching his cane forward, the father noted that the main character had always been a responsible person, saying that it was not his fault that he was the only one in the family to survive. After which, he stated that he acted as the head of the family should have acted. Tilting his head, Sunwoo noted that his father could not save his mother, adding that he failed, just like him. Surprised, the protagonist's father tried to find out if he had failed. Lowering his hand, he stated that this was not the case, noting that Sunwoo survived. Hanho's eyes were shrouded in bitter tears. Sunwoo's father noted that he, too, did not make a mistake. Clenching his fist, the main character considered that they both did it. Raising his hand, Seongwoo tried to address his father. Staring into space, the protagonist's father wondered whether he wanted to fight him or go back. Sunwoo, in turn, expressed the idea that he could still be useful there, after which, the father of the main character pointed his finger to the side. Paying attention to the bright light, he said that there was Sunwoo's way back. Smiling, he closed his eyes. Turning around, the main character declared the joy that he was able to meet his father after so many years. Informing that he did too, Seongwoo's father asked him to go on his way, adding that there were too many people waiting for him. Tapping himself on the head, the protagonist's father noted that he had almost forgotten something important. Handing over the cane to Seongwoo, he said that it was his item. The guy's gaze fell on a green cloud of energy that hung in the air. The system informed the main character that he had completed an exclusive quest, adding that he was rewarded with one awakening, which was an exclusive skill. Further, the system noted that Sunwoo's fate would change slightly. Lifting his head, Drake let out a high-pitched roar. A cloud of powerful energy was forming in someone's weapon. Bowing his head, Hanho cried out that this couldn't be happening, adding that Sunwoo couldn't die. Grabbing his shoulder, Youngyunpo declared that they were finished, noting that even the main character, looking at the guys standing nearby. In their thoughts, the prosecutor said that their faces were filled with hatred, adding that this was expected. Staring into space and continuing to think, Youngyunpo noted that this was his punishment for his self-confidence. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Hanho froze in one position. In his thoughts, the main character assumed that Hanho was trying to save him, believing that his passive skill helped in this. After which, the system notified him about the information that is associated with the ability, telling him about the name, rating, and classification. Turning around, Sunwoo was lost in his own thoughts. Continuing his thoughts, the prosecutor stated that they had to catch the boss in this raid, noting that they had lost the strongest. Clenching his fist, Youngyunpo revealed that he was too overconfident and was unable to quickly adapt to the sudden changes. Wary, he thought that he needed to correct the mistake by talking about a world that was on the verge of destruction, clarifying that he could not just stop. Heading towards the prosecutor, the guy said that the commander had come to his senses. Turning around in his thoughts, Youngyunpo noticed that it was Hanha who saved him, not Minhyam. Looking at the angry Drake, he declared that they needed to retreat. With his hand on his shoulder and his head, the prosecutor asked for Sunwoo's forgiveness, stating in communication that he would protect Jisoo and Hanho. A stream of violet energy began to form behind the guys. Raising her head, Jisoo reported that the sky was getting darker. Seeing the dark aura in front of him, Youngyunpo froze in one position. The guys were shocked by what they heard. The system reported that a standard program was in use in a certain area. A helicopter appeared above the head of the monster boss. Horrified, Minhwa asked the man to look, pointing to the green color. Their gaze fell on Seongwoo, who was on the ground. His body was clad in powerful armor. Frightened, the man noted that this was not a necromancer, but a lich. Minho wondered if the main character had become a monster. Looking around, in his thoughts, Sunwoo communicated his feelings, saying that he did not feel them. Next, he wondered if he was even alive. Clenching his fist, the main character thought about resurrection, not understanding whether this could be called a simple resurrection. The system stated that thanks to the necromancer class attribute, he was resurrected, adding that the waiting time for full activation was 31 days. The system then indicated that Seongwoo had reached the state of primary awakening, noting that he could could not summon a great creature, speaking of the Grim Reaper, saying that he could subdue large monsters. The system notified him that he was the 9th person to receive primary awakening, noting the limit of 50 people. A cane was visible in the protagonist's hand. Someone called him the Grim Reaper. The system then provided Xiangwu with information about the ability, including name, class, classification, and consumption. Grinning, the main character noted that the lick sounded cool. Hitting the ground with his paws, Drake began to growl. Turning to Drake with a distraught look, Xiangwu wondered if he was still having fun playing with them. Enveloping his fist in blue energy, he declared that he was now going to have some fun with it. Having covered the place of the fight with a green aura, the main character used the second phase. The system reported that the dead were moving on Xiangwu's orders. The feet of people in the water are depicted. Rushing forward, Hanho states that Sunwoo's skill worked, to which Jisoo wonders if he's alive. The prosecutor is stunned and asks whether the necromancer survived and how he managed it after what happened. While the boy is crying, the girl realizes that their friend is okay, and Hanho shouts to him that they are coming. A monster with blue fire in its eyes is seen, and the young man claims that the necromancer has become a monster. Pointing his finger, Jisoo notes that he did not become a monster, but simply completed the quest to awaken. The creature swings. A lot of bones are flying. Blue fire blazes, and notifications come from the system about the restoration of fallen comrades. Reporters are excited. They report that the skeletons continue to be restored and Xiangwu's minions are resurrected. The monster is seen breathing fire. Everything is filled with flames. Being on fire, the guy creates a weapon. When people notice that the breath flame is aimed at them, the prosecutor covers everyone with his hand, telling everyone to hide behind him. A man slides his feet on the ground. A small skeleton is depicted rushing forward, hitting people. Hanho hugs him, asking him to never leave him again and insisting that they will be together until the end. The guy with glasses declares that he believed in him. Xiangwu stands holding a large scythe, and the question is asked about why the monster is no longer attacking and whether it has run out of energy. By thrusting his weapon forward, he suggests that his body has reached its limit. The creature opens its mouth wide, revealing fire, and Xiangwu claims that he is wasting too much energy just maintaining its power. The monster is overtaken by blue fire. The undead strike with a shovel. While his cape flutters, Xiangwu creates a weapon. Pointing to the monster, he orders him to be skinned. Blood pours out of the creature. The monster falls and the people realize that it has been skinned alive. It sounds like a request for those who are particularly sensitive not to look at this. The creature in the blood growls. Blazing with blue fire, Xiangwu orders the first to kill him. A small skeleton attacks a monster with a sword. He stabs him. The sword is stuck into the body, and the system reports that 35 days remain to prove qualifications. The undead is on the creature, and a notification comes from the system that more than 1 million gold was received for completing the raid against the boss, the group quest was completed, and the title Amateur Dragon Hunter was received. People smile happily, realizing that everything is over. Some claim that he knew Sunwoo could handle it. Disung seems especially happy. The question is what just happened. The guy's eye sparkles, and he thinks that he could defeat the boss. He really could. His hand glows with blue fire and he tells his subordinate to come to him. The face of the undead is depicted, and the system reports that it obeys it. People are stunned, and the prosecutor wonders if it is a skeleton, while a person nearby asks if such a thing is possible, and how Sunwoo controls it. He states that the difference between them is now too great. While Hanho is crying, saying that he knew that the guy was alive, he tells him that he did die once. Jisoo covers his mouth and wonders if he can return to his normal form. Undead are depicted and Drake's skin is reported to be used. It turns out that this item is quite powerful. The small skeleton holds out the crystal as the system notifies that it is the heart of a dragon and must be treated with respect. Sunwoo notices that there is an opportunity to use it for protection. The seed of the world tree is shown, and the system talks about its characteristics. Examining it, the guy assumes that it is connected with the bad ending of the prediction and fallen creatures will look for it. The excited journalist hands the necromancer a microphone, asking him to make one comment. Turning around, Sunwoo only states that you shouldn't trust those who promise protection. He remembers various creatures and thinks that he has already seen enough of fake rescuers who take advantage of ordinary people for their dirty purposes, and these groups are full of dubious personalities. Clenching his hand into a fist, Sunwoo says that if you don't have the strength to enter the fire, you won't have the strength to get out of it, so you need to become stronger. Something is bothering people. An explosion can be seen behind the building, which raises many questions. A girl with glasses is running, calling the captain. Pointing with her hand, she reports that the station is under attack. The prosecutor wonders who could have done this. The guy looks back in confusion, wondering if the Gwangbok Guild would attack at such a time. A helicopter is depicted, and the phrase is heard that you need to leave here now, and the order for the Crusaders to get into the transport. Dark smoke is visible, which confuses Sunwoo. He carefully looks in that direction, realizing that this is a secret sign of the abyss, and assuming that this is a group that has a death bomb. The helicopters move, taking off. The prosecutor kneels, asking the guy to help them. Closing his eyes, he claims that there are too many ordinary people at that station, and in his current state he is too weak to protect them. Sunwoo looks at him seriously, realizing that he also doesn't know who is behind the attack, and tells him that he would like to talk to him first. Reaching out his hand, he states that now is not the time, and an apology is heard. Helicopters fly in the sky while a statement is heard that very soon they will arrive at the place and they need to be ready and try to get around the dark smoke. Some people are holding others who appear to be injured. The man worriedly tells the girl with glasses that the prisoners are escaping. She, in confusion, asks whether they have come to their senses. They answer her in the affirmative, saying that they even exchange gestures with each other. Seongwoo approaches them from behind, realizing that the Gwangbok Guild is already aware of what is happening, and concludes that this is a meeting of sellers among prisoners and abnormal scientists. He notices dark smoke spreading. He looks at his hand, near which there is smoke, and comes to the conclusion that its color has become a little paler and, apparently, they are trying to take more distant territories. He turns around and his hand is engulfed in blue fire. The guy realizes that the Crusader Guild is unlikely to help, and tells people that he will try to protect everyone outside. Hanho looks surprised and wants to start a speech about what it is, and Jisoo also realizes that this is a union of half humans and half monsters. The masked people are shown as Seongwoo states that, as they were told, they would be a big problem for them. A building is visible, and the thought is heard that if Yonggyunpo Station was attacked, Suwon Village would be next, because they attacked while the defenders were not there. The bony hands are shown, and the implication is that they will catch them and see for themselves. The undead appear behind the guy, and he announces that the time has come for the debut of Drake's skeleton. Dark smoke is seen in the air, and the thought sounds that it is very noisy. The creatures are depicted, one of which wonders if there are still people there, and the affirmative answer comes. Otherwise it would be too easy. Another suggests that everyone is currently busy with the raid. The masked beast appears aggressive and states that they did not expect them to attack at such a time. The monster with big cheeks claims that they definitely wouldn't get along with them, because they are not at all adapted to the new world. The beast closes its eyes, wondering how long this will last. Another monster is seen, who asks what difference it makes to him, because the wizards will do it anyway. He states that not everyone can be lucky enough to eat the brain of a magical creature. Raising his hand, the beast reports that he ate the archer, but for some reason did not learn to shoot a bow. His partner laughs, claiming that they are better than these scientists anyway. Masked creatures are seen, one of which asks if they asked to collect the corpses. The answer sounds affirmative, because they want to create some kind of elixir. A blue fire appears outside the window as the beast wonders if they will share it with them. The undead attack them, and the system reports that 3,000 gold was received for killing the werewolf. A second such notification immediately arrives. Sunwoo walks into a room with bloody corpses. He looks at them, guessing that there weren't many people on the way here because they were all at the station. He waves his hand at the undead, telling them to come back. The guy looks thoughtfully, thinking about the ritual and the fact that he does not understand what it is for, but comes to the conclusion that they need dead people. He looks ahead, hoping that he can catch everyone involved. Dark smoke and a werewolf are visible. There's a body on his shoulder. He puts it down, wondering how many people there are, and reporting that he only counted 200. Turning around, he states that they need to collect as much as possible and search on other floors. Sitting by the bag with the corpse, the bear asks whether they will become materials for research, to which he receives ambiguous answers. The beast puts his paw to his chin, saying that he just heard that they were collected to earn experience. He raises his paw, declaring that if they have become monsters, anything is possible for them now. His partner laughs, claiming that he initially felt like a rat, so it's not a bad life. The werewolf looks surprised when the system reports that a grand suppression is being applied in the selected area, and the summoning of the dead has begun. Looking at the notice, the monster wonders what it is, and the other one is grabbed. It turns out that it was undead, and blood is pouring out of it. The beast does not understand what is happening. He looks up, dumbfounded. He gets hit. As the undead attack him, he asks what they are doing. He looks around, noticing skeletons. A fire forms under his hoof. He turns when the iron horn is summoned. His eyes glow red and the system reports that the dead are moving on orders. Raising its head, the beast asks where they are and whether the necromancer knows who he is. He calls him. Suddenly a spear flies. It pierces the monster and blood gushes out. With a bloody face, he insults Sunwoo. The guy raises his hand, asking if he's ashamed to waste gas so thoughtlessly. He plunges the sword into the creature, and the system notifies that 30,000 gold has been received for killing a level 2 werewolf bull. Sunwoo looks in surprise, noticing that for the second level they gave 10 times more gold, and assumes that there is a very big difference between their levels. The undead appear in front of him, and he concludes that he now has a strong skeleton as an assistant, and the system reports that the dead are becoming his minions. He looks at the man in the bag and notices that he is still alive. He comes to the conclusion that he will soon die from pain. The undead are visible, to whom the guy tells them to take all the people outside and look on other floors. A street with dark smoke is shown. Something happens and Sunwoo closes his eyes. A magic circle is displayed, and the system notifies that summoning magic is being used in the selected area. He looks up worriedly, wondering if this is part of the ritual and what they are up to. He begins to run, realizing that there is no time to guess. The guy is approaching the building. He stops, looking scared. A beast is seen sitting in a magic circle. There is a picture of a hole with smoke coming out of it, and Sunwoo realizes that this is the source of the smoke, but it is unlikely to be the only one. The monster, dumbfounded, points his finger at the necromancer, asking if it is him and why the smoke does not affect him. Continuing to poke at him, he orders him to stop, because the scientists will be happy if they receive his corpse. Sunwoo frowns when he notices the magic circle and realizes that it is summoning magic. Drawing his weapon, he states that he doesn't have time to fight them. The dark sky is visible, and he says that, fortunately, it is night now. The Reaper of Death appears, and the system reports his summons. His eyes sparkle and he claims that he has a whole hour, but he only needs 5 minutes to destroy them. The undead attack when he tells them to kill the monsters. A wolf is seen declaring that they just need to break the skulls because they must win. Blue fire appears when the system reports twice that a fallen warrior has been resurrected. There is a small skeleton in Xiangwu who claims that he can restore them endlessly, but even without this, they are quite easy to defeat. When the undead attack, cries for help sound. The wolf looks wild and states that their scientists will be very happy. He sits down, touching his hand to the ground as a magic circle forms, and tells the necromancer that it is too late for him. A magic circle appears in the sky, and the system reports that summoning magic is being used in the selected area. The creature raises its hands, stating that they knew they were nearby, but everyone went on a raid, only wasting their time in Uido. By releasing dark smoke, the beast claims that the whole world is now theirs. He is being attacked. The undead carry him away. He flies away and blood gushes out. Sunwoo goes when the phrase about the need to run is heard. A bloody monster is visible. Standing above him, the guy asks what they are calling for here. Without one eye, the creature reports that people are finished. Yongyungpo Station is depicted and the beast tells them to look at the great monster that they cannot defeat. A notification comes from the system that a raid boss has appeared. A glass container is visible in the man's hand. He thinks about drinking the elixir of strength. The prosecutor sits and notices that his condition has not yet returned to normal, and he was on the verge of death. He remembers Sunwoo in the fire and realizes that he really died. Covering his eyes, the man believes that he tried to make Korea a safe place, but in the end he could not do anything. Hanho joyfully points to their friends' minions, and phrases are heard that they are helping people and the necromancer will save everyone again. The prosecutor turns around and realizes that he was wrong and he will not be able to assemble a worthy group. He closes his eyes, thinking about how this will not work if he tries to hold and control everything himself, and what happens when a person tries to jump in over his head. A notification comes from the system that a magical summoning is being used in the selected area, when Jisoo holds a flaming sword in her hands and notices that the haze begins to disappear. Sunwoo's friends rush forward. Yongyungpo Station is depicted and it is reported that a necromancer is there and the station is being destroyed. A huge hand is visible holding a stone. The giant is shown and the system reports that the raid boss, an ogre warrior, has appeared. The beast keeps one eye open, asking if they expect to defeat him after their raid, and claiming that Xiangwu certainly won't be able to defeat him with his minions. The guy looks at him and he asks why he is doing this. Sunwoo smiles, assuming that the monster didn't see anything further than his magic circle, because he should have watched the broadcast more carefully. Portrayed as undead when the guy states that they have a monster too. The creature is hit. He's bleeding. Everyone starts to rejoice. The beast points his finger, asking what it is. Standing in front of the undead, Sunwoo reveals that this is their monster. Smiling widely, Hanho believes that this will all end, and Jisoo says that now there will be a battle of monsters. The prosecutor clenches his hand into a fist, realizing that he needs to become stronger. A guy appears, and the head of the guild thinks that he needs to be stronger than the others. He must stop relying on others for the sake of the Crusaders team. The monster, mouth wide open, growls. Undead attack when given such an order. A couple of them fly up. The creature claps its hands, catching them, and the system reports that Xiangwu's subordinate has disappeared. The guy looks questioningly, thinking that before he could restore them, but not even a trace of him remained. And this is the power of a true boss. The monster rushes into battle, and Sunwoo's thoughts are heard that he is sorry that he cannot use Drake's breath, but he obeys him. The creature clenches its hand into a fist. The monster is taken by the hair. A blow comes from someone who is confident that he can win. The undead opens its mouth, where blue fire is visible. The monster looks extremely angry. A small skeleton appears with a large sword. He attacks the creature. They grab him by the face. When pressed against the wall, it screams. The monster in blue fire whimpers. The undead are depicted, and the system reports that over 700,000 gold was obtained from hunting the raid boss, an ogre warrior, and the level was increased. Several cards for moving to a new level appear, and the system asks you to choose one. Sunwoo chooses the answer of death. A notification comes that his ability has been upgraded, and the system provides information about the ability. It turns out that the answer of death summons and controls 15 zombies without a master in the abyss, and they disappear like dust in 20 minutes. Stands for Xiangwu, who states that his zombies have become stronger, but the best reward is yet to come. A huge monster appears, and the system reports that the monsters are answering the guy's call. The bracelet on the hand is visible, and the system explains what it is. It turns out that this is the blessing of the thunder god. Someone declares that he wants to give all the mana and kill them right away. Looking at the huge creatures, Sunwoo asks if they became close during the fight or after death. The beast opens its eyes wide in surprise, asking what this nonsense is and what it is doing. Smiling, the necromancer reports that making friends with evil spirits is his specialty. A blow passes near the werewolf. He's got a gun stuck in him by Xiangwu, who decides it's time for them to call it a day. Blood gushed from the creature's eyes. A notification comes from the system that 30,000 gold has been received for killing a level 2 werewolf. Hanho looks at the monster's body in shock, believing that he died quickly, and Jisoo claims that he roughly understands how hard he tried to avoid interrogation. The prosecutor sighs, admitting that he is very sorry, because they could have learned something important from him. The idea is that not everything is over yet. Sunwoo raises his hand and the system reports that the dead are answering his call. His sparkling eyes are visible, and a notification comes from the system that he can test the undead memory fragments. A sparkling object is shown. There is a man standing there who understands what he has accomplished. He flies, thinking that he does not know whether he can move on his own, so for now he will follow how the system leads. He assumes that this is a quest feature, like killing the leader of the bloodsuckers. Walking werewolves are depicted. One of them looks at his phone and is told to turn it off because they will be there soon. He extends his hand, claiming that now is the most interesting time, since the Crusader team is under siege. Sunwoo understands why they didn't watch the broadcast to the end. Smiling, the animal calls Mr. Handsome Wolf, to which he reminds him that he asked not to call him that. The werewolf with glasses reports that he heard that they attacked Young Yunpo not only to destroy the Liberator Guild. Despite him, the wolf claims that he knows nothing about it. The beast scratches its head in bewilderment, asking how this happened, because even he heard. The wolf clenches his paw into a fist and states that, as the captain said, the Liberators Guild must lose, and now is the best time for this to happen, so they must follow the plan. Opening its mouth, the monster talks about Uedo, and that he heard that a group of scientists want to conduct their experiments there. Sunwoo is dumbfounded and realizes that this is the second bad end on the Korean server. The beast is depicted, and his partner claims that he has been sitting around too much in the community lately, and he remembers the words of the leader. He gives you a serious look, reminding you that everyone goes crazy after they join the scientists. He states that, of course, he is having fun, but he believes that there is something else behind it. With its mouth wide open, the monster tells him to shut up. While Hanho is worried, Jisoo asks if Sunwoo learned something, to which he answers in the affirmative. He clenches his hand into a fist, revealing that they attack Young Yunpo to take all of Uedo for themselves. He remembers the masked creature, believing that he is involved and needs to find out what his plan is regarding Shindoram. Shindoram Station is depicted, and it is reported that this is a transfer point from the first line to the second. A crowd of people is seen, and it becomes known that this is why many people use this station every day. A scientist is shown, stating that this is an excellent place to gather materials for research. He smiles wildly, claiming that there are a lot of them left here due to the proximity to Young Yunpo, and it is simply a paradise to explore. A rat is seen asking the chief if they need more refrigerators as the smell begins to seep into the nearby sewers. Sighing, the scientist claims that they will get used to it, and in the new world it is better to adapt to everything new as soon as possible. Raising its paw, the animal reports that it has a keen sense of smell, to which it is told to remain silent. The man frowns, claiming that he can't even imagine what he smells like. He wonders if the rat wants to become a human again. Clenching his paws into a fist, he declares that he wants to, because he did not turn into a rat of his own free will. He only hoped to help the man. Holding a tablet in his hand, the scientist says that the head office has announced that it has started research, and the rat should also join. The beast becomes frightened, assuming that he is being offered to become part of an experiment. Smiling, the man answers in the affirmative and reminds that rats are usually used for experiments. The beast trembles, asking if he is joking, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Monsters appear behind the rat, and the question is raised about how long he will live in the shadow of others, especially if we are talking about the shadows of rats. The scientist has a capsule in his hand, and he claims that even if the experiment is successful, he will reach at last. But the life of a rat is not that long. While he smiles, the beast agrees with him, and he says that he needs to be smarter. A worried dog runs in, reporting that they have been attacked. With his mouth wide open, he declares that the dinosaurs are destroying their building. The man lowers his head, asking if they were making elixirs without his knowledge or if there was a new werewolf among them. He looks at the dog, assuming it's serious and telling him to take him there. Monsters flee when the system provides a list of synergies. Turning around, the dog reports that he learned that the raid on Young Yunpo failed. He assumes that it is somehow connected, while others are scared by the size of something. A huge undead can be seen in the window. The scientist is stunned and asks if this is a real dinosaur. Seongwoo's friends also appear behind the bony creature. In fear, the man shouts to everyone to run, because they will not win, and he himself thinks about whether it is Drake Yoido. He runs away, telling the dog to stop him while he packs his things. The rat follows him. Smoke is visible in the window. A man coming down the stairs asks why he got up, to which the rat replies that he smelled an unfamiliar smell. The question is whether it seemed to him. Things are flying around the room, and the scientist insists that they need to collect a lot of things. He digs through things, choosing what he needs. The rat notices the strange smell again. He jumps on the head, declaring that it is dangerous here. Turning around, the man asks who he is and what he needs here. Sunwoo holds a crossbow in his hands, claiming that the delivery was at the wrong address and he came to return their item to them. Standing in a tense pose, the scientist asks what he wants to return, to which the guy replies that he is returning a monster that he supposedly cannot defeat. The same creature appears behind him. It is bony and has a small skeleton sitting on it. The man looks startled, and Sunwoo wonders if he only realized now. The monster is holding a skeleton in his hands when the phrase is heard that the head sent him to the necromancer in vain. He turns around, assuming that this is a research laboratory. He sees the bones and concludes that there are more than just human corpses here. He admits that he imagined this was possible when he read the explanation on the transformation ampoules. A Lego figure is seen and Sunwoo mentally insults them, claiming that to them, lives are just toys. Jisoo and Hanho are shown looking wild, and he is relieved that they can't see it. Looking at him, the scientist wonders why he is here, and he assumes that he is ashamed that his terrible deeds were found out. The man clenches his jaw, asking again. A vessel with bodies is depicted, and he asks how the guy dares to call humanity's attempts to curb the world around him terrible. He declares that the monster cannot understand this. Clenching his hands into a fist, he claims that this is the first step towards endless life for all people. A man falls with arrows in his knee, screaming that he is in pain. Sunwoo notices that his head works well and wonders why such abomination comes out of his mouth. Sobbing, the head declares that this is rude. He opens some kind of vial, thanking the rat for his work and claiming that now he can become more useful. The rat becomes a giant, asking why he is doing this. Sunwoo is cloned and the system reports information about the Shadow King's ring. The beast screams as arrows fly into his hand. He tries to strike. As he moves away, he notices that his attack was strong. The rat opens its mouth angrily. A huge undead tramples him. Looking at his collar, Sunwoo realizes that he is not afraid of him at all, and the system notifies that 13,000 gold has been received for killing the altered rat. Taking out another thing, the scientist declares that he has become the leader of a very large project and is not going to die so easily. Sunwoo stabs him in the arm. Looking at him seriously, he states that the knee will be next if he himself does not want to become material for the experiment. When the scientist begins to foam at the mouth, the guy asks if he swallowed poison, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Lying on the floor, he points to the corpse of a rat, saying that he set this monster in order to have time to swallow the poison, and his colleagues will be glad to receive the necromancer as material for the experiment. The man is gushing blood from his mouth, and Seongwoo is glad he won't have to get his hands dirty. His hand lights up with blue flames and he claims that the scientist will never know that he can read his memories, making him a henchman. He stares blankly when the system informs him that he cannot make a living being his minion. The man raises his leg. His eyes and mouth are dripping, and the guy calls his pretense stupid. He points his sword at him, deciding that it is time for him to end this circus, and the scientist, sobbing, claims that he will cooperate with the necromancer as long as he does not kill him. He is pierced by a sword. He becomes a skeleton, and the system notifies that the dead are answering the guy's call, and he can look at the memory fragments of his henchmen. Something sparkles. He stands behind a man who asks whether he can become the head of the experiment. The mustachioed man smiles, answering in the affirmative and talking about him becoming a real professor and running an entire department. Sunwoo looks attentively, realizing who is behind all this. Crossing his legs, the man says that the scientist will need to create more gas when he gets there. The question is whether this is the head of the suppliers. The scientist sitting awkwardly on a chair asks if the mustachioed man wants to release as much gas as possible, to which he receives an affirmative answer and the question whether he can do it alone. He places his hand on his chest, declaring that he can handle it, since this is his specialty and he developed this gas. Nervous, he admits that he has little experience in creating other objects, but for gas he can rely on it. He extends his hand, asking what the man's plan is and whether he should make more gas and blow up the entire Yongyunpo, to which the mustachioed man says that he needs enough to catch those annoying individuals. Mustache makes a gesture with his hand, stating that they will leave the rest to the wizards and they will send the raid bosses to Yongyunpo through the teleporter. The scientist frowns when the man states that there must be at least 3 bosses. Sunwoo is surprised that they have 3 raid bosses. The man with glasses raises his hands worriedly, asking whether the man with the mustache is ready to trust them in such a matter. He, in turn, raising his finger, says that he has to do this, because without them their plan cannot be carried out. Monsters appear behind him and he claims that everything will fail, especially if they don't have 4 beasts, since they are stronger than the players who occupy the first 3 positions in the ranking, and that is why they need their strength. Sunwoo has a serious expression on his face and understands that the man is talking about the 4-turned beasts, but he wonders if they could be stronger than the best players. He recalls various creatures and cards, thinking that the converts did not choose cards, but were engaged in eating people and increasing their strength, and his experience says that they cannot be stronger. A thought suddenly occurs to him, and he wonders what else experience tells him. He is stupefied and realizes that the converts are not human. He realizes that they develop differently. The guy thinks about them. He understands the presence of their own tasks and remembers the animals looking at the message from the system and the same people. He suggests that they can become stronger thanks to them. He remembers himself and the situation in which he himself was. The scientist makes a gesture with his fingers and expresses his desire to make elixirs of power from the converts. The mustachioed man with a serious expression on his face states that their main goal is not to get rid of all the players, but to destroy their base so that they have nowhere to return. Clenching his hands into a fist, the gray-haired man claims that he knows about a new race in Uedo, and for this he is working so hard because he wants to turn the plan into reality. Watching carefully, Seongwoo decides that he needs to remember this information as it might have something to do with the side quest. A monster enters the room, announcing that they have started a conversation without him. The guy looks at him, realizing that he has already seen him somewhere and he is some kind of important person. Getting up, the mustachioed one says that this is one of the 4 animals, the 3rd great magician. The dark-faced creature responds in the negative, stating that he is not a great magician, and the man wonders where the light behind him came from. A staff is seen in the hands of the beast, and he assumes that they might have thought so because of him, but it is the same as Kwangsu's. The scientist gets scared, asking how he knows his name. The beast raises his hand, trying to say something about him. It turns out he can do this by touching Kwangsu and casting spells. The man touches his body, asking what he did, to which the wolf replies that it is insurance. The beast looks at him, claiming that it will be safer, it will protect him, and they will even be able to communicate. A blue fire is visible. Sunwoo looks up in shock as the system reports that the psychometry state has been disrupted, and he wonders what it is. The monster turns to the surprised necromancer, realizing that it is him. The guy clenches his jaw as he claims that someone interrupted his plans in Yongyunpo, and Shindoram too quickly, and he realizes that this is his skill. Wolf remembers the scientist's skeleton and asks if Sunwoo can now see the dead man's memories. The necromancer frowns, suggesting that if Shindorama is empty, then the white wolf's real body is located elsewhere. The beast looks at him with its sparkling eyes. His muzzle appears closer and he tells the guy not to interfere with him and leave Yongyunpo, declaring that it will be a long battle, but victory will be theirs. Floating in the air, the monster states that Sunwoo may be happy about his ranking, but to them he is nothing. The guy, dumbfounded, asks who they are. Opening its mouth, the wolf tells him to remember the Society of Evolution. When the necromancer falls, he declares that it will go down in history. Sunwoo rests his hand on the ground, surprised that the beast can even use psychometry, and realizes that this is a serious skill. He remembers that they are going to summon 3 bosses. He is scared and assumes that their plan will change after the first one falls, but he shouldn't count on it. A small skeleton hands him some paper. It turns out that this is a map of the capital. Sunwoo realizes that the letter is Uedo. He concludes that the letter B is Seosadong and Bucheon. Some places are marked with a circle on the map. The guy notices that the letter C is Palm Station. Looking at the map, he thinks that all roads lead to Uedo anyway, and apparently, bosses will appear in these 3 areas. He turns around, looking at the undead, and remembers that they were able to destroy one of them. The conclusion sounds that the orc winner should appear next. Scientists stand in front of a vessel with a huge creature, and the necromancer assumes that members of the Evolutionary Society are now there. People and a pile of stones are visible. They happily wave to Sunwoo's team. Minhwa comes over and notices that they returned quickly and asks about the results. While Hanho smirks, the guy tells the girl that they checked the community and found information about Bucheon and Enyang, and for now they plan to focus on the bosses. The prosecutor is sitting at the table with a paper when Sunwoo states that he would like to talk to him and asks to be left alone. The necromancer attracts the man's attention, noticing that he is busy. Smiling awkwardly, Young-hoon claims that the situation is special and he has a lot to deal with, and wonders what brought him there, and if he learned anything. Seong-woo seriously reports that an attack is planned on Yongyunpo, to which the prosecutor asks who the instigator is. The guy remembers the Evolution Society and says that they were the ones who came up with this, and in fact their goal is not the Liberation Guild. Blonde frowns, claiming that this is the first time he's heard that name, and wonders why they're attacking them. With his mouth slightly open, Sunwoo pronounces the name Uedo. Jin-hoon jumps up, worriedly asking if they took him. The necromancer reassures him with a hand gesture, informing him that there is no news yet, and this is just a guess. The prosecutor slams his hands on the table, saying that if Uedo falls, they will have a second bad ending. He lowers his head, asking if he can count on Seong-woo, which confuses him. He remembers the transformed boy, telling him to look at Yongyunpo and assuring him that only he can protect them. Jian-hoon is serious and declares that he will give him 1,000,000 gold coins and even more if only he will protect them. Seong awkwardly looks away, thinking that he is so clearly trying to take advantage of him. But the money is still not bad. He decides that the prosecutor is not his enemy anyway. He sits down on a chair, concluding that it would be a good idea for him to have at least that much support to defeat the Evolutionary Society, and he proposes to make an agreement. Joyful people in Hanho with a questioning look are shown. He runs to Seong-woo, wondering if he's finished yet. The young man frowns when the necromancer says that these people are friendly and asks if he has managed to make friends with anyone. People surrounded the embarrassed Jisoo, and the question is whether it is healthy to go from enemies to friends, and the idea that the girl is very popular. Hanho turns away in displeasure, claiming that they are saying that her red suit suits her, and her hair flutters beautifully in the wind as she swings her sword, which leaves Seong-woo in a daze. The young man hears the notification sound and realizes that it is a message from the community. He points to his phone, saying that the ranking has changed and the prosecutor has been removed from his position, and in third place is now some doctor with level 15. The necromancer is dumbfounded and thinks that this nickname is somehow suspicious. He remembers the mustachioed man and wonders if this is the man from the Evolution Society. The man in the suit stood with his hand in his pocket. He raised his other hand in front of him. He was surrounded by green mana. The magical energy of different elements could be seen above. The main character thought that the 15th level is when the player can go through the first awakening. Sunwoo pictured Dr. Oo's face opposite his. The guy was wondering if the first awakening was available to all players or limited to 5-star players, but he was sure that the man with the mustache had gone through with it. Sunwoo thoughtfully scratched his chin. He was thinking about what they needed to do before the doctor became stronger. Hanho and Jisoo stood behind him. The guy joyfully greeted his returning girlfriend. The girl was depressed. The necromancer turned around. He cleared his throat and asked if she liked communicating with members of another guild. Hanho looked at his friend with displeasure. Jisoo put her palm out in front of her and shook her head. She said that the conversation brought her discomfort. Hanho rolled up his sleeves as if preparing for a fight. He looked at his friend with irritation and asked why he didn't trust the girl. Sunwoo looked confused. Hanho remembered how Jisoo's eyes filled with tears when she decided that Sunwoo had died, actively gesturing. He told the necromancer about this. Jisoo stood in the guy's path. Her hand reached for the katana. There was a threat in her eyes. The right one standing next to her looked at her in horror. The blade flashed. The tip of the sword was pointed at Hanho. The guy put his hands out in a defensive gesture and admitted that it would be better for him to remain silent. There were 4 opaque cans on the cart. The lid of one of them was torn off and black smoke was rising up. There were undead on the sides of the cart. A man was lying in front. His helmet came off his head. Sunwoo recognized the man as Minhyam and asked what happened. Hanho supported the trembling man by the shoulders. In his hand he held a jar of elixir. From under the glasses of dark glasses, the charge came from the man's nose and mouth. Chokingly he explained that he was just trying to check the contents of a suspicious jug. The attention of the heroes was attracted by a cart with jugs. One of the undead took the nearest jug in his hands. Sunwoo asked Minhyam about what he brought from Shindoran. Information about the item appeared in the system window. It was called Purified Breath of the Abyss, classified as an item created by the player. The effect occurred when opening the lid, and the description said that the can could be placed in the opponent's closet and opened in case of an unfair situation. The necromancer tenderly stroked the lids of the jars and called them gifts from Shindoran. Minhyam shouted indignantly that no one needed them and asked Sunwoo to make sure that the vessels were tightly closed. Minhyam smiled proudly and poked his finger in his chest. He said that it was he, the deputy head of the Liberation Guild, who became the contact person. Minhyam rubbed his chin with his fingers and said with pathos that Seongwoo was very important to them at such a time. The guy and his friends looked searchingly at their interlocutor and thought that he had been demoted. They looked at the wall of the building. Signs of various establishments were still hanging there. They reminded of a past life without constant battles with monsters. Minhyam said that the information Seongwoo needed was now being investigated by members of the guild and suggested going inside the building. Minhyam and Jisoo headed towards the entrance. Right walked behind them. Hanho and Sunwoo were a little behind. The necromancer asked his friend if his death really shocked the girl. Covering his mouth with his hand, Hanho whispered to his friend that at the news of the necromancer's death, Jisoo began to cry, which is why he is now teasing her. Seongwoo looked at his friend in surprise and asked if it was really the girl who cried and not him. Hanho snorted. He said that his heart was too cold for such a thing. He only cried because of Wright's death. The guy told his friend that if he decided to die again, then he should leave Wright behind as a keepsake. Sunwoo watched with irritation as Hanho tried to kiss the skeleton. He thought that if his friend had to choose between him and Wright, then he would save Wright first. Fingers tapped irritably on the table. Pursing his lips, the head of the guild reasoned that Seongwoo agreed to work for him, but demanded a very large payment. The man was disappointed with the actions of the necromancer. The head thought about the past battle. He decided that the last operation to destroy the boss was unfounded, because the squad immediately rushed to destroy the monster, leaving the mobs behind. The prosecutor imagined how people would point fingers at him. He was afraid of losing the love of the public and losing to Sunwoo. The man clenched his fingers into a fist. A black folder lay on the table in front of him. He thought that not only the necromancer, but also his skeleton had his fans. The head of the guild intently looked at the system message about a personal quest. His goal was to raise 30 crusaders to level 10. Primary awakening and a special skill were indicated as a reward. The message said that he had become the first witness of hell, which would soon come to Earth. He was tasked with creating an army to march into hell. The note said that the quest must be completed before the tree of life grows, and the choice made will affect the character's fate. The man looked thoughtfully at his subordinates. The girl with purple hair was discussing something with her comrades. The head thought that a special quest for the Crusader team was created to awaken those who already have 4 or 5 stars. The guild master frowned and decided to be the first to complete this task because, in his opinion, it was the only way to defeat the other 5-star players. He rested his head on his folded hands. The man with a gloomy expression reflected on the fact that he had lost 14 people in battle. He had only 16 at his disposal, and 30 people were needed to complete the task. The man did not know how to pump so many crusaders to level 10. The head of the guild thought about the lick. His figure was surrounded by the magical energy of the necromancer. The man decided that the task was certainly very difficult, but Seongwoo would certainly cope with it. The head clenched his fingers on the hilt of his sword. He thought about what to do. He sheathed his sword and pulled back the tent flap. The man determined to make an effort to win the quest. The crusaders froze in a greeting pose, all pressing their hand clenched into a fist to their chest. The prosecutor looked decisively at his subordinates and said that the hunt would begin tomorrow. He ordered Minwa to bring as many people as possible. The guild deputy looked at the leader with confusion and reminded that they were trying to restore the station. The head of the guild looked at her menacingly and said that they must be faster, otherwise they will be passed over, and this is bad for everyone. The prosecutor reasoned that their greatest enemy, the Evolutionary Society, would lose to Seongwoo in battle. The man hoped that the necromancer could handle it alone. The head of the guild raised his hand in the air and shouted that they were the largest guild on the Korean peninsula, and therefore must win. People enthusiastically supported him. Sunwoo looked thoughtfully around the darkened room where people sat in front of computer screens. Minhyam stood behind a man in a black hat who was holding a mobile device in his hands. The guy waved to the necromancer and said that they had found the information they needed. The main character looked at her interlocutor with confusion and asked if Sosa had really been seen as a boss. The man confirmed the information and said that this was a monster for a new raid. The man scratched his ear under his hat. He said that the boss was only seen on the second stream, so there was very little information about him. The man suggested that someone had deliberately deleted it. Seongwoo suggested that people saw black smoke and zombies at Palm Station. His interlocutor was surprised and confirmed. All eyes were directed somewhere behind Sunwoo. People looked shocked. Hanho sat on the floor with his arms crossed. Phones were floating around him in the air. He called himself the master of smartphones. The technician said that he could not imagine that at this time someone was dependent on smartphones. The necromancer grinned and said that this addiction is stronger than in past times. Hanho's eyes were empty. He said that the village was clean. He warned Disung to stay in the safe area. Jisoo, Hanho, and Seongwoo looked ahead resolutely. They realized that since the village was safe, the bosses of Uido and the Sosa region had fallen, only Bayonne Station remained. The full moon illuminated the street. Against the background of a dark building, one could see human-like silhouettes with sharp teeth and red eyes. The main character remembered that he had seen a post in the community where it was said not to approach the station, because there was poison gas and zombies there. Sunwoo suggested that the poisonous gas was the breath of the abyss, which means the evolutionary society was involved. Sunwoo turned to Hwonseong and said that he had a request. The guy raised his finger up and with a smile asked for a helicopter. Through the clouds of smoke and toxic fumes of violet gas, the silhouettes of buildings were dimly visible. People with backpacks were running along an empty alley filled with rubbish. There were 3 of them, a guy in a cap, a woman with long hair and 2 backpacks, and the leader with a huge backpack on his back. The runners were breathing heavily. The leader looked back and said that they need to run faster. Behind them, red eyes glowed. They were pursued by an army of zombies. The woman clutched the backpack on her chest with her fingers. She asked the leader if they could stop the zombies. Armed people appeared in the windows of the buildings. They shouted that a group of seekers had arrived and were going to fight back the zombies. A man with a short haircut was shooting from a machine gun. Other people in armor were throwing stones. They knew that if the zombies were not stopped, they would not survive. Stones and arrows fell into the ranks of zombies, incapacitating them. A girl in a school uniform was hiding behind a spiked fortification. She pointed to the open door and told the searchers to run there. The zombies continued to chase them, saliva and blood running down their chins. At the sight of zombies, the people holding the defense brought tears to their eyes. A group of seekers stopped and took out their weapons. They were going to fight the zombies, because if they were not stopped, they would get inside. The runners wanted to split up and run in different directions to kill the zombies and enter the shelter area from the other side. The backpack carried by the searchers moved into the hands of a girl in a school uniform. They told her that it was food and asked her to take care of their families. A man and a woman with weapons in their hands turned decisively towards the zombie army. A red glowing zigzag appeared above the zombies' heads. One of the zombies threw back his head and looked up. Against the background of a yellow-orange corpse explosion, the silhouette of a girl with katanas was visible. The people with backpacks looked up in surprise, while at the same time the glow of the necromancer's mana appeared next to them. The man with the backpack recoiled in horror from the monster. Sunwoo hovered among the streams of mana. He warned Jisoo that he was using a skill. The system sent information about a bracelet called the Blessing of the Thunder God. The item spent all the mana to create a powerful lightning. After the attack, mana is not generated for 5 minutes. The note said that if the bracelet is used by the owner without mana, the cooldown of the ability increases to 24 hours. There was an explosion. The shockwave demolished the zombies. The figure of Jisoo with bloody swords in her hands hovered against the background of the blast wave. The girl landed on the ground, and through the clouds of smoke she saw zombies. The zombies who survived the explosion were finished off by the undead. A guy with a crossbow and a man in armor watched what was happening from the window. They recognized the skeleton. People recognized Sunwoo as the guy from the broadcast who caught 2 raid bosses and were happy. The figure of the necromancer was enveloped in a glow of magical energy. A shadow hid his face, and a purple triangle glowed on his chest. The helicopter flew with a hum across the dark sky. The villagers lined up in front of the banner welcoming Seongwoo. They were looking at something tensely. Hanho smiled widely. He pointed at himself with his thumb and said that the heroes had returned. He said that he and his friends had sorted out all the problems. In the sky above his head, a helicopter flew in the opposite direction. Hanho's parents were intensely peering behind their son. They were looking for Sunwoo and Jisoo. Hanho turned up his nose and proudly explained that his friends were worried about the safety of the residents and went to kill the monster. Those around them realized that they simply did not take him with them. Hanho made a ring from his fingers and said that someone must earn gold to maintain the security of the zone. His parents whispered that the guy was too greedy, but Rinho told her disgruntled husband that their son makes good money by killing goblins and kobolds. The guy's fingers clenched the zipper of his backpack. He opened the backpack and, looking mockingly at those around him, said that although they consider him a non-entity, the necromancer believes in him. Wright jumped out of the open backpack. His body was shrouded in rope. A black hat was visible on his head. His neck was decorated with beads and feathers. Hanho introduced the skeleton and proudly said that he was the necromancer's main assistant, and he was sent with the guy to help with an important task. The parents and Kyungsoo believed in Hanho's lies. The appearance of the skeleton made them happy. Sergeant Kim looked thoughtfully at the rope on the undead body and assumed that he had been kidnapped. Wright cried from humiliation. When Sergeant Kim freed the skeleton from the rope, a magic circle appeared above Wright's head. A stream of mana enveloped the undead body, and the military man was surprised at its disappearance. The village was filled with the cries of Hanho and Kyungsoo. They ordered people to catch the skeleton at any cost. The cross on the hospital building stood out in the darkness of the night, and abandoned cars were parked in front of the building. Movement outside the door caught Sunwoo and Jisoo's attention. A lot of people gathered at the door. Some tried to see the heroes through the observation window and through the cracks in the door. Others simply chatted enthusiastically. People were happy to see the necromancer. Jisoo looked at the office door and said that there were a lot of children there, her voice interrupting Sunwoo's thoughts about the nickname that the public had awarded him. There was blood on Jisoo's cheek. Sunwoo told the girl that there was a mark on her face. The girl clutched the mug with one hand and began rubbing her cheek with the other. She said that she was already accustomed to the smell of blood. The main character thought that she had changed a lot. The guy remembered all the battles they had gone through and thought that even though they spent a lot of time together, he still didn't know Jisoo well. They were sitting on chairs on wheels in the middle of the hospital corridor. They were holding white mugs in their hands. The guy asked if the girl was from Jeju. Jisoo answered in the affirmative. Sunwoo looked thoughtfully at the floor and asked the girl if she planned to return to her homeland. Jisoo's face was tense. She raised the steaming mug to her lips and said that she had no idea what would happen in the future. The girl took a sip and said that she saw no point in returning home, because her family was probably living wonderfully without her. Jisoo thought about her family. People's faces looked ominous. She told Sunwoo that her family members were terrible, so she left home. Her confession shocked the main character. He was thinking about what needs to be done in order for your daughter to care about you. That's how I responded. Jisoo's story ended with the fact that as soon as she gained the desired freedom, the world turned into chaos. Sunwoo took a sip from his mug, thinking that if Jisoo has such problems with his family, then he shouldn't worry about her leaving. Sunwoo turned around as the door opened. A gray-haired man in a white robe was walking towards them. A smiling woman was carrying a cake. Children were peeking out from behind the door. The man apologized for keeping the players waiting and introduced himself as An Min-seok. The necromancer and the local chief shook hands. The man turned his gaze to Jisoo and called her a red witch. The girl pressed her finger to her face and looked at her interlocutor in confusion. 3 kids were visible in the doorway. Min-seok explained that the children came up with this nickname. Min-seok scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that the children mistook Jisoo for a witch because of her clothes and fighting style. Jisoo smiled falsely. She clenched her hand into a fist out of anger. She assured the man that she didn't mind the nickname. She was just wondering who came up with it. Min-seok responded with a smile and said that he really liked the nickname. Sunwoo watched this scene tensely, sensing danger. Min-seok said that the team looked really cool in the video, and all of them, including Danger Dagger, are heroes to children. The man was holding a smartphone in his hands. Sunwoo asked what dangerous dagger he was talking about. Min-seok explained that this was the nickname of the second guy from the group. He said that they were choosing between a dangerous blade, a super tank, and a cutting blade. Jisoo covered her mouth with her hand. Holding back her laughter, shocked Sunwoo opened his mouth with new information. Min-seok stood opposite Sunwoo and Jisoo. The young people listened attentively to the man, his voice suddenly becoming very serious. The man thanked the heroes for saving him and said that they needed to leave the area. Sunwoo and Jisoo looked at the man in confusion. Min-seok said that for the last 4 days they have been constantly attacked by zombies. The residents could not hold out much longer. Jisoo waved her gloved hand and asked why the local leader didn't ask them to help people get out. The man clenched his teeth, trying to hold back a sob. People couldn't leave the area because of the quest. Min-seok said that all the locals received a territorial quest. When leaving the building, residents needed to fight zombies, which were becoming more and more numerous, and half of the population were children and old people who could not be abandoned. So Min-seok believed that asking the heroes for help was pointless. Sunwoo and Jisoo looked at the head thoughtfully, the man's hands trembling. Sunwoo thought that this was a big disadvantage of working in a group, because if there was a team quest, everyone would either live or die. The necromancer reasoned that usually the strong sacrifice their lives for the sake of the future generation, but in this case the weak cannot survive without the strong. Sunwoo and Jisoo stood in the middle of the hospital room opposite Min-seok and his wife. The necromancer thought that the quest in which the locals were forced to participate was tantamount to a death sentence. The full moon illuminated the hospital building. Min-seok asked Sunwoo and Jisoo to leave quickly and not give the children false hope. The necromancer looked intently at his interlocutor. He noticed the sorrow in the men's eyes. The wife clung to her husband's shoulder, trying to hold back her tears. The main character realized that they wanted to be saved, but could not ask for it. Sunwoo took a step forward. He refused to leave because they had come to completely clear the station of monsters. Min-seok's wife bowed gratefully. The man joyfully shook the necromancer's hand. They said that now the families here have hope of survival. Min-seok said that it was late and the heroes should rest, but there was a small problem with the room. Min-seok's wife suggested that Sunwoo and Jisoo share the same room. The necromancer's face lengthened at the offer, and the girl blushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Jisoo waved her hands in refusal. Sunwoo showed 2 fingers and asked if there was a second room. Min-seok and his wife exchanged tender glances. The woman led them into the room. Children stood at the open door. The kids looked into someone else's room and asked permission to enter. Jisoo looked at the children tenderly and allowed them to enter. Sunwoo stood with his arms folded on his chest. He was surrounded by enthusiastic children. The guy was smiling, but the sweat covering his face revealed that he was uneasy. Jisoo leaned towards the little girl with 2 ponytails. The girl was glad to meet the cool witch. The kid raised his hand above his head and asked to show the skeletons, a request that stunned Sunwoo. The necromancer knew that there was only one skeleton that could be shown to the children. The guy waved his hand. A magic circle appeared on the ceiling. Streams of mana came out of it. Sunwoo called right. The skeleton jumped out of the portal and landed deftly, feathers fluttering around his neck. Enthusiastic children rushed to the skeleton. The one on the right tried to crawl. With tears in his eyes, he stretched his hand after the owner. 2 children were sitting on his back. The third took hold of the edge of the cloak, intending to join his friends. A child danced in front, taking the hat from the skeleton. The necromancer wished his subordinate good luck, knowing full well that the kids will take it to pieces. The night gave way to dusk. Sunwoo was lying in bed, dressed, with one arm thrown behind the pillow, and Right sat next to him in a box. The main character remembered the faces of the children he met that day. He thought that they were very happy. He could not believe that there were still such amazing places in the world. The guy thoughtfully studied the system message describing the territorial task. It said that the goal of the quest was to escape from the zone or subdue zombies. The reward was gold. The note said that zombies would wait for survivors in the open space, but if they notice a person, they will chase him even into the building. The system alert turned red. Information appeared that due to the appearance of players above level 15, changes were being made to the quest. Xiangwu jumped up. The information alerted him. Quick steps were heard. Jisoo stood on the threshold of the necromancer's room. She was putting her hair in order with her fingers. In her other hand, she was holding a knife with swords. She said that something was wrong in the city. Sunwoo asked what exactly she felt. The girl closed her eyes and concentrated. Her astral body looked around the area. Jisoo said that she heard vibrations similar to the footsteps of a crowd. The system sent an alert that zombies could be looking for players not only outside, but also inside. People began to fuss, rushing to the roof. Armed men approached Xiangwu and Jisoo. They said that zombies usually don't attack in buildings. Xiangwu called on Mana and said that because he was a strong player, the difficulty of the quest had increased. The necromancer called on the undead. Streams of magical energy surrounded them. The guy said that he would have to show his strength to the zombies. He wished the people preparing for battle to survive. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.